Am I actually on an empty island in Minecraft? Jiang Tian opened his eyes, stared at everything before him, and was completely dumbfounded. He vaguely remembered staying up late playing the Skyblock survival map in Minecraft. After playing for a few hours, he had dozed off at the computer desk. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a blue sky, white cloud sunlight. Jiang Tian got up from the ground and surveyed his surroundings. This floating island was almost identical to the floating island in Minecraft, just as barren. Apart from Jiang Tian himself, there wasn't a single living creature in sight. It took him a long time to calm down. He roughly estimated the island to be about 100 square meters. Beyond the edge lay nothing but void. He cautiously approached the edge and looked down. It was incredibly high. The island hung thousands of meters above the ground, and directly below the island was a vast ocean. Even without a fear of heights, Jiang Tian quickly stepped. Even if there was an ocean below, falling from such height would surely crush him under the impact. He wasn't about to gamble with his life. The next moment he began to ponder. Was this truly the Skyblock or was it a real floating island in the actual world? No, how could such a thing exist in reality? Wasn't he just sleeping at home? How did he end up here? Could it be a dream? He pinched his arm hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. He had indeed been transported here while asleep. As for the reason and the process, Jiang Tian wasn't overly concerned at the moment. The priority was to find a way to leave. He examined his surroundings again. Next to where he had woken up, there was a fishing rod, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of water. There was also a piece of parchment with a few lines of writing. Welcome to the global survival game. The only goal for everyone is to stay alive on the island. Various supplies are hidden in the clouds floating below the island. Use the fishing rod to catch them. They can help you solve many problems. On the island, disasters and dangers may occur at any time. Please find resources, quickly develop your home, and protect yourself to survive. The bread and water are initial resources. Use them sparingly. Please note, this is not a dream. Adjust your mindset and accept reality. Do not attempt to jump off the island. Cherish your life. Finally, enjoy the game. As he finished reading, the parchment shattered into shimmering fragments and dissipated. At the same time, a highly technological virtual interface appeared before his eyes. First, a personal information card appeared. Name Jiang Tian. Age 23. ID CNNS 1111. Several options were displayed below. Chat system, trade system, alliance, guild system. He first entered the chat system. Like in online games, it was divided into several channels, though some were grayed out, indicating they were locked. World channel receives global messages. Anyone can post here. Cooldown 24 hours per message. Alliance channel locked. Friend channel can send private messages to other survivors. Unlimited. Regional channel, regional communication, visible only to survivors in the same area. Cooldown 24 hours per message, cumulative. Jiang Tian frowned at the multiple channels displayed before him. An online game chat template. He clicked into the world channel, where a heated argument was already taking place. What the hell is this place? Oh my God, have I arrived in heaven? Lord, have you heard my daily prayers? Where is this? Why am I suddenly here? Am I dreaming? Haha, this must be a dream. I've seen Inception. If I jump, I'll wake up. What does this parchment mean? Why is this suddenly appearing before my eyes? Who the hell moved me here? Who are you people? Do you know who I am? I swear I'll have you killed with one phone call. Let me out now. Oh, woo, I'm afraid of heights. Someone get me down. Please have mercy. He'll pay you any amount. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Why hasn't anyone come to pick us up? Is this some kind of hidden camera prank show? Mom, I'm going to be famous. In the chat channel, all kinds of messages were flooding in wildly. Surprised, tearful, cursing, waiting to die. Everything was there. Some people still thought they were dreaming and shouted about jumping off. Who knows if they actually jumped? Of course, Jiang Tian wouldn't do something so impulsive and foolish. The alliance system showed as locked. Then he clicked into the trade system. The interface resembled the auction house from Dungeon Fighter. According to the description, survivors could list their items for barter. They could specify what they wanted in exchange. But currently no one had listed any items. Jiang Tian closed the interface and focused his mind. After analyzing the situation, he drew several conclusions. 1. For unknown reasons and methods, everyone had been thrown into this so-called game. 2. It was clear that people from other countries were also sending world messages, which were automatically translated into readable text. 3. Everyone woke up at different times, but they all seemed to be in the same kind of floating island. 4. The vanishing parchment and the sudden virtual interface proved that this world was not ordinary. Perhaps special abilities existed. 5. For now, it was best to follow the rules on the parchment. The first priority was food and drink. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Hidden ability activated. Ability obtained. Copy. Can select one item to copy. The replicated item is identical to the original in quality and properties. Once per day. After continuously copying a certain number of times, the ability can be upgraded with half cooldown. Speak of the devil. Copy. Jiang Tian looked at the ground. For now there were only 3 things he could copy: bread, water, and the fishing rod. Which one to copy? He crouched down to take a closer look at these items. The bread was the kind of breakfast loaf commonly seen in supermarkets about the size of a pack of instant noodles. It was sealed in nitrogen-filled packaging with brand and expiration date clearly printed on it. The bottled mineral water was the same, obviously the ordinary kind sold in supermarkets. Although food was currently the top priority, replicating these things still felt like treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. 2 loaves of bread or 2 bottles of water would not make much difference. They would be gone in no time. In the end, Jiang Tian's gaze settled on one particular object. A fishing rod. Of course, this rod was nothing like the automated fishing machines in Minecraft. Yet according to the description on the parchment, this fishing rod was currently the only means of obtaining resources. He understood well that it was better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian picked up the fishing rod. It was a little over 3 meters long, its whole body jet black with a metallic sheen. At the front end, a long black fishing line was tied on with a small bell hanging at the junction and an iron hook with a float at the very tip. It felt excellent in his hands. It was not heavy to hold, yet it felt extremely flexible. Practically the dream artifact of any fishing enthusiast. Jiang Tian shook his head lightly, clearing away the distracting thoughts. His eyes suddenly lit up. This was it. He calmed his mind and chose to copy it. Ding. Congratulations, host, copy successful. As the command fell, a dazzling light flashed. In no time, another fishing rod appeared in Jiang Tian's hand. Copy successful. Cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds cooldown time. Jiang Tian glanced at the sky and immediately understood. Judging by the light, it should be around noon. In just over a dozen hours, the day would turn over into the next. In other words, this copying ability would reset every time the clock struck into a new day. The system also mentioned just now that after copying a certain number of times, the cooldown would gradually shorten. Jiang Tian shook his head and chose not to dwell on the copying for the moment. Instead, he picked up the other fishing rod and examined it carefully. The feel and appearance were identical to the original. It truly was a perfect copy. At this moment, Jiang Tian was also very curious whether among all those who had crossed into this world, anyone else possessed such wondrous abilities. He opened the chat interface. The world channel was still a noisy mess. Amid the wailing and furious messages, there were also a few useful bits of information. Someone was asking if others had ever played the game Raft. Another replied that this world felt uncannily similar to Skyblock Survival in Minecraft. Yet another message pointed out that the 2 game modes were actually quite alike. Both relied on a fishing rod to obtain supplies, one fishing in the sky, the other fishing in the sea. Someone concluded that the fishing rods that had appeared beside everyone should be able to fish up supplies, but complained that the line did not look long at all, and that their island was thousands of meters above the sea. Another survivor reported that they had tried it and found they were not fishing for fish, but for clouds. The cloud they hooked actually contained a wooden chest. Others chimed in saying they would give it a try, since it seemed similar to normal fishing. Before long, many survivors chose to use their fishing rods to fish for supplies. Messages exploded. People shouted that they could really hook cloud clusters, and that they had fished up a plastic bag containing a loaf of bread. Others complained that there were no clouds beneath them at all, and they had nothing to fish. Someone else had reeled in a bag with a bucket of instant noodles inside, only to lament that there was no hot water. Were they supposed to eat it dry? One person exclaimed that they had actually fished up a cooking pot. Another, an experienced angler, boasted confidently that they were sure to reel in a big haul this round. The next instant, the boasting angler screamed in horror in the chat that while they were typing, their fishing rod had vanished. Messages of perfunctory condolences and dark humor quickly followed. Seeing this message, Jiang Tian could not help feeling a bit embarrassed. By now, everyone understood that the fishing rod was their only means of obtaining supplies. If you lost it, all you could do was wait for death. And the unfortunate souls who had accidentally dropped their rods into the sea were not few. They were all wailing in the chat channels. Soon the channel was filled with lines of people offering hollow comfort or gloating at others' misfortune. Jiang Tian made no comment on others losing their rods. He was focused on another matter. After observing both the world and regional channels for a while, he found that no one mentioned anything about hidden abilities. This copying power seemed to belong to him alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at the 2 fishing rods. The corner of his lips curled up. With 2 rods, even if he accidentally lost one, he would still have another and would not be doomed like the others. Having grasped the situation well enough, it was time to get to work. He picked up one of the rods and walked to the edge of the island. Holding the rod in his right hand, he pinched the fishing line in the middle with his left. When a cloud drifted to a position beneath the sky island, he pointed the rod toward midair and released his left hand the moment he felt the rod's flex. "Hey young man, what do you mean by that? What is wasting food? I may be old, but I know a thing or two about strategy and cunning of being an advisor. He had gone fishing with friends a few times before, so his casting technique was fairly practiced. He had never expected it to come in handy here. When the hook dropped into the cloud, the white mass rippled like the surface of a pond, then quickly returned to normal. The slowly drifting cloud stopped moving the moment it was tethered by the line, remaining motionless in place. Jiang Tian sat down right where he was, both hands gripping the rod, as he watched the float on the cloud, just like fishing by a lakeshore. From the chat, he knew that when the bell rang, it meant supplies had been hooked. Other clouds drifted lazily beneath the island, and time slipped by bit, yet the bell and the float on the cloud remained completely still. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had fished before. He knew this was not something to rush, and he had the patience for it. He continued sitting cross-legged on the soil, eyes closed, savoring the fresh air and the warm sunlight pouring down. It was rather pleasant. The season in this world seemed to be between spring and summer. Dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, Jiang Tian found the climate just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Since he could not leave anyway, he might as well enjoy this time. In his former urban life, the relentless pressure of work had never allowed him such leisurely moments of rest. He did not know how long had passed. Suddenly the bell rang sharply. Jiang Tian's eyes snapped open. The float on the cloud was trembling violently. Something had taken the hook. At the sight, Jiang Tian hurriedly tightened his grip on the rod. He had heard that when catching big fish, their struggle could yank the rod right out of one's hands. He did not know whether others had lost their rods for this reason, but he had no intention of making the same mistake. Despite the violent jingling of the bell, after holding on for a while, he realized he felt no force from the other end of the line. In other words, whatever lay within the cloud was not struggling. That made sense. According to others, the clouds only contained bags and chests and the like. How could such things possibly drag the rod away? With that thought, Jiang Tian relaxed his nerves a bit and began to reel in the line. It was surprisingly heavy. He subtly exerted strength in both arms. With a sharp swish, the fishing line snapped taut and sprang upward, dragging a chunk of cloud up to land at Jiang Tian's feet. What is this? He stared warily at the cloud by his boots. In just a moment, the cloud began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large black woven sack. So this is the supply they were talking about in the World Channel. Jiang Tian cautiously opened the sack. Inside, it was packed full of smooth river stones. Seriously, a whole bag of rocks. The corner of his mouth twitched, his face full of speechless frustration. Was his luck really this bad? Sighing, Jiang Tian cast the fishing rod out once more. After all, he had 2 rods. His yield would naturally be twice that of others. In other words, as long as he kept on fishing, he was bound to reel in something worthwhile eventually. However, Jiang Tian toiled like this for several hours, all in vain. He hauled up quite a number of woven sacks, but they were filled either with pebbles or with crushed stone. The stones were nearly piled into a little hill. Just as Jiang Tian was beginning to feel completely doomed, suddenly the bell tied to one of the rods rang out. Jiang Tian drew a deep breath and hurried to reel in the line. With both hands tightly gripping the front of the fishing rod, it bent into a startling in shape under the weight. The rod's material seemed extraordinary, showing no signs of breaking. Taking a deep breath, he continued to lift the rod. Finally, the cloud mass hooked by the fishing line was moving toward where Jiang Tian stood. Holding the rod, he stepped back 2 paces, adjusted the angle, and the cloud mass landed in front of Jiang. With a dull thud, the cloud gradually dispersed, revealing a supply crate resembling those in the Minecraft Skyblock survival mode appearing before Jiang Tian. He examined the wooden crate carefully. It was quite large, about 1 meter in length, and looked heavy. Delighted, Jiang Tian removed the hook from the crate's handle. He then slid out the top movable plank and peeked inside. Such a heavy crate, if filled with food, could last. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. How could there be a living person inside? He recalled that in Minecraft Skyblock survival this kind of thing never happened. What's going on? At that moment, inside the crate, a man in simple cloth sat with his eyes closed, knees hugged to his chest. As the crate opened, as if sensing light, he stirred. The man's eyes snapped open, and he stood up abruptly. He stared straight at Jiang Tian for a moment, then unexpectedly knelt on one knee, cupping his fists. Fengxian, here, awaiting your orders. Jiang Tian was stunned, question marks practically visible above his head. The man before him appeared around 30, nearly 2 meters tall, with sword-like eyebrows, tiger-like eyes, and a muscular build. Fengxian, master, what's happening? Jiang Tian hadn't reacted yet. The man nodded seriously and said respectfully, I, Lu Fengxian, greet my master. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Lu Fengxian, you mean Lu Bu, the 3 Kingdoms general? Lu Bu was taken aback, then replied, my surname is indeed Lu, given name Bu. Courtesy name Fengxian. But master, what do you mean by 3 Kingdoms general? After speaking, Lu Bu furrowed his brow and fell silent, as if trying to recall something. After a long while, he sighed heavily and looked at Jiang Tian with a grave expression. Master, I only know that you are my master. I understand. Jiang Tian nodded, his gaze sharpening. He roughly understood the world's setting. The characters fished up seemed to automatically belong to him and had no other memories, which avoided many complications. Speaking of which, a grown man calling me master feels a bit odd. Jiang Tian muttered under his breath. Lu Bu nodded and replied, then I shall call you Righteous Father. How about that? Righteous Father. Startled, Jiang Tian quickly waved his hands. No, definitely not. He knew the meme about Lu Bu's halberd being especially good at stabbing righteous fathers. If he really called him that, it would be terribly unlucky. After thinking, he instructed, from now on call me master. Yes, master. Lu Bu nodded again and addressed him accordingly. Good, get out of the crate now. Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. After Lu Bu got out, he inspected the crate he had fished up. Apart from Lu Bu, there were no other supplies inside. However, the wooden crate itself was a resource. He had not only gained a laborer, but also timber, so it was a win. He had Lu Bu drag the crate to the center of the sky island, then led him to the edge. Lu Bu, do you know how to fish? Fish? Lu Bu looked puzzled. Jiang Tian waved casually. All right, just follow my lead. With that, Jiang Tian cast the rod again. The iron hook landed in a cloud. Lu Bu imitated him, picking up another rod and trying to fish for clouds below the island. But he wasn't as skilled. It took several tries before he successfully cast the hook into a cloud. The two sat side by side, one left and one right, fishing leisurely. Of course, they didn't just sit in silence. Jiang Tian took the opportunity to ask Lu Bu some questions. Upon learning that Lu Bu had completely lost his past memories and was almost absolutely loyal to him, as Master, Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the title Lord of 3 Surnames was too frightening. He chatted a bit more with Lu Bu, but no clouds were biting yet. Jiang Tian opened the chat interface again. The world channel was chaotic, full of all sorts of messages, mostly pleas for help. Switching to the regional chat, the conversations were more normal, mostly about what they had fished up. Have you guys caught it? I caught a hammer. I got a few pieces of wood in a plastic bag. Haha, I got a bag with 3 pieces of bread. Lucky. I only caught a bottle of water. You guys are all blessed by RNG. I have nothing but an I caught a bag of nails. What's the use of that? At this moment, Jiang Tian tentatively sent a message to ask, has anyone caught a living creature? His ID was CNNS 1111, a unique combination of letters and numbers. Other people's messages had similar codes before them. As soon as his message appeared, the regional chat exploded. Wow, you can catch living things. My blade is already thirsty. Living things. Does a chicken count? I caught a chicken just now. What? A chicken? You mean that kind of chicken? Ahem, this isn't the kindergarten bus, let me off. Hey, that guy with the ID 1111, did you reel in something alive? From the way you're asking, I'd say you probably hooked a person, right? To be honest, I really did fish up a person, but this guy seems to have something wrong with his head. As soon as the survivor with the ID CNNS 4144 spoke, everyone else in the regional chat shifted their attention to him. What? You can even fish people up? No way, that's real. Exactly how could there possibly be people in the cloud clusters? That's way too ridiculous. You upstairs, don't forget the floating island beneath our feet is already absurd enough, so I actually think hauling up a person isn't that hard to accept. Anyway, what's the use of fishing up a person? Right now our biggest problem is the lack of food, isn't it? Man, a person you fish up can be used as labor. Look around. This island is completely empty. We're all modern people. How many of us can endure wind and rain out in the open? Oh, that's actually true. Hey, you with the ID 4144, what's with that lunatic you caught? CNNS 4144, you're the lunatic. I just spent a ton of effort to reel up a wooden crate. I thought it was food, but it turned out, forget it, can't be bothered to explain. I'm going back to fishing. With that, the survivor, numbered 4144, stirred up another wave of discussion. Come to think of it, fishing up a person doesn't really seem useful right now. Exactly, our supplies are already scarce, and we'd have to share food with him. Might as well not fish him up at all. Unless the one you catch is a girl, then you could. Ha ha ha. By the way, you with the ID 1111, is the person you caught male or female? Seeing someone address him directly, Jiang Tian thought for a moment, then replied male. TCH, TCH, TCH. The screen filled with scornful messages. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. Most of them still had far too narrow a view of things. He had a feeling that although life seemed relatively leisurely at the moment, they could not rely on fishing forever, muddling through each day. Sooner or later something major was bound to happen. The planks, nails, and other materials everyone was fishing up now were clearly meant for the construction of a home. The sheepskin parchment had said as much: seek resources and develop your homeland. For now, this barren patch of soil could hardly be called a home. Though a larger population would increase consumption, more labor would also greatly accelerate construction in the future. The increase in manpower was without question a good thing. As he was lost in thought, a loud growl came from Lu Bu's stomach as he sat beside him. Turning his head toward Jiang Tian, he said straightforwardly, Lord, I am hungry. Endure it. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Although he still had that piece of bread and some water untouched, he definitely could not give them to Lu Bu right now. Given how little there was, it probably would not even fill the gaps between Lu Bu's teeth. Just calm down and fish properly. There will be bread. Yes. Bread, what is that? Don't worry about it. You'll know when the time comes. Yes, Lord. Another rumble sounded from his stomach. Time slipped by, the sun sank behind the western horizon, and bright moonlight bathed the world in silver. By then, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had fished up quite a few supplies, all stacked at the center of the island. Aside from the wooden crate that had contained Lu Bu, there were 15 wooden planks, 1 wooden stake, and a bag of nails containing 50 in total. There was also a lighter, a candle, and a pair of scissors, 2 bags of pillow bread, 2 packets of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of mineral water, along with the cloth wraps and plastic bags that had held these items. Other than Lu Bu himself, that was the total haul for the entire day. In the meantime, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had each eaten a bag of bread and drunk a bottle of mineral water, leaving the rest in reserve. They were far from full, but at least they had taken the edge off their hunger. Laying the fishing rods down on the ground, Jiang Tian used the lighter to ignite the candle and set it atop a wooden stake driven into the soil. It's getting late. After we finish this round of fishing, we'll turn in for the night. Yes, Lord. Lu Bu answered, but in his mind, he was still savoring the taste of the bread from earlier. That food called bread had been soft and sweet on the tongue, truly a delicacy. As he thought about it, he couldn't help glancing again in Jiang Tian's direction. So this is a match. One scrape and fire appears. Remarkable. Hearing this, Jiang Tian gave a faint smile. These things are nothing really. In the future, there will be far more miraculous things than this. Watch carefully and learn well. There will be many matters I'll need you to handle later. Feng Xian is willing to serve with all the loyalty of a hound or horse, Lu Bu declared solemnly. By now, Jiang Tian had grown used to such archaic turns of phrase. He replied softly and opened the chat room to check the situation. At that moment, the regional chat was once again filled with wails of misery. Why have I fished all day without getting a single bite of food? I only reeled in 2 pieces of bread, and I've already eaten them. It's been a whole day, and I've only fished up 3 clouds with just 1 piece of bread among them. Same here. I'm so hungry. Is there any kind soul willing to spare me a little food? Haha, I've managed to haul in 5 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water. Damn, talk about lucky. Would anyone be willing to give me a piece of bread? I'm willing to trade 10 wooden planks for it. Keep dreaming. In this environment, food is the most precious thing there is. Who would trade it for wood? Exactly. Can you eat wood? CNNS 4144. Damn it, I fished up 3 pieces of bread, and this guy I dragged up just keeps staring at me and drooling. It's disgusting. You're the one who has 2 people there. Just give him 1 piece to eat. Get lost. A single fishing rod can only bring up so much. You expect me to share with him? Let him starve to death. Tisk, how heartless. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a flicker of relief in his heart. Although their food consumption had increased, having 2 people fishing meant their haul was also twice that of others. At the very least, it meant the 2 of them could more or less keep their stomachs full. And this was only the first day. As time went on, the number of fishing rods he could obtain through duplication would steadily increase. The rate at which he gathered resources would multiply accordingly. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's heart stirred, and he scrolled through the chat history. Most of the messages were people lamenting their poverty and hunger. Some had only managed to fish up a single piece of bread, while the luckier ones had hauled in several pieces. Some of the truly unlucky had pulled up nothing but scraps of wood, strips of cloth, and nails, and a few miserable souls had not caught anything at all. Occasionally, a few fortunate ones seized the chance to show off in the chat, basking in the envy and jealousy in others' words mixed with curses and foul language. Finding none of the information he was looking for, Jiang Tian switched over to the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel was almost the same as the Regional Channel. Most people were begging others to spare them something to eat. Continuing to scroll upward, Jiang Tian saw several chat messages. Oh my god, the things you can get with a single fishing rod are far too few. Lord, please grant me another fishing rod. A fishing rod? Has anyone here managed to fish up a rod today? I haven't heard of anyone catching a fishing rod. Same here. Ah, these fools, what do they think about all day? Something like a fishing rod shouldn't even exist, right? I need alcohol. I need alcohol. Can anyone give me some alcohol? I want a cigarette. Alcohol and cigarettes really don't matter right now. We're talking about whether anyone has fished up a rod. Whoever gets a fishing rod can trade with me for food. He flipped through dozens of pages in a row, yet saw no mention of anyone else fishing up a rod. Come to think of it, a fishing rod was currently the foremost means of production. If it could be casually fished up, that would indeed be too much of a bug. Of course, Jiang Tian's situation lay outside the normal range. His ability itself was a massive bug. Suddenly, ring ring. The fishing rod in his hand sank heavily, as if something had taken the bait. He calmly closed the chat interface without haste and lifted the rod with a gentle motion. Before long, a large paper bag appeared before the 2 of them with a red cardboard bucket inside. At the sight of this object, Jiang Tian froze. This is a KFC family bucket. staring at the old man printed on the bucket and inhaling the aroma of fried chicken wafting out from within. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu began to drool. Gulp. The two swallowed hard in unison. Lu Bu in particular was smelling this fragrance for the first time. His eyes seemed to glow green with desire. Seeing him staring at him so pitifully, Jiang Tian took out the family bucket and said generously, "It's fine, eat. I can't finish this all by myself anyway. Thank you, my lord." Lu Bu set the fishing rod on the ground, then clasped his fists in salute once more, eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Tian took out disposable gloves from the bucket and told Lu Bu to put them on. Each of them took a piece of fried chicken in one hand and a chicken wing in the other and began to gnaw. The chicken was still hot as if it had just come out of the fryer, with each bite juices sprayed out. Smack. Hiss. It was Lu Bu's first time tasting such food. His eyes flashed brilliantly. This is chicken, and it can actually be prepared like this. Marvelous, marvelous. As he ate, Lu Bu muttered to himself, his entire mouth gleaming with oil. He did not even spare the bones of the wings, biting off the crispy parts and sucking every last trace of flavor and grease before finally putting the bones down. By contrast, the slow-chewing Jiang Tian appeared much more composed. Not long after, the 5 pieces of fried chicken and 6 spicy wings were completely polished off by the two of them. Burp. That hit the spot. Having eaten a whole bag of pillow bread not long ago, the two of them were now so full they kept burping. These fried foods were best eaten while hot. They would not keep for long anyway, so it was better to enjoy them now. As for the remaining mashed potatoes, the sweet corn on the cob, and the 1.25-liter bottle of cola in the bucket, those could be stored for later. There were also 10 napkins in the carton. Jiang Tian took out 2 for them to wipe their mouths, and told Lu Bu to carry the rest to the center of the island. The wooden crate that had previously held Lu Bu had been turned on its side, and was now temporarily used to store food. Lu Bu slid the crate's movable wooden panel to the right, placed the items inside, then pushed the panel back. The crate functioned like a cupboard, and was extremely convenient. After putting everything away, Lu Bu returned to the fishing spot. Jiang Tian was still sitting on the spread-out cloth, leisurely wiping his mouth. Jiang Tian tossed the food scraps into the paper bag and flung it downward. The bag full of bones plummeted rapidly toward the surface of the sea. Splash. A few seconds later, the sound of vigorous splashing rose from below. The two of them leaned over to look. But with the sky already dark and mist hanging over the sea, they could not see any abnormal shapes beneath. Judging from the commotion, some sea creatures had clearly reacted. Since they could not see anything, they stopped trying to look. They drew their heads back, and just then Lu Bu's fishing rod also responded. A crisp float sound rang out. At the sound, Lu Bu grabbed the rod, planted his feet, and gave a sharp tug up. Whoosh. Under the force of his tremendous strength, a small cloud-like mass hurtled toward the two of them. Lu Bu, eyes quick and hands faster, slapped it down just as it was about to hit their faces. Smack. The cloud dispersed, and a cardboard box appeared before their eyes, which Lu Bu promptly hooked with one arm. On closer inspection, it was just an ordinary paper box. Nothing about its packaging revealed what lay inside. Open it and see. Yes. Lu Bu set the box on the ground and swiftly tore it open. When he saw what was inside, Jiang Tian was stunned. Thighs is a whole box of Huazi cigarettes. Under the dual illumination of candlelight and moonlight, the rows of red objects inside the box reflected a dazzling glow. On top, a black marker had scribbled the number 329. That's right, it's Huazi, and with a 3 prefix. Lu Bu stared at the red packages, puzzled. Master, what is... It's just a cigarette. I'll forget it, you'll see soon enough. Jiang Tian directly grabbed a pack, tore off the plastic wrap, and opened the packaging. He pulled out a soft pack of Huazi, tore it open, brought it to his nose, and inhaled. A faint plum fragrance. At that very moment, it felt so refreshing to his soul. This is the smell. He immediately fished one out, placed it between his lips, and following the principle of resource conservation, lit it by the candle flame. A wisp of blue smoke slowly rose. Sigh. Whew. What a relief. One inhale, one exhale. A puff of smoke drifted out, Jiang Tian's face brimming with contentment. Lu Bu leaned in to sniff, his brow tightly furrowed. Master, this is Huazi, a type of cigarette. Many people love smoking it. Jiang Tian pulled out another and handed it over. Want one? Lu Bu took it, dazedly imitating Jiang Tian by putting it between his lips and sucking on the candle flame. Cough, cough. Lu Bu took the cigarette away, his face full of conflict. Master, it's not pleasant. If you don't like it, then don't smoke. Strictly speaking, this stuff isn't really good anyway. Jiang Tian took another drag, saying it casually. It's good that Lu Bu doesn't like it, at least he won't come asking for more Huazi. This is a rarity. Head just skimmed the chat records. Everyone was talking about wanting cigarettes, but no one mentioned catching any. As he thought this, he asked Lu Bu to hand over the one had only puffed once. Under Lu Bu's bewildered gaze, he took the scissors and cut off the part Lu Bu had smoked. Except for being a bit shorter, it was now a complete cigarette. Then he opened the trading market, pointed at this cigarette, and a trade listing appeared. Huazi 3 prefix 90 new, only 1 puff taken. Trade requirement food or water. After listing it, the cigarette turned into a faint virtual shadow. Lu Bu watched these operations, but showed no abnormal reaction. It seemed that NPCs don't interfere much with matters related to the system. More than 10 minutes passed with no trade message popping up. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. At this moment, everyone was focused on food and drink. Apparently no one was foolish enough to trade resources for a single cigarette. Then he opened the regional channel, CNNS 1111 Brothers, I fished out a 3 prefix Huazi. Anyone want to trade with resource items? Those interested DM me directly. Act now, stocks are limited. As soon as this message was posted, the regional channel exploded. Trade resources for a cigarette. People can't even get enough to eat. Who would be brainless enough to do that? Hey, upstairs, not necessarily. Don't you know how painful it is for a smoker to go a day without one? Exactly. A 10-year veteran smoker tells you I'd rather skip a meal than skip a smoke. Not man, upstairs, are you crazy? Skipping meals will kill you, as skipping smoking won't. Not smoking indeed won't kill you, but it feels worse than Huazi. I really want to smoke. It suddenly dawned on me that I haven't had one all day. Now I'm starting to feel awful. I want to smoke too, but I have no way to light it. Does buying a Huazi come with a lighter? I have no lighting tools, just a box of matches, and am hoarding them. Man, I'm still rubbing sticks together to make fire. Big shot, I'm a primary school student. Can you give me one for free? I said, how did a Huazi suddenly appear in the trading hall? I thought my eyes were fooling me. Only one. If you're going to catch any, at least get a whole pack right. If you're going to trade, at least offer half a pack. Everyone don't trade with this 1111 guy. He definitely has no fire source if he wants to trade for lighting items. Let him smoke it dry. Seeing these disruptive replies, Jiang Tian frowned. Without wasting words, he directly opened the trading market and changed the trade condition from any survival resource to warm clothes items and fire or lighting items. Soon a flood of trade messages bombarded him. ID RSNN 4235 requested trade thermal long johns 1 pair. ID AMIN 7461 requested trade slippers 1 pair. ID. Scanning roughly, they were basically all warm clothes, lighting items, or absent fire items, only a pile of flintstones. It seemed that for now no one had managed to get flashlights or electric lights. Even if they had, they were unwilling to trade. Jiang Tian thought it over and finally accepted the flintstone trade request. Even though he already had a lighter on him, keeping this as a spare was fine. After confirming the trade, the cigarette's virtual shadow vanished, and 2 circular flintstone shadows appeared before Jiang Tian. He dragged the shadows to the appropriate spot, clicked confirm, and the shadows turned into solid objects. 2 flintstones appeared in Jiang Tian's hands. Meanwhile, on another sky island, a burly man with brown hair, a cigarette clamped between his left fingers, was showing off in the regional channel. Oh, look what I got. A cigarette. Ha ha, I've got to smoke now. Meanwhile, the regional channel erupted. Damn, I saw that trade listing too, but I didn't have the items he wanted. I tried to trade a pair of socks, but he rejected me. I couldn't trade with my only gloves. What did you use to get it? Hey, just smoke it and tell us how it tastes. Seeing these messages, the brown-haired man chuckled. I just wanted to give it a try too, so I traded my 2 precious flintstones. Huh.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Seeing these 2 messages from the brown-haired man, the regional chat channel was filled with laughter. That whole area was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Returning to Jiang Tian's side, he exchanged 6 cigarettes for 2 mattresses, 2 light quilts, and 2 pillows, then ceased trading. Conducting too many transactions at once would arouse suspicion. Someone might deduce he possessed far more than a single pack of Huazi cigarettes, and interfere accordingly. Granted, demand vastly outstripped supply, and with billions of people worldwide, countless others were eager to trade with him. Even malicious interference would pose no real obstacle to his trades. Living conditions were dire across the board, and cigarettes remained a precious commodity, best leveraged gradually, one exchange at a time. Besides, he needed them himself. Meanwhile, users in the regional chat channel stood utterly bewildered, watching helplessly as one Huazi cigarette after another vanished from the trading marketplace, snapped up by unseen hands. Once the betting was arranged, Jiang Tian asked Lu Bu, do you feel drowsy? Not at all. My lord, issue your command. Lu Bu bowed slightly, understanding instantly. Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. Very well, you shall stand watch tonight. If idle, you may even practice night fishing. Lu Bu obeys without hesitation. With that, Lu Bu straightened, scanning the surroundings intently. According to the instructions inscribed on the parchment, anything could happen here. Assigning a sentinel was undoubtedly safer. Jiang Tian paused, then reopened the regional chat interface, CNNS 1111, offering 1 Huazi cigarette in exchange for bundles of twigs and leaves and stones. Priority given to those offering large quantities. Instantly, the previously dormant chat channel erupted. Holy, Huazi Master has returned. Master, didn't you just sell several cigarettes earlier? I checked the global feed. Foreigners claimed they'd bought cigarettes trading for quilts. Master is too kind. He'll even accept twigs and leaves. What nonsense were those troublemakers spouting earlier? Master, I've got heaps of twigs. Trade with me. Me too. I've gathered leaves. In moments, Jiang Tian flooded with private messages and trade requests. After carefully assessing each trader's stockpiled resources, he selected only 2 for exchange. With 2 Huazi cigarettes, he acquired a massive bundle of twigs, 2 large sacks of leaves, and 1 heavy sack of stones. Upon completion, both traders expressed tearful gratitude, declaring him a man of rare virtue. For them, twigs, leaves, and stones held no practical value. They neither sated hunger nor provided warmth. Compared to quilts or bedding traded elsewhere, this exchange was an extraordinary windfall. To Jiang Tian, however, 2 cigarettes meant little. A single carton contained 50 packs. Each pack held 20 cigarettes, totaling 10,000. Thus 2 were but a modest gesture, a neighborly gift. After finalizing the trade, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to dig a circular pit. Stones were arranged around its rim, the leaves scattered within, and twigs lashed together into a crude shelter over the center. Finally, strips of cloth were cut, ignited over a candle flame, and tossed into the pit. The burning cloth kindled the twigs and leaves, igniting a steady blaze. A campfire now fully assembled. Jiang Tian summoned Lu Bu. Should the fire begin to dwindle, replenish it with planks or twigs. But if dawn approaches, let it fade naturally. Understood, my lord. Very well, you continue your vigil. I shall rest. With that, Jiang Tian extinguished the candle and slipped beneath one quilt. He had built the fire partly to aid Lu Bu's night fishing, and partly to prevent him from stumbling blindly into. Though Lu Bu seemed unlikely to blunder so foolishly, better safe than sorry. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Jiang Tian opened his eyes to full daylight. My lord, you've awakened. Rising, he found Lu Bu bowing deeply before him. Jiang Tian acknowledged him coolly. How did the night unfold? Any anomalies? None whatsoever. Everything proceeded normally. Good. Jiang Tian nodded, then lifted the quilt to survey his surroundings. The campfire had long since died, leaving behind several cardboard boxes and parcels scattered across the ground. Lu Bu introduced each item. These were caught during last night's fishing, namely 1 iron pot, 2 packets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and 1 bronze sword. Lu Bu had not known terms like instant noodles or mineral water until Jiang Tian taught them to him yesterday. Hearing the first few items, Jiang Tian gave a slight nod. For safety, he'd entrusted Lu Bu with only a single fishing rod, lest both be lost, leaving no means of replication. Yet the results proved acceptable, though modest. The haul included an iron pot, now enabling him to boil. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's thoughts crystallized. His eyes gleamed. A bronze sword. Let me see it. As commanded, Lu Bu knelt on one knee before him, cradling a wrapped bundle in both hands. Unfurling the cloth revealed a long blade of ashen gray hue. The sword measured precisely 3 chi and 3 cun, ancient in design, lacking any scabbard. Jiang Tian grasped its hilt, testing its weight, then swung it twice with one hand. It felt substantial. Stepping toward a fallen wooden stump, he brought the blade down in a clean strike. A dull thud echoed. The stump, over 3 cun in diameter, snapped cleanly in 2. Though snapped wasn't quite accurate, the fracture bore signs of blunt force impact rather than sharp cleavage. Still, it was serviceable, far better than nothing. Yet why precisely had a sword appeared? Was it intended for chopping firewood? Every previous catch, be it food, bedding, or tools, had served immediate tangible needs. Food, bread, noodles, water, addressed hunger and thirst. Bedding met basic comfort requirements. Pots and pans supported sustenance preparation. Timber, nails, and similar materials accumulated for future construction. An axe or saw would have made perfect sense for building shelter, surely. But a sword, especially a bronze one, for firewood, it would shatter after mere strokes. Bronze swords possessed minimal resilience, barely adequate for combat, let alone felling timber. At this, Jiang Tian's gaze narrowed thoughtfully. Having grasped this point, Jiang Tian once again questioned Lu Bu. Truly, there was not a single anomaly left. Seeing his lord's cautious demeanor, Lu Bu responded with solemn gravity. I am certain. Last night, apart from faint sounds rising up from the sea below, our location remained utterly still. There was no sign of any living creature, nor even the slightest sound. That is reassuring. Jiang Tian nodded momentarily, easing his mind. The bronze sword was set aside for now. Indeed, the island's perimeter hovered within an expanse of void. Not even a bird or flying insect dared appear. Beyond the rhythmic murmur of waves beneath, not a single other sound reached the ear. Fortunately, Lu Bu, a towering living presence, stood beside him, otherwise the solitude would have driven him to despair. Moreover, Lu Bu could stand watch through the night. With his prodigious strength, few men could ever hope to match him. Ah, Lu Bu, Jiang Tian clapped his shoulder. You stood guard all night. Thank you. Go rest a while now. Gratitude, Lord. Lu Bu bowed, deeply stepped backward 3 paces, then turned and walked toward his bedding, preparing to lie down. Suddenly, gurgle gurgle. A rumbling echoed from Lu Bu's belly. Jiang Tian arched an eyebrow. Hungry. Then eat something before sleeping. Lu Bu turned back, hand pressed to his abdomen, face flushed with embarrassment. No, my lord. I must relieve myself. Jiang Tian fell silent. Relieve oneself. Meaning, of course, defecation. It struck him, then Lu Bu had eaten an entire bucket of fried chicken with him the previous evening. For one who had never tasted deep-fried fare, such a sudden indulgence naturally provoked digestive distress. Jiang Tian paused, then replied awkwardly, "Ah, I see. Go ahead." "Thank my lord." Lu Bu grimaced, squeezing out the words as he clutched his stomach and shuffled toward the island's edge. "Wait, hold on." Seeing his intent, Jiang Tian called out, "Where exactly do you plan to go?" Gritting his teeth, Lu Bu managed to the edge, to face downward. "Enough. For safety's sake, don't go there." Jiang Tian waved dismissively and picked up the cardboard bucket from yesterday's meal. He opened a cabinet, retrieved several sheets of paper, stuffed them inside the bucket, and handed it over. "For safety, stay a little farther from the edge. Aim carefully into the bucket." "Yes. Gratitude, Lord, for your concern." "No need. Go quickly. You look like you're holding it in." Jiang Tian waved him off. Watching Lu Bu waddle away, backside slightly raised, Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. Good heavens. If Lu Bu, the peerless flying general famed across heaven and earth, were to perish here by slipping while answering nature's call, that would be nothing short of absurd. Caution, then, was imperative. Lu Bu, ever perceptive, took the paper bucket and circled to the opposite side of the floating isle, crouching behind the wooden chest at its center. Then poot. From that direction came the unmistakable sound of bodily function. Hearing such a noise issue from a legendary general, Jiang Tian's expression grew distinctly uncomfortable. Though history was not his forte, he had played countless installments of the Three Kingdoms series. To witness such a paragon of martial valor emit such a sound mere yards away, yes, profoundly awkward. In an instant, all aura of invincibility dissolved. Yet what could be done? This realm was simply too confined. Gurgle gurgle. Just then Jiang Tian's own stomach growled. His expression instantly turned delicate. Damn, that fried food really was greasy last night. Clutching his abdomen, he snatched several more sheets of paper and a large cloth sack. Crouching low, silence shattered. Squelch. Splutter splatter. Putpa. Minutes later, both men rose simultaneously, adjusting their trousers, each wearing a complex, unreadable expression. Lu Bu called out, "My lord, where shall I dispose of this?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and pointed downward. "Just toss it over the edge." "Understood." Lu Bu lifted the red paper bucket and cast it downward. Seconds later, a surge of turbulent waves echoed from below. Splash. Both men leaned over the edge together. The mist had thinned, revealing broad ripples spreading across the sea surface beneath the isle. Faintly visible amid the churning water was a vague emerald shape, its nature indeterminate. At that moment, Lu Bu sprinted over from the far side. "My lord, what lies beneath?" "I do not know." Jiang Tian shook his head, then knelt and secured the cloth bundle containing its contents. He tossed it down once more. The violet bundle plummeted swiftly. Instinctively, both men leaned forward in unison, just as the bundle neared the water's surface. Suddenly, a massive shark 8 meters long erupted from the sea like one from the game raft. Its jaws gaped wide, swallowing the purple bundle whole. Splash. The beast vanished beneath the waves, sending up a torrent of spray. HSSSH. Both men drew sharp, simultaneous breaths. Lu Bu murmured in awe. Who would have thought such a monstrous creature dwelled in these waters? Truly, this place is most extraordinary. Nor I. Jiang Tian gazed downward, expression layered with disbelief. It actually swallowed it. Soon after, the sea stirred again. 2 enormous fish burst forth, thrashing wildly, spewing fish, shrimp, and seaweed in every direction. Their affliction remained a mystery. After prolonged convulsions, one disgorged the red paper bucket, the other expelled the yellow-stained violet cloth sack. Only then did they subside. On the other side, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu returned to the center of the island. Judging by the sky, it should be around 8 in the morning, time for breakfast. Jiang Tian opened the cabinet where food was stored and took out the leftovers from last night. He handed the mashed potatoes to Lu Bu while holding a corn stick. "All right, eat up, my lord." Lu Bu looked at the mashed potatoes in the plastic container, his expression awkward. "I'm not hungry right now." Hearing this, Jiang Tian glanced at the small lump of mashed potatoes in Lu Bu's hand and its earthy color, instantly recalling the not-so-pleasant image from earlier. He then looked at the buttery stick he was holding. A wave of nausea suddenly surged in his heart. He took out a breakfast pack from the initial supplies, tore half of it, and handed it to Lu Bu. "Better eat this first. After you finish, you can sleep, and I'll go fishing for supplies." "Thank you, my lord." Lubu put down the mashed potatoes and accepted the half piece of bread, feeling relieved. The two of them ate the bread, drank some water, and Lubu crawled into bed to sleep. Jiang Tian took the fishing rod and sat in a position facing the rising sun, immersing himself in concentration. Replication. Shortly after, another fishing rod appeared. He cast all 3 rods towards the clouds, letting the hooks sink into the fluffy clouds before placing the rods on the ground. After positioning everything properly to ensure they wouldn't slip away, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. By this time, many people had already woken up and were chatting in the channel. Good morning, everyone. Haha, what's good? I'm starving. Starving. Didn't you get bread with the fishing rod? Those 2 pieces of bread aren't enough. Exactly. I'm a rice king. Ew, I can eat over 10 of those small breads in one meal. By the way, does anyone want to trade supplies? I can exchange wood planks and stones for food. Go away. What use are wood planks and stones? Food is the priority now. Speaking of which, how did you all spend the night? I just lay on the ground with a layer of sackcloth. I did something similar, but thankfully the weather isn't too cold right now. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Insomnia? I fished clouds all day and was so tired I just collapsed to sleep. Insomniac, did you fish clouds last night? No, it was pitch dark. I was afraid I would fall off accidentally. Last night, I lay on a wooden plank looking at the stars, and it reminded me of my hometown. While I'm so hungry, I want to go home. I only ate a piece of breakfast pack and a bottle of mineral water all day yesterday. If this continues, I'm going to starve. Just then a message from user CNNS0888 suddenly appeared. Hungry. Isn't there plenty of supplies in the clouds? You still feel hungry? As soon as this was said, it stirred up a storm in the regional channel. What the hell? Be a person. How can you say such a cold statement? Everyone is struggling between being full and starving, saying this isn't nice. Exactly. Messages expressing hunger started to flood the chat channel, criticizing the user CNNS0888. After all, sometimes the joys and sorrows of people can't be understood, especially in a slum where someone jumps out to flaunt their wealth. It's just too much. Shortly after this, person's comments appeared again in the chat channel. CNNS0888. Haha, yesterday, I caught 5 pieces of bread, a pack of biscuits, and a pack of instant noodles. I ate 4 pieces of bread, and am already full, and I still have supplies left. Sorry, I thought everyone was the same, haha. Damn, are you really that happy? Doesn't it feel awkward? Show off. Damn, you're such a king of showing off. NMSL. CNNS0066. I also got a 2-liter bottle of mineral water and several 500 milliliters bottles of water. Many people want to trade bread with me for water, but they want something greasy to eat. It's so annoying. Damn, damn, I hate these show-off types the most. In the chat channel, 0888 and 0066 were singing in harmony, acting like big shots. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a stir in his heart and sent a message. Hey 0066, do you want something greasy? I have mashed potatoes and corn sticks here, both smeared with butter, sweet and delicious. Do you want them? Hiss. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's message, everyone gasped in surprise. Their stomachs let out rumbling sounds. It's early morning, and you're talking about butter. If I could eat buttery mashed potatoes and corn sticks right now, that would be marvelous. It's sweet and delicious. Damn, I'm hungry again. Wah, big brother, I'm hungry. Can you give me a corn stick? Damn, the way you act is so disgusting. 1111. How did you catch those things? I can't catch it. Seeing everyone's questions, Jiang Tian calmly replied. I caught a KFC bucket yesterday and shared it with the person who caught it. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks are leftovers. TSK. I was stuffed from eating, and it was too greasy. It made us both feel sick. With this statement, the chat channel exploded. Damn. No wonder mashed potatoes and corn sticks sounds so familiar. It's the bucket. Big shot, I beg you stop talking. I'm starving. Damn, you're the best at showing off. Is this what they call Versailles? I love it. At this moment, 0066 immediately sent a private message to Jiang Tian. I certainly want to eat those 2 things, but what's the price? 3 bottles of water. You must be dreaming. As soon as Jiang Tian mentioned the number 30066, immediately rejected. For just those 2 items, you want 3 bottles of water. Do you know what water means right now? At this moment, water is the source of life. People can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. 0066 rambled on, emphasizing the importance of water at this moment. Jiang Tian found it amusing to read these words. After all that talk, he just wanted to haggle, otherwise he could have just blocked him. Sure enough, in the end, 0066 threw out a number. For both items, I'll give you a maximum of 1 bottle of water. Take it or leave it. Oh, then forget it. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks are rich in vitamins, salts, and sugars. The starch and sugars they contain can fully meet the body's nutrient and satiety needs. Moreover, fats are also an essential part of the body. Not consuming oil can lead to dry skin, dull complexion, and edema. Forget it if you don't want them. I'll find someone else to trade for bread. Wait. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, 0066 hurriedly called out to Jiang Tian, then gritting his teeth. 2 bottles. 2 bottles at most. That's my bottom line. If you want to trade, then trade. If not, then leave. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Deal. Originally, Jiang Tian just wanted to trade the 2 food items for 2 bottles of water. He mentioned 3 bottles just to give both sides some room for negotiation. Soon the other party sent a trade request. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks disappeared, and 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water appeared in front of him. On the other side, a girl with dyed purple hair dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans looking trendy. Looking at the mashed potatoes and corn sticks in front of her, she was almost brought to tears. After eating bread all day yesterday, she was almost sick. Today she finally saw some greasy sweets. It was so hard to come by. Although it might be a bit cold, it didn't matter. She immediately tore open the packaging of the mashed potatoes, and as she ate, she sent a message to the other party asking, "By the way, 1111, since these 2 items are so good, why don't you eat them yourself?" "Oh, there's actually nothing much." Jiang Tian casually replied. "I ate too much oil yesterday and had diarrhea this morning. I felt that what came out looked too much like mashed potatoes and corn sticks, so I couldn't eat them. By the way, are these 2 things tasty? Are they sticky?" The girl glanced at the yellowish mashed potatoes in the box, her mouth twitching. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian stared blankly at the 3 fishing rods before him. Suddenly a bell rang. He swiftly grabbed one rod and gave it a sharp tug. He reeled in the hooked cloud. In the next moment, the cloud dissipated into white mist, revealing a black soil block about 1 cubic meter in size right before Jiang Tian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. The block had directly landed on the surface of the sky island, seemingly merging seamlessly with the island's terrain. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What is this thing?" He glanced at the 1 cubic meter of soil on the ground, then looked down at the island beneath his feet. This black soil block was probably akin to mining stone in the Minecraft Skyblock survival game, capable of expanding the land area. As for the principle behind it, Jiang Tian did not understand, and therefore chose not to dwell on it. His main concern now was how to use this thing. Circling around the black soil a few times, he extended his palm and touched it. A holographic shadow appeared before Jiang Tian. It was a rectangular prism 10 units long and wide, each unit measuring 1 meter. The thickness beneath the island measured 3 meters. Upon seeing this hologram, Jiang Tian immediately, "Is this a miniature version of my island?" At that moment, the black floating soil also transformed into a hologram, materializing at Jiang Tian's fingertip. A system voice instructed, "Please select the placement location for the floating soil." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned, then pointed to a spot on the west side of the island and confirmed. The system voice sounded again, "Floating soil placement successful." The hologram then vanished. Jiang Tian regained his composure and walked over to the left to take a look. Among the originally flat edge on the west side of the island emerged a square protrusion. "Well, it's installed just like that." Jiang Tian muttered, "According to the settings, this block should only be 1 meter thick. I wonder how stable it is." He then picked up the fishing rod and poked the top of the protruding section. The reactive force transmitted through the rod into Jiang Tian's palm felt decent. If someone stood on it, this extra patch of land should not collapse suddenly. Of course, Jiang Tian would not personally stand on such a precarious spot. What if he fell? He obediently returned to his original position, cast his line again to hook another cloud, and sat down to contemplate. Earlier, he had been pondering what exactly it meant to build a home. Was constructing a shelter like a wooden house? No matter how he thought about it, a mere wooden hut could hardly be called a home. Perhaps he needed to build a courtyard, or even a village or city. This meant that the modest 100 square meters definitely would not suffice. Expanding his territory was absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon this solution so soon. Although 1 cubic meter of land was hardly useful by itself, as long as he could fish up enough of these soil blocks, this small piece of land would eventually blossom into a vast meadow. Moreover, with enough fishing rods, the accumulation speed would multiply exponentially. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian clenched his rod tightly, realizing this was strikingly reminiscent of the fishing machine in the Minecraft game. Of course, for now, he had to focus on fishing honestly, otherwise all these thoughts were mere fantasies. Among the 3 rods placed on the ground, one gave a response, reeling in a bag containing 6 bottles of 350 milliliters of soda water. The sudden acquisition of over 2 liters of water resource delighted Jiang Tian. At this stage, water was the scarcest resource. According to scientific research, an adult should drink about 1.5 liters of water daily to remain healthy, and he had not met that quota yesterday. Besides, he planned to boil water later to prepare instant noodles. Earlier, he had exchanged potato mash and corn sticks along with the 0066 for mineral water, all for this very reason. Jiang Tian found another cloud cluster, cast his line again, then sat on the ground staring up at the sky. He lit a cigarette and switched to the world channel to browse. At this time another group had risen shouting in the World Channel. We safely passed the night without any demon attacks. Thank the Lord for his protection, amen. Damn it. The moment I logged in I see you the so-called prophet. Bad luck. Demons. They don't exist, right? I didn't sleep well last night. I miss home. I slept fine. The weather seems quite good now. Last night, I even slept on a plastic sheet and didn't feel cold. Yes, I'm grateful it didn't rain while sleeping last night. Indeed, there's no way to shield ourselves from the rain now. That's terrible. Everyone, I am a meteorologist. Judging by the clear skies, it won't rain these days. Is that so? That's really great. Other messages included some pretending to be cute girls trying to scam. There were also those hoping to barter other resources for food and water. Naturally, these messages were ignored, for food and water were the most precious commodities now. Watching these messages, Jiang Tian exhaled a slow plume of smoke. He murmured, "No rain, huh? That's good, or else our bedding would surely get soaked. But this place can't be judged by ordinary logic." The parchment also stated that anything could happen. On second thought, if it did rain, he could just catch the water with a bucket. At this thought, Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Rain. According to the World Channel, everyone encounters a clear sunny day on their first day, and there were no attacks reported. Apart from those who are starving and cannot bear it, no other incidents occurred. Although the calmness is evident now, it should merely serve as a buffer period for everyone. It is unlikely to remain this leisurely. As stated clearly on the parchment, this is a survival game, and one must seize the time to develop their homestead and protect themselves. Moreover, adverse weather conditions like droughts, winds, and snow will surely arise. It is only a matter of time. Whether it be drought or rain, one must prepare a shelter against the scorching sun and rain. I must make arrangements immediately, otherwise it will be too late when the time comes. In this situation, it is essential to prepare for the future. With these thoughts, Jiang Tian began to plan in his mind. Based on the current information on resource acquisition, everyone has only obtained some wooden boards. No one has reported acquiring stone slabs or anything like that. The best we can do is to try to construct a wooden house first. Since a wooden house is to be built, the first step is to determine the area it will occupy. At the very least, it should accommodate 2 beds along with a table to be placed inside, in addition to the supplies that need to be stored there. A simple calculation of the current labor suggests that to expedite completion, at most a wooden house of approximately 30 square meters should be feasible. As for the height, it should be at least 5 meters, right? Jiang Tian glanced at the pitiful 101 square meters of the island. It isn't realistic to think of making the house very large at this point. Currently, he has 15 wooden boards of 1 square meter each and 1 wooden stake with a diameter of 10 centimeters, which he had just broken. It is certainly unrealistic to think of building a wooden house with just these resources. He then opened the trading mall in search of timber. Regardless of the type of house, a foundation is essential. As no one has bricks at the moment, long tree trunks will have to substitute for the structure. If the foundation is set at 1 meter, then at a height of 5 meters, the trunks must be at least 5 meters long. I wonder if anyone has managed to fish out such long trunks. Looking at the trading post, it seems there are many more supplies than on the first day. Most of the items displayed are various types of wood, stones, or a few wires or nails, all marked for. However, one can easily infer that no one would exchange with them. Jiang Tian glanced at the wooden resources. A part of it consisted of rectangular and square wooden boards all around 1 square meter in area. This can be passed for now. Looking at the tree trunks, most have a diameter of about 10 centimeters, and those that are 1 person tall are rare. These cannot be used for the foundation, so they will be passed on. Finally, Jiang Tian found 2 trunks with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and over 5 meters long. Moreover, the transaction requirement marked on them is food. It is impossible to follow their routine blindly, so Jiang Tian decided to send a message to one of them to communicate. "Hello, I saw the long tree trunks you listed in the trading post. Can we have a chat?" The other party replied swiftly, "What do you want to talk about?" "Bring food to trade." "Food? I'm afraid I cannot meet that requirement. Although I don't know how long this tree trunk has been on the trading post, I believe it hasn't garnered any interest, especially since food is currently scarce. However, I do have some other good items you might consider." What good items?" Seeing the other party's interest, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and said, "Although I can't give you food, how about a cigarette to ease the loneliness at this moment? It may not satisfy your hunger, but it can soothe your restless spirit. What do you think?" The other party was taken aback for a moment, then immediately sent a flurry of messages. "Hey, I know you're the one who sold cigarettes last night. Damn, you were the one who traded my lighter yesterday, which made it impossible for me to smoke that cigarette. To be honest, this tree trunk was originally meant for fire starting, so to get it you must trade me my precious lighter. By the way, you'll need to give me 2 more cigarettes." Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian was somewhat speechless. "Well, I didn't expect to run into a repeat customer. The lighter. I accidentally lost it yesterday. But I can give you 1 more cigarette and teach you a method for fire starting. How about that?" The other party was silent for a while before responding. I tried it yesterday. Fire starting with wood is simply impossible. You can't fool me. I tried for 2 hours yesterday. My clothes were soaked with sweat, and I nearly caught a cold without seeing a single spark. Alright then, how about this? I'll give you one more cigarette. That makes a total of 4. You have to know that cigarettes here are a non-renewable resource. With a day gone by, have you seen anyone else catch a cigarette? If you're not willing, then I'll go look for someone else. Jiang Tian knew full well what a single cigarette meant to a smoker deprived of tobacco. After a moment's hesitation, the other party replied, even if you give me 4 cigarettes, what good would that do? Without fire, everything is meaningless. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Are you daft? Just trade 1 cigarette for flint with someone else. The message sent, and the other party froze for over 10 seconds. That's right. I'll trade. I must trade. After a round of haggling, the deal was struck. At the cost of 4 Huazi cigarettes, Jiang Tian acquired the long log. He also sensed the other party was likely a seasoned smoker. They exchanged IDs, agreeing to contact each other in future for barter, Jiang Tian offering cigarettes for desirable goods. The other party readily agreed, elated. With the log secured, Jiang Tian moved on to the next. Another seller of logs stood firm in attitude, leveraging his monopoly, the only long log currently listed on the trading hub, and demanded food as payment, and 2 additional Huazi cigarettes. Jiang Tian refused to indulge him and closed the private chat window outright. Then he opened the regional channel and posted, anyone here have a log over 3.5 meters? I'm open to trade. At Jiang Tian's post, the regional chat erupted anew. 1111. The Huazi master has arrived. Master Huazi, please just 1 cigarette. I'm about to suffocate. Didn't you just finish a family meal bucket? Are you showing off again? He waited, but no one stepped forward to trade. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. This 3.5 meter log would prove difficult to find. Just as he prepared to close the regional chat channel, a message appeared before him. CNNS 4144. What's so special about a family meal bucket? Just hormone-laced chicken. Watch out, you might drop dead after eating it. Silence fell across the regional channel. 3 seconds later, an avalanche of replies flooded in. Hormone-laced chicken. Given how things stand now, I'd devour stir-fried gutter oil rice without blinking. Exactly. Under current conditions, who cares about hormones? As long as it fills your belly. Actually, he's got a point. If we fall ill, there's not even medicine to be found. The regional channel buzzed with every kind of comment. Jiang Tian glanced at the message and frowned slightly. This CNNS 4144. Wasn't he the one who'd reeled in a person yesterday? Was this man unhinged? Jiang Tian hadn't even brought it up, and besides, whether or not he ate the family meal bucket was none of the others' concern. Yet, given this was a global transmigration event, all manner of people were bound to appear. He chose not to dwell on it, and scrolled through others' replies. Then, suddenly, CNNS 4144 sent a private message. You need a log over 3 meters? I happen to have one. Shall we talk? Jiang Tian paused, then replied. My. How exactly do you propose we talk? Simple: 4 rations of food and water, and 1 pack of Huazi. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and closed the chat window instantly. Earlier, the seller on the trading hub had asked only for 2 loaves and 2 bottles of water, plus 1 cigarette. This one, however, demanded 4 full rations, and an entire pack of Huazi. Even if he deduced Jiang Tian possessed more than 1 pack, such audacious greed was staggering. No sooner had Jiang Tian closed the chat than another message arrived. Your silence. What does that mean? Are you refusing? You devoured a whole family meal bucket last night. You must have plenty of provisions. Can't afford this price. I saw it myself. The trading hub lists only my log of this length. It's a scarce resource. Missed this chance, and it's gone forever. Next time you seek me out, the price doubles. Jiang Tian sighed, exasperated. Enough. Go cool off somewhere else. Damn it. What's with that attitude? Don't you dare look down your nose at me. Ignoring the tirade, Jiang Tian added the sender to his blacklist. He turned back to the regional channel, where yet another message had appeared. CNNS 0888. Well, if it isn't the family meal bucket eater. Need a log. Haha, what a coincidence. I just reeled in one, and it's exactly 3.5 meters. Whoa, talk about timing. A true luck sovereign. 6,666. Looks like you'll get your Huazi fix soon. So envious. I wish I could fish for logs and trade them for cigarettes too. Jiang Tian typed a reply. Perfect. Are you willing to trade that log with me? We can discuss. CNNS 0888. Hee. Heck, can't help being lucky. Sure, let's talk. What do you propose as exchange? Let me clarify first: food and water. I've caught quite a bit lately, so I'm not lacking. Still, trading those isn't off the table. But 0888 proceeded to flood the public channel with boastful chatter, detailing his recent fishing triumphs. Seeing he hadn't initiated private contact, but continued gloating publicly, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. Well now, This fellow was truly a connoisseur of self-aggrandizement. The type he'd often encountered in games. Those insufferable luck peddlers flaunting their improbable fortune. Never imagined such types would persist, even in this new world. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to message him privately, another notification flashed in the chat. CNNS 4414. Listen up, logs this long are scarce. Don't trade with this kid. Who trades with him is a fool. Wait, 4414, what crawled up your sleeve? Did you swallow gunpowder? What's going on here? Upon reading the message, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow once more. This young man refusing to trade had no right to stir up trouble. Was he truly deranged to lash out so recklessly? Before Jiang Tian could respond, another voice shot back. CNNS 0888. Hey brat, who are you insulting? Whether I trade with him or not is none of your business. Go cool off somewhere else, idiot. Well said. Brilliant. I've disliked this kid from the start. He reels someone in yet hoards even a scrap of food and dares insult them. Disgusting. 4144. Stop shaming yourself here. Just vanish. Suddenly besieged by a chorus of condemnation, 4144 bristled with indignation. Damn it. What's the meaning of this? Daring to curse me? Think I won't obliterate you all? Ha ha ha. How exactly will you obliterate us? Fly over from the Sky Isle. Oh dear, do Sky Isles have keyboard warriors too? How utterly terrifying. Then come on. What's stopping you? Anyone can flap their lips. Idiot. A cacophony erupted. 4144 and the entire regional chat channel devolved into a furious tangled brawl. Yet one man could never match the onslaught of dozens. He was flayed alive by vitriol, his rage boiling over until his fingers fumbled over the keyboard, letters blurring into gibberish. Finally, he exhausted his daily quota of 10 messages. Unable even to counterattack, he could only watch helplessly as others hurled fresh barbs his way. Elsewhere. Damn it, what wretched system forbids me from speaking? A youth under 20 clad in a beach shirt and sporting crimson bangs pointed furiously at the sky and raged. Not far behind him crouched a portly man in simple cloth robes appearing 50 years old, mute and motionless, too fearful to utter a word. After 10 minutes of roaring at the heavens, the youth finally collapsed onto the ground spent. He glanced back at the old man and snarled, "What the hell are you gawking at? Give me water, now." Yes. The man swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. He hurried to the island's center, retrieved a bottle of mineral water, and brought it back to the youth. The youth snatched it, twisted open the cap, and drained half the bottle in 3 loud gulps. Only then did his breath steady, his grip tightening on the plastic bottle, a faint crimson glint flickering in his eyes. 1111 0888. And every foul-mouthed wretch in this regional channel. So you think you can look down on me? If I ever get the chance, I'll erase every last one of you. Crack, crack. His fist clenched violently. The bottle warped grotesquely in his grip. He tossed the uncapped bottle carelessly behind him. The middle-aged man scrambled forward to retrieve it, and surreptitiously took a long, thirsty sip. Come on, 1111. Let's continue our talk. Ignore that fool. Jiang Tian read 0888's message and offered a faint knowing smile. Didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper. Of course, I used to be a master commentator online back when this brat wasn't even born. Enough about him. What'll you offer for this log I'm holding? Food is absolutely out of the question. Nothing's more vital than sustenance. Besides, you clearly aren't lacking provisions or water. Here's my proposal: 2 Huazi cigarettes. Jiang Tian laid down his terms. Though he knew full well 2 cigarettes wouldn't suffice, earlier he'd traded 4 for the same item with a regular customer. Moreover, after 4144's outburst, even though the other party had retaliated, the youth surely grasped the log's rarity and wouldn't part with it lightly. Those 2 cigarettes were merely a strategic anchor, a subtle signal inviting negotiation, leaving room for upward revision. As expected, a reply arrived. Don't play games. I may not know its use, but I checked the exchange market just now. Logs this long are scarce indeed. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man in a blue hoodie, his round face flushed, twitched his lips upward. He typed to 1111. And judging from last night, till now you've already scattered quite a few Huazi. If you'd only caught 1 pack, would you really be so generous? Not saving any for yourself. I don't smoke. Puffed. Then what about that single puff you posted on the exchange market yesterday? Don't try pulling that wool over my eyes. Ha ha ha. Alright, you caught me. So, how do you propose we trade? 1 full pack of Huazi. Out of the question. Jiang Tian refused outright. No pretense, no hesitation. The other party's stance remained unyielding. Then bring food or water instead. Yesterday I reeled in 3 packs of cigarettes inside a plastic bag. After accounting for what I've smoked, less than only and a half packs remain. Each cigarette now exceedingly rare. I'll give you 5 plus 1 350 milliliters bottle of soda water. Puffed, like I'd believe that. The hoodie-clad man scoffed. In his estimation, 1111 possessed far more than 3 packs. Logically, it should be a full carton. And even if, as claimed, the cigarettes were loose in a bag, his rate of distribution suggested at least 5 packs had been sacrificed to sustain such generosity. After all, cigarettes were precious. Yet the hoodie man had no desire to burn bridges, since last night he'd scoured the exchange market relentlessly, and 1111 was the sole vendor offering them. If they clashed openly, he'd likely lose even this fragile opportunity to trade. Besides, the offer seemed generous to most, especially with the inclusion of soda water. Glancing at his own supplies, he replied, "That's acceptable, but swap the small soda for a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water instead." "Soda? I've got some, but it's bland. Say, do you happen to have cola?" "Cola?" At that word, Jiang Tian arched an eyebrow. A subtle smile curved his lips. "Cola. I have it." "What? You actually have it?" Upon reading the message, 0888 froze in stunned disbelief. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Cola. This 1111 claimed he had cola. Before his transmigration, 0888 had been an ardent devotee of cola. While others drank 2 liters of water daily, he consumed 2 liters of cola every single day. Of course, he was well aware that excessive cola consumption harmed one's health. Yet he couldn't resist. If he missed his cola during meals or late-night snacks, his entire body would ache with restless discomfort. To 0888, cola was nothing less than the elixir of life. Alas, after transmigrating, cola seemed forever beyond his reach. Though fortune smiled upon him yesterday, he'd reeled in ample food and fresh water. Not a single bottle of cola appeared among his haul. This morning, however, he'd caught 2 bottles of soda, faintly carbonated, subtly sweet. Yet that feeble effervescence only sharpened his craving, stoking his longing for true cola. Just as he wrestled with this desperate yearning, 1111 declared, astonishingly, that he possessed cola. It was like receiving a pillow just as one drifted into slumber. Clearly, he was blessed with extraordinary luck. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he replied, "Very well. I'll trade you the log for 5 Huazi cigarettes and 1 bottle of cola." "1 bottle? I don't have that much." Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, "This cola came as a bonus with yesterday's bucket meal. I've nearly finished it. Only about 200 milliliters remain." "Impossible. I don't believe you. You've surely hoarded it carefully. Probably haven't taken even a single sip. Why disbelieve me? Let me ask you. If it were you, grease glistening on your lips as you devoured fried chicken with cola sitting right beside you, could you truly resist its siren call?" 0888 drew in a sharp, icy breath. Indeed, if placed in that very situation, he'd likely have drained the entire bottle, leaving not a drop behind. Perhaps then 1111 truly did possess only this modest remnant. As he pondered, Jiang Tian sent another message. "Yesterday, I wrestled with myself for hours before deciding to save this last sip for later. It seems today's fortune favors you. A flat rate 200 milliliters of cola plus 5 Huazi cigarettes for your 3.5 meter log, plus 1 bottle of mineral water." "What the hell? Why suddenly raise the price? Don't push your luck too far. Push my luck. Mineral water is abundant. I suspect you have plenty yourself. But understand this, mine is the sole remaining 200 milliliters of cola in existence. This exchange isn't merely fair, it's generous. Refuse and I'll seek another trader." No. Sweat beaded on 0888's brow as he hastily interjected, "I'll trade, but could we swap the mineral water for soda instead?" "Agreed." Jiang Tian accepted without hesitation. Both parties immediately prepared for the exchange. He strode to the cabinet, seized an empty mineral water bottle, and shook it vigorously to expel every lingering droplet. Then he uncapped the cola and poured roughly half the bottle into it. He withdrew 5 Huazi cigarettes and held them aloft, one by one. 5 cigarettes and a small vial of dark liquid shimmered into ethereal form. Simultaneously, the other party laid out their offering. A second spectral image materialized before Jiang Tian, a 3.5 meter log, and a 350 milliliter bottle of lemon-flavored soda. Jiang Tian inspected the items. Satisfied, he tapped confirmation. Meanwhile, across the link, 0888 scrutinized the spectral image cola housed within a repurposed mineral water bottle. Though something felt amiss, the object stood vividly before him. No time remained for doubt. Once the transaction finalized, 5 plum-scented Huazi cigarettes and a small vial of black liquid appeared at his feet. 0888 snatched up the plastic bottle, twisted off the cap, and inhaled deeply. A delicate sweetness mingled with effervescent carbon dioxide flooded his nostrils. His heartbeat seemed to pause, suspended mid-beat. Yes, this was cola. Clutching the bottle, 0888's eyes welled with tears. One day apart, an already unbearable longing. He tilted his head back, brought the bottle to his lips and drank. The dark liquid surged into his mouth like an advancing army. Lively bubbles burst across his tongue and palate like miniature fireworks. After several seconds' resonance, he swallowed. The faintest trace of sweetness lingered, pulsing gently along his esophagus. Burp. Flooded with carbonation. 0888 exhaled a long, satisfied sigh. Carbonation. Sugar. Pure, unadulterated bliss. This was precisely the sensation. Exhilarating. Eyes half closed in rapture, he murmured, and then glanced down at the remaining 100 milliliters in the bottle. With meticulous care, he twisted the plastic bottle's middle section until it coiled tightly inward. I'll save this half for tonight. The fizz remains potent. I must preserve it perfectly. As he muttered these words, a sudden chill gripped his chest. Something was profoundly wrong here. He reopened the private chat window and typed furiously. No, you deceived me. This cola's effervescence is far too vigorous to be a day-old 200 milliliter remainder. This is freshly opened. Your very first sip, isn't it? Jiang Tian stared dumbfounded. Holy, how did you discern that? A true connoisseur. Naturally. I've savored cola for decades. 0888 replied, brimming with pride, and added. Though you misled me, I'm sincerely grateful you entrusted me with this inaugural sip. After all, 90% of cola's essence resides in that first electrifying gulp. I don't know how much you've left, but please reserve some for me. I'll return soon to trade again. Consider it done. Just as he closed 0888's chat window, another notification flashed open. 0066. You're seeking a 3.5 meter pillar, correct? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. So, you have one? I do. I fished it up last night. But what on earth do you need such a lengthy pillar for? That's irrelevant. Will you trade? I will, but what do you propose as payment? 3 huazi, 3 cigarettes. On the other end, a fashionably dressed young woman typed in exaggerated dismay. Do you have any idea how exhausting it was to reel in something so long and so thick? I'm a lady after all. Offering just 3 cigarettes is utterly outrageous. Sniff, sniff. Whose mannerisms did you borrow? You weren't speaking like that moments ago. Jiang Tian wiped a cold sweat from his brow. Truth be told, was his counterpart truly a woman? Female smokers were rare. If she didn't smoke, how would she value huazi? After brief reflection, he proposed, how about 1 bottle of soda instead, Seeing such a miserly offer, the girl bristled with indignation. She'd initially attempted to mimic the flirtatious tone she'd seen in regional chat, hoping to gain advantage, but her counterpart remained impervious. Abandoning pretense, she retorted firmly. Water? Are you joking? I've already told you. I'm flush with water. Jiang Tian wiped another bead of sweat and murmured, Goodness, you're astonishingly candid. The girl was taken aback for a moment. After a short pause, she realized the implication of his words. Her face flushed bright red as she scolded, What on earth are you thinking? You're the one who said that, not me. Why are you cursing at me? No, I. The girl's cheeks were burning, and after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find the right words. Finally, in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, Stop bringing this up. Let's continue discussing the wooden stake. All right, since you don't want water or cigarettes, it seems I have nothing else to offer. After saying this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. In such a situation, chatting with a girl like this was quite amusing. Soon the other party sent a message. Who said I didn't want cigarettes? Aren't you a girl? Can girls not smoke? Let me tell you, to get this wooden stake, you need to exchange it for 10 cigarettes. I didn't expect you to have such a strong craving for cigarettes. After some haggling, Jiang Tian managed to trade 8 cigarettes for the long wooden stake. The girl on the other side's eyes lit up upon seeing the cigarettes. She picked one up, placed it in her mouth, and lit it with a lighter, taking a deep drag. So refreshing. Jiang Tian squatted on the ground, looking at the 3 long wooden pieces in front of him. Now he had 3 long logs. Of course, this was still far from enough to build a wooden house. However, with their limited resources, it wouldn't be easy to buy more. They would have to take it step by step. As for the remaining long log at the trading post, he would just leave it there for now. After all, at the moment, he was the only one concerned about buying wood to build a house, and no one would be interested in buying it anytime soon. Moreover, knowing that person's temperament, no one would trade food for such seemingly useless items. Jiang Tian placed the cigarettes up for trade at the trading post, requesting that various types of wood or tools like hammers and saws be noted. He then continued his fishing work. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose from the horizon to directly overhead. About 6 hours had passed. My lord, you're awake. Jiang Tian, while smoking, turned to look at Lu Bu, who was cupping his hands in greeting. He pointed to the paper bag beside him, saying, Here, have a couple of hot dogs. What is this? Lu Bu looked at the paper bag, which contained 4 bamboo skewers. He picked one up and looked at it. There was something skewered on it, 2 inches long, glistening red. It looked like meat. Jiang Tian casually said, This thing is called a hot dog. Eat it, it's delicious. This paper bag had been caught 3 hours ago and contained 6 hot dogs. Jiang Tian had eaten 2. The taste was quite good. Yes. Lu Bu responded and leaned closer to sniff the hot dog. At this point, the hot dog had cooled down, but he could still smell a hint of oil. It was this hint of oil that made Lu Bu, who was hungry, swallow hard. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Puff! The juicy meat burst forth with oil, and the aroma instantly filled his mouth. The flavor, so fragrant. Upon tasting this, Lu Bu's eyes widened. Gulp! In his excitement, he swallowed the sausage without chewing. He looked at the sausage and quickly took another bite. The meat juice filled his mouth again. After finishing this sausage with 2 bites, he grabbed another one to eat. Lu Bu wiped the grease from his lips and was full of admiration. All right, stop praising it already. Jiang Tian interrupted Lu Bu and pointed to the nearby plastic bags and packages, instructing, take these over there. Food and water should be placed in the cupboard, and the other items should be set on the ground. By the way, later use the flint to light the campfire, and put the iron pot on to boil 2 bottles of mineral water. We'll eat instant noodles later. Yes. After receiving the orders, Lu Bu picked up several large bags and left. These items were naturally what Jiang Tian had caught during the 6 hours. Besides the bag of sausages, there were also 3 bags of potato chips, 4 bottles of mineral water, 1 bag of toilet paper, 10 rolls, 1 large bag of pebbles, 2 bags of palm leaves, and 1 bag of straw. There was also 1 cubic meter of black soil, from now on referred to as empty soil, which expands the area of the floating island, and 1 large bag of mud. Jiang Tian naturally stored the empty soil in the western section first. Although there were still 2 square meters empty underneath, the island surface area had now reached 102 square meters. As for the other bag of mud, while it looked very similar to the empty soil, it was just ordinary dirt and could not. Speaking of which, the empty soil should have been caught by others as well. He wondered how others' land developments. Jiang Tian opened the World Channel, which happened to be discussing the matter of empty soil. Hey, I just caught a black soil block. It can expand the floating island's area. A black soil block can expand the land. Does that mean it can float like the island? How can such a thing exist? Are you dreaming? Why not? I just caught one that's been tested and works. What he said is true. I caught a piece this morning, and when I touched the soil, a scene appeared allowing me to set up land. I picked a spot, and that area really added an extra square meter. Ha ha ha, I caught one too. As long as I keep catching these black soil blocks, I can turn my floating island into a nation. Wait, are you serious? Why haven't I caught one? Can the soil you caught be installed on the floating island? Why was the piece I caught just ordinary soil? Hee, I caught one too. It seems that only the lucky ones can have such things. Seeing this message from user CNNS0888, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Goodness, this guy really knows how to show off wherever he goes. This person indeed seemed to have quite good luck, almost able to catch whatever he wanted. Of course, he was still no match for Jiang Tian. While he was browsing through the chat records, the bell rang again. Dingling. Jiang Tian closed the interface and lifted one of the fishing rods. Hey, this cloud cluster is so small. Oh, is it food again? Jiang Tian pulled the fishing rod, and a small cloud slowly floated over, eventually transforming into a low-quality plastic bag that fell into his hands. Opening the plastic bag, 2 dirty objects appeared before him. The 2 items in the plastic bag are a dull yellow about the size of a fist. They appear rather unremarkable. However, as Jiang Tian gazed at the plastic bag with a label from a certain agricultural market, a wave of joy surged in his heart. Potatoes. What a great find. They are the 4th most important food crop globally, not to mention their nutritional value, and more importantly, they have an exceptionally high yield and strong adaptability to different environments. Most importantly, they are easy to store and not prone to spoilage. With them, he would likely have no worries about food and drink. At this time, Lu Bu had also returned after placing the items. Looking at the potato in Jiang Tian's hand, he asked the classic question, "My lord, what is this?" "Enough, I'll explain it to you later." Jiang Tian smiled and instructed Lu Bu to bring over the bag of straw and the scissors he had just mentioned. He then walked to the southern part of the island, squatting down to dig 2 shallow pits about 2 centimeters deep with his hands. He placed the potato on top. There were no obstructions on the empty island, and sunlight was pouring down onto the potato. He then evenly spread the straw over the top, not too thick, allowing some sunlight to filter through the gaps. The temperature should be just right. He took a bottle of mineral water and gently punctured a few tiny holes in the cap with the scissors. A simple spray bottle was now ready. He gently squeezed the water bottle, sprinkling some droplets onto the straw above the potato to ensure moisture. The work of sprouting the potato was complete. While doing this, Jiang Tian continued explaining the concept of potatoes to Lu Bu. Seeing Lu Bu nodding in a dazed manner, he seemed to grasp it only partially. But that was fine. He would understand once he tasted the potatoes. Looking at the spot where the potato was placed, Jiang Tian couldn't help but start to imagine. When the potatoes grow, should he make sour and spicy shredded potatoes or braised potato slices? If only he could have potatoes with beef stew, that would be even better. Of course, all that would have to wait until the potatoes grew. He had no idea how long it would take for them to mature. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 9th day, it's almost done. We can proceed with the next steps now. Yes, my lord. All right, go and bring the supplies over. Jiang Tian waved his hand, sending Lu Bu to fetch the materials, and began to assess the small wooden house in front of him. It was hexagonal in the center of the island with a conical roof made of wood. It still looked quite decent. During this time, Jiang Tian had also acquired some logs over 3.5 meters long, adding them to the 12 he had caught. Originally, Jiang Tian planned to build a rectangular wooden house like those in ancient times, but he couldn't find suitable materials, mainly due to the inability to find long beams. Thus, he had to settle for this design. He used one of the over 3-meter-long logs, drew a circle with one end as the center, and divided the circle into 6 equal parts, using that as the basis to draw a hexagon. This represents the area of the house. According to calculations, it is exactly around 30 square meters. The small wooden house, according to the original plan, had a 1-meter foundation laid out, and after placing the 6 logs inside, he put another log on top of the logs and secured it with hemp rope. The top was constructed similarly, using slightly shorter logs and binding them tightly with hemp rope. The frame of the small wooden house was now complete. He pushed it with his hand. It was still quite sturdy. As long as there weren't any particularly strong winds, this wooden house should remain unaffected. Jiang Tian nodded and looked towards the western side of the island, where Lu Bu was busy. There lay the supplies he had caught or exchanged for over the past few days. There were stacks of wooden boards taller than a person, various wooden sticks, branches, and stones on the ground. Additionally, there were some somewhat unkempt waterproof cloths and a large number of palm leaves among the materials. Next to it were construction tools like shovels, picks, and hammers, as well as household items like iron pots and aluminum bowls and chopsticks. These metallic items reflected light in the sun, appearing dazzling. A bit further over there were food and water. On the black soil there were 4 cardboard boxes stacked, all filled to the brim with mineral water. There were various brands. One box contained Cola, Sprite, and Fanta. Although there weren't as many as the mineral water, there were still over 20 bottles. Beside these water resources were stacked several plastic crates. Each crate was filled with food supplies, and labels were stuck on the outside of the boxes. Instant noodles, bread and biscuits, soy products, meat products, sweets. Seeing these neatly organized supplies he had planned, Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled. Ever since coming here, it seemed he had even developed a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, looking at these abundant resources, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Looking towards the south, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The potatoes he had planted there were already covered with soil. The sprouts poking out from the soil had grown quite tall, about 20 centimeters. To be honest, seeing this growth rate left Jiang Tian utterly shocked. Generally, potatoes take at least 100 days from sprouting to harvesting the tubers. But how long has it been now? Just 7 or 8 days, and the sprouts have already grown that tall. At this rate, the entire potato maturation period is estimated to be just 10 days. In another 2 or 3 days, they will be ready for harvest. The soil here grows exceptionally well. Speaking of which, in the past 7 days, he had also fished out 12 cubic meters of empty soil. Now the island's area has also reached 114 square meters. While Jiang Tian was deep in thought, Lu Bu came over carrying boards and a hammer. My lord, please give your orders. Since the frame of the wooden house is done, let's nail these boards down and set up the roof first. Yes. The two of them picked up hammers and nails and began to hammer away. An hour later, the not yet fully completed wooden house had gained a roof made of boards. The two took a short break and continued working. Another hour later, the main structure of the house was also completed with wooden walls. A square opening of 2 meters high and 1 meter wide was left in the center of the opposite wall as the entrance. After completing this work, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat down on the ground to rest for a while. The wooden house in front of them was largely completed. Although the walls made of boards of different specifications appeared somewhat peculiar, it could still be considered an abstract style. Looking at this masterpiece of his, Jiang Tian felt a great sense of pride. He had Lu Bu bring 2 bottles of mineral water, and while drinking, he opened the World Chat channel. As the largest communication platform in this world, the messages there were rolling in at a rapid pace. Today is the 9th day, and I have run out of supplies. What should I do? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can anyone help me? I'm hungry and lonely. I can't take it anymore. Maybe I should just die. Don't. No matter what difficulties we face, we must not be afraid. Face them with a smile. The best way to conquer fear is to face it, keep going, and let's do this. I haven't eaten in 3 days. All that's beside me is a pile of yesterday's excrement. I'm sorry, stomach. I'm done, brothers. Let's do this. Ugh. Looking at these messages, an unpleasant scene flashed through Jiang Tian's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, another message popped up, catching his attention. Help. I caught a monster. Can anyone save me? A monster caught on the line. And upon reading this message, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and turned his gaze back to the world channel. As soon as the message appeared, the channel erupted into chaotic pandemonium. A monster? Are you joking? I suspect he's hallucinating from hunger. Where in this world would monsters even come from? We must uphold civility, harmony, and kindness. And honestly, I think he just failed to catch anything edible and is fabricating a monster to scare us away from fishing clouds. I agree. He's utterly revolting. And wait, what if it's true, and the Lord shall protect me, even should a monster appear it shall not harm me in the slightest. Holy hell, I just reeled in a wooden chest too. The moment I opened it, a long-eared, snarling creature lunged at me, jaws wide. Luckily, I reacted in time. Kicked it straight overboard. Seriously, you're not kidding, N. Messages continued scrolling rapidly across the channel. The first person who claimed to have caught a monster had fallen silent. And whether due to the World Channel's daily one-message limit, or something far more grim, remained unknown. And perhaps he would never send another message in this life. Jiang Tian's gaze sharpened as he read these messages. And he did not dismiss them as mere alarmism. And though these past 9 days had passed with deceptive calm, Jiang Tian remained vigilant. Every night, he still assigned Lu Bu to stand watch. And indeed, trouble had surfaced today. And this island was far more complex than it seemed. Suddenly, in from the eastern edge of the island where 10 fishing rods stood planted, a cascade of frantic bell chimes erupted. And dinglingaling, and dinglingaling. At the sound, Jiang Tian's eyes hardened. It has begun. And Lu Bu, and my lord, issue your command. And go. Fetch our weapons. As ordered. In reading Jiang Tian's expression, Lu Bu's countenance grew grave. And he swiftly circled behind the wooden hut to its northern side, where several objects rested. Weapons. And spears, short swords, axes, and the long sword acquired on day 2. And forged entirely of bronze, each radiated palpable menace. Lu Bu handed the bronze longsword to Jiang Tian, then seized a spear himself. And together they strode toward the eastern shore. And Jiang Tian fixed his gaze upon the rod, whose bell still rang. Its bell continued its sharp, dingling rhythm. The seemingly innocent cloud tethered to that line trembled violently, the float quivering with fierce agitation. Jiang Tian drew a deep breath, gripped the rod, and lifted upward. In weight surged through the pole. The cloud was being dragged toward land. In thump. As the cloud settled, mist dissipated, revealing a wooden chest, roughly 1 cubic meter, plummeting before them. Now wooden chest. In Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Truth be told, catching a wooden chest was exceedingly rare. And the last such occurrence had been on day 1, when Lu Bu himself emerged from within. Since then none had surfaced, until now. And according to the World Channel reports moments earlier, those monsters were likewise concealed inside wooden chests. Could it be? Wooden chests signified living beings. And the possibility loomed large. And should this chest be opened, a monstrous ambush might erupt without warning. Whatever the creature within on this isolated, desolate island, even a single bite or claw wound would prove catastrophic. Not merely fatal, but irreparable, with no means of treatment. Since others had sounded the alarm, Jiang Tian would not fall prey to such peril. And he exchanged a subtle glance with Lu Bu, who nodded, comprehension dawning. Stepping forward, Lu Bu grasped the hinged lid atop the chest and began sliding it backward, slowly, deliberately. And Jiang Tian held his bronze sword aloft, eyes locked on the widening gap. 1 inch. And 2 inches. And 3 inches. And then, Lu Bu wrenched the lid fully open. Knee's right hand tightened around the spear shaft, stance coiled for battle. If a monster lunged forth, it would meet the spear's unrelenting thrust, pierced clean through. And Jiang Tian stood poised with sword drawn, gaze glacial. And should a beast emerge, it would perish utterly, without burial, without mercy. Suddenly, in whoosh, a gray figure shot upright from within the chest. In both Jiang Tian and Lu Bu tensed instantly, arms coiling with lethal readiness. Their eyes burned with icy intensity, when without warning. In master, a girl of 15 or 16 stood before them, clad in simple gray cloth, her raven black hair cascading down her back. And she gazed up at Jiang Tian, voice trembling with timid reverence. In master. In Jiang Tian and Lu Bu froze in unison. And meanwhile the girl, having uttered those words, now beheld their grim posture. Whether her subconscious master, or the towering warrior beside him, and both stood armed, faces contorted with ferocity as though prepared to flay her alive. She froze stunned into immobility. In her eyes welled lashes, glistening cheeks flushing with rising tears. Yet her composure held. She did not sob aloud. And still confronted by her tear-streaked fragile beauty, even Lu Bu and Jiang Tian found themselves momentarily paralyzed. A little girl. And my lord, what is this? Lu Bu glanced between the girl and Jiang Tian, utterly bewildered. In moments earlier, Jiang Tian's demeanor had promised mortal combat. Now a young woman had emerged. Nandi hesitated, strike or spare. And Jiang Tian's expression flickered with awkwardness. In her address, master, suggested she, like Lu Bu, was another soul drawn forth by his line. Too much stillness lately, compounded by those chat logs, had left him taut with apprehension. He waved dismissively at Lu Bu and said, We mistook her for a monster, my apologies. In put the weapons down quickly. Yes, my lord. NAS both lowered their arms. Jiang Tian approached the girl and gently patted her soft shoulder. Ahem, my apologies, young lady. It seems a misunderstanding occurred. In, please don't cry. Hearing this, she rubbed her eyes, and wiping away streaks of moisture. Inthan bit her lip and looked up at Jiang Tian, voice quavering, Master. Yes, I am. Jiang Tian nodded. And after Lu Bu's emergence, he no longer flinched at such. Yet Lu Bu had forgotten his prior existence. They wondered whether this girl retained hers. Then he asked gently, What is your name? And do you recall who you are? Jiang Tian posed this question. The girl glanced at her benevolent master, and then at the burly man who had lowered his weapon, his expression fraught with complexity. Instinctively she edged closer to Jiang Tian and replied timidly, I am Kai Zhaoji. Zhaoji. Hearing the name, Lu Bu's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence he said, This name feels strangely familiar. Someone you know. Jiang Tian blinked in surprise, then appraised the girl. Her delicate tresses parted on either side and gathered into soft, drooping buns, lending her an endearing resemblance to a lop-eared rabbit. Her name, too, carried an archaic elegance. Yet though it stirred faint recognition, its origin eluded him for the moment. Considering Lu Bu's remark, she must hail from the Three Kingdoms era. Kai Zhaoji. A sudden realization struck him. He turned to her and asked, Are you Kai Yin? Kai Wenji. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she replied, Indeed, I am Kai Yin by name, and my courtesy name is Zhaoji, not Wenji. Then it is settled. Jiang Tian nodded. Originally Kai Yin's courtesy name was Zhaoji, who later, to avoid tabooing Sima Zhao's given name, it was changed to Wenji. Very well. Henceforth you shall be called Kai Wenji. Is that acceptable, eh? Yes, master. Kai Wenji blinked her large dewy eyes and obediently inclined her head. Jiang Tian lifted her gently from the wooden chest, then inquired about her condition. She shook her head, remembering nothing beyond her own name. Though both Lu Bu and Kai Wenji sensed a vague familiarity in each other's names, neither could recall their shared past. Jiang Tian let the matter rest. During the earlier chest opening, the bells scattered across the ground had already chimed in unison. Tinkling, tinkling. Several more fishing rods snagged supplies. One by one they were reeled in. A 2-liter bottle of cola, 2 packs of instant noodles, a towel. Meanwhile Kai Wenji stood quietly beside them, blinking wide-eyed as each unfamiliar object emerged from the mist. Each time, like Lu Bu before her, she uttered those timeless questions. What is this? And that? What then is this? Jiang Tian, weary of repeating explanations, delegated the task of orienting newcomers to Lu Bu. After recent training, Lu Bu had grown fairly adept at recognizing modern artifacts. With a hearty laugh, he pointed to each item and introduced them to Kai Wenji one by one. At that moment, only one fishing rod remained, its bell still ringing. Jiang Tian drew another cloud onto the island. Thud. As the mist dispersed, a cubic meter object crashed onto the ground. Another wooden chest. The sound drew both men's attention away from their lesson. Kai Wenji gazed at the chest, her eyes alight with pure, unguarded curiosity. Lu Bu, ever perceptive, strode toward the chest, slid open the hinged panel, and waited for whatever lay within to emerge. Thanks to Kai Wenji's gentle arrival, the tension no longer hung sharp and hostile in the air. It would have been awkward indeed if a new arrival were frightened anew. 2 seconds after opening the lid, a naked, bluish-skinned humanoid rose to its feet. Standing roughly 1.56 meters tall, it hunched forward, its elongated pointed ears and prominent nose lending it an uncanny visage. Its limbs were slender, yet its belly swelled round and grotesquely distended. Lu Bu stared at the bizarre creature, then turned to Jiang Tian with unmistakable bewilderment, uncertain how to proceed. Jiang Tian's own expression tightened, equally unsettled. Those long ears, that protruding nose. Could it be a goblin? He'd only ever seen such beings in games. Never imagined he'd witness one in flesh and blood. And truly, it was hideous. Then again, in games goblins appeared either as monsters or as NPC merchants. He wondered which role this one might fulfill. Just as Jiang Tian pondered this, the goblin shrieked, cackling wildly as it leapt toward Jiang Tian. Kai Wenji gasped, and without hesitation stepped squarely in front of Jiang Tian. Master, beware. Her instinctive act filled Jiang Tian's heart with quiet warmth. After all, in this world of floating islands, drawing a woman of modest martial prowess and no discernible talent risked seeming little more than decorative, or worse, a drain on scarce provisions. Yet seeing Kai Wenji place herself so boldly between him and danger stirred something tender within him. Still, crisis brooked no lingering sentiment. His brow knotted, he reached to pull her aside, when in the next breath, dare to die. Lu Bu's tiger-like eyes flared, and his fist descended like thunder. Crunch. Snap. Before the goblin could even clear the chest, a crushing blow struck its shoulder, driving it back inside with brutal force. Jiang Tian peered in. The wretched creature lay contorted grotesquely within. Its spine appeared shattered, convulsions racked its frame, green blood oozing from its mouth and wounds. The sight was revolting. No other item occupied the chest. Only the goblin's mangled form and its viscous emerald ichor staining the wood beyond salvage. He had no use for tainted timber, not when timber was plentiful. Lu Bu, discard the chest overboard. Understood, Lord. Lu Bu obeyed, instantly kicking the chest off the island's edge. It plummeted, striking the sea with a splash. The goblin's corpse tumbling free, bobbing lifelessly upon the waves. Below, the disturbance roused schools of vividly colored fish, which converged swiftly, circling the corpse with slow, deliberate scrutiny. 9 days ago they would have devoured it without pause. But these past days, strange, indescribable things falling from above had sickened many of them. Now every descent warranted caution. Only when the goblin's coppery blood seeped into the water, and their gills tasted its metallic tang, did agitation ripple through the school. They surged forward in unison, tearing at the corpse with frenzied jaws. Splash! Splash! Waves erupted in chaotic bursts, as great fish clashed, vying for this rare, hard-won feast. Above on the island, Jiang Tian gazed down at the sea of clouds beneath, lost in thought. So, this was the monster spoken of in the World Channel. His suspicion had proven correct here. Survival entailed not only scarcity of supplies, but mortal pain. Granted, this goblin seemed weak. Any healthy adult male could likely subdue it, perhaps sustaining only, yet women, children, and elders offered no such assurance. And there remained the ever-present dilemma. Even if one survived an attack, injury in this environment would prove perilous indeed. With that thought, Jiang Tian opened the system marketplace, listing cigarettes, annotating his request for medicinal supplies in exchange. He paused. Rumors of monsters appearing via fishing rods had already spread. Medicines, being exceedingly rare, would likely command steep prices. He added snacks and soda to the listing, specifying the same, exchange pharmaceuticals for provisions. His inventory was now robust, and with multiple rods at his disposal, surplus food could safely be traded. The cost mattered less now. Soon more survivors would encounter monsters, and medicine's value would soar. Preparation could not wait. Closing the marketplace interface, Jiang Tian sensed movement behind him. He turned. Kai Wenji, her small stature brought her gaze level with his chest. Though her face paled, she forced a fragile smile as her eyes met his. Master, I'm unharmed. Jiang Tian nodded, about to speak, when Kai Wenji pressed her lips together, voice trembling with quiet vulnerability. Master, I'm afraid. Seeing Kai Wenji's expression, Jiang Tian felt a gentle warmth stir within his heart. Even in ancient times, 14 or 15 marked the threshold of adulthood. Leaving aside the fact that Kai Wenji had lost her former memories, even if she retained them, she had once been a refined young lady of noble birth. How could she possibly have encountered grotesque creatures like goblins? Thus her current reaction was perfectly understandable. After all, not every ancient person possessed the vivid imagination so common among modern folk. Jiang Tian drew a deep breath, then gently stroked Kai Wenji's silken hair. Be at ease, little one. The monster has already been cast down. There is nothing to fear. Kai Wenji blinked her large luminous eyes and obediently nodded. Master, I wish to help. Very well. Then you shall fish for clouds here. Lighter objects should be well within your strength to haul up. How does one fish for clouds? Lu Bu instruct her. At once, Lord. Fishing for clouds entails, allow me to demonstrate. Kai Wenji was remarkably quick-witted. After observing Lu Bu's single demonstration, she mimicked his motions and cast the rod with practiced grace. Her imitation was surprisingly polished. Leaving her to watch over the eastern side, Jiang Tian led Lu Bu to the wooden hut. Around the cylindrical trunk stood irregular planks of timber. As it stood, the structure remained unfinished. First, a door needed crafting. Selecting a thick plank, he measured its length and width. Excess length was sawn away where width fell short. Additional planks were nailed on to reinforce it. When held against the doorframe, the fit was perfect. A half-meter diameter circular aperture was chiseled into one lower side of the wooden door. Matching this precisely, an identical hole was carved into the corresponding position on the doorframe below. A smoothly polished cylindrical stone rod was inserted at the junction as a pivot axis, then lightly lubricated with edible oil. A gentle push and pull confirmed flawless silent motion. Inside the hut, 2 grooved wooden blocks were secured to serve as a latch. With that, the door was complete. Yet the hut itself remained far from finished. Timber offered poor insulation, and rainwater would easily seep through its seams. Lu Bu, fetch buckets and soil, and bring 2 buckets of water as well. At once, Lord. Following Jiang Tian's orders, Lu Bu poured the previously fished-up soil into aluminum buckets, added mineral water, and stirred thoroughly until a cohesive mixture formed. Jiang Tian then retrieved a trowel. Together with Lu Bu, they evenly applied the damp earth across the walls and dome-shaped roof. They would let the sun bake the clay into a hardened protective layer, greatly enhancing the hut's thermal retention. Cold winds would not penetrate, scorching sun would not intrude. That said, though fresh water was currently abundant, using mineral water to mix clay still pained Jiang Tian. He resolved to dig a reservoir, convenient both for storing rainwater and for daily use. Yet another concern arose: heavy rain might wash away the freshly applied clay before it dried. To ensure safety, once fully hardened, a waterproof tarpaulin would need laying over the entire exterior. Jiang Tian recalled having fished up several sheets of plastic film earlier. They lay stacked with other materials on the western side. However, their combined surface area totaled only 30-odd square meters, insufficient to fully cover the hut's outer shell. He opened the trading interface to see if more could be acquired. A search revealed numerous listings for plastic sheeting. Evidently, many survivors lulled by days of clear skies now regarded it as expendable. Exchange terms varied widely: food and water, weapons, wound dressings, antiseptics, and gauze. Clearly others had also reeled in monsters and sustained injuries. Though Jiang Tian had previously gathered weapons, gauze, and antiseptic, bartering such essentials for plastic film was unthinkable. Food, however, was plentiful. He could trade some for sufficient waterproof sheeting. Then he'd check whether the medicinal items he'd listed had attracted any offers. None. Not a single response. Jiang Tian's lips curled faintly. Had everyone grown shrewder? No one seemed willing to exchange medicine for cigarettes. Even the packets of potato chips and dried soybeans he'd placed up remained untouched. Upon reflection, medicines had only appeared 2 days prior. None had surfaced before then. And with news of the recent monster attacks spreading through the channel, panic had taken hold. Acquiring medicine would prove difficult indeed. No matter, for now he'd leave it be. Yet the thought of rain reminded him of another task. He must seal every gap between wall planks and floor, heat packed earth into a gentle incline beneath the base, and ensure the hut sat atop the island's highest point. That way even torrential rain would spare the interior from seepage. Yes, a meticulous plan. Once the labor concluded, he decided to dig a water pit next. Lu Bu, fetch the shovel and begin work. At once, Lord. Scouting the northern shore, he marked out a 6-square-meter plot, 2 by 3 meters. Remember, not too deep, a meter or so will suffice. Understood, Lord. Once dug, tamp the soil firmly to prevent leakage. Affirmative. Grunt after grunt. Earth flew in arcs. Under the two men's vigorous labor, over an hour passed before the pit was finally excavated. By then the sun hung low in the west, dusk deepening. Jiang Tian walked over and tapped the hut's wall. Thankfully the clay had hardened. Time to secure the plastic sheeting, Jiang Tian murmured. Suddenly, drip, a single raindrop struck his cheek. He lifted his gaze. The sky looked wrong. By his calculations it should be nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. But today's twilight bore an unusually oppressive gloom. And this sudden, unbidden droplet falling from above. Plink. Another drop landed. Damn. Jiang Tian recoiled, instantly barking orders at Lu Bu. Rain is coming, hurry. Secure the plastic sheeting immediately. At once. Lu Bu's expression tightened. He snatched up the sheets and rushed to drape them over the roof. Ignore the lower sections. Cover the roof first. Understood. Lu Bu scrambled atop the roof to unfurl the plastic. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian seized 2 nearby bedding rolls and flung them inside. Beside the beds lay spare garments. On wooden stools rested candles, lighters, and flint. Without hesitation, he swept them all up and tossed them inside. His eyes drifted westward toward the supply depot, scanning for anything vulnerable to moisture. Food, water, timber, tools. All stored provisions and water were sealed in plastic. Brief exposure to rain posed no threat. Freshly cooked bagged meals were consumed the same day. None were stockpiled. The immediate priority remained waterproofing the hut. He clambered onto the roof to join Lu Bu in securing the sheeting. Drip, drip. More drops fell. A fine drizzle began to descend. Working swiftly, Jiang Tian glanced upward repeatedly at the darkening sky. His expression grew steadily grimmer. He could not predict how fierce this storm would grow. An instinct whispered that this downpour would be extraordinary. After 9 placid days, such calm could only presage something momentous. They had to retrieve everything before the deluge spoiled it all. If the rainfall intensified, ground-level items risked being washed away entirely. Nothing else mattered much, except the fishing rods. At that thought, Jiang Tian's pulse skipped. He shouted urgently toward the fishing spot. Kai Wenji, stop fishing. Quickly, bring all the rods inside. Yes, master. Seeing Jiang Tian's grave countenance and the sky's abrupt shift, Kai Wenji solemnly bowed her small head. She hurriedly reeled in each rod. Fortunately, none held a catch. Light enough for her slender frame to lift effortlessly, she laid them neatly beside her. But as she reached for the final rod, tinkling, the float's bell chimed sharply, startling her. She patted her chest to steady her racing heart, then recalled the posture she'd used earlier while fishing for clouds. Gripping the rod firmly, she began lifting it slowly. As the tip rose incrementally, she braced herself for the backward pull, only to find the line taut the rod utterly immovable. She paused bewildered, then pulled again, backward, still unmoving. She tightened her grip, planted her feet, and strained forward with all her might. Yeah. Gritting her teeth, she dragged her slight frame backward, hauling with desperate resolve. What on earth weighed so heavily upon this line? Drip, drip, drip. What had begun as a gentle drizzle now fell with accelerating frequency, and the raindrops swelled steadily in size. Once no larger than grains of rice, the droplets had grown to the size of mung beans, striking the ground with a soft, rustling hush. The downpour deepened. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's garments were already soaked through, their expressions growing increasingly urgent. They had to act swiftly to secure the plastic sheeting before it was too late. They could not let the rain saturate the soil, doing so would render all their efforts futile. Fortunately, the sheeting over the roof was already fastened, and half the walls had been similarly covered. Just as they worked feverishly, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss, as if he had forgotten something vital. Instinctively, his gaze snapped toward the fishing rods. A frail figure stood motionless on the eastern side, drenched from head to toe, yet still gripping a fishing rod, straining against its stubborn weight. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in alarm, and he cried out, "Kai Wenji, what are you still doing there?" At the shout, her slender frame trembled. Her eyes brimmed inexplicably with tears as she wrestled the rod, sobbing plaintively. Master, this is too heavy. I can't pull it up." "Enough, leave it for now. Bring the other rods inside." "Yes." Kai Wenji pressed her lips together reluctantly, releasing the rod. She whirled around, fumbling desperately to gather the remaining 9 rods, then dashed toward the wooden hut in frantic haste. Rustle. Exhausted by her earlier struggle, she stumbled mid-run and collapsed. The 9 rods scattered across the muddy ground. Yet though she lay sprawled in the muck, Kai Wenji clenched her teeth, pushed herself upright, and hurriedly gathered the fallen rods, limping unsteadily toward the hut. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian's chest tightened. Lu Bu finished securing the sheeting. "I'll go help her." "Yes, Lord." Releasing the plastic sheeting, Jiang Tian rushed to Kai Wenji's side. "Are you all right? Was that fall serious?" "Master, I'm sorry. I'm truly useless." She gazed down at her mud-splattered robes, and the 9 rods clutched tightly to her chest. Her nose stung, her eyes welled anew, and tears shimmered, trembling on the verge of falling. "All right, no more of that now. Let's get inside." "Yes." Without hesitation, Jiang Tian swept the rods from her arms and cradled them securely in his right hand. With his left hand, he gently took hers, and they hurried toward the hut side by side. Her small fingers nestled within his warm palm, and as she ran beside him, glancing shyly at his profile, she felt an unexpected warmth bloom deep within her. The sting of her fall faded, softened by that quiet, steady heat. She carried the rods into the hut and laid them carefully upon the floor. "Kai Wenji, stay inside for now." As he spoke, Jiang Tian's heart lurched. Damn it. Hua Zi and the potatoes were still outside. Without waiting for her reply, he bolted back out, draped a waterproof tarp over the potatoes, and weighed it down with stones. Then sprinted westward to retrieve the cardboard box containing Hua Zi. The box was already damp, its surface yielding and spongy to the touch. Thankfully, each pack, and the 10-pack carton within, was sealed beneath a protective layer of plastic film. If retrieved promptly, the cigarettes would remain dry. Thud. He set the box down, then extracted the carton and carried it safely indoors. He dashed back outside and called out, "Lu Bu, has the sheeting been secured?" "Report, Lord, all completed." "Good. Now help me move the rest." "Yes." Together they raced westward again, braving the downpour, intent on hauling the timber inside. SHHHSHHHSHHH. By now the rain had intensified into a relentless drumming deluge. As Jiang Tian and Lu Bu lifted a heavy log, a timid voice drifted from behind. "Master." Jiang Tian turned, his brow furrowed in surprise. "Didn't I tell you to stay indoors? It's pouring. Why have you come out again?" "Master, I want to help." He met her gaze, the way she held her lips tight, her eyes wide and pleading, and smiled softly, reaching out with his free hand to ruffle her hair. "Very well. Then carry in the boxes of chips and instant noodles. They're lighter." Kai Wenji nodded, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu bore the timber on their shoulders. Kai Wenji hugged the food boxes to her chest. Together the three walked toward the hut. Phew, finally finished. Jiang Tian shook water from his hands and lit a candle atop a wooden stump. Instantly golden light spilled across the previously pitch-black interior. They settled cross-legged on the floor, Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji, their eyes lingering on the orderly stacks of supplies surrounding them, all exhaling deeply in shared relief. At last the frantic labor was over. Everything had been brought inside. Aside from their soaked clothing and some damp timber, nothing else appeared damaged or lost. Their taut nerves finally eased. Just then, ah choo, Kai Wenji sneezed. Coming down with a cold. Jiang Tian turned to her concerned. Thank you, master, but I'm fine sniffling. She beamed sweetly at him, though her voice caught slightly on the last word. Jiang Tian sighed wryly and handed her a towel and a fresh set of clothes. Go on. Change out of those wet things, dry yourself thoroughly, and dress warmly. Don't catch a chill. Yes. Lu Bu, you change too. Don't fall ill. Yes, Lord. Each took their bundle and moved toward the corners of the hexagonal hut. In the first three corners stood the three figures. Lu Bu, positioned on the right, faced away without hesitation and began undressing. Jiang Tian reached for his own sodden shirt, then paused, catching sight of Kai Wenji standing quietly on the left, clutching her clothes and staring at the floor unmoving. Her cheeks burned crimson as she glanced up at him repeatedly, mouth opening and closing silently. Jiang Tian blinked, then remembered there were no partitions here. It hadn't mattered when only two men shared the space. No need for screens or barriers. But now with Kai Wenji present, such modesty was essential. At the very least, he needed to erect a simple screen, something to shield her. Lu. He instinctively turned to ask for help, only to find Lu Bu completely bare, absorbed in drying himself with the towel. Three dark lines appeared across Jiang Tian's forehead. If Lu Bu strode over like that, Kai Wenji would surely faint on the spot. Fine. I'll handle it myself. He seized a fishing rod, stretched its long line taut between two opposite walls, then draped a blanket across it. A makeshift curtain hastily fashioned. Though narrow in coverage, it suited her stature perfectly. The blanket concealed her from neck to just above the. Kai Wenji exhaled in quiet relief and smiled warmly. Thank you, master. You're welcome. Go ahead and change. Dry yourself thoroughly. Jiang Tian waved dismissively and turned his back, just as he returned to his spot and peeled off his shirt. A hesitant voice called his name once more. Master, what is it? Ah, this. Kai Wenji froze upon seeing his lean, pale torso. Her face flared scarlet again, and she pointed mutely toward her waist. Jiang Tian stepped around the curtain. There, tied around her simple robe, was the sash, knotted impossibly tight, hardened by rainwater beyond her strength to loosen. Understanding instantly, Jiang Tian knelt before her and with deft precision undid the stubborn, not using subtle leverage and patience. Shoo! The sash parted with a soft whisper. Both sides of her robe fell open, revealing a sliver of white beneath. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji froze, stunned, breathless. Yeah. Kai Wenji gasped, her face igniting into a blazing ripe applard. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Lu Bu snapped his head around sharply and saw Kai Wenji standing just behind the blanket, back turned, her robe loosened and slipping, while his lord knelt before her, hands still hovering near her waist. Lu Bu's expression stiffened into profound, mortified awkwardness. He whipped his head back around, pretending nothing had occurred, and stood utterly still, eyes fixed straight ahead. Pattering raindrops the size of soybeans hammered relentlessly upon the ground. The island lay shrouded in gloom, and within a rustic wooden hut a freshly kindled fire crackled warmly. Pop! Crackle! Branches snapped and sputtered in the flames. Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji sat cross-legged around the hearth, palms outstretched to absorb the fire's gentle warmth. They had already changed into dry clothes. Their drenched garments hung on nearby branches to dry. A cast-iron pot rested atop the flames, its clear water steaming faintly. The scene exuded serene tranquility. Inside and outside the hut felt like two separate realms. Yet not a single word passed among the three, and an awkward hush settled over them. Lu Bu sat motionless on the floor, his expression oddly strained as he stared silently into the fire. Kai Wenji sat curled up on the ground, knees drawn close, her cheeks flushed crimson. She stole glances at Jiang Tian now and then, only to lower her head instantly whenever their eyes met, her blush deepening with each fleeting look. Recalling what had just transpired, her heart raced wildly, fluttering like a startled fawn. At last Jiang Tian broke the silence. He turned to Kai Wenji and asked, "Do you feel warmer now?" She murmured softly, lips pressed together. Feeling the tension himself, Jiang Tian glanced aside and instructed Lu Bu. "I recall we have dried ginger slices. Add a few to the pot." "Yes, Lord." Lu Bu responded promptly and rose hastily, eager to escape the charged atmosphere. He had been so occupied that he hadn't yet checked the chat channel, nor knew how the others were faring. As Jiang Tian pondered this, he opened the chat interface. Before he could even select a channel, he was surprised to find numerous private messages flooding in, concerned inquiries about his well-being. 1111, it's pouring down here. Is it raining heavily where you are? Are you alright? Is Huazi safe? Hey my good friend. This wretched weather suddenly unleashed torrential rain. I'm utterly swamped. How's it looking on your end? Did you waterproof Huazi? Holy hell, it's raining. Will Huazi get soaked? 1111 for heaven's sake, protect Huazi at all costs. Do you hear me? Jiang Tian's lips twitched faintly upon reading these messages. Most came from users 0066 and 0888, and from loyal customers who'd recently purchased Huazi. He sighed inwardly. So much for thinking they cared about him. Apparently it was all about Huazi. Still, judging by these messages, had they too been struck by the storm? One sender wasn't even stationed within his region. Could this storm be global? He minimized the private chat and opened the world channel. Indeed, the entire world was ablaze with discussion about the deluge. Ugh, rain and wind slicing through my skin, so cold. This downpour won't relent. How long must it last? Will I freeze to death? Stay calm. Hurry and nail together a shelter using wooden planks. It'll help keep you dry. What planks? I sold every last one. Damn. Cold enough already, and now my supplies are washed away. Same here. Heh, freezing and starving. Will I die here today? Buddha Bodhisattva. I suppose I'll meet you soon in the Western Pure Land. Lord, why did you send rain before I even finished building my shelter? Screw you, Lord. Heh. Hey, wasn't everything fine just days ago? What the hell triggered this downpour? Is this meant to kill me outright? Thank the heavens. I foresaw this and stitched a tent from plastic sheeting. Who's got plastic sheeting or raincoats? I'll pay any price. Anyone with a ready-made tent. I'm freezing. Please, kind soul, send me one. The world channel overflowed with chaotic clamor. A cacophony of wails and lamentations filled the air. Jiang Tian shrugged lightly, then turned his gaze back to Kai Wenji, whose cheeks still burned vividly, as if trembling from the memory of what had just occurred. Something awkward had happened, but her flush was unusually intense. Could she be falling ill? After all, she'd been drenched in that torrential rain. Caution was warranted. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere in your body? Kai Wenji remained silent. She did sense something strange within herself, but couldn't articulate it nor bring herself to speak of it now. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Tian sighed deeply. He reached out and gently touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Though having just warmed it by the fire, he could discern no fever. Very well, keep yourself warm. He adjusted the oversized collar of her robe, tucking it snugly around her neck. Thank you, master. That simple gesture sent heat flooding once more into her cheeks, and she whispered the reply in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. After a brief search, Lubu located a pouch of dried ginger, dropping a dozen slices into the simmering pot. Jiang Tian then brought over several cuts of meat. At long last, dinner was ready. Having eaten heartily, Jiang Tian sipped slowly from a bowl of ginger broth. Outside, the storm intensified. Rain lashed the earth with a sharp, unceasing patter, patter, patter. The day had unfolded with staggering suddenness, the monstrous catch, the violent downpour, and Kai Wenji, each event striking him like a series of unexpected blows. Reopening the regional channel. It seems far more harmonious here. Rain, torrential rain. I sensed something ominous in the sky today, so I rushed out into the downpour and nailed together a crude shelter with a few wooden planks. I'm now sitting inside it, utterly bewildered. Right now I'm crouching inside the wooden crate that held the monster I caught fishing today. What craftsmanship. Surprisingly comfortable. I'm standing bareheaded in wind and rain, holding up a massive plank, feeling like a complete fool. Oh well, today's downpour isn't all bad. After such prolonged drought, it's almost like a cleansing bath. I fashioned a raincoat from plastic bags and am now hammering timber. 0066. Yesterday I reeled in 2 sets of raincoats and rain boots. Whoa, what outrageous luck. Sister, amazing. 66666. Sister, would you sell me one of those raincoats? Jiang Tian smiled faintly upon reading this. It appears the people in his region are quite resourceful, and judging by their tone, they're mostly young, vigorous adults. A drenching rain shouldn't pose any serious threat. As everyone exchanged tales of hardship and shared tips on staying dry, an ill-timed message suddenly popped up. 0888, ha ha ha. This morning I happened to fish up a tent, and I'm already using it. What the A? Damn, true Lux Sovereign. Go die, Lux Sovereign. You're insufferably smug. Everyone calm down. It's clearly cost him half his lifespan. Jiang Tian shook his head, speechless. Well then, rain arrived this afternoon, and he'd drawn a tent this very morning. Truly, fortune had no rival. At that moment, 0888, apparently insatiable, began flaunting himself once more in the chat channel. 0888, sitting inside my tent listening to rain drumming against its fabric, I feel a sudden melancholy. A single cigarette would soothe this quiet ache. Oh damn, ran out of smokes. 1111, how are you holding up? Come out and sell some smokes. No sooner had 0888 posted this than the regional channel erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Told you, he'd overplay and get caught red-handed. By the way, today the legendary Huazi Master 1111 hasn't appeared at all. 0066. Yeah, I just messaged him and got no reply. No idea how he's faring. 4144. He's not replying. Probably washed off the island by the rain. Or frozen stiff. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tian hadn't expected 4144 to resurface precisely at this moment. And without provocation, he launched another scathing tirade, as if Jiang Tian were his sworn enemy. Instantly, the regional channel exploded anew. 0066. Hey, what kind of language is that? Mocking others in times like these. 0888. Exactly. Is that even human speech? Every time you open your mouth, I want to punch you. 4144. Get lost. Just seeing you makes me sick. If anyone dies first, it'll be you. Jiang Tian smiled faintly at these remarks. Though for several days he'd maintained only transactional ties with them, and often profited at their expense. Over time their rapport had deepened into something akin to friendship. Compared to listing items on the public exchange, he always offered them slightly better terms. Seeing them defend him stirred a gentle warmth in his heart. At that moment, 4144 strutted back in with renewed arrogance. Me die first. While you all brag and posture, I sit comfortably in my 6-square-meter dwelling, snacking on sausage while watching you clown around. What pathetic raincoats and tents. Some of you are even crouching inside crates. Absurdly hilarious. You wretches with nowhere to shelter. Just wait to drown in this deluge. His words triggered a brief hush across the channel. Indeed, even 0888's tent paled beside such a claim. Yet being mocked by such a person left everyone deeply unsettled. They fired back one after another. What's there to boast about? 6 square meters. Perfect size for your coffin. Get lost. You don't even deserve 6 centimeters of space, let alone 6 square meters. The more they taunted, the more emboldened 4144 grew. His laughter flooded the channel. Ha ha ha, jealousy. Keep seething. You soggy crawling vermin. Admitting envy is that hard. Why weave such nonsense when the truth stares you in the face? In moments the channel devolved into mutual vitriol once more. Jiang Tian sighed and shook his head. Clearly 4144 hadn't been idle lately. He must have stockpiled timber and built himself a shelter in anticipation. Yet, that 6-square-meter dwelling was truly laughable. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian typed, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm perfectly fine." A sudden cloudburst caught me off guard. Ooh, I've just finished securing everything. Sending word for peace of mind. The moment Jiang Tian spoke, attention shifted back to him. One by one they asked after his condition, whether he had spare supplies and so on. Even 0888 and others urgently inquired whether his precious cigarettes remained dry. Seeing this, 4144 snorted coldly and sent another message. So you got lucky and fished up a few packs of smokes. What's there to gloat about? Busy all day. More like hiding somewhere from the rain. In this downpour your smokes and supplies must be soaked beyond salvage. Ha ha ha. If your smokes vanish, I'll watch you starve. Starve to death, you bastard. What did he eat? Jiang Tian glanced at the mountain of supplies piled nearby, then at the 2 companions beside him belching contentedly. A faint smirk curled his lips. This much. 3 people couldn't possibly finish it all. After some thought, Jiang Tian sent a message. Indeed, this heavy rain came too quickly and unexpectedly, leaving me unprepared. Even with desperate attempts to salvage some supplies, were ruined by the rain. Ha ha ha. Seeing this message, 4144 burst into laughter, snorting with glee. The others, however, felt a pang in their hearts upon reading Jiang Tian's words. Ruined by the rain. What about his precious Huazi? What the hell? Those cigarettes can't have gotten wet too, right? If they did get damp, for heaven's sake, don't throw them away. Once the sun comes out, they should still be smokable. 0066. How's your situation now? Do you have a place to shelter from the rain? 0888. Weren't you buying plastic film for rain covers earlier? Didn't those plastic sheets protect your supplies and let you make a tent to shelter from the rain? 4144. Ha ha, sewing a tent with plastic film. Are you a beggar? 1111. Weren't you the impressive one? Now look at your mess. I sat in a comfortable wooden shed laughing silently. 0066. You've said enough. Screw your silent laughter, you fool. The channel exploded with curses. During this time, Jiang Tian was busy editing his message. He then smiled faintly and sent it out. So my life isn't going too well right now. Just managed to save some food like spicy strips, potato chips, chicken legs, braised eggs, instant noodles, and hot dogs. And also Huazi. But these are all external possessions. My few pieces of wood and pots and pans are already soaked. Those are my heart aches so much I can only sit in this airtight wooden house of 30 square meters feeling bewildered. Although a fire was burning in front of me, my heart felt cold. I could only sip a warm bowl of ginger soup to comfort my wounded spirit. When this long message appeared, the previously lively chat channel suddenly froze. Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. After staring at these few sentences for several minutes, the chat channel started to scroll again. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Here, several hundred exclamations omitted. This is too much information. A wooden house. 30 square meters. Pots and pans getting drenched isn't a big deal. Wait. Several boxes of food. How the hell did you manage that? Pots and pans getting drenched isn't a big deal. Wait. Several boxes of food. How the hell? The fire pit ginger soup. Hey, aren't you pretending? Come take a look at the big shots. 30 square meter. 0888. I'm stunned. You can show off even better than I can. 0066. TCH, no need to worry. By the way, aren't there two of you over there? How can you store so much food? Among them, 4144 also sent some curses, but everyone ignored him. Jiang Tian began to respond to other people's questions. 2 people. No, now it's 3. Today, while fishing in the clouds, I caught another girl about 15 or 16 years old, a bit short, around 155 meters. As soon as this message was sent, 0888 exploded, and others were shocked. 0888? What the hell? A loli. I love lolis the most. Oh heavens, you've given me such good luck. Why didn't you let me catch a loli? What the hell, a woman? Big shot, tell us more about this girl. 0066. A couple of days ago, I also caught a woman, but she was a middle-aged, greasy ant. People really do make others feel bad. Seeing the other's inquiries, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced at the little girl beside him. Kai Wenji was still hugging her knees, just lifting her head to gaze dreamily at her master. When she suddenly made eye contact with Jiang Tian, she hurriedly lowered her head, her face flushing. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, continuing to edit his message. Actually, she's not all that special. This little girl has nothing but big watery eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and beautiful long hair. She feels soft and cute when she leans against me, but she has no other merits. Moreover, she particularly likes to follow me around. It's just like raising a daughter if she's too clingy. Sigh, so annoying. What the hell? What the hell? Here, several hundred exclamations omitted. Is this what you call having no merits? These are all merits, all right. Raising a daughter. I'm so envious, I'm about to die. Boo-hoo, I want a daughter too. 0888 1111. I warn you not to say that you're making me hungry. 0066. Indecent. Hey, what's wrong with wanting a daughter? It's your thoughts that are in. Yeah, exactly. The chat channel was filled with laughter. Seeing the other's cold and hungry state, Jiang Tian also took advantage of the rain. No, it was the rain to make a profit. He had Lu Bu pour 2 bottles of water and some ginger slices into the pot to make some ginger soup. Then he took the warm ginger soup to trade for more water with others. A cup of ginger soup, the cup provided by others, was exchanged for 2 bottles of mineral water, and then he added the mineral water into the pot to continue making ginger soup, creating an infinite loop. On this rainy day, compared to the water resources available everywhere, what everyone wanted most was naturally the warm ginger soup. Jiang Tian was happily trading. Boxes of mineral water filled the room to the brim, almost overflowing. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian turned off the chat channel. He opened a crack in the door to let in some fresh air and took a look at the outside. Then he sighed. It's too dark, and with the heavy rain, it's impossible to light a bonfire outside. Lu Bu, you don't need to keep watch tonight. Get some rest early. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded and, following Jiang Tian's instructions, placed the beds on either side of the room. Kai Wenji still sat in the middle, glancing at the bed on the left, then at the bed on the right. After discovering there were only 2 beds, her flushed face turned towards Jiang Tian, hesitating to speak. At this moment, Jiang Tian remembered that there was an extra person today. Kai Wenji's bed still hadn't been prepared. He opened the trading interface and searched for bed components. To his surprise, he found a pile of items like mattresses and quilts hanging there. However, they were all soaked by the rain and completely unusable. He looked at Kai Wenji with a helpless smile and said, I can't prepare your bed for now. How about sharing a space with me tonight? Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's pupils dilated. Her cheeks were flushed and her heart raced. An indescribable feeling spread throughout her heart. After making eye contact with Jiang Tian for a few seconds, she lowered her head again. Her delicate white fingers twirled around each other. Finally, she softly murmured, all according to my master's decree. The hearth fire in the cabin had long since died out. Only a half-burnt candle resting upon a wooden plank cast a faint flickering glow. Kai Wenji knelt beside Jiang Tian's bed, smoothing its rumpled coverlet with delicate hands. Jiang Tian's bed stood against the left wall of the cabin, the very spot where Kai Wenji had changed clothes moments earlier. The quilt draped over it was the same one she had used to shield herself. This quiet scene stirred memories of what had transpired just before. Her fingertips brushed the quilt's surface, and her heart fluttered anew. Moments later, she rose and whispered softly to Jiang Tian, Master, the bedding is smooth. Jiang Tian surveyed the neatly arranged bedding and nodded in quiet satisfaction. He reached out, gently stroking Kai Wenji's soft hair. Very well done. Warmth radiated from Jiang Tian's palm, soothing her deeply. She closed her eyes with a smile, dimples blooming like twin crescent moons. All right, time to sleep. Jiang Tian slipped off his slippers and settled beneath the covers, then waved dismissively toward Lu Bu, who stood silently on the far side of the room. Lu Bu, rest early too. Rise at dawn. We'll resume work once the rain ceases. Yes, Lord. Lu Bu acknowledged the command with a single crisp reply, then lay down upon his mattress and pulled the quilt over himself without another word. Noticing Jiang Tian's gaze upon her, Kai Wenji stammered, flustered. Master, please go to sleep first, too. I'll blow out the candle. Jiang Tian murmured softly, saying no more. Kai Wenji extinguished the candle, then crept across the darkened floor and climbed onto the bed. With utmost care, she lifted one corner of the quilt and slipped beneath it. Lying upon the plush mattress, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from beside her, Kai Wenji's entire body tensed with nervous anticipation. A faint tremor ran through her limbs, her eyes remained tightly shut, palms damp with sweat. Her mind whirled with chaotic, unbidden thoughts. How long this state endured, she could not tell. No movement came from beside her, nor did any of her imagined scenarios unfold. Kai Wenji opened her eyes and turned her head slightly, whispering tentatively, Master, HRRR. No reply came, only steady rhythmic breathing beside her. He's asleep. Her suspended breath eased at last. Yet an unexpected pang of disappointment lingered. She longed to reach out and touch him, but dared not. At that very moment, a silver dragon streaked across the night sky beyond the cabin. Seconds later, thunder rumbled, deep, resonant, unrelenting. Boom, boom, opt. Already taut with tension, Kai Wenji recoiled sharply at the sudden thunderclap, curling instinctively into a tight, trembling ball, like a startled kitten. In the darkness, her wide, luminous pupils shimmered with raw fear. Though in ancient times a girl of Kai Wenji's age might already be a mother of several children, her amnesia rendered her presence utterly guileless, like that of a maiden newly stepping into the world. What's wrong? Awakened by the commotion, Jiang Tian stirred drowsily, blinking open his hazy eyes. I'm sorry, Master. I disturbed your rest. It was just the thunder. Are you afraid? Yes. Kai Wenji murmured, voice tinged with quiet shame, as if reproaching herself for breaking his slumber. Jiang Tian shifted onto his side and tenderly stroked her hair once more. Don't fret, don't fret. I'll recite a little rhyme for you. Kai Wenji blinked in mild surprise, then bowed her. Jiang Tian's low, mellow voice filled the stillness. Little white rabbit, so pure and bright, two upright ears gleaming in the light. It loves carrots green so fine, hopping joyfully, so sweet, so kind. Hearing such childlike verse, Kai Wenji flushed deeper still. Master, I'm truly not a child. Yet even as Jiang Tian's voice trailed off, he paused, and continued, tone shifting subtly. Little white rabbit, so pure and bright, two upright ears gleaming in the light. First slit the artery, then the vein. Still as stone, so calm, so plain. Skin peeled clean, flesh chopped fine. Tossed in the wok, sizzling divine. Add water, seal the lid with care. Sprinkle cilantro before it's done. Kai Wenji. Ow. Just when she'd felt touched. Master, you. Rabbits are so adorable. How could anyone eat them? Yet precisely because of Jiang Tian's playful, absurd rhyme, Kai Wenji's fear dissolved entirely. She cautiously tilted her head and gazed toward him. Bathed in moonlit shadow, Jiang Tian's profile appeared unusually gentle. So tender, so serene, that Kai Wenji found herself utterly entranced. Then, without warning, she felt a soft, warm embrace encircle her. Iya, Master. Shoo. Be still now. Safe. HRRR. Half asleep, Jiang Tian murmured these words, rubbed her head absently, and sank back into slumber. In the deep hush of night, Kai Wenji's cheeks burned fiercely. Slowly she lifted her small hands and wrapped them around Jiang Tian's waist. At dawn, Jiang Tian and his two companions rose early, listening intently. Rain and wind had ceased. They pushed open the cabin door. Clouds had scattered, familiar sunlight spilled warmly across the island. This weather suits us far better. Jiang Tian stretched languidly, sighing contentedly. He glanced outside. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Only shallow pools of rainwater lingering on the ground bore silent witness to last night's storm. He stepped cautiously outward, leaving behind a single muddy footprint. Jiang Tian frowned and opened his trading interface, intending to purchase raincoats and boots. None were available. After last night's deluge, even modest waterproof gear had become scarce and highly coveted. With no other option, he broadcast a request across the regional channel, hoping a familiar face might offer supplies. Meanwhile, the regional channel buzzed with chatter about the post-storm clarity. Finally, a clear sky. What a relief. Tell me about it. Got soaked at first, but later nearly froze solid. I braved the downpour and rigged a tiny shelter, burned dry grass inside to boil water and stay warm. Ground soaked through, every step sinks into a puddle. Walking's a chore. CNNS 1111, seeking one set of raincoat and boots, price negotiable. Message me if available. Jiang Tian's message ignited instant chaos across the channel. Whoa, legend has entered the chat. Boss, how's your rapport with that petite girl going? What happened last night? 0066, pa? Pervert. 0888 damn. I've no idea what transpired yet somehow. I'm envious. Messages scrolled rapidly upward. Jiang Tian's lips curled faintly. Why did no one address his procurement request? Why fixate solely on Kai Wenji? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced back. Feeling his gaze, Kai Wenji blushed and smiled, sweetly radiant with quiet joy. Jiang Tian typed deliberately. Last night we shared a meal, and then, first, sell me 3 sets of raincoats and boots. Once received, I'll reveal what followed. Whoa, spit it out already. Who's got rain gear? Hurry, sell it to the boss. Only then did attention pivot firmly back to Jiang Tian's trade request. Though many hoarded their rainwear after last night's ordeal, 2 users privately messaged Jiang Tian. They planned to sell theirs and craft replacements using waterproof tarps and plastic sheeting. After all, food shortages plagued most survivors. Even those with rain gear lacked sufficient provisions. Naturally, under current conditions, their asking price soared. 1 packet of instant noodles, 1 sausage, 1 loaf of bread, and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes per set. 2 complete rain sets joined Jiang Tian's inventory. 1 more remains. He murmured, scrolling idly through messages. Just then a private message arrived. 0066, you're purchasing rain gear. Right, do you have some? Oh, and didn't you mention yesterday you'd drawn 2 sets? Correct. I have an extra set, and I believe it's uniquely suited for you. Oh, how so? This spare set is a child-sized rain ensemble, unfit for most adults. But wasn't it you who fished up a young girl yesterday? What uncanny timing. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Excellent. Name your price. A pause followed. So, how did things go last night? You're just as curious as the rest. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. I told you. I'll share the full account publicly once all 3 sets arrive. Yours is the final piece. Hurry. Fine. My fire was doused. I can't boil water. Give me oil-rich pre-cooked rations wrapped in plastic, and 3 packs of Huazi. Agreed. A shimmering hologram flickered. Transaction confirmed. Before Jiang Tian now rested a 3rd rain set over a meter-long vivid yellow styled like a cheerful dinosaur, with spines stitched from plastic strips along its back. Utterly charming. You'll wear this when it rains. Come, try on the boots first. Oh, so lovely. Kai Wenji accepted it with delight, eyes crinkling into crescents. Thank you, master. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, then handed the adult-sized set to Lu Bu. Finally, he reopened the regional chat. By now the 3 sellers, including 0066, had already posted confirmations. The channel erupted anew, clamoring for Jiang Tian to recount last night's tale. He chuckled wryly and typed. Judging by your eagerness, you'll be disappointed. After dinner, nothing remarkable occurred. Only, we slept together. Jiang Tian's words sent shockwaves rippling across the regional channel. Damn. You slept together, and you still claim nothing happened. Heaven strike this wretch down. User 0888, wah, my little lowly. How could you fall into someone else's hands? User 0066, pa, pervert, give back my raincoat. Jiang Tian laughed heartily, offering no further explanation. He picked up several wooden planks and issued his orders. Lu Bu fetched the fishing rods. Kai Wenji, bring a small spade. Yes, lord. Understood, master. He, clad in rubber boots and armed with tools, the 3 stepped out of the wooden hut, following each other's footprints. First they inspected the potato patch to the south. After last night's torrential downpour, it remained uncertain whether the plants had sustained damage. They moved aside the stones and lifted the waterproof tarp. Beneath the straw bedding, the potato sprouts had been bent slightly by the weight, but showed no signs of wilting, appearing remarkably vigorous. Gently brushing away the soil, they carefully unearthed a few tubers for inspection. The 2 original seed potatoes had multiplied through their root systems into a single bountiful cluster, nearly 30 or 40 tubers in all. Though coated in damp earth, none displayed mold or rot. Fortunately, the potatoes remained disease-free. Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to retrieve a sack of dry stored soil from the hut and spread it over the saturated ground before reburial. Judging by their growth, full maturity would likely arrive within 2 days. Relief washed over Jiang Tian. The sole valuable item left outdoors had survived unscathed. Next came the most critical task of all, cloud fishing. Instinctively, Jiang Tian turned eastward. There, sprawled crookedly upon the sunlit earth, lay a long black metallic object. His brows lifted in surprise. The fishing rod remains. yet I assumed it had been swept away. Last night's storm had seen Kai Wenji straining relentlessly against that very rod. Given her visible exertion, whatever it had hooked must be heavy indeed, and Jiang Tian saw no reason to waste time risking chills or illness on its retrieval. After all, he possessed many rods. Even if this one were lost to the deluge, he'd feel no regret. Yet, astonishingly, it remained intact. The trio approached and first used wooden planks to shovel aside the waterlogged earth eastward. They cleared a relatively dry patch, then cast the hooks from all 9 rods high into the clouds. Finally, Jiang Tian turned his gaze toward the lone, surviving rod from yesterday. He grasped it firmly and raised it upward. The rod arced gracefully as the cloud was drawn slowly downward. Kai Wenji too watched the same cloud, the one that had vexed her the day before. Her wide luminous eyes brimmed with wonder. As the cloud drifted within the island's boundary, its mist dissipated. Boom! A rectangular aluminum case, over half a meter long, plummeted onto the ground, splashing droplets of residual water. Yeah! Like a startled fawn, Kai Wenji darted behind Jiang Tian. A cascade of questions flooded Jiang Tian's mind. An aluminum case. What then lay concealed within? Its shape resembled those sleek metal containers seen in films, used to store currency. Could it hold something precious? Gently patting Kai Wenji's head to soothe her, Jiang Tian stepped forward. He crouched beside the case and unlatched its mechanism. Then, slowly, he lifted the lid. Inside rested countless white powdery packets. Each bore a bold, prominent character: iodine. Salt. Jiang Tian froze stunned. At his words, both Lu Bu and Kai Wenji blinked in disbelief. What? This is salt. So fine-grained. Simultaneously, they each picked up a packet, marveling aloud. Their astonishment did not surprise Jiang Tian. Though salt existed during the Three Kingdoms era, refining techniques remained primitive, yielding only coarse, unrefined crystals. After briefly explaining, Jiang Tian counted the packets, 200 in total, each weighing 500 grams. That amounted to roughly 100 kilograms, enough to last lifetimes. No wonder Kai Wenji had strained so fiercely, yet failed to budge it. Odd. When he'd hauled it up moments earlier, the weight had felt negligible. Lu Bu's own mass approximated the same figure. Yet reeling him in had demanded immense effort, whereas lifting this identical weight now felt effortless. Come to think of it, hauling timber had grown progressively easier these past days, from grueling labor to near-effortless motion. Had his physical strength been steadily increasing? Jiang Tian glanced at his slender arms, puzzled. Yet this development pleased him, so he chose not to dwell on it further. He directed Lu Bu to carry the salt case back indoors. He recalled how after last night's barter for mineral water, the hut's interior had nearly overflowed with resources. Clearly another storage shed would soon be necessary. But how large should it be? A sigh escaped Jiang Tian. The island's territory remained frustratingly small. How much larger it would need to be? Alas, each cloud-fished parcel of barren soil measured precisely 1 cubic meter. At this pace, expansion would take eons. He had previously tested replication of barren soil, but opted against it. 1 cubic meter yielded too little. Replicating fishing rods proved far more efficient. Just as Jiang Tian reached to duplicate his current rod, a sudden chime rang out. A bell attached to one of the rods began vibrating sharply. Jiang Tian set down his rod and strode toward the ringing one. A tug at his sleeve caught his attention. A figure bounded eagerly before him. Master, I'll do it. Oh, very well. Watching Kai Wenji's eager, earnest expression, Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. She beamed sweetly, dashing to the rod. With a swift, confident pull, whoosh! A massive cloud surged upward and floated toward her. Jiang Tian's eyebrows rose. What manner of thing was this, so colossal? And astonishingly, Kai Wenji, with her slight frame, had effortlessly drawn it down. Could it be? Before he could conclude, the cloud settled upon the island. Its mist dissolved, revealing an enormous rectangular block of pitch-black earth landing just short of Jiang Tian's chest. Kai Wenji pointed at the object, tugging Jiang Tian's sleeve in breathless excitement. Ah, master, look. Is this the barren soil you spoke of earlier? Seeing the black clump of soil, Jiang Tian's eyes brightened, and he hurried forward to inspect it. Sure enough, comb to empty soil. Jiang Tian held up his fingers to gauge its size. 6 cubic meters in all. Such a large piece. Overjoyed, Jiang Tian smoothed Kai Wenji's hair and praised her. Well done, truly impressive. Kai Wenji squinted and smiled. Her master's praise pleased her deeply. Jiang Tian pointed. He murmured the command in his mind. Fuji copy. Radiant light shimmered and transformed into a 6 cubic meter elongated block. When the glow faded, an identical black lump of soil dropped at Jiang Tian's feet. He set his palm upon it, selected the west direction on the phantom image, and placed it. Looking west again, another rectangular patch of land had appeared. The other 6 cubic meter piece would serve as the seed for copying comb to. He told Lu Bu to push it beside the wooden hut and drive stakes into the ground to fence it off. From then on, this spot could be reserved specifically for storing Kongtu seeds. If larger stretches of Kongtu appeared later, they could be exchanged with this 6 cubic meter piece. Come to think of it, the patches they had been fishing up before were all 1 cubic meter. How did this suddenly multiply sixfold? Had the resources within the clouds shifted after the rain? He opened the world channel and scrolled through the chat logs. Besides talk about the clearing skies after the rain, there were indeed discussions about Kongtu. Haha, I just fished up a 2 cubic meter Kongtu. So lucky. Oh my lord. Thank you for granting me a 3 cubic meter Kongtu, praise you. Why was mine only 1 cubic meter? Damn. I can't fish up the Kongtu you all are talking about. Combining everyone's reports, the Kongtu being fished up now seems to fluctuate between 1 and 3 cubic meters. CNNS 0888. Your information is wrong. Just now, I fished up a 4 cubic meter Kongtu. The volume must be fluctuating between 1 and 4 cubic meters now. My empty island surface area is now 106 square meters. Haha. Damn, this lucky emperor strikes again. I'm still stuck at 100 square meters. So infuriating. Jiang Tian smiled wryly. This 0888 was relentless. Every day, he had to show off on the world channel. He really stirred up envy, didn't he? That said, 0888 was actually mistaken. The Kongtu's volume can fluctuate by as much as 1 to 6 cubic meters. Because his Kongtu lay right before his eyes, Jiang Tian looked toward the newly added plots on the island's west side. Including the recent 6 cubic meters, the island's surface area had reached 120 square meters. Although 20 square meters beneath remained hollow, it mattered little. With this large Kongtu, his own ability, and these fishing rods, doubling the volume of the empty island likely would not take long. With 10 fishing rods arranged, and Kai Wenji assigned to watch them, he went to the north. The pit they had dug, about 6 square meters and a little over a meter deep, was now filled with water. He roughly calculated its volume at around 10 cubic meters, roughly 10 tons of water. He crouched and examined the water in the pit. This rainwater seemed different from that of the previous world. The pit water looked fairly clear. But Jiang Tian did not dare drink it directly. There could be bacteria. Besides, they had stocked so many bottled waters last night that who knew when they'd drink them. This rainwater would be better used for washing feet or watering plants. If he posted that thought on the world channel, he would probably infuriate those other survivors who were hoarding rainwater. My precious survival water. You're using it to wash your feet. How presumptuous. 2 hours passed. The damp patches on the island had dried somewhat under the sun. The three on the island busied themselves. Lu Bu stood at the west side of the wooden hut, digging at the foundation with an iron spade to prepare for a future storage shed. To the east, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji reeled up several supplies, iron nail straw planks. At that moment, the bell chimed again. Kai Wenji gripped the rod, pulled back, and a small cloud flew toward them. When the mist cleared, a small paper box lay on the ground. Kai Wenji opened the box, took something out, and handed it to Jiang Tian. Master, what is this? Jiang Tian took it and looked. It was a transparent plastic bag containing a small handful of brown granules. They look like seeds, though I don't know what plant they belong to. Oh, seeds. Then can we plant trees? A bright light sprang to Kai Wenji's eyes. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. Yes, let's go. Take the small shovel, we'll plant trees. All right. Whatever they were, they would plant them first and see what grew. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji went north to the pool. They dug a small hole, scattered a few seeds, and covered them. If trees truly sprouted, they would help compact the soil and prevent moisture loss. Jiang Tian surveyed the island's surface. Aside from that potato sprout, everything else was a stretch of black earth, utterly monotonous. If only there were more varieties of seeds to add color to the island. Since he could fish up seeds, others likely could too. He thought for a moment, but did not go through the world chat records. Instead, he sent a private message to 0888. Are you there? Jiang Tian had noticed that 0888 was a lucky emperor. Whenever something new appeared in the world, he very often fished it up. For instance, yesterday's tent and this morning's 4 cubic meter Kongtu. Naturally, he still could not compare. After all, Jiang Tian possessed the means to copy, a dimensional crushing advantage. Not long after, 0888 replied, Yo, perfect timing, I have good news for you. You know, I just fished up a 4 cubic meter Kongtu. Yes, I know. I saw your world message. Seeing him boast, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and did not mention his own 6 cubic meter Kongtu, sparing the lucky emperor's pride. Tiring of the show, he asked directly, quick question, do you have seeds? Seeds? The other paused, then replied, of course. I've got plenty of them. Jiang Tian was surprised and skeptical. Plenty? Weren't the seeds only appearing today? How could he have already fished up a whole bunch? Was he really that lucky? Jiang Tian asked again, could you give me some? 0888 replied promptly, no problem. Send me your mailbox address. Jiang Tian was left puzzled, staring as if a question mark hung over his face. Not that you. I meant the seed that is sown in the ground, the one from which a plant branches and spreads its leaves, not that other meaning. Oh, sorry, I was used to giving seeds as a good person before it slipped out. Seeing the reply, Jiang Tian's face betrayed a weary disbelief. All right, so, did you catch the seed, or not? There was a paper box I hauled up. Inside the bag were granules that looked like it, but I am not sure. It should be. After a short negotiation, Jiang Tian traded half of his seeds for half of 0888s. His seeds were oval and yellowish white. He had no idea what might grow from them. Taking Kai Wenji's small hand, he crossed to the far side of the puddle and planted several of the newly obtained seeds. It had just rained, the soil still held moisture, so they needed no watering. From his experience with potatoes, they should sprout before long. After that exchange, Jiang Tian messaged another acquaintance. Are you there? 0066 responded. Pa. Pervert. Jiang Tian stared baffled. What's gotten into you today? What did I do to offend you? Why are you insulting me out of nowhere? 0066 shot back. Why else am I insulting you? What did you do with that little girl you hauled up last night? Jiang Tian protested. I told you after dinner we just slept. Huh. I can't believe you can say that. Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Tian was even more bewildered. After a long explanation, 0066 asked slowly, so. Was it because there was no bed that you let her squeeze in with you? You did nothing. What else would I do? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Besides, it's none of your business. Why are you so worked up as if you swallowed gunpowder? I am concerned for the safety of my female compatriots. After a pause, the other offered that excuse, then said, all right, enough of that. What did you want from me? Seeing the topic shifted, Jiang Tian came straight to the point. Do you have any seeds? Huh. You filthy pervert. After another round of explanations, 0066 said, Ah, you mean that? I thought you meant that other seed. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Good heavens, you and that 0888 brat have the same warped minds, always thinking the same things. Fine, just tell me whether you have any. Yes, and they are rice seeds. The statement surprised Jiang Tian. When I first got the seeds, I didn't even know what plant they belonged to. How can you be sure they are rice seeds? Are you a student of agriculture? Not exactly. After I hauled up the seeds, I also pulled someone up who instantly recognized them. He seemed very knowledgeable about farming. 0066 added, by the way, if you hope to get those seeds, you might be disappointed. Before you messaged me, the person I hauled up had already planted all the rice seeds. Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He quickly accepted it. With so little land and so many belongings, cultivating a large staple like rice would be difficult for him. Besides, he already had potatoes. I let her handle staples like wheat or rice, and they could trade portions later. Discussing it with 0066, they agreed at once. Before they ended the conversation, Jiang Tian asked, do you have any girls' clothes over there? You want them for that look? Yes. I had fished up some girls' clothes before, but I sold them. Now she is wearing my clothes, and they are she's wearing your clothes. What's wrong? Nothing. She is only about 1 meters tall, right? My clothes probably won't fit her, but I can look in the trading post for something. All right, thanks. After a long pause with no reply, Jiang Tian closed the chat. At that moment, he felt his sleeve tugged. He looked down to find Kai Wenji gazing up with a complicated, flushed expression. She murmured softly, Master, I need to relieve myself. Jiang Tian's face reddened with awkwardness. He went back inside, fetched a small cardboard box and a stack of paper, handed them to Kai Wenji, and pointed to an empty patch behind the hut. His meaning was clear. Kai Wenji took the box and stared at the indicated patch of ground, completely startled. Jiang Tian patted her soft shoulder and, a little embarrassed, said, make do for now. He'll figure out a proper latrine later, so things are more convenient. In their unusual circumstances, she obediently nodded, held the box, and walked away, her face flushed to the tips of her ears. Jiang Tian turned to the other side of the hut and sighed. On their first day in this strange place, he and Lu Bu had been awkward about such matters. Yet as two rough men, they were not overly particular. Once accustomed, it did not feel strange. A few days ago, they had not even finished the house, let alone a latrine. Now that the hut was done and Kai Wenji had arrived, the latrine ought to be built. Jiang Tian glanced at Lu Bu, who was swinging a shovel and digging the foundation for the storeroom. He sighed again. They were still short-handed. If only they could fish up another laborer to share the workload. But bringing more people ashore would also be troublesome. Feeding them is one thing, housing them another. Sigh. They would take things step by step. 10 minutes later. Master. I'm done. Drop it. All right. A relieved breath escaped. A paper box plunged from a kilometer-high sky. Seeing it fall, the great fish below remembered the delicious offerings that had fallen the day before. Seizing the chance, a fish surged upward in a flash, opened its jaws, and swallowed, then plunged back into the sea with a great splash and a retch. What on earth? How did it turn back into the original thing? Is this what humans do? On the island, Jiang Tian led Kai Wenji to the northern pond to wash their hands. The bell on the fishing rod began to ring again. Hand in hand they returned to the fishing spot to gather their harvest. Dingling, dingling. As the bell chimed repeatedly, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji found more supplies appearing behind them. In addition to some timber, they had reeled in several valuable items: a 5 cubic meter plot of fertile soil, a sack of rice, and 2 packs of wide noodles. They also retrieved several modern objects: a fountain pen, A4 paper plastic sheets, and a stapler. After placing the freshly caught wooden plank aside, Jiang Tian lifted his fishing rod once more. A cloud drifted downward. From it tumbled a yellow-feathered creature with a sharp beak, landing awkwardly on the ground. Bound tightly in a rope net, it lay helplessly, craning its neck this way and that, emitting plaintive cries. Goo-goo. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. A chicken. Indeed, the creature they had just fished up was. Kai Wenji crouched down, blinking her large eyes, and gently stroked the hen's soft feathers, clearly fascinated by the small creature. Meanwhile, Lu Bu arrived from the side, clasped his fists in salute, and reported, "My lord, the warehouse foundation has been laid. Please." A chicken. Lu Bu glanced at the bound hen, swallowed hard, and asked, "My lord, shall we deep fry?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. It seemed Lu Bu still harbored vivid memories of the KF-style fried chicken nuggets from their last meal. Yet Jiang Tian would never resort to killing the chicken for immediate gain. The proper course was to raise the hen, to let it lay eggs, or to fish up a rooster later for breeding. Sustainable development was the only sound principle. Once their flock flourished, poultry would no longer be. He promptly instructed, "We'll spare this one. For now, keep it alive." Then he added, "Return to the warehouse construction. I'll handle this." Lu Bu bowed and departed, casting one last glance at the hen before resuming his work beside the wooden hut. Watching him go, Jiang Tian shook his head with a faint smile. Come to think of it, we truly haven't seen a living animal in quite some time. Today brings seeds, then chickens. Are we entering the agrarian age? He opened the World Channel and confirmed his suspicion. Others too had fished up small animals, chickens, ducks, geese, fish. This further reinforced Jiang Tian's theory about the game's evolving version. Closing the interface, he resumed cloud fishing with Kai Wenji. Soon the bell chimed again, dingling, and Jiang Tian lifted his rod. Thump. A wooden crate landed before them, its contents unknown. Human or specter, none could say. At the sight, Kai Wenji recalled the monster that had burst forth from a crate the day before, and nervously ducked behind Jiang Tian. Lu Bu, alerted by the sound, rushed over, gripping 2 weapons. Handing his bronze sword to his master, he stepped forward to open the crate. Jiang Tian frowned. This unusual environment demanded self-reliance, not constant reliance on others' protection. He needed to grow stronger himself. Logically, monsters appearing on this isolated floating island would grow progressively more formidable. He must seize this window, while monsters remained weak, to hone his combat skills. He called out to Lu Bu, "When the crate opens, if the same monster emerges as yesterday, I shall deal with." Lu Bu recalled yesterday's feeble creature and nodded solemnly. "Yes, my lord." Jiang Tian then instructed Kai Wenji to stand aside at a safe distance before ordering Lu Bu to open the crate. Under everyone's watchful gaze, a hunched humanoid figure rose. Pointed ears, prominent nose. Another goblin identical to yesterday's. As instructed, Lu Bu held his ground, silent, and vigilant muscles taut, ready to intervene should any. The goblin scanned the 2 figures, then leapt toward Jiang Tian, the shorter of the 2, with a shrill cry. Jiang Tian, mentally prepared, remained unruffled. He swung his arm upwards, slamming the bronze sword into the goblin. Pooh! Struck full force, the goblin spewed green blood from its mouth and abdomen. The sheer impact hurled its body over 10 meters through the air. It arced gracefully into the sea below. Watching it vanish, Jiang Tian glanced at his own slender arms. Though frail-looking, the goblin must have weighed 50 or 60 gene, yet he'd sent it flying so far. His strength was clearly increasing, but what caused this growth remained a mystery. As he pondered, Lu Bu bowed deeply and declared, "My lord's valor is unmatched." Kai Wenji dashed over, starry-eyed, gazing up at Jiang Tian. Master is incredible." He smiled, faintly, snapping back to reality, and gently ruffled her hair. "Just a goblin, nothing worth boasting about. Carry on with your tasks." "Yes, my lord." "Yes, ma." After the brief interlude, calm returned. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji resumed fishing. Lu Bu returned to stacking timber at the warehouse site. Dingling. The bell rang again. Kai Wenji lifted her rod and reeled in a black plastic bag inside which thrashed a 2-gene fish. Kai Wenji released this fish into the pond. "Yes, master." She skipped merrily to the water's edge. After releasing the fish, she crouched down, watching it dart through the water. Now and then dipping her fingers in to stir the surface, observing how the fish responded. She seemed utterly delighted. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, who had been propping timber upright, suddenly froze. Setting down the logs, he entered the hut, retrieved a roll of toilet paper and a plastic bag, and hurried to a southern corner to relieve himself. Jiang Tian watched, conflicted. "TCH, better build a latrine soon. This can't go on indefinitely." But manpower remained scarce. As he mused, the bell chimed once more, dingling, and Jiang Tian thump. Another crate crashed before him. Hearing the noise, Lu Bu looked up, preparing to rise. Jiang Tian, catching sight of Lu Bu mid-squat, stifled a chuckle and waved him off. Carry on. You've got your hands full. I can handle these creatures myself now. Lu Bu nodded sheepishly and resumed his business. Jiang Tian picked up his bronze sword and slowly pried open the crate's lid. 2 seconds later, a middle-aged man stood up from within. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he bowed respectfully and addressed him master. Jiang Tian relaxed. This was no monster, but a new follower who acknowledged him as master. Jiang Tian studied the man carefully. Blue shirt, black casual trousers. His head was shaved close, forehead smooth and slightly balding. Jiang Tian's brow lifted in surprise. This appeared to be a modern man. At this moment, Kai Wenji also jogged over and stood behind Jiang Tian. She blinked her eyes, sizing up this new member. After a brief introduction, they learned that his name was Shi Jigang. Indeed, his name had a very modern style. He was also familiar with things like potato chips and ham, as well as the television and computer that Jiang Tian mentioned. There was no doubt he was a modern person. This was Jiang Tian's first encounter with someone from the modern era, which piqued his interest. He then asked with great curiosity, aside from these, do you remember anything else? What did you do before? How did you end up here? These? I can't recall. Shi Jigang shook his head and said, however, it seems I have some memories related to civil engineering. Civil engineering? Hearing these 4 words, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He had just been worried about a lack of labor, and now a talent in construction had appeared. It was as if a pillow had been delivered right when he was feeling sleepy. He could delegate many construction-related tasks to him in the future. Shi Jigang nodded, saying, yes, master, is there anything you need me to do? Yes, I need you to build something for me right now. Jiang Tian pointed to the land on the west side. Over there, please build a toilet first. A toilet? Shi Jigang turned to look in the direction Jiang Tian was pointing. As he turned, he happened to see Lu Bu squatting to the south. In an instant, he understood everything. He nodded, saying, all right, I got it. What materials and tools do we have, and are there any requirements for the scale and style of construction? No specific requirements as long as it works. Jiang Tian waved his hand and continued, currently materials are quite limited, mainly wood. As for tools, forget it, just follow me. Saying this, Jiang Tian led Shi Jigang indoors to show him the tools they currently had. Then he took him to the west side where they were preparing to build the toilet. Shi Jigang surveyed the area and nodded after understanding the situation. All right, I know how to. He'll sketch a rough blueprint first. As he spoke, he instinctively reached into the pocket of his blue shirt. At this moment, he realized he had nothing but clothing on him. Jiang Tian understood and looked at Kai Wenji following behind him. He patted his head and instructed, go get the pen and paper we just caught. Okay. Kai Wenji smiled sweetly and ran to the fishing spot to grab a cardboard box. She brought it back, and Shi Jigang took out a stack of paper and a pen from the box. Holding it in his hands, he skillfully sketched for a moment before handing the paper to Jiang Tian. Master, does this design work? Jiang Tian took it and looked. On the paper, a perspective drawing of a rectangular structure topped with a triangular roof was outlined in black. Next to the building, dimensions such as length, width, and height were noted. The overall structure was rectangular, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, occupying 2 square meters with an internal height of 2 meters. The foundation was. The wall thickness was. The window area and position were. It looked very professional. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Very good, you will handle these from now on. All right, let's get to work now. Jiang Tian waved his hand, saying, all right, from now on, don't call me master, just call me boss. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang nodded in response. He then entered the house and returned with a shovel. After marking out an area on the ground, he began to dig. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and called Lu Bu, who had returned to work. He arranged for Lu Bu to assist Shi Jigang, the professional, in building the toilet first, and then the two of them would go together to construct the warehouse. This way the efficiency would be quicker. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji returned to the east side to continue fishing. The 4 people on either side of the island busied themselves with their tasks as time passed. As the sun set in the west, the evening light illuminated the area. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang came to the east side to report to Jiang Tian, Lord Boss, the toilet has been built. Let's go take a look. Jiang Tian nodded and stood up. Kai Wenji also put down her fishing rod and curiously looked in that direction. The 4 of them arrived at the west side again. At this moment, there was already a small building added above. It was made of wood over 2 meters high and had a 30-centimeter opening for ventilation carved into it. The entire structure had been polished and adorned with palm leaves, making it quite aesthetically pleasing. They opened the wooden door to look inside. A circular hollow wooden block in the center created a pit. Since this island was floating in the air, there was no need to worry about pipes. They could simply dig a small hole to connect to the ground below. In the future, those unmentionable substances could be flushed down below with water. Since the land for building the toilet was only 1 meter deep, it was not troublesome to excavate. Stepping out of the building, Shi Jigang nodded and asked, "Boss, does this look all right?" Jiang Tian nodded. Quite good, and the efficiency is high." The happiest one was undoubtedly Kai Wenji. Today's events had left her feeling quite embarrassed. After all, she was a girl, and such behavior of defecating openly. Thinking of this, Kai Wenji's small face turned red again. "No, I can't think about it anymore, it's too shameful. Boss, now that the toilet has been completed, can we go build the ware?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and shook his head. As night was approaching, it was unlikely they could build the warehouse in a short time, so there was no need to rush it. There were other things to do now. "Let's leave it at that for today, or we can discuss the warehouse tomorrow. We just caught some chickens and ducks. Please make a cage for the poultry first." "Yes, my lord." "Understood, boss." At nightfall, the moon rose. The day's work had come to an end. The cages for raising poultry had been completed, and a small shed was built nearby to shield them from the rain. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang cleaned the mud off the tools and walked into the house. Kai Wenji volunteered to cook. Jiang Tian sat outside the small house, lit a cigarette, and counted the quantity of materials collected today. In addition to some materials, they also harvested 10 cubic meters of empty soil. Aside from the 6 cubic meters used for replication, the island now had a surface area of 130 square meters. In addition, they had caught 4 chickens, 3 ducks, and 5 fish. The chickens and ducks were thrown into the cage, and the fish were placed in the pond. It seemed that today's harvest was quite abundant. However, during past fishing outings, instant noodles, potato chips, and packaged meat products commonly found in supermarkets accounted for over 30. Yet today it seemed to have decreased somewhat, only around 15. Among them were some rice and noodles, which needed processing before consumption. As time went on, the ready-made supplies sold in supermarkets would likely decrease until they disappeared entirely. Jiang Tian felt this possibility was very high. Perhaps later on, even rice and flour would be gone, and all food would have to be obtained through developing agriculture and animal husbandry. Moreover, today they also caught 5 goblins. Although there were many fishing rods here, the probability of each person catching a monster still reached 50. Perhaps in the future the chances of catching monsters would increase and their strength would grow stronger. If this really was a game, it seemed the beginner phase had already passed.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Suddenly a small figure darted in front of him, sweetly smiling as she said, "Master, the porridge is ready, we can eat now." "Let's go." Jiang Tian smiled, taking Kai Wenji's hand as they walked into the house. Inside the room, the bonfire has been lit with branches crackling as they burn, occasionally releasing tiny sparks into the air. Jiang Tian and the others sat around a wooden box used as a table, on which sat a stainless steel pot designed for an induction cooker steaming with hot congee. Kai Wenji came over with a bowl and served a portion to Jiang Tian. "Master, here you go, freshly cooked." "Very good." Jiang Tian patted Kai Wenji's little head and took the congee. He blew on the hot steam before taking a sip. A warm flow surged into his stomach, enveloping his body in warmth. Previously, he had only eaten instant noodles and snacks, and it had been a long time since he had a bowl of rice porridge. The taste was indeed nostalgic. The other 3 also took their bowls and enjoyed their congee. After a busy day, savoring this bowl of hot rice porridge was a delight. Contentment spread across everyone's faces. However, just drinking congee felt somewhat monotonous. Jiang Tian rummaged through some snacks like marinated eggs, hot dog sausages, and spicy strips to supplement their meal. That said, eating snacks while drinking congee felt a bit odd. It would have been better if there were some side dishes. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. Cooking. Given the current conditions, it was not feasible. Firstly, there were no vegetables. Even the potatoes planted earlier wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. Moreover, there were no conditions for cooking. Using an iron pot over the bonfire seemed quite foolish. At the very least, a stove would be necessary, right? Furthermore, even if there was a stove, cooking inside this room was out of the question. How could they live with smoke and oil everywhere? In other words, they still needed a kitchen. They hadn't even built a storeroom, yet so a kitchen was likely far off. Jiang Tian sighed and asked Shi Jigang, "How long will it take to build a storeroom tomorrow?" "According to the specifications of 20 square meters, it won't take a day to complete," Shi Jigang replied with certainty. "Good, that's reassuring. Once the storeroom is built, they could construct a kitchen from wood." After all, just drinking congee was not very interesting. As for the kitchen, it's feasible we have enough wood, but Shi Jigang pondered before continuing, "It's best to have a stove, which makes cooking convenient. However, a stove can't be made of wood. If only there were bricks and cement here." Bricks and cement. Jiang Tian opened the trading post again. There was simply nothing of that sort for sale. On the World Channel, no one had mentioned catching these items either. He asked 0888, and even he hadn't caught any. Seeing this situation, it seemed that this world hadn't refreshed these items yet. Jiang Tian frowned. Could it be that making a stove was impossible? He had originally wanted to fry some potato slices or stew some fish. Jiang Tian sighed. Since that's the case, they could only take it one step at a time and wait for these items to appear. Turning his gaze, he found Kai Wenji looking at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes slightly red. Jiang Tian hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why are your eyes red?" Kai Wenji pouted, "Master, did I not cook well, and now you're unhappy?" Huh? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Then he realized that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. He had just finished eating the congee she made, and then complained about it being uninteresting while sighing. It was no wonder she misunderstood. Jiang Tian smiled and pinched Kai Wenji's little face, saying, "How could it be unappetizing? This pot of congee is the best I've ever had." "Really? Of course it's true." As he spoke, Jiang Tian downed the congee in his bowl and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "So delicious." Giggle. Only then did Kai Wenji break into a smile, reaching out her small hand to wipe the rice grains from the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth. The night deepened. As it was bedtime, the wooden house was already built equipped with certain defensive measures, so there was no need for Lu Bu to stand watch anymore. In case the wooden house was attacked, any disturbances would wake them up. Comparatively, it was better for him to rest normally and finish building the storeroom with Shi Jigang sooner. Of course, as for Shi Jigang, he would have to squeeze in with Lu Bu for now. The three men lay down, covering themselves with blankets. The candlelight was extinguished by Kai Wenji's breath. The room was pitch black, and Jiang Tian closed his eyes. In a half-dreaming state, he felt a small her face seemed to carry a sweet smile. The next day, the four of them went out together to start their respective tasks. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang worked on building the storeroom, while Jiang Tian copied a portion of the empty land before heading out to fish. Kai Wenji took a bowl of congee and some breadcrumbs to feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. On the island, everything was peaceful and harmonious. Dingling. A bell on one of the fishing rods rang. Pulling up the cloud, Jiang Tian found a bag of white. "What is this? Mud?" "No, that's not right. The previous catches had all been black soil. Why was this color different today?" Jiang Tian examined the contents of the plastic bag. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned to shout behind him, "Shi Jigang, come here for a moment." Shi Jigang, who was busy with the wooden stakes, was momentarily stunned. He put down what he was holding and walked over. "Boss, what do you need? Take a look at this. Do you recognize it?" Jiang Tian handed over the bag of soil. Shi Jigang furrowed his brow and examined it closely. He then reached in and took out a clump of soil, exclaiming in surprise, "Boss, isn't this clay?" "Indeed." Jiang Tian smiled faintly. "If this is clay, then it means..." Shi Jigang exclaimed in delight, "It means we can make bricks." What had been reeled in was none other than clay. The red bricks used in old residential buildings were precisely made from this very material. Upon learning this, Shi Jigang cradled a handful of clay and danced with unrestrained joy. Jiang Tian gazed at the clay with hopeful eyes and murmured, "If we can produce bricks, perhaps we can finally construct a proper brick house." Yet, at these words, Shi Jigang's expression turned bitter. "This may not be as simple as it seems." Why do you say that?" "According to my recollection, a standard brick measures 240 millimeters in length, 115 millimeters in width, and 53 millimeters in height. To build a flat-roofed house spanning 100 square meters, with walls laid 2 bricks thick, and including the foundation, over 20,000 bricks would be required for the exterior alone." At this point, Shi Jigang's earlier exuberance vanished entirely. He sighed deeply, staring down at the clay in his hands, and continued, "And that figure doesn't even account for interior partition walls. Even if our plot is far smaller, constructing even a modest dwelling would demand an astonishing number of bricks. With only this small amount of clay, it's unlikely we'll manage." Jiang Tian suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Even though he'd reeled in clay, forging bricks and building a house from scratch proved far more daunting than anticipated. Over 20,000 bricks, just for the outer structure. How much clay would that consume? One thing Shi Jigang had said struck deep within Jiang Tian's heart. He truly did aspire to build a 100-square-meter residence. Yet glancing around at the island's meager expanse, Jiang Tian could only offer a wry, resigned smile. Under current conditions, erecting even a modest, spacious dwelling was indeed a monumental undertaking. "All right. You carry on with your tasks. I'll find a solution to this." "Yes, sir." Shi Jigang returned to the construction depot and resumed hammering wooden stakes. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tian posted a request on the trade market food for clay. His individual capacity was limited. Perhaps acquiring more clay through exchange was the way forward. Just then, Kai Wenji returned after feeding the animals. After assigning her to monitor the fishing rods, Jiang Tian himself headed to the construction depot to join the other two in their labor. First things first. The depot itself needed completion, all else could wait. Jiang Tian's arrival significantly accelerated the construction pace. By sunset, the timber-framed depot stood complete, its walls coated with a layer of mud and waterproof tarpaulin. Yet the work was far from finished. The newly built depot had yet to fulfill its purpose. Seeing daylight still lingered, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity, guiding the others to transfer every item stored inside the wooden hut into the depot piece by piece. Once everything had been moved, the cramped hut finally breathed with newfound space. Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to rest indoors while he made his way back to the fishing spot. Kai Wenji greeted Jiang Tian with a radiant smile, tugging playfully at his sleeve and pointing proudly toward the gathered supplies. Master, look. Today I caught 8 cubic meters of loam, 2 chickens, 6 fish, and also clods of earth and timber. Have the small animals been placed safely in their cages? Already done, and the fish are swimming in the pond. Good girl. After arranging the loam, Jiang Tian gently stroked Kai Wenji's hair. Let's head back for dinner. Yes, master, I'll cook congee. Jiang Tian paused. Today's catch included ample fish, warranting a rare indulgence. No congee tonight. We'll have steamed rice instead. And later we'll stew a fish. Tonight's feast will be fish soup. Wonderful. The moon rose high, whose stars shimmered like scattered pearls. Around the crackling bonfire 4 figures sat, each holding a bowl of steamed rice and chopsticks in hand. Their eyes remained fixed upon the stainless steel pot suspended over the flames, and the 2 fish simmering within. After 20 minutes of gentle stewing, the broth had transformed into a creamy white, softly bubbling at the surface. Its rich aroma spiraled upward with the rising steam, filling every nostril. Kai Wenji sniffed, eagerly swallowing hard. So fragrant. Master, is it ready yet? Jiang Tian pierced the fish with his chopsticks. They slid effortlessly through tender flesh and met the bone, revealing delicate snow-white fillets. The meat was fully cooked. He lifted a spoonful, sipped thoughtfully. The broth carried unmistakable savor, but all the fish reeled in recently were freshwater species naturally low in salt. Boiling alone yielded a disappointingly bland taste. A sudden realization sparked in Jiang Tian's mind. Of course, he had salt, and plenty of it. He gestured for Lu Bu to fetch a packet, tore open the packaging, and sprinkled a measured portion into the pot before stirring gently with the ladle. He tasted again. Perfection. The fish soup is ready. Help yourselves. Unable to contain their eagerness, each person reached for another bowl. They ladled generous portions with hearty scoops. Slurp. Ah, delicious. Truly exquisite. Strangely enough, this bowl of fish soup makes me feel as though I've returned home. The velvety, fat-laden broth glided smoothly down their throats. 4 faces, each cradling a steaming bowl, softened with quiet, unspoken contentment. As they ate, Jiang Tian opened the global chat channel. Messages scrolled rapidly. Most users, too, were enjoying their evening meals. Conversations revolved almost exclusively around food. I'm eating roasted potatoes. What about you? Today I caught a fish. Right now I'm savoring raw sashimi. Sashimi? Mate, this is freshwater fish. I landed a chicken. After so many days I've finally tasted meat. It's been no easy feat. I envy you. I'm still eating bread. Oh Lord, grant me a chicken. Good heavens, you're a monk. How dare you utter such coarse words? I grilled my fish, but it's utterly flavorless. Anyone got seasonings? Same here. Does anyone have salt or monosodium glutamate? Hee. I hauled in a jar of chili powder. Whoa, legendary. I'll trade anything for it. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian's thoughts quickened. He promptly opened the trade market. He portioned a packet of salt into 10 small containers, listed them for exchange, requesting spices, scallions, ginger, garlic, or similar condiments to prepare for future cooking. He then checked his earlier morning request for clay. Several users had responded, exchanging modest quantities for bread and snacks. Moreover, judging from other posts, the recent rainstorm had yielded abundant catches, chickens, ducks, and fish, meaning food scarcity was no longer pressing. Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed something striking. Listings for timber on the trade market were exceedingly scarce. The downpour had starkly revealed timber's vital importance. With today's clear skies, everyone rushed to craft their own small wooden shelters. None were willing to part with precious lumber. Even the few who did list timber demanded exorbitant prices. After brief deliberation, Jiang Tian added salt and planks to his listings. 5 grams of salt for 10 liters of clay. 1 plank for 50 liters of clay. He closed the interface, only to find the scene before him had already shifted. Lu Bu, enough. You're devouring all the fish soup and rice. But I'm still hungry. Master hasn't eaten much yet. If you're still unsatisfied, eat some bread. This. Jiang Tian looked, and in mere moments the pot stood empty. 1 fish reduced to bare bones, and a large pot of rice had vanished nearly entirely. Kai Wenji clutched the remaining halfish fiercely with her chopsticks, while Lu Bu stared longingly at Jiang Tian. Shi Jigang, unconcerned with ceremony, munched quietly on a loaf of bread. Jiang Tian shook his head, smiling helplessly. Yesterday the same predicament had occurred. Lu Bu had drained an entire cauldron of congee. As a famed general, his appetite dwarfed that of ordinary men, easily matching 3 people combined. Had Jiang Tian not possessed multiple fishing rods, sustaining him during those early days would have been impossible. Enough, let Lu Bu eat his fill. Shi Jigang, please prepare 2 more fish and stew another pot. Kai Wenji, henceforth cook larger portions. Use the big pot to serve 6 people. Understood, sir. Yes, master. Thank you, Lord. Woof, woof. Another day passed. Jiang Tian's dream was interrupted by the crowing of roosters and the sound of chatter. Oh ho, brother Shi Jigang, you go ahead and lay the foundation for the kitchen, and I'll set up the fishing rods first. Received. The voices of Lu Bu and Shi Jigang grew distant. Half in a dream, a creature that had been lying on his chest began to stir. The blanket was carefully lifted to create a gap through which it crawled out, then it was smoothed back down. Soon after, Jiang Tian awoke and opened his eyes. Master, you are awake. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, sunlight was streaming in through the door, casting a soft glow throughout the room. Kai Wenji knelt by the bed with a towel in her hands. Beside her was a basin of clear water. Master, the water is ready, please use it. Jiang Tian sat up, took the towel, dipped it in the water, and wiped his face with it. The water was at just the right temperature, warm against his skin. He wiped his hands with the towel and gently patted Kai Wenji on her little head. Very comfortable, thank you for your hard work. Kai Wenji smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. Taking the towel Jiang Tian had used, she placed it in the basin and went out. Jiang Tian also got up, stretched lazily, and walked outside. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang were standing close to the west side, wielding iron shovels with a pile of soil beside them. Ahead there was a large wooden cage which contained a stack of hay. Chickens and ducks were pecking at the trough they had dug. Occasionally they made some noise. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Quack, quack, quack. Cock-a-doodle-doo. To the east, 10 fishing rods had already been set up. The bells had yet to ring silently, reflecting a metallic sheen. He walked around the wooden house and arrived at the pond. The seeds planted earlier had sprouted into little shoots. The delicate leaves glistened with droplets of water, appearing freshly watered. Kai Wenji was standing nearby, tearing pieces of bread to feed the fish. Seeing this tranquil and harmonious scene, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. It somewhat resembled a farmhouse courtyard. He greeted Kai Wenji and asked her to finish feeding the animals before watching the fishing rods. Then he went over to Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to check on the kitchen situation. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang had already laid the foundation and were now packing the wood inside. On the ground nearby lay blueprints sketching the outline of the kitchen. Looking at the designs drawn above, Jiang Tian recalled the topic he had discussed with Shi Jigang yesterday. The stove. Jiang Tian pondered, checking the status of the clay he had acquired last night. Since salt and wooden boards were currently scarce resources, many people had come to request exchanges for these 2. Although others had not caught enough clay, yet after a round of trading, he still managed to acquire 2 large bags. He called out to Shi Jigang and placed the clay in front of him. Is this clay enough to make a stove? Shi Jigang examined it for a moment, stroking his chin as he thought. He replied, there is enough clay, but it hasn't been fired into bricks yet, and there is no cement available either. How about this? I will first make a simple stove with this clay for now. What do you think? As long as it can cook, that will do. Let's go with your suggestion. Alright, since it takes time to dry and fire the clay, I'll make the stove now while the sun is out. Okay, I leave it to you. After receiving Jiang Tian's response and exchanging a few words, Shi Jigang went to the other side to dig a pit and began crushing the clay to pour it in. Jiang Tian brought 2 buckets of water and poured them in. The clay was stirred into mud, and then he put the mud back into the bucket to drain the water. Shi Jigang walked to the kitchen area to measure the position, gradually stacking the clay into the shape of a stove. Meanwhile, Lu Bu continued to hammer at the kitchen wall. However, following Shi Jigang's instructions, he did not rush to build the top, but left a section exposed to the sun to dry the clay form. Jiang Tian helped the 2 by passing them tools and materials. Occasionally, he would check the trading post to see if there were any seasonings or vegetables available for exchange. In comparison, it was quite leisurely. My lord, could you hand me that board? Sure, here you go. Boss, could you please pass me the smoothing trowel? I want to level the edges of the stove. Got it. Master, I caught another box. Step aside, let me see what's inside. Damn you. Crash. As the sun set in the west, another 10-square-meter rectangular house with eaves appeared on the small island. Boss, I've checked the kitchen's ventilation and rain protection, and there are no issues. Moreover, these 2 stoves, Shi Jigang in the house introduced Jiang Tian behind him. Then he squatted down to observe the flames in the 2 cylindrical stoves, patting the stove's body to gauge its hardness. Nodding slightly, he said, it's good enough, though a bit rudimentary. Everything is functioning normally for cooking. Good. Jiang Tian surveyed the kitchen's interior and glanced at Lu Bu and Kai Wenji outside the door. He smiled and said, all right, everyone, prepare yourselves. Let's have a good meal tonight. Before he knew it, the moon had crept to the horizon and the stars dotted the sky. In the kitchen, knock, knock, knock. Jiang Tian stood with a cleaver chopping a fish on the board. He then smeared the cut fish on the blade and tossed the pieces into the iron wok on the stove. They hissed as they met the scorching oil. He picked up a spatula and stirred a few times. The metal rang as spatula met iron wok. The fish rolled with scallions, ginger, and garlic, and a savory aroma rose from the pan. Master, the potatoes are all cut. I brought the two biggest. Kai Wenji hopped into the kitchen holding a dirt. She sniffed with her little nose and widened her eyes. Oh, it smells so good. Washed the dirt off the potatoes. I'll fry some slices for you to taste later. With that, Jiang Tian glanced at Kai Wenji and smiled. He covered the wok, set down the spatula, crouched, and used his forefinger to scrape a speck of dirt from her nose. How did you get so filthy? Remember to wash your little hands and face. Kai Wenji giggled shyly, then took the potato to the large water barrel outside to begin washing. Elsewhere, Lu Bu stood on watch outside the kitchen. Shi Jigang tended another stove, lifted the lid, and peered in. Boss, the chicken is done stewing. Take it into the house. You'll fry the potatoes in a bit. I'll prepare the tomatoes. Oh, Lu Bu, it seems the hens laid eggs today. Go bring them over. Yes, my lord. 20 minutes later, inside the wooden cabin on a newly refitted table, 4 steaming dishes were laid out. Eggs stir-fried with tomatoes of red and gold. Translucent fried potato slices. Braised fish pieces garnished with scallions. Pale yellow chicken soup glimmering with oil. The enticing scent made the 4 seated nearby ravenous. Lu Bu and Kai Wenji widened their eyes and swallowed hard. Jiang Tian smiled and motioned toward the table. All right, dig in. Taste the cooking from 1800 years hence. With that, he scooped a ladle of chicken soup. Shi Jigang, wearing a guileless grin, reached for his chopsticks. Though Lu Bu and Kai Wenji did not understand the reference to that year, they too picked up their chopsticks and ate. They munched delightedly, their faces shining with grease as they feasted. Boss, your cooking is truly excellent. You're flattering me. You're not bad either. My lord, the chicken is rich in flavor, and the broth is savory and mellow, truly. Eat more slowly, don't choke. Oh, this tomato and egg stir-fry is sweet and tart, so delicious. Master, I want to learn to cook too. All right. When we cook next time, you can help and learn by watching. Okay. 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes had been wiped clean, and the 4 sat back belching with. After a short rest, everyone returned to their tasks. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang began clearing the kitchen and tidying the table refuse, while Kai Wenji took the pots and bowls to wash. Jiang Tian strolled lazily around the island to digest, then sat by the campfire and lit a cigarette. Life grows increasingly comfortable. He exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Although he had planned to raise the chickens, he had not expected to stew one so soon. He had to admit, the aroma was irresistible. With more fishing rods than most, he could acquire resources far faster than others. There was nothing to fuss about. Thinking this, he opened the regional chat channel to check on others. In a world without televisions or computers, this simple exchange served as pleasant after-dinner amusement. At that hour, the channel buzzed with dinner talk. I just simmered a pot of fish soup. How about you? Yesterday, I managed a fish. Today, I caught nothing and feel stunned. I did catch a chicken today, but there are 2 of us, and it still felt like not enough. 0066, may I ask, do you have clothes for a little girl? 0888. There are 2 of us too. Yesterday we caught a fish and a duck, today 2 chickens. These past days we've been eating very well. Whoa, the lucky one is showing off again. Please stop, I haven't caught any meat these past days. I wonder what 1111, that big player, is eating tonight. I'm curious too. He's probably eating chicken right now, isn't he? Seeing himself mentioned, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, thanks for the invite. Just finished dinner, checking in. That single reply stirred a storm. Immediately, everyone's attention turned to him. Boss, what did you eat? 0888, curious. Same question. Boss, are you having fish soup too? Did you? Will dinner suffice for your 3 people? Or shall I trade you some food for a bit of your salt? Jiang Tian thought for a moment and answered calmly. If you need salt, you can trade with me. As for dinner, it was just some homely dishes. I fried potato slices, made tomato and egg stir-fry, braised fish pieces, and stewed a pot of chicken soup. By the way, there are 4 of us now. We ate until we were stuffed. I also asked if anyone had digestive tablets. I did trade salt and cigarettes for them. When he said that, the regional chat fell silent for a moment. Then, whoa, Here hundreds more exclamations emitted. 0888, whoa. When it comes to showing off, I still can't outdo you. Invisible showing off is the deadliest. 0066, the 2 of us aren't full, and your 4 people ate until bursting. And you want digestive pills. You're being ridiculously ostentatious. Wait. Boss, are you sure you didn't miss here? Tomato and egg stir-fry, fried potato slices, braised fish pieces, and chicken soup. Boss, did you open a restaurant on the sky? In the channel, the voices of various survivors clamored incessantly, asking how Jiang Tian managed to acquire such a sumptuous meal in such a barren environment. Some were envious, hoping to ask Jiang Tian for some warm food. Jiang Tian naturally ignored these. Others sought to exchange food and materials for finished products. Jiang Tian also turned them down. At present, he had no shortage of food, and trading for such things held no significance. In the chat channel, while the survivors gazed longingly at Jiang Tian's delicacies, they began to share their grievances. They lamented that although they had caught some food these days, there were now 2 people on the island, which was simply insufficient. On another note, Jiang Tian gleaned some information from the current chat. It seemed that many people had gradually begun to catch individuals from the cloud these days. Now most survivors on their islands had acquired a companion. They were of all ages and from different eras, some ordinary people, while others possessed unique skills. For example, some were stronger, some faster, and others like Shi Jigang could contribute to the island's development. For instance, the one caught by 0066 had some knowledge of agriculture. Could it be that not only had the area for obtaining barren land changed, but the probability of catching characters had also increased? Jiang Tian pondered. At this moment, another message appeared in the channel, drawing everyone's attention. Damn it, my luck is terrible today, not a single animal caught, but I did reel in 3 wooden boxes. I thought they were people, but they turned out to be goblins. What the hell? Man, your luck is really bad. I can only catch one at most in a day. I feel like my luck isn't great either. I caught 2 today. I have the impression that the probability of catching goblins has increased compared to before. No way. Although I caught 1 today, as well, I also think goblins are appearing more frequently. Everyone should still be cautious these days. Do prepare your machetes and hammers when you encounter boxes to avoid any surprises. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. His previous guess was correct. The refresh rate of monsters in boxes had indeed increased, and it was in a gradually rising state. The probability of catching wooden boxes in the past 2 days had significantly increased. Previously, he could only catch 5 in a day, but today he caught 10. While these goblins posed no threat to him, it was still wise to prepare in advance. His fishing rod was more numerous than others, allowing him to gather resources at a much faster rate, and the probability of catching monsters was also considerably higher. Moreover, these monsters might become stronger as time progressed, making them potentially harder to deal with in the future. He needed to prepare weapons. Although he currently had a few, it seemed he hadn't been able to catch any more lately, so he had to find a way to gather more. However, to forge weapons, he hadn't seen anyone catch iron or such metals lately. He pondered these matters while smoking a cigarette. Unbeknownst to him, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Seeing the weather, the crowd in the regional chat channel returned to the topic at hand. They greeted each other and rushed out with buckets to collect rainwater. Everyone got busy, and the lively interface gradually quieted down. Drip. A raindrop hit the cigarette, but making a sizzling sound. Jiang Tian snapped back to reality. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Let's build the brick kiln first. Once I have bricks, I can consider the blacksmith shop. He extinguished the cigarette and closed the interface. Watching the raindrops, he thought it best to collect some water since it was raining now. He had already used quite a bit of water for watering the clay and washing dishes these past few days. Although he currently had plenty of resources, he still needed to conserve where possible. Furthermore, he required more water to make clay. At this moment, the few people busy with household chores also returned. Jiang Tian smiled and instructed it started raining. Kai Wenji, take those buckets out to collect some water. Yes, master. Shi Jigang, dig a bit more at the pit where we muddied the clay. Understood, boss. Lubu, put on your raincoat and expand the pond a little more. Yes, my lord. The next day, when everyone got up and opened the door, the sky was still drizzling. Although the rain was light, a layer of water covered the ground. Shi Jigang volunteered to handle the drainage work. Lubu also donned his raincoat and went east to set up the fishing rods one by one. Kai Wenji, who had just finished helping Jiang Tian wash his face, looked at the light rain outside the window. Her big eyes blinked as if she remembered something. She ran back inside, rummaged around, and found a small yellow raincoat, the back of which bore triangular spikes. It was the set from 0066 she had obtained last time. Putting on the raincoat and rain boots, she ran to Jiang Tian's side and tugged at his clothes. Master, look. Jiang Tian smiled and pinched Kai Wenji's little face. Little dinosaur's so cute. Hearing Jiang Tian's praise, Kai Wenji thoroughly enjoyed it, humming a little tune as she headed west to feed the poultry. Jiang Tian then went to the northern part of the island to inspect the pond that had been expanded the night before. At this moment, the pond had expanded from 6 square meters to 10 square meters, and it was already filled with water. More than 10 fish were happily swimming around inside. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Water resources had expanded once again. The seedlings planted nearby had also grown significantly taller. Moving to the other side, the drainage work on the island had nearly been completed. The sun gradually rose higher. Near the southern part of the island, there was also a pit filled with rainwater. It was the one dug when making the clay stove, only it was a bit larger now. Outside, there were more than 10 large water buckets filled to the brim. This rain had indeed been bountiful. At this moment, Jiang Tian was probably the one with the most water resources among all survivors. Of course, the purpose of storing this water was different from others. He didn't intend to use it for drinking. Just the boxes of mineral water in the warehouse were enough to last for quite some time. The reason he dug this pit was naturally to prepare for making clay bricks. Through the past 2 days of accumulation, he had indeed gathered a substantial amount of clay, but the water needed to mix the clay was insufficient. He was reluctant to use mineral water for this. Fortunately, it had rained timely last night. He then looked at Lu Bu and Shi Jigang, who were on standby nearby, smiled, and said, "Get ready, prepare to build the brick kiln. Take out all the clay and crush the clumps into the water pit." Lu Bu stood by the edge of the pit, stirring with a shovel, mixing the soil and water into mud. Shi Jigang returned to the house and took out the brick mold he made last night. The mold was very simple to make, just cutting several wooden boards to a certain length and nailing them together to create a hollow rectangular prism. Then the mixed clay was placed inside the mold. A square clay brick was thus completed. Of course, making them one by one was too inefficient. Last night, Shi Jigang improved and enlarged these molds. Finally, he made 2 large molds roughly square with sides of 1 meter, filled with rectangular hollow gaps. The mold was placed on the ground, and a large piece of clay was thrown inside and compressed. Then the excess clay overflowing from the wooden board was pushed off, and the mold was lifted. In one go, 32 square bricks could be made. This greatly improved the efficiency of production. Of course, the freshly made bricks still needed to be dried before they could be fired. While Lu Bu was busy stirring the clay, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang began to create a wooden frame for drying the bricks. 8 square meters over 2 meters high. According to the thickness of the bricks, a total of more than 20 layers were divided. By calculation, if the frame was fully stocked, it could dry about 5,000 bricks at the same time. With the wooden frame completed and the clay in the pit mixed well, the 3 of them began to fill the molds and move bricks. From time to time, Jiang Tian had to go to the fishing spot to busy himself. Opening a box, hitting a goblin, and setting up empty soil, they became so busy that they forgot the time. They woke up around 7 in the morning and worked until noon before finally stopping. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was high in the sky. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat directly on the dried soil, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Tian lit a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at the wooden frame filled with bricks, he sighed. "I never thought that after living so long, I would have a day of moving bricks, making me feel like a machine on an assembly line. With this kind of work, I don't know how long it will last." Shi Jigang chuckled. "Boss, you'll get used to it. Although I don't remember my previous experiences, I somehow feel like I've been doing this all along." While chatting, Kai Wenji and Lu Bu brought over water and food. After washing their hands, they began to fill their hungry stomachs. Generally speaking, lunch is quite casual, and these are just the common types of food found in supermarkets. The 4 of them nibbled on bread and ham, sipping cola to make do. After eating, they pulled up the ringing fishing rods to collect their resources. They arranged for Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to set up a bonfire next to the wooden frame for the bricks to speed up the hardening process. Then Jiang Tian took Kai Wenji and went back inside for a nap. If other survivors knew about their current living conditions, they would surely be furious. Many of them hadn't even had a meal at this point. While busy fishing, they also had to find time to rebuild their who still had time to go back and take a nap. Moreover, he was actually cuddling with a loli for a nap. Good heavens, were they here for survival or for vacation? An hour later, "Master, it's time to get up." The human alarm clock Kai Wenji called Jiang Tian awake. "Huh." He stretched lazily and rubbed his blurry eyes. Jiang Tian stepped outside and came to the blazing bonfire. "Shi Jigang, how are the bricks coming along?" "Boss, they are all dried now." So fast?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. He went over to the wooden frame and touched it. The surface was already dry and most of the moisture had been baked out. It seems that the materials here are different from before. However, let's not forget that plants here can mature in a few days, so it's not surprising that the bricks dry faster. Of course, the bricks in this state still cannot be used. They need to be fired thoroughly and sintered in a big fire, then cooled to become real bricks. This is the final and most important step. Here a brick kiln is needed. After selecting a location, the 3 big men went to the south side of the island. The empty soil they fished up was partially filled in the west and also filled some in the south. While placing the soil in the south, Jiang Tian had an idea. When placing the empty soil, he decided to put the newly obtained empty soil in a place of equivalent thickness in the center of the island. He outlined a square area of 12 square meters and began to dig. After digging a 1-meter deep pit, he lit a fire at the center point. Then he began to pile clay at the edges. As the clay below gradually baked and solidified, he added a new layer of clay on top. It felt somewhat similar to when they made the furnace before. Finally, after working until the sun set, a simple brick kiln was finally completed. The total structure was 2 meters tall, but it sank 1 meter for easy fuel placement. Next, the 3 did not rest either. They stacked the bricks one by one inside the kiln, and then went to gather branches to make charcoal. Finally, as the moon rose, flames ignited inside the small brick kiln. Today's work was finally over. After a day of hard work, the three of them were exhausted. Finally done. It really wasn't easy. Jiang Tian looked at the brick kiln with mixed feelings. Shi Jigang also gasped and said, "Yet today's workload gave me a very familiar feeling. So we still don't have enough labor. It would be great if we had a few more people. Alright, everyone should go back and take." Jiang Tian waved his hand and shouted towards the fishing spot. Kai Wenji, reel it in. Coming. Upon hearing the call, Kai Wenji lifted the fishing rods one by one. At that moment, one of the fishing rods rang again. Ding-ling-ling. Kai Wenji was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. She raised the fishing rod with both hands. Feeling the weight from the rod, her heart skipped a beat. This weight seemed like a wooden box. Bang! Just as she was thinking, the clouds parted, and a wooden box really fell down. She then shouted to the other side, "Master! What's wrong? A box. Oh, got it." Jiang Tian sighed and stood up. How many times had he fished up this box today? It seemed like more than 10 times, and it was all goblins inside. Those pointy ears, protruding noses, and strange cries were almost making him sick. Just as it was almost mealtime, he unexpectedly caught one at this moment. Jiang Tian thought to himself as he approached the fishing spot. He let Kai Wenji stand aside and slowly pulled open the wooden board. 2 seconds later, a hunched, "Damn it." Jiang Tian clenched his fist, just about to punch this thing. Suddenly he paused. Old man. The person who stood up from the box was a small, old man hunched over. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the old man slightly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Master." New member. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, retracting his fist. Just moments ago, he was thinking how nice it would be to have a few more people around. To his surprise, he had actually caught one. However, Jiang Tian circled around the box a few times, glancing at the old man. His expression was somewhat subtle. Given the old man's frail appearance, it seemed he could hardly do any work and would only be able to eat. At this moment, Lu Bu and Shi Jigang curiously approached, glancing at the old man. Seeing Jiang Tian's expression, Lu Bu frowned and said, "My lord, this old man looks weak and incapable of doing any work. In my opinion, let me kick him out to avoid wasting food." Jiang Tian had yet to speak. The old man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Young man, what are you talking about? What do you mean by saying he can't do anything? You underestimate the elderly too much." Beside them, Kai Wenji tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve, unable to bear it, saying, "This grandfather looks kind and gentle. He doesn't seem to be a bad person. Kicking him out is a bit too much, isn't it?" "Exactly, this little girl understands respect for the elderly and love for the young," the old man said. "Master, how about letting him help Shi Jigang with some errands? Being a laborer isn't so bad." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and said, "Oh sure." The old man was speechless. "Little girl, I just praised you for respecting the elderly. Why are you not following the script? At my age and in my condition, can I really be a laborer?" At that moment, Lu Bu snorted coldly. "I don't know what you mean by respecting the elderly. All I know is that you will waste the master's food." "Hey young man, what do you mean by that? What is wasting food? I may be old, but I know a thing or two about strategy and cunning. Of being an advisor is completely manageable. How is that wasting food?" "Humph." Lu Bu was inexplicably irritated upon seeing the old man. At this time, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. After all, there was a certain probability that the person caught might possess some knowledge or skills. Perhaps this old man had some exceptional qualities. He then spoke. "All right, old man, first tell me your name." The old man thought for a moment, then respectfully clasped his hands and said, "My name is Wang Yun. I have met the master." Wang Yun. Lu Bu's expression became quite complex. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Tian was taken aback and asked Lu Bu, "What's wrong?" "That name sounds very familiar. Although I don't think I've seen him before, just hearing those two characters makes my teeth itch." Jiang Tian slapped his forehead. "Wang Yun. Isn't that the guy who offered Jiao Chan to that old scoundrel Dong Zhe?" No wonder Lu Bu was so hostile towards him. After all, the hatred for taking one's wife is irreconcilable. Chess, Qin, calligraphy, and painting. Isn't that just indulging in pleasure? Lu Bu glared at Wang Yun. Then he cupped his hands towards Jiang Tian and said, "My lord, I still think we should kick him out." Jiang Tian stroked his chin, sizing up Wang Yun. This scrutinizing gaze made Wang Yun feel a bit uneasy. This old man really seems useless. Moreover, keeping him here might easily cause internal conflict. He then looked at Wang Yun and gestured towards the edge, saying, "How about you take yourself out?" Hearing this, Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian. Her eyes were filled with sympathy. Seeing this, Wang Yun was somewhat baffled. He stepped out of the box and peered over the edge, and was startled enough to jump back 2 steps. Good heavens, falling from this height might even cause one to lose their bowels. "Master, spare me." Wang Yun suddenly knelt down, banging his head on the ground towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Just kidding, it's fine. You can take a fishing rod and fish for cloud masses." Although Wang Yun looked frail and useless, Jiang Tian didn't lack food. Moreover, he was not that cruel a person. Let's keep him for now. After all, he was a figure of some renown in the three. You never know when he might come in handy. Seeing this scene, Kai Wenji also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had no good feelings for the old man, she still didn't want her master to do such things. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian found it quite amusing. If Kai Wenji knew that her father had been killed by Wang Yun back in the day, she would probably be even angrier than Lu Bu. Subsequently, Jiang Tian explained to Wang Yun what fishing for cloud masses meant. After Wang Yun waved the fishing rod, casting the hook into the cloud mass, Jiang Tian casually said, "Alright, you can fish here for now. When the bell rings, just lift the rod. If the catch is too heavy, leave it for now, or we will come to help you later." After saying this, he turned to leave with the others. Just as they were about to go back to cook, suddenly, ding-ling-ling, a sudden ringing sound came from behind. Jiang Tian paused in his tracks and looked back. The bell on Wang Yun's fishing rod was ringing wildly. He quickly urged him, "Did you catch something that quickly? Hurry, pull it up." "Oh, okay." Wang Yun grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it back. A large cloud mass was hooked onto the line and slowly drifted towards the island. Seeing him reel it in so effortlessly, Jiang Tian felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that the cloud mass was pulled onto the island and the mist dissipated? A super large black soil block appeared before everyone. This, Jiang Tian slowly stepped forward and reached out to tug at it. His eyes widened in surprise. A large block of black cubic soil appeared before him. Such a large block of empty soil. Reaching out to touch it, the data of this empty soil appeared before his eyes. 2 by 5. It was a full 10 cubic meters. Kai Wenji's eyes widened as well. Wow, such a large block of empty soil, so impressive. Upon hearing this compliment, Wang Yun smiled shyly. Lu Bu, on the other hand, coldly snorted complete. Jiang Tian approached Wang Yun and took a look at him. This time he was indeed somewhat surprised. Although it was said that since the last heavy rain, the volume of empty soil obtained had increased. The maximum had only been about 6 cubic meters. This 10 cubic meters was a first in his experience. He wondered if the old man was just lucky, or if he had coincidentally encountered something. He then looked at Wang Yun and said, "Come on, don't just stand there, keep going." "Oh yes, master." Wang Yun stood up again, somewhat clumsily casting the hook forward. This time Jiang Tian and the others did not rush to leave, instead standing by waiting to see if the next catch would be as quick and good as the last. However, after 10 minutes of waiting, the bell showed no reaction. The float on the hook remained straight on the cloud mass, completely still. Jiang Tian frowned. Could it be that the last catch was indeed just good luck? Just then the stomachs of the four began to rumble again. "Forget it, let's go back to eat first." He pushed the 10 cubic meters of empty soil back to the wooden house, replacing the previous 6 cubic meters used for replication. He then decided not to think too much and went back to the small house to cook and eat. They made rice and fish soup, enjoying a comfortable meal. After eating and drinking to their fill, Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes. She arranged for Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to make bunk beds while she returned to the fishing spot. Upon seeing the scene before her, she was instantly shocked. On the eastern side of the island, 3 black soil blocks were neatly stacked behind Wang Yun. Each black soil block was the same size as the one they had just caught. To be honest, Wang Yun's unique trait indeed surprised Jiang Tian. Previously, he thought that such a small island would not be enough for building houses in the future. Unexpectedly, this old man he caught kept pulling out soil continuously, and it was all in large chunks. If he could truly maintain this state, he wouldn't have to worry about land usage in the future. Flattered by Jiang Tian's praise, Wang Yun felt a bit shy. Rubbing his beard, he said, "Actually, I don't know what this thing is. I was just fishing casually," and just as he was speaking, the bell of another fishing rod beside Wang Yun rang. This one was the rod that Kai Wenji used to catch the box earlier, which hadn't been lifted up yet. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "Quick, go pull that one up too." "Yes, master." Wang Yun obediently put down the rod he was holding and picked up the one with the ringing bell. He lifted it up and a cloud lazily floated over, revealing a small package after the mist dispersed. Upon unwrapping the package, he found several pieces of wood inside. Why isn't it soil?" Jiang Tian frowned. After pondering for a while, he came up with a conjecture. Could it be that only the fishing rod held by Wang Yun could catch soil? He then picked up a few other fishing rods that were placed nearby. He stuffed them into Wang Yun's arms. "Here, take these rods and fish together." Wang Yun looked at the metal rods in his arms, showing a troubled expression. I'm too old to hold so many fishing rods. At most I can only manage 2 at a time." "I see." Jiang Tian glanced at the old man's 2 frail hands and sighed. What a pity if only this old man had a few more hands. "Alright, you can hold 2 rods, then just be careful not to drop them." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master, that sounds weird. Oh, just call me Lord from now on." "Yes, Lord." Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 1 fishing rod in each hand, resting them on his thighs. The scene looked somewhat comical. Jiang Tian continued to watch for a while, but there was still no movement. This time the fishing clouds did not come as quickly as the first time. He then decided to stop paying attention, retrieve the other fishing rods, and left this one to dry. Back in the house, Kai Wenji had already cleaned the dishes and was tidying up the bedding. Now their bedding was no longer. Instead, it was placed on a simple wooden bed. This was made by Shi Jigang volunteering to nail together some wood for Jiang Tian last night. Although the construction was relatively simple, the surface of the wooden planks was quite smooth, making it comfortable to sleep on. On the other side of the room, Shi Jigang had already planed 4 wooden pieces of the same size, standing in the other corner of the room, looking like the 4 legs of the bed. The planer smoothed the originally rough wooden rods to perfection. Nearby, some smooth wooden boards and strips were placed as he worked alongside Lu Bu, hammering rhythmically. Once this upper and lower bunk was completed, these two would no longer have to squeeze together to sleep. The sleeping arrangements for the 4 of them had all been improved, leading to better sleep quality than before. At this moment, Kai Wenji had finished tidying up the bedding. She looked over to the other side of the room, where the two were building the upper and lower bunk. She tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve and asked, "Master, what about that old grandpa? Where will he sleep?" This question made Jiang Tian realize that another person had arrived today. He had been so focused on the soil he had caught that he had forgotten about his lodging. Regardless of what he did in his past life, now that he had come to the empty island, he was at least considered one of his own. He couldn't neglect him. He then instructed Shi Jigang, saying, "After you finish the bed, go tell Wang Yun that if he's tired, he can come back and sleep." "Yes, boss." After Shi Jigang agreed, Jiang Tian climbed onto the wooden bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. The next day, Jiang Tian yawned and opened his hazy eyes. He was quite tired yesterday and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Since he slept relatively early, it seemed like he was the first to wake up today. There didn't seem to be any movement in the room, only the sound of breathing. Just as he woke up, he felt something warm pressing on his chest. He slightly lifted his head to see Kai Wenji's head resting on his chest, sleeping soundly. Her small mouth was slightly open, and she seemed to be mumbling something. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. Previously, he would wake up later, and by the time he did, Kai Wenji was already awake. He hadn't realized that her sleeping posture was so poor. As Jiang Tian moved, Kai Wenji was startled awake. Kai Wenji let out a small hum, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Tian looking at her with a half-smile, her heart raced. "Ah, master." Her face flushed instantly. "What's wrong? You didn't get up early today. Did you not sleep well last night?" As Jiang Tian asked, he brushed through Kai Wenji's long hair. Kai Wenji bit her lip and said with some difficulty, "I sleep lightly. They were knocking on the bed last night. It was a bit late. Master will go boil water now." After saying this, Kai Wenji climbed down from the bed and hurried out the door. Since the kitchen was completed, the task of boiling water had also been moved there. After Kai Wenji left Jiang Tian's side, he had been too tired yesterday and had indeed not considered these matters. Living together in this small room was quite inconvenient. He needed to build a house early and separate the rooms. Previously, there was not enough land to use, so it was unavoidable, but now that he had caught that old man. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. "Oh right, Wang Yun. He almost forgot about this little old man. Did Shi Jigang notify him to come back and sleep? Has he returned?" Thinking about this, Jiang Tian got up. He looked to another part of the house. At this moment, the wooden upper and lower bunks had already been completed, with Shi Jigang sleeping on top. Lu Bu was sleeping on the lower bunk. The little old man Wang Yun was sleeping on the ground at Lu Bu's feet, covered with an old piece of clothing that had been changed out. His head was resting on a sock, though he didn't know whose it was. Soon after, Kai Wenji brought over the boiled water and began to assist Jiang Tian with his morning wash. The sound of the door opening and the flowing water startled Lu Bu and Shi Jigang awake. "Good morning, boss." "Greetings, my lord." The two exchanged greetings and climbed out of bed. Seeing Wang Yun still lying on the ground sleeping soundly, Lu Bu rolled his eyes. Shi Jigang smiled helplessly, remaining silent. Jiang Tian glanced at Wang Yun and then asked, "Shi Jigang, when did this old man fall asleep yesterday?" Shi Jigang's expression was complicated. "We had prepared the bedding yesterday, and when I went out to call him, he was already lying on the ground asleep. I even dragged him back myself. Is he always this sleepy?" Jiang Tian waved his hand. "All right, quickly wake him up." With that, Lu Bu and Shi Jigang each grabbed Wang Yun and called him awake. When Wang Yun woke up, he rubbed his eyes, looking as if he hadn't fully awakened. It wasn't until Lu Bu took out food and began to eat breakfast that he was completely alert. As he grabbed a piece of bread and a sausage, he praised the food. This action earned him another eye roll from Lu Bu. After a simple breakfast, everyone headed out to begin their respective tasks. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, first went eastward to check on the situation from last night's fishing with Wang Yun. In the east, there were 3 large black earth blocks quietly piled to the side. Fortunately, Wang Yun had managed to create some land gains before falling asleep yesterday. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. With Wang Yun around, he no longer needed to worry about land issues and could continue replicating fishing rods. He then placed his palm on the empty land, filling these voids one by one on the island. The previously fished-out empty land combined with what Wang Yun had gathered yesterday. Now the total area of this island had reached over 200 square meters. Moreover, this area had also been filled to a sufficient thickness to serve as a foundation for building houses. Next, he needed to consider the issue of bricks. After Kai Wenji fed the animals, she was arranged to go east with Wang Yun for fishing. He then brought Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to haul over the clay and began the brickmaking work, filling the clay, mixing it, and pouring it into molds. Then he placed the pressed brick pieces on a wooden rack. Since they had prepared these tools the day before, the speed of their work increased significantly today. They worked diligently until noon. While Lu Bu was mixing the clay, he suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, it seems we are running low on water." Jiang Tian was taken aback. He looked at the mixing pit, which was filled with clay powder. Only a small area had formed into a clump. Jiang Tian realized that after making over 5,000 bricks yesterday, all the rainwater they had saved was long gone. The rainwater stored in the buckets had also been completely used up. At this moment, Shi Jigang asked, "Boss, should I go to the pond to fetch some water?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and then waved his hand. "If we really need to build houses, the water in the pond might not be enough. Forget it, I'll just go buy some." After thinking for a while, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. They were discussing their current development situation at that moment. "Haha, through my tireless efforts I have finally built a wooden house." "Me too, I just built a small wooden house, now only over 10 square meters." "Be content, oh, what is too expensive now, I only built an 8 square meter one." The big boss 1111 previously built a 30 square meter wooden house, I wonder how it is now, has he expanded? "Don't mention him, oh, just mentioning him makes me want to cry." It seems the big boss was collecting a lot of clay yesterday, he should be farming now, right? What kind of farming needs that much clay, eh? Hey, who knows? We don't understand the big boss intentions. Seeing the messages, Jiang Tian smiled. He replied, "CNNS 1111, everyone, thank you for waiting, I am currently in need of a large amount of water resources. If you need to trade for supplies, you can come to me. The big boss is out." "Water? Wait a minute, didn't you collect so many bottles of mineral water when it rained? Did you drink it all? Maybe the big boss has too many people, so they drank a lot. I remember that the big boss collected at least 180 boxes during the rain. How can it be gone already, eh? How quickly must they have drunk it?" 1111, I don't need mineral water, oh, just the rainwater you collected before is enough. The price can be negotiated. "Rainwater? What do you need that for?" "No, big boss, are you really that short on water?" 4144. You fools, he was collecting clay before, now he's collecting water. It's obvious he's building bricks to make a house. You guys are still talking about farming, it's just hilarious. Building a house. What the hell? Big boss, how big of a house are you planning to build? As he spoke, the regional chat channel erupted in noise. Jiang Tian also didn't expect this person to pop up at this moment and see through his thoughts. He then decided not to hide it any longer. He directly admitted, "Yes, I am indeed building a brick house right now. All the rainwater I collected has been used up. If you have any surplus rainwater, you can trade some to me." As soon as this message was sent out before anyone else could speak, a message popped up immediately. 4144. You fools, if you trade water to him, what will you do if there's a drought later? Just because he wants to build a house, are you going to risk your own thirst? Moreover, aren't you afraid he will hoard these water resources and sell them to you when a drought occurs? As this message was sent, the regional channel fell into silence again. Shortly after, others began to speak. Big boss, thinking about it this way, the weather in this world is indeed unpredictable. What if it really does become a drought? Yeah, although we have stockpiled rainwater, it's still not enough, and there are 2 of us here. Sorry, big boss, but you should look elsewhere. Seeing this, Jiang Tian sighed. It's fine, I understand your situation. I'll check the world channel instead. Unexpectedly at this moment, such a new
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
4144. Haha, 1111. Are you stunned? I now have over 300 square meters. I haven't built a house yet, and you dare to. Over 300 square meters. Hearing this number, Jiang Tian was stunned. How could there be so much? Could it be? He also has some special ability. Soon after, 4144 sent another message. Just keep gathering your materials. Even if you manage to build it, that house will still belong to me. Get ready to clean your neck and wait. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the regional channel was taken aback. Even if it was prepared, the house still belonged to him. What does this mean? Moreover, what about the 300 square meters he inexplicably mentioned? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow as he processed this information. An ominous suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be? At that moment, others also began to notice clues in 4144's words. They questioned, what do you mean by that? Clarify yourself. And how did you manage to get an extra 200 square meters when I only have around 130? Everyone is using the same fishing rod. How did you manage to catch so much empty land? How did you do it? 4144 replied. You can just guess. You'll know when you encounter me, won't you? What do you mean by that? Yesterday my friend messaged me saying an empty land was flying towards him, and he went, but afterward he never replied to me again. At this moment Jiang Tian's gaze sharpened. He asked, could it be that your empty island can move? 4144, bingo. Haha, congratulations on getting it right. And that kid you mentioned did your friend, ha ha ha, now everything belongs to me. What? He was indeed. What did you do to my friend? 4144, what's it to you? Hee hee. Wait until you meet me, and then you can ask your friend to find out. Ha ha. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. His empty island can move. That means he is using this ability to plunder, isn't he? Also the friend of the person being plundered must be. At this point, those who had been chatting excitedly in the channel fell silent. Their expressions reflected a sense of panic. However, it also brought many who had not been active in the chat channel to the forefront. Upon seeing this information, their eyes brightened. Damn, there's actually such a way to get rich. 4144, how did you manage that? Say, please teach me, my luck is too poor, I can't catch enough food. 4144, haha, beg me. As long as you beg me, maybe you'll tell you something. From that point on, the chat was filled with 4144's arrogance and other people's inquiries about his methods, all steeped in ambition. The topic only ceased when they ran out of speaking opportunities. However, this interruption left others disinterested in continuing the chat. This atmosphere made those who wanted to develop on their own feel increasingly uneasy. They quickly closed the chat channel, unwilling to linger any longer. These chat records remained static in the channel, not being pushed up. It was like blood written on a death sentence. Seeing this, Jiang Tian also closed the regional chat channel and sighed. Just now 4144 said he had over 300 square meters of land. If that's the case, he must have harmed 2 survivors. Moreover, it seems many others share his thoughts. Not everyone wants to rely on their own efforts to obtain resources. Greed and plunder are ultimately the inherent flaws of humanity. Although it was unclear how he managed to move the empty island, 4144 never revealed his method. However, it provided others with an idea. Many would likely try to make their islands move to invade. At that moment, a phrase from the parchment resurfaced in Jiang Tian's mind: natural disasters, man-made calamities, anything can happen. Man-made calamities. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. It seems this survival game on the empty island will become even more turbulent. Weapons, equipment, manpower. All these things need to be prepared in case of emergencies. He retracted his thoughts and re-entered the world channel to acquire water resources. However, once the message was sent out, it was instantly drowned in the vast world messages. Only a few people sent him trade requests. This was also why Jiang Tian disliked acquiring resources in the world channel before. There were too many people posting messages, and the message refresh rate was too fast. One message could disappear before he had a chance to read it. Moreover, in this channel, one could only post a message once a day, which was quite troublesome. Later, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and found the foreign friend he had previously bought from. He offered a few sticks of Huazi as benefits and asked him to help shout out for him in other regions as a mediator. Thankfully, this tactic proved effective. A continuous stream of rainwater transactions flowed towards Jiang Tian, and he seized the opportunity to acquire some clay. He successfully obtained these resources, and the mixing of clay could continue. Lu Bu was stirring the clay, and Jiang Tian called out to another person, Shi Jigang, come here for a moment. Shi Jigang paused and wiped the dirt from his hands on the apron he made from rainproof fabric. He ran over and asked, Boss, what's the matter? How long until this house is ready? Upon hearing Jiang, Shi Jigang glanced at Lu Bu, who was mixing the clay, and pondered for a moment. Although I have experience in this area, and both you and Lu Bu work efficiently, it would still take about 4 to 5 days to get everything done, and that's just to produce a bare room, without any decoration. 4 to 5 days, huh? Jiang Tian began to frown and ponder again. Seeing this, Shi Jigang asked, Boss, what's wrong? It's nothing. I hope the house is finished quickly so we can set up the blacksmith shop soon. Blacksmith shop? Boss, do we have iron now? Shi Jigang asked. Jiang Tian opened the trading hall to check. Currently, there was no metal available. He instinctively contacted 0888 and asked, Are you there? I have a question. Did you catch any iron, or in the last couple of days? When the message was sent, there was no response from the other party. Jiang Tian was taken aback by this situation. He then recalled that when 4144 was bragging earlier, 0888 seemed not to have spoken. Since 4144 had already invaded 2 people, could it be that 0888? Just as Jiang Tian was speculating that something unfortunate had happened to the other party, a message finally came back. No, what's up? Nothing much, just asking where were you earlier? Didn't see you in the regional chat. No, I was busy. Hee. I won't say more, I'll get back to work. The other party replied once and then stopped responding. Seeing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Although he didn't know what the other party was busy with, the fact that he replied meant he was safe. Moreover, it seemed that the iron ore had likely not respawned yet. At this moment, Jiang Tian remembered. 0066. It seemed he also hadn't replied. He sent another message to 0066. After waiting for a minute with no response, Jiang Tian furrowed his brows. This girl had been quite active before, and her replies to his messages were almost instantaneous, giving off a rather leisurely vibe. What's going on today? It seems like she hasn't said anything at all. This isn't typical of her style. The goblin spawn rate has increased along with the earlier comments from that person. This easily evokes some rather unpleasant outcomes. Jiang Tian sighed. In the current situation, overthinking wouldn't help. He closed the messages and cast these thoughts aside for now. He immersed himself again, contemplating what needed to be. He continued to look at Shiji Gang. I haven't seen any iron ore for now, but there will be some in the future. Let's start by laying the bricks. We need to speed up the work in the next few days to build the house, and then start the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss, Shiji Gang responded, and went back to work. The continuous influx of tasks made Jiang Tian feel somewhat flustered. Not continuing with the bricklaying, he began to walk around the island. As he strolled, he started to observe the current state of development. First, he arrived at the warehouse. Inside, it was filled with supermarket provisions and bottled water, as well as various tools like screws. Even the plastic bags used to store these items were neatly stacked in a large cardboard box. Due to the abundance of fishing rods, they had managed to catch many items before. Even now, while everyone else had consumed the supermarket food resources, Jiang Tian still had a substantial amount left. Rice flour, oil, and similar items were stored in the kitchen. To the north, over 20 fish swam joyfully in the pond. One could faintly see some silver-white fry swimming about in the pond, the offspring of these fish. By the pond, the plants he had previously sown were also growing well. Several saplings over a meter tall had sprouted, though they had yet to bear fruit. On the other side, green vines with large leaves had also grown to about a meter high, blooming with small yellow flowers. The tomatoes he had bought earlier were sliced and planted, sprouting into seedlings. He had also planted the potatoes that were dug up with the seedlings just breaking through the soil. In the cage to the west, chickens and ducks were piled together, totaling over 10, including 2 geese he had caught earlier. There were 7 or 8 chicken and duck eggs along with a large goose egg nearby. Once these poultry hatched, he would need Shiji Gang to expand the cage. As Jiang Tian listened to the clucking of the chickens and the quacking of the ducks, he contemplated. As for the timber, due to its large quantity and size, only some smaller pieces of wood were placed in the house and warehouse, while the rest were bound with waterproof cloth and plastic bags and thrown to the east. After surveying the area, Jiang Tian's mind calmed down a bit. There was no shortage of food or water nor timber. Although clay and water were consumed heavily, fortunately, these could be obtained, making it relatively easy to manage. The land had also expanded significantly, allowing for more buildings for development and habitation. Moreover, with Wang Yun, the old man, around, there was no immediate worry about land use. It seemed that Jiang Tian had no concerns regarding resource demands. However, what he lacked the most was efficiency. There were still too few people, and progress was rather slow. Furthermore, although there were 5 people on the island, when it came to combat capability, only 2 were viable: himself and Lu Bu. This situation couldn't continue. If the goblin numbers kept increasing, it was likely that even they would be overwhelmed, not to mention the group eyeing the island for plunder. Whether for development or to establish a defense team against external threats, more people were needed. If only there were more people. Just then a loud thud caught Jiang Tian's attention as a wooden box pulled up by Kai Wenji landed on the ground. Turning around, he saw Kai Wenji taking down the hook. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that it seemed like Kai Wenji's strength had also increased somewhat. Before, it took great effort to pull up a wooden box containing goblins, leaving her panting, but now it felt like she was doing it with increasing ease. Meeting Jiang Tian's gaze, Kai Wenji chuckled. Master the box. Coming, Jiang Tian replied, picking up his bronze sword and walking over to where the fishing was taking place. At this moment, there were a total of 11 fishing rods. 1 was held by Kai Wenji, 2 by the old man Wang Yun, while the others were laid out on the ground. Ever since he had pulled Wang Yun up, Jiang Tian had shifted his thinking. Instead of replicating barren land, he turned to replicate fishing rods to increase resource acquisition. He had Kai Wenji and Wang Yun step back momentarily and approach the wooden box he had just pulled up. He lifted the wooden board. After a 2-second wait, what emerged was not a goblin. Standing up was a man dressed in simple clothes. The moment he stood, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. At that time, Lu Bu, who was mixing clay nearby, instinctively glanced over. The 2 locked eyes, both furrowing their brows slightly. The exchange of glances lasted just a second before they shifted their gazes away. Lu Bu continued to lower his head to mix the clay, while the man turned his attention to Jiang Tian. To be honest, this surprised him a bit. One had come last night, and unexpectedly another arrived today. Moreover, he had just been thinking about labor, and now one had been caught. It seemed his luck was indeed quite good. He then sized up the man before him. He was somewhat short, but stood upright, around 1.7 meters tall. With a square face, fair skin, and delicate features, Jiang Tian had also noticed the brief clash of glances between this man and Lu Bu. Could it be that he was also a character from the Three Kingdoms and an enemy of Lu Bu? Before Jiang Tian could ask, the man in simple clothes knelt on one knee and cupped his fists towards Jiang Tian, saying, "I am Hua Tsubing. I have come to meet my master." Hua Tsubing. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. What orders does my master have?" Hua Tsubing replied, his voice filled with resilience. Jiang Tian remained silently observing Hua Tsubing a few more times. He didn't expect to have caught this person. This guy was no simple character. A famous general during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, he became a marquis after a single battle. It's a pity he died somewhat early, and the cause of death seemed a bit unclear. Jiang Tian really wanted to ask him how he had died. However, after considering it, he felt that this question might be a bit impolite. Besides, according to custom, he probably wouldn't have any memories of his previous life, so asking would be pointless. Speaking of which, how did he end up locking eyes with Lu Bu? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian looked at Lu Bu and couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled that Dong Zhuo had sent Lu Bu to steal Emperor Wu of Han's tomb. As a result, Lu Bu couldn't find what Dong Zhuo wanted, failed the task, and in anger dug up Hua Tsubing's grave. Oh boy, what a mess this turned out to be. First Kai Wenji, then Wang Yun, and now Hua Tsubing. How come everyone he pulls up apart from Shi Gang from modern times seems to be connected to Lu Bu? Goodness, Lu Bu, you really are something. Having finished these thoughts, Jiang Tian snapped back to awareness and resumed gazing at Hua Tsubing, offering a gentle smile as he said, "Very well. Henceforth address me not as master, but as lord." "Yes, lord." Hua Tsubing bowed deeply once more. At that moment, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun drew near, curiously observing this new arrival. After guiding Hua Tsubing out of the chest and facilitating brief introductions between him and the two others, they promptly returned to their posts, resuming their quiet fishing. Jiang Tian led Hua Tsubing on a tour of the island, introducing him to the other two. Then, studying Hua Tsubing with careful scrutiny, he recalled historical accounts, a man of exceptional psychological fortitude and peerless martial prowess. Clearly, many future burdens could now be shared with him. An auspicious turn of fortune indeed. Even should an attack occur, Jiang Tian now stood far more firmly grounded. Noticing his expression shift, Hua Tsubing's gaze sharpened instantly. "Lord, do you harbor some concern?" "My." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Had it been so readily apparent? It seemed the legends of Hua Tsubing's extraordinary intellect were no mere flattery. Turning his head slightly, Jiang Tian paused in quiet reflection. After all, Hua Tsubing was now his sworn subordinate, and a remarkably capable one at that. Discussing matters with him would hardly be unwise. To keep everything locked within his own mind was neither sustainable nor wise. Thus Jiang Tian began speaking openly, describing the island's general layout, the monstrous creatures drawn forth by fishing, and today's unsettling intimidation. With ample provisions, why fear external threats? Upon hearing this, Hua Tsubing's brow furrowed. Yet another flash of incisive brilliance lit his eyes. "In my view, we must strike first, reconnoiter the enemy's position. If opportunity permits, eliminate them outright." Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, that had been his own inclination. Yet he still lacked knowledge of how the assailant moved, let alone his whereabouts or appearance. Moreover, within this uncanny world, prudence demanded thorough intelligence gathering and meticulous preparation before any decisive action. Hua Tsubing paused, then remarked, "If that is the case, perhaps we ought to adopt a strategy of waiting patiently, like the farmer who waits beneath the tree for the hare to stumble. As your lordship described, the foe advances by levitation. I recommend crafting long-range weaponry, then annihilating him mid-descent." "Long-range weaponry?" Jiang Tian lifted his brows. "Precisely," Hua Tsubing replied with a respectful bow. "Though I recall little of my past life, the knowledge of constructing Han crossbows remains vivid within my mind. Equipping the island with powerful crossbows would ensure every invader meets certain death, a true citadel defending marvel." Jiang Tian pondered briefly, recalling the ancient siege engines mounted upon fortress walls. Such a weapon station here would leave no assailant alive. Naturally, Jiang Tian accepted the proposal without hesitation. Hua Tsubing continued, "To forge such crossbows, we require resilient hardwood for the stock, and bronze for the trigger mechanism." "Bronze?" Jiang Tian began, intending to say none had been acquired recently, when he noticed Hua Tsubing's gaze fixed intently upon his right hand. Glancing down, Jiang Tian realized he still held the bronze sword, forgotten during their stroll and conversation, now keenly observed by Hua Tsubing. A silence fell. So, this blade, which had served only to chop timber thus far, was the implication clear, that he should melt down the sword to cast the trigger mechanism? Seeing Hua Tsubing awaiting instruction with unwavering expectation, Jiang Tian reflected a moment. Parting with the blade did not trouble him, and truth be told, he possessed more than one bronze artifact. There remained an axe, a short sword, and a spear, surely enough bronze to fashion several mechanisms. Yet the forge had yet to be constructed, smelting remained impossible. He spoke aloud, for now our metallurgical capabilities are insufficient. Tell me instead, what kind of hardwood do you require? Might those timbers used in construction suffice? As Jiang Tian gestured toward the logs used in building houses, Hui Tsubing shook his head immediately. These woods will not do. Then what species are required? Jiang Tian asked. Hui Tsubing replied without delay, the best is wood, wood, and zhuo would follow closely behind. Jiang Tian fell momentarily speechless. None of these three woods graced his island. Only ordinary timber drawn from fishing, all identical in quality and utility. It appeared he would need to cultivate them anew. He recalled seeing saplings for sale in the trading plaza, but at first space on the island was limited, impossible to grow every conceivable plant. Second, his timber reserves were already vast and inexhaustible, planting more seemed pointless. Then this crossbow project must be postponed. Jiang Tian murmured, then added, perhaps I should ask again in the chat channel. Opening the chat interface, he discovered a private message reply 0066. What's wrong? Did you need something today? Jiang Tian blinked in surprise. She had replied. So she was not among the two aggressors from 41. Nothing urgent, just a casual inquiry. Have you checked the regional chat channel? No. I've been planting trees all day, learning from the teachers drawn up by fishing. On the other side, a violet-haired girl, her hands still streaked with damp earth, sent her reply, then froze mid-motion, staring again at the message from 1111. She stared fixedly for several seconds. What does he mean? Casual inquiry. Muttering softly, she wondered, could it be? He wished to talk with me, grew disheartened when I didn't reply. Unaware, her lips curled upward into a tender smile. Her spirits lifted. Suddenly weariness dissolved, replaced by renewed vigor. After a pause, she typed, by the way, why are you suddenly so attentive to me today? Nothing special. Truly just a casual question. Really? She hummed lightly, adding a soft teasing humph. Well, 1111 appears rather with a light-hearted jab, she typed again, fine, go ahead. What did you need? I already said. It's truly just a casual question. After drafting the line, Jiang Tian hesitated. He deleted it. Ever since his ill-chosen words at dinner had brought Kai Wenji to tears, he now weighed each phrase carefully before sending. Instead he sent, all right. May I ask how your wheat crop is faring? And have you begun planting trees? What kind of trees? Reading this, the violet-haired girl tilted her lips downward. TCH, using wheat as a pretext to change the subject? How utterly straightforward. Since you asked, I'll answer. Wheat should ripen soon. We'll exchange it for potatoes. No need to rush. Also today I fished up a sapling gift pack containing peach trees, rubber trees, walnut trees, and one oddly named tuo tree, which I planted just now. Anything amiss? Oh, well then. Jiang Tian had intended a perfunctory reply before closing the chat, when suddenly his eyes brightened. 1111, oh, did you say tuo tree? Upon reading the message, the violet-haired girl paused in surprise. What's gotten into 1111 today? He's acting so unusually flustered, completely unlike his usual self. Baffled, she replied, yes, it's the tuo tree. When I fished up these saplings, my mentor said they were extraordinarily rare, so he rushed me to plant them immediately. Is something wrong with this tree? 1111, what perfect timing. I happen to need exactly this tree. She scoffed softly. Ugh, hopeless straight man. His flirting tactics are painfully outdated. He definitely has no girlfriend. She chuckled to herself, then typed lightly, really? A question mark hovered in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian stared blankly at her reply. Though he'd confirmed that 0066 hadn't been invaded, and was therefore safe, the inexplicable shift in her tone left him utterly bewildered. Why did her manner suddenly feel so off? As if she'd become someone else entirely. 1111, yes, it's precisely the tree I require. By the way, what's gotten into you today? Your tone sounds bizarrely effeminate. 0066, excuse me. I am a woman. What do you mean like a woman? The violet-haired girl nearly choked upon reading Jiang Tian's message. Her earlier assumptions had clearly veered wildly off course. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, nodded approvingly. Now that's more like your usual tone. So how about it? Once these trees mature, sell me some tuo wood. Why should I? She fired back, then instantly softened her tone. Fine. Tell me plainly, what's in it for me? 1111, one mature trunk, for 1 huazi per meter. 0066, unacceptable. 5 huazi per meter. 1111 deal. She blinked in disbelief. Wait. Haven't we always negotiated first, let you seize every advantage, then sealed the deal? Why did you agree so readily today? You're unusually accommodating. I told you. I genuinely need this. Then, you sought me out specifically for wheat and trees. What else would I want? But how did you happen to find me, just when you needed it? I already said, it's pure coincidence. Disappointment flickered across her face. It seemed she'd truly overthought this. Curious, she asked, by the way, What do you intend to use the Tuo wood for? Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment before typing check the regional chat log. You'll understand. Oh, she replied absently, then opened the chat history. Though a few users had resumed casual conversation in the regional channel, activity remained sparse. After scrolling only a few pages, she stumbled upon the exchange between 4144 and others. Oh, her eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, her mud-streaked hand flew to her mouth. This 4144. Sky Island migration. Invasion. And those copycats following his lead. Her heart hammered violently against her ribs. Since her transmigration life had been harsher than before, but fortune had smiled upon her, she consistently fished up fish-related items, trading them to secure food and shelter. Only once, when she first reeled in a goblin, had she been truly startled. Yet goblins rarely surfaced, and with time, even that novelty had faded into routine. Goblins. A swift kick sent them plummeting from the island. Occasionally she'd read in the chat about others harassed by goblins, but honestly, though a pang of pity stirred within her, she found it bearable. After all, they were monsters. Their violence stemmed not from malice alone, but from irreconcilable racial enmity and opposing loyalties. Yet now as she watched 4144 casually utter those words and saw followers brazenly declare their intent to join his invasion, the fragile sense of security she'd carefully constructed crumbled in an instant. Only then did reality strike her with brutal clarity. She wasn't merely experiencing life in another world. This was a raw, blood-soaked survival game. What if 4144 discovered her island? What fate awaited her? A shiver ran down her spine, unbidden, involuntary. Though sunlight blazed overhead and sweat still glistened on her brow from labor, an icy dread seized her. Not the kind warmth could dispel, but a deep, marrow-chilling cold born of terror. She glanced toward her mentor, the gentle figure who'd nurtured her since her arrival, who'd just patiently taught her about these very plants, now tending the newly planted Tuo saplings. If invaders descended upon her island, what would become of her? And of him? Panic surged unrelenting. Should she tell her mentor? What should she do now? Just then, a private message notification flashed. 1111. Well, did you see it? The message snapped her back from paralyzing fear. She swallowed hard. Yes, I saw it. Then I'll speak plainly. Jiang Tian continued, his tone steady and resolute. I need these trees to craft crossbow bolts, to fortify our Skysland's defenses. She stared silently at the message, then felt her panic recede ever so slightly. You seem remarkably calm. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? Of course you should. These aren't mindless beasts. They're people, dangerous ones. What if they target us next? And you've already drawn 4144's ire. Aren't you worried he'll retaliate? Why should I be? Jiang Tian sounded genuinely puzzled. If he attacks, I'll eliminate him. You're that confident? Naturally. Who is Huitzubing? At those words, the violet-haired girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Huitzubing. Her mentor tending the saplings nearby noticed her sudden agitation. Shaowen, what's... Nothing. Nothing at all. She waved dismissively, then swallowed again, hard. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, she knew well the legendary Huitzubing, the peerless general who reshaped history. At 17, he stepped onto the battlefield for the first time and seized victory, earning the title Champion Marquis. At 22, he achieved the immortal feat of sealing the Wolf Mountains, a triumph unmatched before or since. Sealing the Wolf Mountains stood as the ultimate aspiration of countless generals throughout history. Huitzubing was quite simply an unparalleled military genius, without precedent, without successor. Could such a titan possibly be under 1111's command? Was 1111's fortune truly this extraordinary? She drew a slow, steadying breath and double-checked. Do you mean you actually fished up Huitzubing, the one who sealed the Wolf Mountains? Soon after, a reply arrived. Yes. It's Huitzubing, the legendary general who sealed the Wolf's lair. I just reeled him in. It really is him. The young woman's eyes shimmered with delight as she said, You know, from what I've gathered in the chat channel, most people have pulled up ordinary folks. Only a rare few have names worth mentioning. Someone once landed Panfeng, and everyone else was utterly envious. And yet, you've drawn Huitzubing. You're extraordinary. Jiang Tian blinked in stunned silence, then glanced at Huitzubing still standing before him awaiting orders, and at Lu Bu off to the side kneading clay. Is that so? Of course it is. Upon learning he possessed someone of such caliber, her gaze brimmed with wistful admiration. She then asked curiously, Did Huitzubing help you craft those crossbows? Yes, apparently heavy siege crossbows for fortification. She recalled tower defense games she'd played, massive bolts launched by towering war machines. With such weapons she could finally defend herself. Even against malefactors, she wouldn't be left helpless. Steeling her resolve, she added, Once you finish them, would you sell me a set? I'll supply all the materials. Jiang Tian's eyes crinkled with quiet triumph. Done. The chat ended. Jiang Tian turned back to Huitzubing. I've secured the source of totem wood, but it hasn't fully matured yet. The heavy crossbows will require more time to fabricate. For now, another assignment awaits you. Command me, Lord. Good. Follow me. So saying, Jiang Tian led him to the brick molding station. Before speaking with Huitzubing, Jiang Tian had instructed Shi Jigang to carve an additional brick mold, now completed. After demonstrating the process, the four resumed their labor. Lu Bu heaped several shovelfuls of clay onto the mold. Jiang Tian, Shi Jigang, and Huitzubing then simultaneously produced 3 bricks each, 96 in total. Productivity surged dramatically. Within hours, the wooden racks stood fully laden with bricks. After a simple lunch, Shi Jigang kindled a nearby fire to accelerate hardening. Jiang Tian assigned Huitzubing to watch over the kiln, then permitted the others a brief rest, allowing all to nap. Inside the hut, Kai Wenji helped Jiang Tian onto his bunk, then lay down beside him. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang climbed onto the upper and lower bunks, each face alight with serene contentment, except for Wang Yun. The elderly man stood by the bed, gazing first at the 2 figures sprawled across the bunks, then at the pile of clothes on the floor, before turning toward Jiang Tian with a plaintive, almost pitiful look. Jiang Tian, reclining upon his bunk, regarded the old man standing there, and could only shake his head with. After a moment's reflection, he reasoned this man, after all, was his subordinate, deserving better treatment. Moreover, Huitzubing had just joined them. They couldn't all sleep on the bare floor indefinitely. Yet commissioning Shi Jigang to build another bed would crowd the already modest chamber. After brief deliberation, Jiang Tian purchased 2 tents and 2 bedding sets from the trading market, sufficient for Wang Yun and Huitzubing to share temporarily until proper rooms could be built. Upon receiving the tent and mattress, the old man finally beamed and hurried off to erect his shelter. The other 4 drifted into peaceful slumber. An hour later, they awoke and resumed work, some fishing, others laying bricks. Throughout, Kai Wenji occasionally hauled up wooden crates from the depths. With more hands now available, Jiang Tian delegated crate opening to Huitzubing, with instructions: if a person emerged, bring them forth; if a goblin, point-eared and bulbous-nosed, appeared, kick it straight back down. Then draw the floating earthen clods hovering overhead and affix them yourself. Huitzubing complied meticulously, his aid lightening Jiang Tian's burden considerably. Time slipped swiftly amid the bustle. Before long, the western horizon blazed with sunset. Tools had been prepared the day before, and today's new recruit further accelerated progress. The results were outstanding. Jiang Tian surveyed the 10,000 freshly molded bricks before him, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. As dusk deepened, he clapped sharply. Clap. Clap. Well done, everyone. Let's call it a day. At his words, all rose. Huitzubing remained still, silently contemplating the bricks. Lu Bu rotated his wrists, glancing toward the kitchen, his stomach growling audibly with hunger. Shi Jigang stretched his arms high, arching his back and loosening stiff muscles. He exhaled deeply. Old Wang Yun dropped his fishing rod and instantly collapsed onto the ground, snoring soundly, falling asleep with uncanny speed. Kai Wenji darted over and flung herself into Jiang Tian's arms. Master, what shall we eat tonight? What would you like? Red braised fish cubes. Very well. Shi Jigang, fetch a few fish. Understood, boss. Master is so kind. I'll start cooking right away, then assist you in learning to Indeed, a good girl. Off you go. After rinsing off the clay, Jiang Tian, Shi Jigang, and Kai Wenji entered the kitchen. A fragrant plume of hearth smoke rose once more over the tiny aisle. Half an hour later, they carried steaming dishes into the hut, aromas rich and savory. Even Wang Yun, dozing outside, stirred awake at the scent, and scrambled toward the wooden hut, wiping drool as he ran. After dinner, they settled around the table to rest and digest. Half an hour passed, rest complete. Jiang Tian assigned Kai Wenji to wash dishes, Lu Bu and Huitzubing to clean the kitchen, and roused the drowsy Wang Yun to resume fishing duty. Thereafter, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang proceeded to the brick kiln for the next stage, extinguishing the roaring flames and sealing the kiln tightly to cool gradually. Typically, bricks required 5 full days of continuous firing. Yet recalling how 1 hour sufficed to dry bricks earlier, Jiang Tian surmised the material here differed fundamentally from earthly clay. Judging by elapsed time, the bricks should now be sufficiently fired. After sealing the kiln, another hour passed. Then Jiang Tian reopened the vent, allowing cool air to flood inward. The bricks had vitrified nearly to completion. Next came removing the finished bricks and loading today's fresh batch inside for another round of firing. By then, everyone had concluded their assigned tasks and stood ready, except Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, whom Jiang Tian now summoned as well. Soon, all bricks were unloaded. Jiang Tian lifted one, examining it closely. The original pale yellow clay had transformed into a uniform vivid crimson. They resembled precisely the red brick dwellings he'd seen before. only fresher, sharper in hue. He weighed it thoughtfully. The mass matched expectation. Shi Jigang likewise picked up a brick, placed it beneath his foot, and stood upon it. No fracture appeared, not even a hairline crack. He nodded approvingly. The firing quality is acceptable. Jiang Tian gazed at the 10,000 newly molded bricks stacked nearby, and raised an eyebrow. Then at this pace our house will rise soon. In theory, yes. Shi Jigang also studied the stack, then sighed faintly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Only, the structure may lack enduring strength. If only we had cement. Cement, huh? Jiang Tian murmured to himself. He opened the trading hall again and searched for it. Still there was no sign of cement. Since there were no finished products, he decided to make it himself. Just as this thought emerged, Jiang Tian faced another dilemma. The components of cement were limestone, clay, and iron ore. He had clay, but where could he find limestone and iron ore? Jiang Tian had seen through the situation with iron ore. In the current version of this game, metals would not be refreshed for the time being. Moreover, there was no iron or not even limestone. How the heck was he supposed to handle this? Was the recent refresh of clay only meant for the survivors to farm? Wasn't he allowed to build brick houses in the game now? Seeing Jiang Tian frown, Shi Jigang also realized that even as the boss, he wouldn't be able to get cement anytime soon. He then solemnly promised Jiang Tian, "Boss, don't worry. As long as I am here, even without cement, the houses we build will not be of poor quality." Jiang Tian sighed. "All right, I'll leave it to you." He instructed everyone to move the fired bricks outside to stack them, and then to bring the dried brick blanks into the kiln for firing. Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back and strolled alone on the island to clear his mind. He glanced at the thicket pond to the north, and then at the chickens, ducks, and geese to the west. Before he knew it, Jiang Tian had reached the warehouse. One box after another containing supplies appeared before him. He opened a few boxes which held nails, plastic sheets, and other construction materials. Seeing these, Jiang Tian was reminded of cement. His heart grew more troubled as he walked, while looking around, eventually arriving at the corner of the warehouse. There was a large plastic bag containing a small pile of gray powder. This was the leftover bark and leaves from cooking which had been burned down to powder. Its scientific name is wood ash. The purpose of storing this was mainly to preserve potatoes for a longer period. Moreover, this stuff could also serve as fertilizer, increasing plant yield. In this resource-scarce place, it could even be used to stop bleeding in case of injury. Overall, this substance had quite a few uses. However, Jiang Tian currently had no time to think about these things. Looking at the gray color and the powdery texture, he couldn't help but feel that this stuff resembled cement powder. He squatted down and picked up a handful of wood ash. Sigh. If only you were cement, that would be wonderful. Watching the powder flow down his fingertips, Jiang Tian murmured. After saying this, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly. I'm being foolish. A wood ash is just wood ash. How could it turn into cement? Wait a minute. At that moment, Jiang Tian paused. His eyes fixed on the wood ash as if he had remembered something. His thoughts raced through his memories. Soon a few images appeared in his mind. Yes, it was wood ash. Dropping the ash in his hand, Jiang Tian clapped his hands together. With a beaming face, he stepped out. Shi Jigang, come here for a moment. The next day, the sun shone brightly. On the empty island, survivors were chatting while setting up their fishing rods. In the regional chat channel, some were chatting idly, while others were buying various supplies. Looking to buy a chicken? Interested parties, please private message me. Looking to buy 2 fish, can exchange for wooden planks. Looking to buy wooden planks, can exchange for food. Hey, you two upstairs, can't you just private message each other? No way, I can't communicate with that jerk. That idiot's price is too low. He only offers 1 wooden plank for 2 fish. I might as well find someone else to trade with. Ha ha ha, I just caught a chicken. To the one buying chickens, what price are you offering? Everything seemed to return to calm, as if yesterday's events had never happened. However, many names that he hadn't seen before had popped up, and their tone was quite aggressive. Upon closer inspection, it turned out these people were those who had sought to get close to him when 4144 was showing off yesterday. Just as various purchasing messages popped up, and some were arguing and bragging, a buying message appeared in the channel. CNNS 1111, I looking to buy clay, rainwater, and wood ash. This familiar ID's strange purchasing message instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wood ash. Big boss, I can understand you wanting to build a house by collecting clay and water, but why are you collecting this wood ash? Isn't wood ash just the trash left after burning firewood? What do you want that for? Big boss, are you planning to farm? I think you're going to farm, otherwise why would you need clay and wood ash? If you wanted this, you should have said so earlier. I threw away all the wood ash I had used for burning. Well, turns out you were farming and not building a house. You really scared me yesterday. Exactly, I'm still living in a tent. Ew, I haven't even built a wooden house. How can you build a house? Haha, this kid is just showing off. I believe Big Boss 1111 is building a house. Oh, why don't you all believe it? This fool wants to collect wood ash, then let's trade with him, haha. Show off. The messages in the regional chat channel rolled by rapidly. Most of them were mocking Jiang Tian, who had been boasting and showing off. However, this purchasing message did have an effect. While a group of people ridiculed Jiang Tian, many trading messages were sent his way. Regarding the mockery, Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly. If they didn't believe him, so be it. After all, the house he built wasn't for them to see. Ignoring the ridicule entirely, he began to communicate with those who sent trading messages. While Jiang Tian controlled the trading interface, he poured the collected wood ash into a large sack. Since everyone had saved relatively little wood ash, this trading session lasted over an hour. His hands were sore from all the work. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, discussions were still rampant. Many were still mocking Jiang Tian for spending these precious resources to collect trash. Others who had a decent relationship with Jiang Tian also could not understand why he was collecting this wood ash. Finally, using some food salt and a small amount of wood, he exchanged for 2 large bags of wood ash. Seeing the wood ash, Jiang Tian revealed a smile. Finally enough. He then picked up a large sack with one hand and excitedly ran to the bricklaying area. Shi Jigang, come look at this. Boss, what is this? Shi Jigang looked at the powder in the 2 large sacks, somewhat confused. He pinched a handful and rubbed it between his fingers, asking in confusion, is this wood ash? No. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. This is our cement. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Shi Jigang was left with a face full of question marks. Though he could not guarantee that it was indeed plant ash, he was certain it was not cement. With his profound knowledge of construction in mind, he dared to make this assertion. Why did his boss claim it was cement? Was it because he could not obtain cement and was under so much pressure from this material that his perception became chaotic? Thinking this, a hint of worry appeared on Shi Jigang's face. Boss, actually, it is possible to work without cement. Please trust me. Just please stay calm. Jiang Tian was taken aback, and upon seeing Shi Jigang's expression, which resembled someone struggling with constipation, he understood. He did not believe in himself. Rolling his eyes, he did not explain further. Instead, he directly asked, was what we made yesterday dried? Yes, I just checked it. It can be used normally. That's good, follow me. After arranging for Lu Bu and Hua Zubing to continue making brick blanks, Jiang Tian grabbed a handful of plant ash and led Shi Jigang away from the bricklaying area. After thinking for a moment, he instructed Shi Jigang to fetch a wooden board, a plastic bucket filled with water, and a wrapping cloth. The two then arrived at a spot beside the brick kiln. Compared to yesterday, there was now a large furnace made of clay here, and beside it there was also a large bucket made of the same clay. With curiosity in his eyes, Shi Jigang watched as Jiang Tian tossed the plant ash into the bucket. He then reached in, stirring the ash to mix it evenly as it settled. After completing these tasks, he took the wooden board and the wrapping cloth from Shi Jigang's hands and instructed him to light the fire in the furnace. Jiang Tian then placed the wooden board on the ground and laid the wrapping cloth on top of it. At this point, the plant ash in the bucket had mostly settled. Jiang Tian gently stroked the surface of the water with his hand and pushed away the impurities floating on top. After draining some water, he scooped up the slurry of plant ash mixed with water and placed it on the wrapping cloth. He then wrapped the slurry and pressed down hard to squeeze out the moisture. Unwrapping the cloth again, the plant ash slurry had been shaped into a ball. Shi Jigang looked increasingly puzzled and curiously asked a question. Boss, what is this? You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Tian smiled as he placed the ball of plant ash next to the fire to dry. After feeling it, he found that the moisture had dried sufficiently and tossed the ash ball into the fire in the furnace. Quick used the wooden board to fan the flames and raise the temperature. Oh, okay. Shi Jigang was momentarily stunned, then picked up a thin wooden board to fan the fire vigorously. Jiang Tian was not idle, either, using another piece of board to fan the flames. Whoosh! The fire in the furnace grew stronger. Above the furnace, thick smoke billowed. Finally, alright, stop. Jiang Tian waved his hand, halting the sweat-drenched Shi Jigang. He picked up 2 branches and amidst the flames extracted the now orangered ball of plant ash. He tossed it into the bucket of water. Sizzle! The high-temperature ball of plant ash met the water, creating a sound of extinguishing flames and a flurry of bubbles. He grabbed another clean stick and began to stir in the bucket. Soon after, the thoroughly burned plant ash was stirred evenly again. Shi Jigang, bring over the clay powder. Oh, okay. After the other party brought over a bag of clay, he instructed him to add it to the bucket. The water, once filled with gray mist, transformed into a lump of gray mud as Jiang Tian kneaded it with his hands. Finally, he poured the mud lump onto the wooden board, pressed it into a cake shape, and compacted it with his hands. The job is done. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction at the mud cake. Seeing this, Shi Jigang felt somewhat bewildered. Boss, what does this mean? You'll understand in due time. Jiang Tian kept them in suspense as he placed the wooden board with the mud cake near the fire to accelerate the evaporation of moisture. He then got up, rubbed his muddy hands, and waved at Shi Jigang. Let's go continue making brick blanks. As the sun set once more, the few people on the island stopped their labor. Shi Jigang was stretching and pondering what to cook for dinner. Jiang Tian approached him with a smile and said, "Come on, Shi Jigang, let's go see our results." "Oh, okay, boss." Shi Jigang was momentarily taken aback, but then followed Jiang Tian as they headed south. When they reached the side of the furnace with the flames burning, he suddenly remembered. Today his boss had mixed plant ash and clay together to form a cake, but he had no idea what it was for. As they approached the furnace, Jiang Tian squatted down and picked up the cake from the wooden board, brushing off the mud stains. With a smirk he said, "Indeed, it has taken shape." Upon seeing the object in Jiang Tian's hand, Shi Jigang was initially stunned, and then his eyes widened. This is... Shi Jigang crouched down and took the mud cake from Jiang Tian's hands, his face filled with disbelief. At that moment, this round cake, made from mud, had transformed into a stone block in the shape of a cake. When he tapped it with his finger, it made a crisp sound, the sound of his nail striking the stone. When he squeezed it with his hand, it was incredibly hard. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Don't test it. This thing, once solidified, forms a stone block that is no less durable than cement." "Is this really made from plant ash?" Shi Jigang held the stone cake, his face filled with shock. Though he did not have the memories of before at this moment, he felt as if his understanding had completely changed. "Boss, you actually know this method of making cement. You are truly amazing. What is the principle behind this?" Jiang Tian smiled faintly without answering. This method of making cement was something he had seen in a video before. He never expected it would actually come in handy now. After a moment of joy holding the stone cake, Shi Jigang turned to Jiang Tian with a serious expression. "Boss, as long as we have this material, I guarantee we can build a house of excellent quality." That's all I need to hear." Jiang Tian patted his shoulder and said, "All right, let's go have a meal. With this new process added, we'll probably be busier from now on." "Understood, boss." After putting down the stone cake, the two turned towards the wooden house. On the way back, Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with a leisurely smile. Even without limestone or iron or powder, what could possibly stop him? Soon he would still be able to create the entire empty island world. The first cement brick house. Another night has passed. The dawn broke bright. As the rooster crowed, several people sleeping in the wooden house and tents also got out of bed except for Wang Yun. When Jiang Tian and the others stepped out of the wooden house, Hui Xubing was already busy working at the bricklaying site, demonstrating remarkable diligence. In contrast, Wang Yun was still sound asleep in his tent. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and had Lu Bu wake him up before everyone finally got to work. Some went fishing while others began moving bricks. Jiang Tian, as usual, strolled around the island, first inspecting the current state of development. The animals placed on the western side had been increasing in number. There were already more than 20 chickens and ducks, and 4 geese had also appeared. Additionally, there were 5 chicks and 3 ducklings hatching at a rather rapid pace. Yesterday, Jiang Tian had arranged for Shi Jigang to build another cage and put these chicks and ducklings in a separate enclosure. The goose eggs hadn't hatched yet, but they looked close. Heading to the northern side, the plants that had been planted were thriving, and a small tree had grown an additional 20 centimeters. As for the vine plants, small fruits had already started to grow, though their identity was still indiscernible. Looking at the pond, the fish fry swimming in it appeared to be larger than before. At this rate, this small pond would certainly not be able to sustain so many fish. Expansion was necessary. Originally, Jiang Tian had planned to continue digging up the land to enlarge the pond. However, while arranging the empty soil, he came up with a time-saving and labor-saving method. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian smiled slightly as he looked further north. At that moment, a square-shaped groove appeared at the northern edge of the previous empty island. This groove was entirely made of empty soil, measuring 50 square meters, 2 meters above ground, with a volume of 100 cubic meters. Jiang Tian had a flash of inspiration while arranging the empty soil earlier. He arranged all the empty soil he had obtained recently at the northernmost bottom of the island in front of the third piece of empty soil, forming a staircase-like pit. Then he surrounded the edges of this area, creating a natural swimming pool-like terrain. As soon as it rained, this pit would naturally fill with rainwater, eliminating the need to dig a pond. Even without rain, he could store the rainwater he collected in this pit. Once it was filled, he would have an additional 100 tons of backup water resources. To be honest, Jiang Tian felt quite proud of this idea. Closer to the south, Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Hui Xubing were diligently laying the bricks. On the adjacent vacant land, stacks of finished bricks more than 2 meters high were basking under the sun, emanating a red matte hue. Counting the quantity made in the past 2 days, there were already around 30,000 bricks. Once today's quantity was finished, they could prepare to lay the foundation tomorrow. Then they would begin large-scale production of cement and officially start building the house. Looking at all this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of comfort in his heart. This small island had gradually developed from having nothing at the start to forming a scale. No matter how he looked at it, it gave him a sense of achievement. After confirming everyone else's work status was correct, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel to continue acquiring resources. I am buying clay, rainwater, and wood ash. Those who wish to sell act quickly. Jiang Tian intended to keep collecting these items during this period. Clay and water resources go without saying. The subsequent construction would rely on these two items. As for wood ash, the more he accumulated the better. For others now these items were worthless trash selling at a low price. But in Jiang Tian's heart, not to mention that they could be used to make cement. If limestone and iron powder did not come in, he would need them for. If others discovered that wood ash could be used to make cement later, he might even resell it for a profit. Even if cement could be produced later, it wouldn't matter if wood ash cement was phased out. As other people's lands expanded little by little and more plants were grown, these items would naturally be needed as fertilizers, raising their value significantly. Buying now guarantees profit. Once this statement was made, the group of people who had been chatting casually in the channel shifted their focus back. Damn, this idiot is back again. Ha ha ha, still buying wood ash. How much land do you need to plant crops? Exactly, do you have that much land to farm? What use is all this fertilizer? Hey, what does it matter what the boss buys? Do you even know how to speak? It doesn't concern you, you're just as fool. Boss, ignore them. Oh, I support you. To those who supported him, Jiang Tian said, thank you, and silently noted their IDs. If he ever traded with them, he would offer them some discounts. As for those who mocked him, Jiang Tian didn't take it to heart. Their mindsets were different, and there was nothing more to say. In no time, numerous trades were directed towards Jiang Tian, most of which were wood ash regarded as garbage by ordinary people. Clay was much scarcer, and there was no water at all. Previously, the chaos caused by 4144 had inspired many people in this area to hoard clay and water for building houses. However, that was fine. Jiang Tian still had foreign channels. He used Tu Huazi as a medium to have that foreign friend shout out for him. The transactions for clay and rainwater were thrown towards Jiang Tian. After spending more than an hour, this wave of acquisition came to an end. Around Jiang Tian, large bags of clay were placed and plastic buckets were filled with water. The excess that couldn't fit in the buckets was poured into the pool he had created. Feeling enriched once again, Jiang Tian smiled and paused his work, planning to take a break. Sitting on the ground, he opened the regional chat channel to pass the time. At this time, the taunts about Jiang Tian collecting trash had mostly subsided. The survivors inside began to post their own purchase requests or chat about other trivial matters. For example, what animals they had just caught, who they had fished up, or boasting about having built a wooden house of more than 10 square meters. It all looked quite peaceful. Just then a message appeared again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What? I just fished up a box and a goblin jumped out. PFF, I thought there was something in the box. It's just a goblin. Exactly, what's the big deal about that? I caught one of those ages ago. This guy must be lucky he hasn't fished. Just as others were mocking that person, the one who had fished up the goblin spoke again. No, the one I caught isn't the usual kind of goblin. It has been enhanced. What? A reinforced goblin? What is this thing? Where has that goblin been reinforced? In an instant, the regional chat channel became lively again. Everyone was shouting for that person to clarify what this so-called reinforced goblin was. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that person spoke again. I can't explain it clearly either. Anyway, this goblin is different from before. Its belly is smaller, its muscles have increased, and it seems taller. It even has a stick in its hand. It seems to have leveled up. A goblin can level up. I just caught a normal goblin. You must be dreaming. What? Is this kid trying to fool us? What he said is true. I also caught one like that earlier. It even hit. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and smashed it to death with a stone. What? Could this thing really level up? That increases the difficulty. If they can level up, can we still defeat these monsters? The regional chat channel buzzed with chatter messages. Goblin-like creatures first appeared in wooden boxes, indeed, startling many people. However, in the past few days, through discussions in the world and regional chat channels, everyone has come to understand these creatures. All the goblins caught by everyone seem to be of a similar size. With that physique, their combat power is roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child, so there is nothing to fear. Even if caught, they can be easily kicked away. No one thought much of it. However, in the past 2 days, the frequency of goblin spawns increased, and the so-called upgrades on them have caused quite a stir. Seeing this, Jiang Tian switched windows and entered the world chat channel. Their discussions about the upgrading of caught monsters were in full swing. Hey, I just caught a goblin. Oh, why has it become stronger? Did it go to the gym? My god. What did I just see? There is a moving skeleton in the box. Ashiba, there is a hyena in this box. I caught a fishman from the box. Isn't it a good thing to catch a fishman? We can have some exciting fun. What they're talking about is a fishman with the upper body of a fish, not a mermaid, you fool. Seeing this, Jiang Tian understood the general situation. In other words, today this game has updated again, enhancing the monster system and increasing the variety. However, some people were lucky enough to still catch the previously weaker goblins. It seems the earlier speculation was correct. The difficulty of living here will gradually increase. Speaking of which, since others have caught these enhanced monsters with so many fishing rods on our side, we should have caught something as well, right? These days the fishing work has been handled by Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, and they have also handed over the box opening work to He Xiubing. Jiang Tian really didn't know what exactly had been caught on his side. However, just now during the transaction he indeed heard the sound of a heavy object falling into the sea. It should have been kicked into the sea by He Xiubing. At that moment Kai Wenji shouted from the fishing spot, "Yikes! This thing is a bit heavy." Heavy. Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian frowned. During this time Kai Wenji's physical quality has also improved and her strength is considerably greater than before. She has never complained about heavy when she occasionally pulls up larger pieces of wood. What is going on this time? He closed the chat interface and gave He Xiubing a glance. He Xiubing put down the brick and followed Jiang Tian to the fishing spot. On this side the fishing rod in Kai Wenji's hand bent into an upside-down U shape. Without Jiang Tian's instruction, He Xiubing directly went over to take the rod. With a strong wrist motion he pulled up a medium-sized cloud. Just as Jiang Tian thought it was a wooden box being pulled up. As the mist dissipated, a white pig, tightly bound, appeared before everyone, lying on the ground grunting. The pig looked neither fat nor thin, but it must weigh over 200 kilograms. Seeing it, Jiang Tian became interested. He thought it was a monster, but unexpectedly it turned out to be this. By the way, although he had caught some animals, before they were all poultry and fish. This time he directly caught a pig. It seems that although the difficulty of this game has increased, the benefits have. The slaughter rate of a pig is about 72 to 80. If this pig weighs around 400 gene, that would yield approximately 300 gene of meat. Just this one pig could feed several people for dozens of days. Moreover, he hasn't had braised pork in a long time. Looking at this pig, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, the old man Wang Yun was also sizing up the pig. He rubbed his finger on his beard, chuckling to himself, seemingly lost in thought. On the other side the pig lay on the ground, grunting while surveying its surroundings with its small eyes. When it met Jiang Tian and Wang Yun's gazes, it instantly froze. The expressions of these two people were extremely unfriendly. It was as if they were contemplating how to slaughter it. In an instant its grunts ceased, and the pig was completely frightened. Jiang Tian smiled in satisfaction and ordered, "He Xiubing, take it to the west first. When you go, tell Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to stop and help them build a pig pen together." "Yes, my lord." He Xiubing accepted the command and took the pig away. Letting Wang Yun resume fishing, Jiang Tian turned to Kai Wenji and asked, "Kai Wenji, during this time, did you catch any boxes?" "I caught one." "What's inside?" Kai Wenji thought for a moment, blinking her big eyes. "It seems to be a goblin." Hearing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. "Seems like. Didn't you see it?" "No." Kai Wenji shook her little head and explained, "Since yesterday afternoon, He Xiubing hasn't opened the box and stood by waiting for the contents to come out like he did at first. Instead, he peeked inside right after opening the box, and seeing it wasn't a person, he directly punched whatever was inside and tossed the box aside, so I didn't get a good look at what was inside." Jiang Tian couldn't help but laugh and cry. But this was indeed He Xiubing's style, very fierce and straightforward. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and directly sat down on the ground to wait. He planned to personally open the box after catching it again to see what these monsters had turned into. Not long after, the bell rang again. Bang! Kai Wenji pulled up a wooden box. Jiang Tian instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step back for a moment just as he was about to open the box. At that moment a voice came from behind. "My lord, don't move, he'll do it." Jiang Tian turned his head to look back. He saw He Xiubing directly throwing the wooden plank and rushing towards him, eyes fixed on the wooden box, a murderous glint in his gaze. Soon he reached Jiang Tian's side, requesting permission to open the box. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, then made way and instructed, "You can open the box, but if there are monsters inside, don't be hasty to toss them aside. First pull it out and let me take a look before we proceed." "Understood, my lord." He Xiubing clasped his hands and walked to the side of the box, pulling out the movable wooden plank and leaning in closer. Inside the wooden box the monster sensed the brightness. It let out a loud cry, only to feel its neck gripped by an iron hand lifting its entire body up. Bang! A humanoid figure was slammed to the ground by He Xiubing. Jiang Tian stepped forward to take a look. This creature was indeed a goblin. However, compared to the ones encountered before, it was considerably stronger. Its previously weak and frail arms now bore some muscle, and its belly was no longer the round bulge it once was. It seemed taller than before. In its right hand it held a stone club resembling a baseball bat, but as He Xiubing swung it, the stone club flew out of its grip and crashed to the ground. It looked like a higher version of the previous goblins. Of course, its face remained just as ugly. After careful observation, Jiang Tian could draw a conclusion. Compared to before, this goblin's combat power had roughly doubled, and it was equipped with weapons. Such combat ability was hardly a match for his side. However, for ordinary people who were unprepared, it posed a significantly greater threat. Upon seeing this creature, Kai Wenji ran back behind Jiang Tian. She tightly grasped Jiang Tian's hand, appearing somewhat fearful. Yet her face bore no expression of fear, instead showing a sly smile akin to that of a little fox, as if she had gained some advantage. After observing, Jiang Tian nodded. All right, toss it down now. The goblin had just regained its senses when Huitzubing threw it down. Splash! Waves erupted on the sea surface, and various large fish gathered together again. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt the warmth of Kai Wenji's hand in his left. He turned around and smiled as he gently stroked Kai Wenji's hair, saying, "Be good, the monster has already fallen, continue fishing." Oh! Kai Wenji puffed her cheeks, reluctantly releasing Jiang Tian's hand. Then Jiang Tian looked towards the ready Huitzubing. After considering his earlier action of opening the box, he advised, "In the future, when opening boxes, just take off the lid and stand to the side waiting, don't lean in directly, understand?" "My lord, it's nothing. A mere pawn, what is there to fear?" Huitzubing responded nonchalantly. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. Currently these monsters indeed posed no threat to him, not even counting as pawns. However, in such places the contents of the boxes could be ever-changing. No one knew what kind of dark arrow might spring out of the box in the next moment. If he were caught off guard, it would indeed be a troublesome matter. After giving Huitzubing a few more orders in a commanding tone, he finally nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun continued fishing, while Huitzubing went with Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to build a pigsty. Soon after, the pigsty was completed and the pigs were untied and thrown inside. They then hurriedly resumed making brick molds. Everything returned to its original rhythm. However, every time a box was pulled up, Huitzubing would always put down his work and request to open the box himself. Seeing his eager demeanor, Jiang Tian did not stop him. He only instructed him to first pull the monster out for him to see before tossing it into the sea. Time flowed, and the sun hung low in the sky once more. The group finished their work for the day. Jiang Tian went to the east to begin counting the resources they had fished up this time. Materials like wood, rice, and flour were not worth mentioning. Mainly there were some plant seeds and animals. Today they had fished up 2 geese, 2 sheep, and 1 pig in total, along with some special harvests. Among the monsters fished up today, besides the enhanced goblin, they also caught some skeletons and fishmen armed with weapons. Jiang Tian glanced at the stone clubs, bone knives, and stone forks placed nearby. These were all dropped by the monsters they had caught. It could be considered a form of loot of equipment. After resting for a while, Jiang Tian instructed Shi Jigang to cook. At this moment, Kai Wenji cheerfully ran over and said, "Master, let me do it this time." You want to cook?" "Yes. I've already learned while helping out these past 2 days." "So soon?" Jiang Tian was somewhat surprised. But then again, Kai Wenji was previously considered a talented woman, so it was normal for her to learn quickly. Letting her give it a try was not a bad idea. He then stroked Kai Wenji's hair and smiled. "All right, then I'll be looking forward to tasting your culinary skills." "Okay." Kai Wenji smiled sweetly and skipped into the kitchen. The wait for the food was long. Inside the wooden house, several people sat around the table, appearing somewhat bored. Shi Jigang also took out paper and pen to sketch something to pass the time. Jiang Tian, feeling idle, opened the regional chat channel to take a look. At this moment, it was still lively inside, with everyone discussing the changes in the Cloud Group's resources today and the strengthening of monsters. "Ha ha ha, I caught a pig today. Now we have plenty to eat. Damn, I also got a pig, but it was a wild boar that jumped out of the box. Goodness, it chased me all over the place. As soon as it jumped out, those tusks were terrifying. Wild boars. I heard they are quite fierce. How did you escape?" "When that thing was chasing me, it couldn't stop and charged off the island, only to be eaten by a big fish. What a pity. I heard wild boar meat is quite delicious. To eat that, you also have to have the life to enjoy it. Haven't you heard of the saying, a pig, a bear, and a tiger? Let's not talk about food. Ooh, I fished up a box today, and a fishman jumped out and stabbed me. It directly pierced my arm, and it's still bleeding now. It hurts so much. Does anyone have a hemostatic agent? I'm looking to buy. 4144. Ha 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 ha, just this. What's there to be afraid of? You bunch of trash. I fished up 3 monsters today, and I killed them all." After this message from 4144 was sent, those who previously wanted to follow him immediately flooded the chat with messages. 4144, you're amazing. As expected of the person I have my eye on. Big Shot, can I join you? Big Shot, how exactly does your island move? Teach me. Being praised by these people, 4144 seemed quite pleased. After showing off for a bit, he scrolled through the chat history. He then sent another message. "Hey, where did that 1111 go? Why hasn't he spoken? Could it be that he was killed by monsters? Ha ha ha." As this bold statement emerged, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with this foolish person. Meanwhile, those who supported 4144 immediately began to flatter him. "Ha ha, the boss is right. I also think this fool must have been killed by a monster. A simpleton like him, probably too scared to move even if he hooked a monster. You all have such foul mouths. You should be the ones to die. Oh, 1111 is just a bit busy. 0066, Pa. Your whole family will die, but 1111 won't perish, you garbage. Oh, did that little dog of 1111 come out to bark for its master? I heard he has plenty of resources on his island. 4144, hurry and seize them. Jiang Tian did not appear, and with such support 4144 became even more arrogant. He continued, even if he is lucky enough not to die, so what? If anyone knows 1111's location, just let me know. Once I seize his things, I'll share half with you. I've been displeased with that show-off for a long time. Damn, what is he pretending for? Exactly, boss, kill him. Take me with you. A bunch of sycophants, truly disgusting. 0066. You fools, 1111 caught Hoi Tsubing yesterday. If you have guts, go ahead, one will die after another. As soon as 0066's words were sent out, the previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. For a moment, the regional chat channel seemed to freeze motionless. After a while, messages in the channel began to scroll. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? At this point, thousands of exclamations are omitted. Hoi Tsubing. Are you talking about that legendary killer of 1111 Xiongnu Hoi Tsubing? My goodness, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? If this were in a game, he would definitely be an SSSR. Damn it, why did I only catch a common bandit? Damn, why? Why does he get such impressive catches while I only reel in an ordinary person? The person I caught said he knows Taekwondo, and I thought that was pretty impressive, but I didn't expect the boss to catch with 1111 is really impressive. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian felt a bit speechless. Goodness, how could this girl's mouth be so loose? 1111 is really impressive. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian felt a bit speechless. Goodness, how could this girl's mouth be so loose? Was vigilance. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and started to draft a private message. On the other side, seeing her words taking effect, the purple-haired girl felt a sense of pride. She continued, 0066. What now? Weren't you all shouting fiercely just now? Why are you silent now? Where is 4144? Come out and pretend some more. No one spoke. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl felt even more triumphant. It was as if Hoi Tsubing was her catch, and they feared her just like they feared him. She then continued to edit her mess. I'll tell you, 1111 is currently crafting weapons, you all. 1111. Alright, stop revealing my information. Are you sent by 4144 to spy? The girl was startled and quickly realized. I'm sorry, I slipped. 1111. Alright, from now on, keep your mouth shut, otherwise I won't dare to communicate with you deeply anymore. Okay. After sending the purple-haired girl carefully reread Jiang Tian's words, and her face suddenly flushed. Pervert. Jiang Tian was bewildered. In the regional chat channel, Jiang Tian and 0066 stopped talking. However, others who were displeased with 4144 continued to ridicule him. After a while, 4144 finally sent a message in the regional chat window. What of Hoi Tsubing? Can he fly over to fight me? Besides, if he can't win in an unknown, won't he just group fight? Let me tell you the truth. Today, I slaughtered another one, and that kid from the island is now with me. Once I gather a group, I'll wipe you all out, damn. After saying this, a message immediately followed. Right, today was my lucky day to meet the illustrious 4144 on my island. Our islands have merged. From now on, I'll be with the boss, Sycophants. Seeing this message, almost everyone had the same thought. Clearly their territory was invaded, yet they still bowed and scraped. How pathetic. After a few exchanges, the two ceased talking due to message limits. The chat channel finally returned to normal. At that moment, the meal was ready. Kai Wenji and Shi Jigang placed dishes on the table, and everyone began to prepare for the meal. Jiang Tian also closed the chat channel. Come, master, try this. Kai Wenji served Jiang Tian a bowl of rice and added a pair of chopsticks full of vegetables. Jiang Tian took the bowl and placed a piece of fish in his mouth. He chewed slowly and swallowed. Although the taste was slightly inferior to before, it was quite impressive for Kai Wenji's first attempt at cooking. Master, how does it taste? Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian with wide eyes full of anticipation for praise. Jiang Tian smiled and put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, It tastes good, very delicious. So, does the master like the dishes I cook? I like them. That's great. Hearing this, Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescent moons. In a state of elation, she dove into Jiang Tian's embrace, saying, If the master likes it, then he'll cook for you every day. Great, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's head and said, All right, let's eat. Hee. Master, try this. Not long after the meal was finished, Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes while Hoi Tsubing and Shi Jigang cleaned the kitchen. Lu Bu stayed behind to wipe the table, and Jiang Tian sat beside the old man Wang Yun resting. As they relaxed, Jiang Tian recalled the earlier scene in the chat channel. The person whose island was invaded had become a prisoner, yet still had the audacity to flatter 4144. A person with a bit more normalcy wouldn't act this way. Sigh. Jiang Tian sighed. He did not sympathize with that person, he merely felt it was somewhat tragic. At this moment Lu Bu heard the sigh. Frowning, he looked at Jiang Tian and asked, "My lord, what troubles you?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and decided to discuss this matter with Lu Bu. To help Lu Bu understand, he compared the islands to countries, explaining the situation of someone whose land was invaded yet bowed to the invaders. There are actually such people. Lu Bu, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He directly cursed. A true man living under heaven should not remain subservient for long. What a waste. The old man Wang Yun also chimed in. What Lu Bu said is quite right. Indeed. Jiang Tian casually replied. Suddenly he felt that this statement sounded a bit familiar. His mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Bu and Wang Yun and asked, "Wait, what are you two plotting?" The next day, with the crowing of a rooster, the people on the island began to rise one by one. Wang Yun, who had been sleeping in, was pulled up by Hui Xiubing, who had received Jiang Tian's instructions to go fishing. However, Jiang Tian himself was still sleeping in bed. "Master, are you going to get up and wash up?" Kai Wenji asked as she brought a basin of water to the bedside. In a half-dreamy state, Jiang Tian waved his hand and mumbled, "No. I didn't sleep well last night, let me sleep a little longer." Huff. "All right. Then I'll go feed the animals first." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes, put down the water basin, and left. As she walked, she thought to herself, "Master must be exhausted during this time. I must make a good meal today to replenish his energy." With that thought, she went straight to the west to select some well-grown poultry. After that, only Jiang Tian remained in the house, continuing to sleep. As he snored, he began to dream. In the dream, he was resting in his room. Lu Bu and Wang Yun were sitting in another room chattering about something. Suddenly, Lu Bu slammed the table and roared, "A man of great ambition should not stay beneath others for too long." Wang Yun echoed, "With the general's talent, he certainly cannot be restricted by Jiang Taisher." After a brief exchange, Lu Bu seized a sword and rushed at him. Off. In an instant, Jiang Tian sat up abruptly from his bed, gasping for breath. "Damn it, why is it this nightmare again? I dreamt about it all night yesterday." This single dream had startled Jiang Tian awake countless times. This was also the reason he hadn't slept well last night. "So what is going on here?" Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and simply gave up on sleeping. Leaning against the edge of the bed, he opened the chat channel, hoping to distract himself. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the chat system, he saw countless private messages sent to him. "Big Shot, you have become famous. Big Shot 1111, everyone on the World Channel is discussing your Hui Xiubing matter. Big Shot, you are too impressive. Big Shot, how did you catch that Hui Xiubing? Can you share some experience?" Big Shot 1111, "I had bad luck when playing mobile games before and could never draw good cards. Do people like me have a chance to catch famous generals? Big Shot, do you have any other famous heroes? Can you share some with me? I am a student, can you give me Hui Xiubing?" Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian was left bewildered. What on earth are these nonsensical? He clicked on the World Channel and found that they were indeed discussing his matter. You all know, right? Number 1111 from the CNNS area caught a Hui Xiubing. I knew it long ago, didn't it spread last night? That 1111 is really lucky. He managed to get a figure like Hui Xiubing. Everyone in our CNNS area is a big shot. I feel like I'm quite impressive now. Oh, my God, are you talking about the legendary killer Hui Xiubing? I admit your Hui Xiubing may be powerful, but the Miyamoto Musashi I caught is no slouch either. True, I also caught Oda Nobunaga yesterday. Sometimes catching some monsters is not even worth mentioning in Sigua E. Ha ha ha, I caught the famous pirate Blackbeard. Edward Teach. Wow. That is my idol. Good buddy, you are too strong. No, what good is it to catch a pirate on an empty island? This seems to make some sense. Ashiba, why do I only know your generals over there? Don't we have any? In an instant on the World Channel, everyone who caught famous people began to boast. Each claimed that the person they caught was the most impressive. A few even started arguing, urging the generals on both sides to fight it out and see who had the stronger fists. Of course, under the current circumstances, they couldn't fight unless they mastered a way to move the empty island. Thinking about moving the empty island naturally reminded him of that 4144. From his cowardly attitude yesterday, he probably wouldn't come looking for trouble in the short term. By the time he arrives, the island's defenses will surely be in place. What he had to do now was to wait patiently for the right moment. When he arrived, he would deliver a fatal blow. With this thought, Jiang Tian's mood relaxed somewhat. He stretched and got out of bed to wash his face. Stepping out of the wooden house, he strolled around the island. Everything on the island was as usual. Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were still fishing, while Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Hui Xiubing were making bricks. Once this batch of bricks was completed, they could dig the foundation in the afternoon and make cement from the ash of grass and wood. The chickens, ducks, geese, and livestock had been fed and were eating in their respective small areas. Seeing the plants growing by the pond, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The fruits growing on the vines he had planted earlier were gradually taking shape. They were long and round, bright green. He could now clearly distinguish what kind of plant this was. This is a great thing, but contains various vitamins and sugars, can be used in cooking or as a fruit, and can clear heat and detoxify. Being able to grow this fruit and vegetable made Jiang Tian quite satisfied. As for the other batch of trees that were still growing, they had not borne fruit yet, but Jiang Tian was not in a hurry. At this moment a shout came from the fishing spot. Master, I caught something, it's wrapped in a plastic bag inside a paper tube. What do you think it is, eh? My. Jiang Tian was taken aback and stepped over to the fishing spot. At this time Kai Wenji was holding a plastic bag. She leaned her little nose close to the bag and sniffed. Wow, it smells so good. What is this? Jiang Tian took the bag from Kai Wenji and looked inside. A yellow paper tube contained chunks of yellow glistening food, emitting a faint aroma of meat. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Is this another bucket of fried chicken? Fried chicken. Lu Bu, who was mixing clay, turned to look. Seeing the cylindrical shape of the plastic bag, he swallowed hard. Dropping the shovel, he stepped forward, his eyes fixated on the fried chicken pieces inside. My lord, it's almost noon, should we eat it? Seeing his gluttonous demeanor, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. It seemed Lu Bu had not forgotten the fried chicken they had eaten previously. Meanwhile, the little old man, Wang Yun, also approached. Although he had never seen this thing before, the aroma of meat wafting from it made his mouth water. The two were waiting for Jiang Tian's command to devour the fried chicken. However, just then Jiang Tian shook his head. No, this fried chicken cannot be eaten. Why? Lu Bu's eyes widened, bewildered. Jiang Tian pointed at the packaging. This bucket of fried chicken is different from the one we had last time. Last time we caught KFC, but this time we caught Wallace. My lord, what's the difference between the two? Of course. Jiang Tian, both amused and exasperated, explained. Wallace's meal cannot be eaten casually, or one will turn into a jet-powered warrior after eating it. Spray warrior. What on earth does that mean? The other three looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Tian explained tersely, as the name suggests. Eat this, and you spray, you get violent diarrhea. As he described the brand of fried chicken, Jiang Tian's expression was complicated. He had tried a Hualaisher set. It had smelled delicious as he ate it, yet afterward his belly churned like a storm. He suffered through a night of diarrhea and nearly collapsed on the toilet. That was not the worst case. He had heard of someone online who endured 2 full days of it. No one knew how that poor soul had managed. In this situation, one could not afford to fall ill with diarrhea. It would ruin one's efficiency. After explaining, Jiang Tian looked at the 3 disappointed faces and comforted them. Anyway, this thing is inedible. Fine, it's just fried chicken. If we want it later, we can make our own. At that remark, their eyes brightened once more. Lu Bu asked, Lord, if we cannot eat it, how shall we deal with it? Throw it away. Jiang Tian scoffed. Throw it away. How could we? Jiang Tian grinned as he looked at the yellow paper tube and said, of course, we'll sell it. Then he opened the Everyone in the channel was posting buy and sell notices or idly chatting, sharing life on their islands. Buying planks. Message me if interested. Selling 2 eggs. The seeds I planted seem to have sprouted. Have yours come up? I planted some earlier. I didn't know the seed at the time, and it turned out to be cabbage. Same here. Turned out the seed I fished up was a chili pepper. Ha ha, I caught radish seeds. This time we have 0888. My little cucumber is almost ripe. Ha ha ha. Ugh, can you really say that out loud? Brother, have you let something slip? By the way, cucumbers are green. Why call them Huanghua yellow cucumber? 0888 replied. I know, though green its use is rather lewd. Everyone burst into laughter at that perfectly vulgar explanation. Pervert. Show off, bro. 666,666. As the crowd joked about vegetables, an untimely message suddenly appeared. 1111, selling a family bucket of fried chicken. Highest bidder wins. The announcement sent the channel into an uproar. No way. It's fried chicken. I haven't had any in ages. How can I buy it? Boss will trade clay and water. Okay. Boss, why are you suddenly selling fried chicken? Did you fish up another bucket? Damn, 1111. How do you always manage to catch such treasure? Boss, you're selling these goodies. Don't you want to eat them yourself? Faced with inquiries, Jiang Tian explained, I've already eaten once. It's too greasy and not very tasty, so we'll sell it. Damn, that sounds infuriating. He'll buy it. 10 planks from me. He'll pay 15 plus a bag. He'll give 20 planks plus a bag of clay and a bag of wood ash. The messages rolled in, each trying to outbid the last. Jiang Tian received countless private messages from those hoping to secure the bucket. A few came from acquaintance. 0888. Damn, this isn't fair. If you're selling fried chicken, why didn't you tell me first? Price negotiable. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and replied, 1111, I was clear from the start. This is a Hualaisher family bucket. If you want it, I'll sell it to you. 0888, what? You're not selling that spray set, are you? Goodbye. 0066, fried chicken. I haven't had any in ages. Can you sell to me? 1111, It's a Hualaisher family bucket. 0066. Oh, damn, I thought you were being kind, but you're pulling that mean trick. I don't want diarrhea. Sell it to someone else. After politely warning those acquaintances, Jiang Tian began selecting the highest private offer. One mess. I will offer 50 planks and 3 bags of clay for the family bucket. Deal. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's brow arched. Good grief, such a high bid. Although Jiang Tian was not short on wood in this world, planks were the most precious commodity to ordinary people. Others had only offered at most 25 planks. Glancing at the cinders, Jiang Tian was stunned. Wasn't this the toady of 4,144 who had occupied land yesterday? Why would he suddenly come to barter for fried chicken? A brief thought made the answer clear. This must be 4,144's doing. Jiang Tian's lips curved in a knowing smile. This fellow wanted the chicken but feared to approach directly. Afraid Jiang Tian would refuse him, he had to send a lackey to make the trade. Come to think of it, the boy had indeed gathered a surprising amount of resources. Very well. If he was willing to risk so much, then so was Jiang Tian ready to reap the benefit. Feigning ignorance, he haggled with the messenger. Not long after, on some sky island, master, the family bucket has been procured. It cost 70 planks and 5 bags of clay. A lad of 16 or 17 bowed and handed over a paper tube to 4,144. The brand label at the top of the tube had been blacked out with a marker. Not bad, 4144 said, taking the tube and surveying the fried chicken inside with delight. Ha ha, 1111 never saw this coming. The family bucket he fished up is now mine. Few can even fish up a family bucket in the World Channel. Its value far exceeds a pile of wood, and he went and sold it. What a fool. He sneered and bit ravenously into a drumstick. The boy watched, mouth watering. Master, could I have one? He dared to ask. Get out. What are you? This is all mine. 4,144 snapped. With a cold snort he barked. Do your work and stop being a nuisance. The lad could only glance once more at the chicken, swallow his saliva, and leave the room in silence. After finishing, 4,144 licked his fingers clean, savoring every trace of oil as if it were a rare luxury. Since arriving on the Sky Islands, he had seldom tasted fried food. He had managed to exploit a fortunate opening. Thanks to that fool 1111, he was finally eating fried chicken at last. Although he possessed chicken and oil, he had failed before to recreate that exact flavor. Nothing beats something pre-made. Grinning, he opened the regional chat and posted proudly, 4144, 1111, you idiot. Your fried chicken was delicious, thanks, ha. After the message was sent, those who had failed to acquire fried chicken and others eager to latch on his CCC simultaneously mocked in unison. What? Aren't EEE and CCC rivals? Why would he sell fried chicken to him? It was me who traded with EEE just now. I bought it, then gifted it to senior brother CCC. That fool was utterly deceived. Ha ha. Ah, you're that sycophantic lackey, and damn it. How dare you speak like that? I call it choosing the right tree upon which to perch. No wonder. He wasn't present yesterday when senior brother CCC announced he'd be taking apprentices, so he missed the news entirely. Unexpectedly, even this fried chicken ended up in senior brother CCC's hands. Truly awe-inspiring. Ha ha ha. The pretentious he never imagined he'd hand such a prized delicacy straight into the hands of his sworn enemy. He must be utterly stunned right now. CCC watched these messages with deep satisfaction, then summoned the youth whose territory he had seized, instructing him to discard the food scraps. He belched contentedly, a cold, sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips, until abruptly something felt amiss. And he waited and waited. Yet EE remained utterly silent. That alone might have been tolerable, but what of Ling Baba and Ling Ling Lulu, who had earlier defended E? Why had they fallen eerily quiet? Had they truly crumbled after being duped once? NTCH. NCCC shook his head with a These brats think they can challenge me. They're still far too green. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed. Suddenly a strange sensation bloomed deep within his abdomen. Gurgle, gurgle. Knee's lower belly vibrated like a phone on silent mode. Nausea surged violently in his stomach. In this, NCC stood frozen, bewildered. Suddenly, Knee's abdomen plummeted with the crushing weight of lead. In that instant, his bowels roared with furious, uncontrollable urgency. Shit. I'm about to. Knee's brow knotted tight, his lower torso clenched rigid. And he shoved open the wooden door and bolted outside, clutching his stomach. Under the puzzled gazes of his subordinates, he sprinted to the island's designated latrine, a shallow pit dug into the earth, and dropped to his knees. Squish squash, and pop pop, and krrr, chak. On the opposite side of the island, the youth held the box of fried chicken CC had left behind, gazing at its remnants with a sigh. Such a waste. The bones still cling with tender meat. He couldn't finish it himself, yet refused to share even a bite. And he glanced left and right. Then stealthily he carried the box to a secluded spot and began devouring the remaining pieces. And munch munch. It's been ages since I tasted fried chicken. Today fortune truly smiled upon me. Mchu. And he sucked the last shred of meat from a bone, tossed it into the bucket, and only then discarded the bucket itself. And at that very moment, in gurgle gurgle, Na rumbling echoed from his own lower belly. Simultaneously his brow tightened, his lower torso clenched instinctively. In he dashed straight for the latrine, and dropped beside CCC. Pale-faced they stared at each other, wide-eyed, speechless. You're also in? Yes, I stole and ate it. Master, this chicken is poisoned. Damn it. I've realized it too. Uffed, this is a setup. I've been betrayed. The sun sank westward. Jiang Tian and the islanders finished their day's labor. They tallied today's spoils, modest yet promising. Beyond raw earth timber and clay they gathered flour, rice, and other staples, plus plant seeds, 2 pigs, and 1 sheep, sustainable resources for long-term survival. Moreover, Wang Yun had reeled in a man today named Zhang San. Yet this man, his name, appearance, and overall bearing, was thoroughly unremarkable, an ordinary man with no discernible distinction. Still, necessity demanded manpower, and Jiang Tian promptly assigned Shi Jigang to guide him through construction tasks. That morning the final batch of brick molds was completed. In the afternoon several workers jointly excavated the foundation trench. And after dinner they worked late, burning wood, ash, and clay into crude cement to fill the base. Having tidied their tools and rinsed off dust, Kai Wenji greeted Jiang Tian and hurried into the kitchen. Hua Zubing headed west to catch chickens. Lu Bu led Zhang San to the pond's edge to dig for fish, each preparing ingredients to shorten mealtime waits. Shi Jigang entered the house, pulled out paper and ink, and began sketching architectural plans on the table, designing the future interior of their dwelling. All unfolded with quiet, steady rhythm. Jiang Tian turned toward the old man idling nearby, fishing lazily, and asked him, Wang Yun, how many monster-laden crates did you haul up today? About 20, all handled by Hua Zubing. 20. Were they all enhanced monsters? Most were, though perhaps 1 or 2 common goblins slipped in. I see. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, pondering. Yesterday barely a dozen monster crates surfaced, today the count had doubled to 20. Clearly the frequency of monster appearances continued rising. He opened the chat channel. No one else seemed. That was unsurprising. Most survivors possessed only a single fishing rod, averaging just 1 monster per day. And those who hauled in 2 or 3 assumed ill luck, not escalating danger. Had he not wielded multiple rods, and thus amassed richer data, he likely would have missed the pattern too. And now, it was dinner time for others. Chat activity surged. People shared today's hauls and strategies for confronting monsters, mouths full, voices animated. Lucky day, I reeled in a pig. Whoa buddy, when you slaughter it, save me some meat. I haven't tasted pork in ages. Tell me about it. Why can't I land such large game? Forget pigs. I hooked a goblin and a skeleton today. Nearly got stabbed. Same here yesterday. I spent the night crafting a wooden helmet and armor set from planks and rope. Now I open crates with real confidence. Wooden armor? How's it made? Carve planks into body-hugging shapes, then lash them together with rope, and wear the whole thing. Whoa, brilliant. I'll make one right after this. Jiang Tian nodded, silently observing. Though raw materials remained scarce, and warriors like Lu Bu and Hua Zubing needed no such protection, basic defensive measures were indispensable. Still, the crude wooden armor described by other survivors was impractical, flimsy, short-lived, and time-consuming to craft. Lu Bu and Hua Zubing dismissed such gear outright. Without metal, iron armor was impossible, for now. So, what could be forged under these constraints? Jiang Tian paused deep in thought. Perhaps, butcher that pig, and fashion armor from its hide. The thought surfaced, and Jiang Tian himself couldn't help but chuckle wryly at its absurdity. Leaving aside the question of pigskin's defensive capabilities, Jiang Tian paused, then decided to wait a few days before making a choice. If metal surfaced on his fishing line, he'd forge a suit of metallic armor. Failing that, woven vine armor would suffice.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
He promptly sent a message to ID 0888, notify him immediately should any metal be reeled in. He'd purchase it without delay. He also instructed ID 0066 to gather vines for later acquisition. Once these arrangements were made, the meal arrived, nearly complete. Compared to yesterday, Kai Wenji's culinary artistry had noticeably deepened. They dined and chatted leisurely, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Yet the gathering had grown steadily larger, crowding the small round table until space grew scarce. Indeed, just days earlier, only 4 people had sat around this very table. Now Wang Yun and Hua Zubing had joined them, quietly, unassumingly, yet irrevocably altering the balance. Add today's newly fished arrivals, and the count reached 7. Clearly a new table was long overdue. and if this trend continued the number would swell further still. Yet merely replacing the table addressed only symptoms, not root causes. Refurbishing furniture every few days was exhausting, and accommodations too needed arranging. All this flickered through Jiang Tian's mind as he ate. Before he knew it, the meal concluded. Others dispersed, to clean or return to their posts for overtime work, while Jiang Tian reclined lazily atop his shop floor, idly opening the chat channel to pass the time.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Fresh bok choy available, tradable for other foods or timber. Scallions and garlic for sale. Seeing these additions enriching the menu, Jiang Tian swiftly posted an acquisition request. ID 1111, anyone selling food seeds or vegetables may trade directly with me. Terms negotiable. Whoa, legend has arrived. Legend, I've got garlic. Can I trade it for salt and spicy strips? Legend 1111, I've got chili peppers. Heard you stock potato chips and cola. Let's strike a deal. Legend, me too. I've got fresh carrots. 10 carrots for 1 cigarette. Legend, consider it. Amidst Jiang Tian's flurry of transactions, the regional chat channel suddenly lit up with a familiar ID, ranting furiously. ID 4144, screw this. Don't trade with 1111. This scoundrel poisons food. This morning I bought a bucket of fried chicken from him, and nearly died. At those words, everyone mid-transaction froze. Shock rippled across the channel. What? Poison? Surely not. Everyone who traded with Legend before has eaten fine. If Legend 1111 truly poisoned food, would you still be here spouting nonsense? But what if 4144 speaks truth? What if 1111 does poison food? Have we all been betrayed? As speculation swirled, an official system notice flashed across the regional chat window. Official notice: all items traded via the system must be described with absolute fidelity in their annotations. No detail inconsistent with reality may be concealed. For instance, wood dampened by rain must be labeled rain moistened timber. Likewise, any chemical additives in food must be explicitly declared in the annotation. Player CNNS 4144 is hereby issued one formal warning for defaming the system as complicit in concealing player misconduct. Repeated violations will incur penalties. Upon reading this, the group trading with Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. Indeed, even the single puff Jiang Tian took from a cigarette was meticulously noted. Deception held no quarter. Thus, so long as annotations remained accurate, traded goods were guaranteed safe. Earlier today, several buyers had even inspected Jiang Tian's fried chicken via the system's verification interface. The annotation read plainly: 1 bucket of freshly fried chicken cooked moments ago. Nothing unusual, nothing amiss. Surely ID 4144 was slandering him. Even 4144 stood stunned. Though distrustful of 1111, he could hardly doubt the system, yet his claim was true. If that bucket held no poison, why had he suffered relentless diarrhea since dawn? Fuming, he demanded, ID 4144, no poison. Then how the hell did you sabotage me? I devoured your fried chicken this morning, and haven't stopped evacuating since. I'm utterly drained, and ran out of toilet paper. Explain this, right now? Jiang Tian couldn't suppress a grin. He typed calmly, hold on. How much of that bucket did you actually eat? ID 4144, the whole damn thing. Right after swallowing it, my gut exploded, and the diarrhea hasn't ceased. All day I've done nothing but rush to the latrine. Damn it. So tell me, what the hell did you do to that chicken? Ha 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 ha. Pulling all day? 4144, you're absolutely brilliant. 4144, can you even stand up right now, eh? Seeing this, Jiang Tian burst into laughter. Explaining anything to such a person was utterly impossible, now and forever. Besides, diarrhea wasn't his fault. He'd offered nothing but the genuine original product. And the profit from this resource sat comfortably on Jiang Tian's conscience. If 4144 wanted to blame someone, he ought to blame Walazy's cold chain, or his own digestive tract, which simply hadn't been forged strong enough. Come to think of it, 4144 had apparently devoured an entire bucket himself. He'd likely take 2 or 3 days to recover fully. A mischievous grin flickered across Jiang Tian's face as he shut off the chat channel entirely, leaving 4144 alone clutching toilet paper while cursing Jiang Tian and the others who mocked him. The next morning, cockcrow roused the group from slumber. Master, you're awake. Jiang Tian stretched languidly and rose from his bed. Kai Wenji assisted him with washing his face. Last night, he'd slept soundly, no nightmares, finally restoring his sleep quality to normal. Shortly after finishing his ablutions, Shi Jigang arrived bearing breakfast. Dozens of deep-fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and boiled noodles. Simple fare that delighted the others who'd long relied solely on bread for morning sustenance. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Tian felt as though he'd slipped back into his former life. Crunch, crunch. After polishing off the last bite of dough stick, he swallowed, then wiped the grease from his lips. If only there were Xylon Bayo, and perhaps egg and pork pancake soup too. Meat. At the word, Lu Bu's eyes gleamed with sudden fierce light. Lord, are we slaughtering the pig? It's worth considering. Then when shall we slaughter the sheep? And your train of thought leaps rather far. Forget the sheep. For now we have only one. Kill it, and it's gone forever. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Stop fixating on such things. Get back to work. Yes, my lord. After breakfast, Kai Wenji washed the dishes and tended the plants. Wang Yun strolled to the fishing spot, rod in hand. The others likewise began their tasks for the day. At last, the relentless round-the-clock production of brick blanks came to a close. Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing dug foundations. Yu Shi Jigang, accompanied by Zhang Xin, fired wood ash in the kiln to produce cement. Everything proceeded with quiet, orderly precision. Jiang Tian wandered leisurely across the island, stepping slowly, humming softly under his breath. What lovely springtime! Yet no dream compares dreams where green grass scents the air. Though more people meant cramped living quarters and tighter provisions, the swelling workforce had undeniably eased many burdens. Jiang Tian would pitch in whenever he felt inclined, or sit idly aside managing supplies instead. Compared to those early days, he now enjoyed far more leisure time. He meandered through the ever-expanding open aisle, watching fish glide beneath the pond's surface, teasing chickens, ducks, and geese. It bore the unmistakable charm of a rustic agritourism retreat. Finally, his gaze settled upon the pigsty. Inside stood 3 pigs, 1 boar and 2 sows, snuffling contentedly as they fed. Then Xylon Bayo and braised pork returned to his thoughts. It had been a long while since he'd tasted meat, and hunger tugged insistently. Yet logic dictated patience. Breeding must come first, to multiply their numbers before indulging in feasts. Jiang Tian pondered a moment, then reopened the chat channel, scanning for vendors offering fresh pork. Selling fresh pork, seeking non-perishable foodstuffs in exchange. Selling mutton, freshly slaughtered. Same terms, non-perishables or lumber accepted. 1 gene of pork for 5 packs of instant noodles. Pre-orders encouraged. Damn, I envy you. Actually reeling in pigs and sheep. Same here. I've got rotten luck. All I catch is flour. I've sent you a trade request. Why price it so high? You'll never eat all that meat. Oh, lower the price. Exactly. We'll just let it rot if you can't sell it. Better to offer it cheaply than waste it. Hell, do you have any idea how hard these beasts are to catch? I barely landed one. Why should I slash the price? You broke beggars can take it or leave it. I'd sooner toss it than hand it over to you. Whoa, way too harsh. Alas. While mansions overflow with wine and meat, frozen corpses litter the roadside. Jiang Tian, observing this exchange, promptly replied. Seeking pork and mutton, serious sellers only. No exorbitant demands, please. Whoa. 1111, the legend appears. Legend, trade with me. I need only salt. Legend, I've got mutton. Salt will suffice. Me too. Me too. As soon as Jiang Tian appeared, messages flooded his screen, every single one pleading to trade for salt. Their requests were hardly surprising. A single pig weighed hundreds of gene. On most survivors' isles, even counting newly summoned retainers, there were barely 2 or 3 souls. Such vast quantities of meat would inevitably spoil before consumption. Their aim was clear: acquire enough salt to cure and preserve the meat. Jiang Tian accepted without hesitation. For 300 grams of salt, he acquired 30 gene of meat. Given their daily rations, this supply would sustain them for 5 or 6 days. Once this quantity was secured, he halted further trades, planning to replenish with fresh cuts after that span. With the meat secured, Jiang Tian summoned Shi Jigang and Zhang San, ordering them to pause their current tasks and process the haul immediately. They rendered lard from fatty cuts and cured lean meat. Jiang Tian then glanced back at the chat channel, considering whether to procure additional resources, clay, wood, ash, and the like. The channel still seethed with heated debate over pork prices, until a new message shattered the clamor. Whoa! When I opened a chest just now, a giant spider leapt out. News of monsters instantly redirected everyone's attention. The pork dispute evaporated as queries erupted. Huh. A giant spider. More creatures surfacing now. How big is it? What does it look like? Jet black, thickly furred, over half a meter long, with fangs. Damn. Sprang straight out the moment I cracked the lid and bit my retainer. His arm's still bleeding. Anyone got hemostatic agents? Whoa, half a meter. Furry. Ugh. Just hearing about it makes my skin crawl. Thanks for the warning. I'll tread carefully from now on. Hey, was that spider venomous? How's your retainer faring? The spider's dead, but whether it carried venom remains unknown. Still, his wound bleeds only, no other symptoms. Likely non-venomous. Phew. Good. Jiang Tian frowned upon reading this. Monster varieties were growing increasingly diverse. Moreover, according to this survivor, the creature had lunged forth the instant the chest opened, affording no reaction time whatsoever. Clearly, he needed to warn them. All future chest openings demanded heightened vigilance. Just as he prepared to close the chat channel and alert Huitzubing, another message about wooden chests appeared. Whoa, I just reeled in a chest too, and crawling out of it was a... Seeing this, Jiang Tian shifted his gaze to the chat channel. The statement was too strange of what crawled out of the wooden box without even finishing its words. Meanwhile, the channel was bustling with chaos. What the hell crawled out? Could you be clearer? Damn it, I hate people who leave us hanging like this. Hurry up and tell us what exactly is in that box. Damn, you just reminded me of those cliffhanger authors I encounter in novels. Exactly, this is so infuriating. At that moment, the person who had been teasing them spoke up again. Actually, I don't even know what this thing is. This creature was chubby, wearing shorts. It looked human, yet not quite human. It had a furry back, an ugly face, and a big round nose. It seemed like a standing pig. What kind of creature is a standing pig? Can it be eaten? Good lord, you didn't catch Zhu Beiji, did you? What the hell? You can catch mythological characters. I need to hurry and see if I can fish out Change or the Jade Rabbit. What are you even thinking? Is this thing a monster or a new ally? Did it attack you? After that person spoke again. It didn't attack me or my subordinates, but when I tried talking to it, it ignored me and just wandered around my island. Damn. What happened then? Did it attack you? What did that pig do? Just tell us already. Dude, can you calm down? Stop being so dramatic, just speak. The chat channel was filled with inquiry. However, the person who encountered the strange creature did not respond, leaving everyone in suspense. At that moment, someone speculated that he might have been killed by the pig-like creature. Finally, after a few minutes, the person spoke again. Damn. This pig human suddenly rushed into my vegetable garden and devoured all the cabbage I painstakingly grew. And this thing has incredible strength. Even two people couldn't hold it back. When my subordinates tried to stop it, they got knocked out with a punch. This is insane. We can't fight it. We can only watch as it ravages my crops. Moreover, as it eats, it also runs around defecating everywhere while moving. Now my island is filled with unmentionable filth and it stinks terribly. Damn it. I'm going to take it on. This scene is too beautiful. I can't even imagine. Although it doesn't actively attack people in a way, it's even more detestable than goblins. Damn, I was eating breakfast. Can you not describe it in such detail? Seeing this, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He silently closed the chat window and began analyzing the situation in today's game. The giant spider was understandable. After all, that is considered a type of monster. It didn't give survivors time to react, instantly jumping out of the box, increasing the intensity of the monster system. As for this pig human, it gave off a subtle feeling. According to the victim's description, it didn't behave like a monster that would actively attack people. However, the harm it caused to the survivors was not insignificant. It wastes food and defecates everywhere. It feels like a brat bursting into my home, smashing all my collectibles and installing all sorts of bundled software on my computer. Its purpose for coming to the island is simply to cause chaos. Jiang Tian looked at the sky and felt that this game, aside from being cruel, was filled with a certain twisted humor. He couldn't help but wonder what the officials were thinking. After making an effort to clear the images from his mind, Jiang Tian called over Lu Bu and Huitzubing to bring them to the fishing spot. He also instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to stop and stand in front of him in a row for a brief meeting. I just received news that the monster in the box has changed again. Jiang Tian paced before the four of them, recounting the situations of the spider and the pig human. In short, the characteristics of this monster are becoming increasingly bizarre. Now it has appeared that it jumps out without giving any reaction time. In the future, there might even be monsters that can open boxes by themselves or directly attack people once caught. Therefore, both those responsible for opening boxes and those for fishing need to be extra careful. Understood? Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Huitzubing replied in unison. At that moment, the two responsible for fishing looked rather pale. The old man Wang Yun had an awkward expression and asked, "My lord, if such a monster that attacks once caught truly appears, wouldn't the fishing work be very dangerous? Can I apply to take charge of construction instead?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes at the floating soil beside him, saying, "What do you think?" The old man immediately fell silent, just pouting with a troubled expression. Kai Wenji also nestled into Jiang Tian's embrace, looking up with wide eyes, and said, "Master, that spider you mentioned is so scary, I'm afraid." "Be good." Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair and smiled, saying, "You all can rest assured I will definitely ensure safety. Now, let's add one more person to the fishing team to be responsible for defense. Let's have." As he spoke halfway, Huitzubing stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with clasped fists, and said, "My lord, I am willing to take command at the border." Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Huitzubing seemed to have a special obsession with killing enemies, so it would be best to let him handle this duty. "All right then, from now on you will take a weapon to the fishing spot, specifically responsible for the boxes that are fished up, while Lu Bu will temporarily continue with the construction work." "Thank you, my lord." Huitzubing clasped his fists again. "All right, everyone return to your tasks. Huitzubing, if you catch a box, inform me before opening it." Don't rush to kill those monsters, let me see them first before we proceed. Yes. After the brief meeting, everyone returned to their respective posts. At the fishing spot with Hui, Kai Wenji, and Wang Yun felt more at ease, not as fearful as before. After all, Hui Xiubing had been handling the monsters these days, and his strength was well acknowledged. On the other side, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu continued to work on the foundation, increasing their progress. As they dug, Jiang Tian pondered. More manpower was still needed. If they could fish up a few more laborers, then Lu Bu and Hui Xiubing, being martial generals, could focus on island defense, while the construction tasks could be handed off to others. At that moment, bang! A dull thud sounded from the fishing spot. It was the sound of a wooden box hitting the ground. Hui Xiubing instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step back and shouted to Jiang Tian, "My lord." Understood. Jiang Tian set down his shovel and walked over to the wooden box. All right, let's open the box, but be mindful of how to open it, and it's best to leave a way to capture it alive. Yes. Hui Xiubing responded respectfully. He picked up a short sword and used the tip to pry open the moving wooden plank. At that moment, whoosh! A dark shadow sprang out of the box, landing on the ground not far from it. The sudden emergence of this creature startled Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Even Hui Xiubing furrowed his brow slightly. If he had leaned in as carelessly as before, he might well have fallen victim to its ambush. Jiang Tian and Hui Xiubing examined it closely. Its body consisted of two rounded segments. The furry abdomen plump and spherical bore 8 thick cylindrical limbs resembling rolling pins. Its entire form stretched nearly half a meter in length. At its fore, the head brandished 2 white chelicerae, while 4 black eyes, 2 large, 2 small, clustered together. Though eyeless, it radiated an unnerving, unblinking gaze, predatory, relentless. No sooner had they finished assessing this spider than the half-meter shadow struck again. Tap, 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 tap. Its 8 limbs drummed rapidly against the ground, pivoting in tight circles as it recalibrated its trajectory. Once aligned, it crouched low, coiling its limbs for power, then lunged toward Hui Xiubing. Its ivory fangs gleamed with savage intent. Swift it was, but Hui Xiubing swifter still. A ripple passed through his azure robe, bronze light flashed. For legs severed midair, twitching faintly upon impact. The spider, now unbalanced, flipped onto its back with a hollow thud. Greenish ichor oozed from the stumps where its limbs had been severed. Its abdomen convulsed violently. The remaining 4 legs flailed wildly, straining to lift itself upright once more. Yet with half its locomotive apparatus gone, every movement twisted into grotesque disarray. The chelicerae scraped together with a shrill, sibilant hiss, as if issuing a final, desperate threat. The sight was profoundly unsettling. Then Hui Xiubing moved again, a streak of light, and the remaining 4 legs fell away. Another motion, and both chelicerae were severed. At last the spider lay utterly still. Only its abdomen continued to pulse a nauseating, undulating rhythm. Satisfied the threat had been neutralized, Hui Xiubing used his short sword to gather the 8 severed limbs and 2 chelicerae beside the carcass, then flicked the blood from the blade. He strode forward and saluted Jiang Tian with a fistupalm bow. "Lord, the beast is subdued. Please inspect it." Well done," Jiang Tian replied, visibly pleased. Evidently Hui Xiubing had remembered Jiang Tian's earlier instruction to spare the creature for study. Stepping closer, Jiang Tian gazed down at the specimen. Its obsidian body writhed in agony upon the ground while its dismembered limbs lay scattered nearby, a vision that evoked in Jiang Tian's mind the segmented anatomy of an imperial crab. Yet its appearance remained deeply repulsive. This, then, must be the spider referenced earlier in the chat channel. Unexpectedly encountered so soon and far larger than any Jiang Tian had ever seen. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji hurried over, peering curiously at the arachnid. Its compound eyes, its mangled limbs, its contorting torso, its viridian blood. The macabre spectacle paled her cheeks. She darted behind Jiang Tian, trembling. Gently patting her head, he guided her aside to rest. Jiang Tian resumed his examination. Picking up a twig, he prodded the creature, turning over its severed limbs. Its leg tips were sharply tapered, clearly weaponized, yet its carapace proved surprisingly soft. It possessed offensive capability, but negligible defense, rendering it relatively easy to dispatch. So long as one avoided surprise attacks when opening chests, and possessed sufficient composure to withstand the visceral shock of such a monstrous arachnid, it posed no insurmountable challenge. Beyond that, Jiang Tian was no biologist. A further analysis eluded him. Enough. This abomination was too revolting, unlikely to fetch even modest value in material trades. Better cast it down, offering sustenance to the aquatic denizens beneath the floating isle. Yes, Lord. Hui Xiubing obeyed, sweeping each fragmented part beyond the island's edge with his blade. Wang Yun, fetch a bucket of water and scrub away the spider's blood. Ah, yes, Lord. The elderly man trudged toward the pond, glancing back repeatedly at the grisly remains. his expression etched with profound distaste. Such colossal spiders were intolerably vile. May fate spare them such encounters henceforth. With this minor incident concluded, tranquility settled once more. Once the soil was cleansed, Hua Tsubing resumed guarding Kai Wenji and Wang Yun as they fished. Jiang Tian returned to the construction site, lending his strength to erecting new dwellings. Whenever wooden crates surfaced at the fishing spot, Jiang Tian occasionally wandered over to observe. Familiar monsters still emerged. The goblins, skeletons, and merfolk of previous days continued their predictable appearances within the crates. A spider appeared again, identical in scale to the first. Yet Jiang Tian, having lost all appetite for further study, dismissed it outright, its visage too repellent to bear. He instructed Hua Tsubing to hurl it off the island. The morning passed uneventfully, until after lunch as the group prepared for an afternoon nap. Jiang Tian received a private message, 0888, Heh, are you there? I've got some exciting news for you. What news? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Could it be metal? Soon came the reply, whoa, how'd you guess? I just reeled in something. A purplish metallic ingot, cool to the touch. Definitely metal. Purple. Jiang Tian pondered, then ventured, could it be copper? 0888, no idea what it is, just hauled it up. Interested? Absolutely, I'll take it. Hey, so what's your offer? Let's see the trade first. Jiang Tian sent the reply, and instantly received a trade invitation. The system description confirmed it, a copper ingot. Indeed, rectangular in shape, over 20 centimeters long, more than 10 wide. Its thickness measured roughly 5 centimeters. Estimating copper's density, the ingot weighed approximately, well, name your price. 1 cigarette and 1 can of cola, deal. Whoa, cheap. I spent serious luck pulling this. Told you the moment I caught it. There's intel fee included. Up the ante. Fine. How about spicy strips? Whoa, haven't seen supermarket snacks in crates lately. How do you even have spicy strips? None of your concern. Swap or not. Swap. 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 Jiang Tian deposited 1 cigarette, 200 milliliters of cola, and a small pack of spicy strips. The trade finalized. Holding the copper ingot, Jiang Tian weighed it thoughtfully. It carried appreciable heft, yet occupied minimal volume. Such a modest quantity could forge nothing substantial. Moreover, this appeared to be pure copper, too malleable for crafting armor or weapons. But it mattered little. Jiang Tian gazed upon the ingot with quiet confidence. If one person could reel it, and then metal had indeed begun to manifest. And if it manifested, his subordinates could not only fish for it, but also acquire and stockpile it in mass. Scarcity would not be an issue. Furthermore, Jiang Tian surmised that other metals, tin, iron, would surely follow. Should those appear, true utility would unfold. Soon after, Jiang Tian posted a message seeking to purchase metals on both the trading post and 2 chat channels. Acquiring all kinds of metals can be exchanged for food, salt, wood, and other resources. Interested parties may message privately. Once the message was sent, a few individuals did indeed send trade requests, although the quantity was not substantial. Jiang Tian was not in a hurry. Based on experience, the frequency of such newly listed items was generally low. Moreover, the blacksmith shop was not yet operational, so there was no rush at this moment. He could accumulate slowly. With a bright vision for the future, Jiang Tian comfortably lay down and took a nap. After washing his face, and once a few people had gone out, Jiang Tian opened the trading system to check the status of metal acquisitions. Within this, after washing his face, and once a few people had gone out, Jiang Tian opened the trading system to check the status of metal acquisitions. Within this hour, 2 more individuals sent trade requests. Jiang Tian negotiated each acquisition, securing a small piece of copper ingot and a small piece of tin. The metal trades received at noon were primarily copper, along with 2 pieces of iron and 1 piece of tin. The amounts were pitifully small, even less than the noon quantity of 0888. Forget it, he would gather them slowly. Closing the interface, he stepped outside to continue working. Those laying foundations were laying foundations, and those pouring concrete were pouring concrete. The sound of wooden boxes colliding occasionally echoed from the fishing spot alongside the splash of some creatures falling into the sea. Time slid slowly with the direction of the sun. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Kai Wenji's voice came from the fishing spot. Wow, this thing is kind of heavy. Let me handle it. Hua Tsubing stood up, took the fishing rod, and lifted it. A long cloud-like object was pulled over. Bang! A wooden box fell to the ground. The sound of it hitting the ground was louder than usual. Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian curiously walked over. From the sound, the contents of this box should be quite unusual. Moreover, this box appeared to be of higher quality than the previous ones. Giving Hua Tsubing a look, the latter understood. He picked up a short sword and slowly approached the wooden box, planning to pry open the boards. Just then, the wooden planks on the box unexpectedly began to move on their own. Whoosh, clap. The moving planks slid to the edge and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing's expressions turned serious. Their guesses were indeed correct. There was something that could open the box by itself. However, they wondered whether it contained a person or a ghost. Motioning for Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step aside, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing readied their weapons for battle. At that moment, two chubby objects extended from the opening of the wooden box. They were two hands that appeared to have only two fingers gripping the edge of the box. Then a large round object poked out of the box. With broad ears, a round nose, and a plump face, two round eyes rolled about, and it gaped its large mouth looking around. Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing were taken aback. This is a pig's head. The bizarre scene led the two to exchange glances. It was a look of astonishment. What a huge pig's head. Then Hua Tsubing focused on the pig's head, tightly gripping his short sword. My lord, this must be the pig human you mentioned earlier, right? How should we deal with this creature? Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and instructed, I've heard that it won't actively harm people, so let's keep a distance and see how it goes. Understood. Just as the two were conversing, the pig inside the box had completely stood up. Judging by its height, it seemed even taller than Lu Bu, probably around 2 meters. Its upper body was broad and strong, looking quite robust. The lower half was hidden behind the box and couldn't be seen. Then the pig human leaned against the edge of the box clumsily, trying to clamber out. As it shifted its center of gravity, the wooden box tipped over, and the pig human tumbled out along with it. Splash! Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue. Tisk, that was quite a fall, and it landed face first. That must hurt a lot. At this moment, aside from Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, who were watching from the side, even Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Zhang San, who were working on construction on the other side, turned to look. Seeing such a creature, everyone widened their eyes. On the ground lay a huge pig. At this time, the pig human moved forward a couple of steps while still on the ground. Then it got up, looking as if nothing had happened, still grinning foolishly. It looked rather dim-witted. After getting up, everyone then noticed that the pig human was wearing a little skirt made of dried grass. Moreover, although the pig human's upper body was quite stout, its lower half was particularly short, only about a third of its whole body. No wonder it struggled so much to climb over a 1-meter box. The pig human stood up, taking small steps forward while curiously gazing at its surroundings, looking quite pleased. As for Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing beside it, the pig human glanced at them and then turned its head away, showing no interest at all. Indeed, as the survivor had said, it exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing also did not act following behind while observing the situation with this creature. The pig human's back was covered with short white fur, looking no different from an ordinary pig. Its mid-lower part also had a round curved tail. As the pig human continued onward, it passed by the central wooden house, sniffed around with its nose, found it uninteresting, and walked around it. At this time, it had already arrived at the west side, which was the area for raising animals. The pig human first went to check on the chickens, ducks, and geese in their cages, snorting twice. Then it spotted several pigs in the pig pen and immediately scampered over, leaning down to poke the faces of those pigs with its hooves. The pig faces grinned back, seemingly with a hint of mockery. He, snort, snort. The pigs in the pig pen, seeing their distinct relative, gaped in surprise, clearly dumbfounded. What the heck? How did this happen? Why are you so exceptional, just like us pigs? During this process, Jiang Tian and Hua Tsubing continuously observed with their weapons ready. Even Lu Bu set down his shovel and came over. If the pig human intended to cause harm to these pigs, they would teach it a lesson. Fortunately, the pig human played around and found it uninteresting. It stood up again, glanced around, and at that moment its round eyes lit up. It seemed to have discovered something, and it began to run northward with its short legs. While running, the pig human's large face was splattering saliva everywhere, filled with excitement. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was taken aback. Oh no, it's heading for the plants they're cultivating. Quick, catch it. Upon receiving the order, Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing stepped forward simultaneously, seizing the pigman's arms, one on the left, the other on the right. The pigman had been trotting lightly when suddenly its body jolted to a halt. Its stubby legs strained desperately against the ground, yet it could not take even a single step forward. Only then did it realize 2 men had blocked its path. Oink! Oink! It thrashed violently, its stout frame swaying side to side, yet remained rooted in place. Enraged, it twisted its head around and glared at the 2 men. Its arms flailed wildly, but no matter how hard it shook them, it could not wrench itself free. Its features scrunched together in fury, the fleshy porcine face contorted with rage. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws and lunged straight for Lu Bu. Its teeth were crooked and uneven, a pungent metallic stench wafted from its snout. Lu Bu frowned and raised his other arm. He clenched his fist and met the charging snout head. Stay still. With a thunderous crack, the pigman's eyes rolled white as its entire body catapulted backward. Yet before it could land, Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing seized it again, dragging it back and letting it slump slowly downward. At that moment, both released their grips. Thud! The pigman crashed onto the ground, lying supine. Its snout was flattened, blood-tinged foam frothed at its mouth and ears. By then the others had set aside their tasks and gathered around, pointing and murmuring. This is my first time seeing a humanoid pig. Could it be a demon? TSK, TSK, TSK. How is this even possible? Humans and pigs are reproductively isolated after all. Jiang Tian approached and crouched beside the creature. He prodded its fleshy cheek with a wooden stick. Is it dead? Hua Tsubing crouched down as while pressing 2 fingers to the pigman's neck, then checking its breath. It appears lifeless. Jiang Tian fell silent, momentarily speechless. According to reports in the chat channel, this pigman had supposedly been ferocious, so strong that 2 men couldn't restrain it. So how could it have been felled so effortlessly by a single punch from Lu Bu? Lu Bu himself glanced dubiously at his fist. It looked so robust, yet fell in one blow. How frail. Jiang Tian examined the creature more closely. Its head, limbs, and facial features were unmistakably porcine, yet its proportions deviated from those of an ordinary pig, and it stood upright on 2 legs. In essence, it remained fundamentally porcine, but consuming it as mere livestock felt unthinkable. Its behavior bore unsettling echoes of humanity, albeit dim-witted and crude. Jiang Tian waved dismissively. Dispose of it. Yes, Lord. Hua Tsubing obeyed, gripping the pigman by the scruff of its neck and dragging it toward the island's edge. Return to your duties now. Increasingly bizarre creatures will likely appear in greater numbers. Plenty of opportunities to observe them later. Jiang Tian waved again, dispersing the onlookers. Calm settled once more. Shi Jigang and Zhang San hauled buckets of cement to the foundation pit Lu Bu had dug and poured them in. After discarding the pigman into the void, Hua Tsubing returned to his fishing spot to resume cloud fishing. Jiang Tian reflected. The offhand remark he'd made earlier held unexpected merit. Future monsters would likely grow ever more anomalous in nature. He needed to systematically gather intelligence on them, to avoid being caught unprepared. He opened the chat interface to assess developments, and perhaps acquire supplies. First, he switched to the World Channel, where messages scrolled rapidly, dominated by discussions about today's newly emerged monsters. A humanoid pig has invaded my island, and is demolishing my farmland. Spiders devoured one of my eyes. I encountered a pigman too. It possesses formidable defense and immense strength. If you meet one, simply toss food over the island's edge to lure it into falling. I've also reeled in monsters, but only merfolk, not the spiders or pigmen you mentioned. I tested combat today and noticed my physical prowess has improved. I can now stagger them several steps with a single punch. Truly, I feel stronger too. Haha, have we leveled up? Will we become superheroes someday? Now that you mention it, I'm eager to test my strength against a monster myself. Jiang Tian observed quietly for a while. Aside from goblins, merfolk, and skeleton spiders, and pigmen dominated the conversation. No other new species were mentioned. Today only these 2 had appeared. Next, Jiang Tian switched to the regional channel, where users were likewise discussing their monster-reeling experiences. By the way, what weapons do you use when fighting them? I carved a spear from wood. It works surprisingly well. Ha ha ha. I've got a bone blade dropped by Yesterday I picked up a stone club while battling goblins, but its quality was poor and it shattered during today. Whoa, lucky. I've got nothing. I need that bone blade. Those spiders are revolting. I require a longer weapon. Do you have stone forks? I beg for stone forks. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Weapons. He had plenty. Over the past 2 days he'd reeled in numerous monsters wielding crude arms. When kicked off the island, these weapons clattered to the ground and were collected. Stone clubs, stone forks, bone blades, 40-some pieces in total, were piled eastward. Their craftsmanship was abysmal. Jiang Tian had originally intended them as raw material for experimentation. He hadn't expected anyone would seek such artifacts. Perhaps they'd fetch a fair price after all. With that thought, he began drafting a message. Sent, 1111, weapons for sale, bone blade, stone forks, stone clubs. Barter accepted, metal preferred. Limited stock under 50 units. Act swiftly. The message froze the channel in stunned silence. Then came an avalanche of astonished exclamations. Whoa, under 50. How on earth did you amass so many weapons? Aren't these all carried by monsters? Did you reel in an entire nest? I'll buy. Respected senior, I lack metal. May I trade clay instead? Senior master, I possess nothing. Might you give me a few? Trade requests flooded in. Around Jiang Tian appeared sacks of clay, stacks of timber, and bundles of seeds. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's heart lifted. After slaying countless monsters, tangible returns had finally arrived. Just then, Hua Tsubing approached and reported, Lord, a woman has been reeled in. My. Jiang Tian arched a brow. A woman. Jiang Tian looked over from the fishing spot. Indeed, there was a wooden box placed there, and a long-haired person dressed in a green robe was standing in the middle. It appeared to be a woman, and judging by her attire, she seemed like someone from ancient times. Beside her, Kai Wenji stood next to the box, curiously observing. In comparison, it was evident that the woman's height was around 1.70 m, towering over Kai Wenji by a head. Go bring her over to take a look. Yes, my lord. Huotsubing accepted the order, returned to the box, and said something to the woman. The woman stepped out of the box, and the two walked towards Jiang Tian. During this process, Jiang Tian noticed that the walking styles of the two were remarkably similar, both striding forward with grace. Soon they arrived in front of Jiang Tian, and both clasped their hands together, saying, "My lord, we have brought her." Master. At this moment, Jiang Tian finally got a clear look at the woman's appearance. She seemed to be around 20 years old, with a striking oval face. Beneath her willow-like brows were a pair of lively phoenix eyes, and her thick black hair fell casually over her shoulders. In her demeanor, there was always a hint of decisiveness. In summary, she appeared very capable. There was no trace of immaturity that would match her age. Instead, she exuded a mature charm. If she were dressed in a professional outfit, she would perfectly embody the image of a strong woman in a modern urban setting. Speaking of which, this woman's every move was as clean and decisive as Huotsubing's. Amid the gentle sounds of flowing water, there was also an undercurrent of determination. Is she a female soldier? Could it be? Jiang Tian squinted and asked, "What is your name?" Replying to my master, the woman nodded, "My name is Li Xiaoning." Jiang Tian was somewhat speechless. He had guessed wrong. He thought she was Hua Mulan. However, this Li Xiaoning was no ordinary woman. In fact, she was quite famous. This Li Xiaoning was the third daughter of Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the sister of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, known as Princess Pingyang. Of course, with so many siblings, Li Shimin's fame could not solely be attributed to this family connection. When Li Yuan raised his banner, she began supporting her father from behind the scenes. Disguising herself as a man and calling herself Li Gongzi, she gathered troops and led campaigns establishing the legendary Women's Army. During Li Yuan's conquest, Li Xiaoning made significant contributions. It could be said that half of the Tang dynasty's territory was won through her efforts. The phrase "women are not inferior to men" fits her perfectly. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Tian nodded. This time he had caught another extraordinary individual adding strength to his armed forces. Moreover, it seemed like it had been a long time since he had caught a female subordinate. The last time was Kai Wenji, which felt like it was on the 9th day. Now it was the 18th day, and he had finally caught a female, and a princess at that. This made the team seem more balanced in terms of gender. He then instructed Huotsubing to return to his post. Jiang Tian led Li Xiaoning on a tour around the island. They checked out the pond, the planting area, the animal husbandry area, the location of the toilets, and the construction site. After a brief introduction, they happened to catch another box while fishing. Jiang Tian brought Li Xiaoning over to let Huotsubing open the box in front of them and deal with whatever monster was inside, kicking it off the island. The situation on the island was nearly fully introduced. It was time to assign work tasks. Jiang Tian asked, "Li Xiaoning, what are you interested in? Do you want to build houses or go fishing to the east?" "Master, I can do both." Li Xiaoning had a serious expression, looking like a soldier on standby. After a moment of thought, Jiang Tian made a decision. He decided to first assign her to fishing, working with Huotsubing to learn more about the monsters. He also instructed Huotsubing that if Li Xiaoning wanted to practice her skills against the monsters, she should be allowed to try and practice her combat techniques. With everything arranged, Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to speed up the efficiency of house building. After several hours of busyness, the sun was hanging in the sky. Jiang Tian looked at the sun and brushed the dust off his hands. "Time to knock off, it's time for dinner." Phew. Shi Jigang stretched lazily. Lu Bu's stomach rumbled, his eyes fixed on the kitchen. "All right, stop staring." Jiang Tian patted Lu Bu and instructed, "If you want to eat faster, go prepare the ingredients first. Go start cooking the rice first." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu cupped his fists and rushed to the warehouse to get rice. "Master." Kai Wenji came running over and leaped into Jiang Tian's arms. She raised her big eyes and asked, "Master, what do you want to eat tonight?" Let me think." Jiang Tian began to think about what ingredients he had while stroking Kai Wenji's hair. Today he had purchased some pork, and it seemed like the cucumbers were ripe now. He could make a new home-cooked dish. He smiled and said, "Let's make fish soup tonight and stir-fry some cabbage." By the way, today he could have 2 new dishes: braised pork and stir-fried cucumbers with ham. Braised pork, cucumber, stir-fried ham. Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes. "Master, I can't cook these 2 dishes." "He'll teach you." "Okay." Shi Jigang, go catch 3 fish." "All right, boss." In the kitchen, the newly purchased steamer was emitting white steam, and rice was being steamed inside. On the other side, there were several cucumbers and ham on the table. A large piece of pork belly lay on the cutting board. Jiang Tian was holding a kitchen knife, cutting the large piece of meat into small cubes about 2 centimeters each. He then placed them in a large pot filled with cold water, added a bit of cooking wine, lit the fire, and started boiling. Kai Wenji stood quietly beside Jiang Tian, watching attentively. As the meat blanched, Jiang Tian began preparing the next dish. He picked up the cucumbers, grabbed the kitchen knife, and was about to start cutting. At that moment, Kai Wenji suddenly said, "Master, let me cut it." Sure." Jiang Tian moved aside and Kai Wenji stood in front of the cutting board, picking up the kitchen knife. Imitating Jiang Tian, she pressed her left hand on the cucumber and gestured with the knife. Jiang Tian reminded her, "These cucumber slices need to be cut thin, be careful not to cut your hand." Kai Wenji paused, blinking her eyes. "Master, how do I cut this? I'm not very good at cutting things." "Then let me help you get a feel for it." Saying this, Jiang Tian stood behind Kai Wenji and began to guide her hand. "Like this, little by little, cut the cucumber this thin." Kai Wenji responded softly. From Jiang Tian's perspective, she was looking down with her face blushing. Her heart raced, and her lips formed a W shape. Feeling the warmth behind her, her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. Just then, Li Xiaoning walked into the kitchen, holding a basin of fish. "Master, I can also." As the two who were closely cutting cucumbers froze simultaneously, looked at. The three of them stared wide-eyed at each other. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Inside and outside the kitchen. For a moment, the three stood in silence, staring blankly at one another. Jiang Tian broke the silence, dazed. What brings you here? Where's Shi Jigang?" Though teaching Kai Wenji how to cook was perfectly ordinary, this sudden appearance stirred an inexplicable, "Well, I saw Shi Jigang gutting fish just now, so I stepped in instead. I heard the master was cooking personally. I wished to ease his burden." Li Xiaoning replied, equally bewildered. She then glanced at the two still frozen mid-motion, as if suddenly realizing something, and added with awkward hesitation, "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." No, not at all. You're precisely on time." Jiang Tian blurted out the words, instinctively hoping to dissolve the tension. Yet the moment they left his lips, the air grew even more strained. He quickly glanced at the cucumber resting on the cutting board and hastily offered, "We're slicing cucumbers right now. Would you like to take over?" "Yes, gladly." Li Xiaoning immediately seized the opening, setting down the basin of fish on the table, stepping forward to take the knife and repositioning both the cutting board and cucumber. Shink, shink, shink. Her blade moved with crisp precision, transforming the cucumber into perfect, delicate rounds. Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. "Indeed, your knife skills are truly refined. The master flatters me." As she spoke, Li Xiaoning sliced another cucumber into thin, even discs. "Master, may I henceforth assume responsibility for all cooking duties?" "Very well, you may." Only then did the stifling awkwardness begin to soften. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji, witnessing the scene, stood utterly dumbfounded. Her lips parted in quiet disbelief. But I arrived first. How could you?" "Kai Wenji, what's that you're muttering? That sounds oddly familiar." Master, nothing at all." Jiang Tian observed Kai Wenji's subtle flush, paused thoughtfully, and said, "From now on, the kitchen shall be entrusted to you both. Is that agreeable?" "Yes, master." "Yes. Right. By now the pork should be sufficiently blanched. Let's proceed to the next steps. Both of you watch closely." Thereafter, Jiang Tian stir-fried the pork belly, added soy sauce and hot water, then simmered it gently over low heat. Li Xiaoning watched intently throughout. Kai Wenji, however, paid little attention to the dish. Her gaze remained fixed on Li Xiaoning. Her lips puffed in silent, simmering resentment. No one could guess her thoughts. An hour later, dish after dish was served onto the table, filling the room with an irresistible aroma. The scent alone roused voracious appetites among those nearby, especially Lu Bu. His eyes gleamed upon seeing the braised pork belly, and he swallowed repeatedly, saliva glistening at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Tian took a bite, nodded slowly in approval. Smiling, he announced, "Let's begin. The two new dishes await your taste." At his words, chopsticks rose in unison. "My lord, this is braised pork belly. Its rich crimson hue and deep savory flavor mark it as a masterpiece." Indeed, lusciously tender yet never greasy, its soy-infused fragrance sublime. This old man stands humbled. This familiar taste of braised pork belly evokes the warmth of home once more. Woof, woof, woof. The cucumber and ham stir-fry is refreshingly crisp, fragrant, and utterly distinctive. Truly, the master is a paragon of culinary genius. Seated to Jiang Tian's left, Kai Wenji lifted a piece of fish and placed it gently into his bowl. "Master, please try this fish." "Thank you." Jiang Tian accepted it and took a bite, then noticed Kai Wenji's subdued expression. With a gentle smile, he picked up a cube of braised pork belly and held it near her lips. "Here, taste it." Her eyes lit up instantly, her long lashes fluttered softly. She parted her lips slightly and delicately took the morsel from the chopsticks. "Wow. How is it?" "Delicious." Hee. Her face blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "Here, master, try this." Yes, delicious. At last the meal concluded. After a brief rest, Kai Wenji washed the dishes, Li Xiaoning tidied the kitchen, and Shi Jigang cleared the dining table. Jiang Tian sat back, continuing to rest while the others returned to their posts for overtime work. Everything fell seamlessly into place. Once again, it was time to idle away moments browsing the chat channel. He opened the chat interface and entered the regional channel. Their dinner was the topic of lively conversation. Friends, I just boiled an egg. What about you? Ha ha. I roasted a duck and it's absolutely divine. Duck's been eaten already. I haven't caught any these past 2 days, so I'm stuck gnawing on fish. Count yourselves lucky. I only boiled a single bowl of noodles and forgot the salt. Ha ha. I reeled in a whole pig today. Right now I'm feasting on roasted pork. TSK. Envy burns bright. Stop talking. I can practically taste it. My mouth's watering. Haha. I bought a slab of pork today and am stewing it right now. Just thinking about it makes you drool. Whoa, show-offs. Where's Senior 1111? Step forward and humble them. Exactly. What's there to boast about? Come to think of it, Senior 1111 hasn't shared his menu in days. I wonder what he's eating now. Given his prowess, he must be roasting meat too, right? Hearing his name mentioned, Jiang Tian typed a reply. Thanks for the mention. I'm indoors, just finished dinner. Whoa, speak of the devil. Senior, what did you eat tonight? Spill the details. I'm dying to know. This guy used to trade food for clay. Now he's probably gnawing dirt. Lackey, back again I see. You're the lackey. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, indifferent yet indulging their curiosity. Nothing extraordinary really, just everyday fare. Stir-fried bok choy fish soup, cucumber random stir-fry, and a simple pot of braised pork belly. Nothing worth marveling over. Truth be told, the braised pork belly grows rather rich after repeated servings. I won't be making it again for a few days. A hush settled over the chat channel. Then, whoa pot, Senior's legendary, cooking in pots. Ugh, more posturing. What's there to brag about? Senior, I surrender. Please stop. I'm starving. Precisely. East or west rivers flow, but never underestimate the rising tide of youth. Senior, if it's too rich for you, send some my way. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian smiled quietly. They'd insisted on knowing his dinner, yet once told they grew restless anew. As for the mockery, he simply ignored it. For several minutes thereafter, the regional channel buzzed solely with chatter about Jiang Tian's supper. Some even vowed to sell off their woks and pans just to buy pork, unintentionally boosting sales for local butchers, some of whom privately thanked him. After watching a while, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Why hadn't 4144 appeared today? That wasn't like him at all. Just then, as if summoned, 4144's loyal follower reported to his master, and that unmistakable ID flickered into the chat channel. 4144, you bastard. I've been shitting nonstop since eating your fried chicken yesterday, and now you dare preen. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Ha 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 ha. Nah ha ha ha. Oh my, 4144, you're absolutely revolting. In good heavens. What on earth happened to this fried chicken? How can it possibly cause this? Could it be the ejection combo? In holy hell. 1111, you're ruthless. In silence. Then as 4144 surfaced in the regional chat channel, laughter erupted across the entire zone. 4144, damn it. Stop laughing, you bastards. Just you wait. I swear I'll. At those words, the chat channel bubbled over once more with mirth. Yet after uttering that, 4144 fell utterly silent, perhaps drained beyond endurance or even passed out. Elsewhere on a small island no larger than several hundred square meters, and damn it, these wretched things. Dongs will lend me a hand. Now. Yes, master. A stout man with a long bushy beard hurried over, and he approached a man lying half naked in a shallow earthen pit, clad only in a beach shirt. Wipe me down. I've no strength left in my body. In this? And hurry up. Yes, right away. And Dongjua cast a conflicted glance at the man's lower backside. Then he seized a spare cloth and gingerly dabbed at the yellowed area. It wasn't for lack of wanting paper. All toilet paper had been exhausted these past 2 days. At this rate, even the spare cloths would soon vanish, leaving only leaves as an option. Once the cleaning felt sufficient, he tossed the soiled cloth aside. Master done. And now pull my trousers up. And yes. After securing everything, the beach shirt-clad man collapsed supine onto the sand. Phew. These past 2 days, I've already changed trousers 3 times. Damn it all. Blame 1111. That bastard. He gazed up at the stardust sky, his pallid face twisted with fury. That son of a bitch. I've been utterly ruined. He tricked me into eating the ejection combo, then had the gall to play aloof. And the man in the beach shirt was none other than 4144. Though his body trembled with weakness, his curses flowed without pause. And I will find you. And when I do, I'll tear you apart. At those words Dong Zhuo froze mid-motion. Then a sly shadowed smile flickered across his fleshy face. Master, shall we set out to find him now? Find him? How? We don't even know where he is. And that thought ignited fresh rage in 4144 and that bastard's got Huatsubing with him. Do any of you stand a chance against him? Huatsubing. Dong Zhuo's jowls quivered as his eyes lifted skyward, lost in thought. And he didn't recall the name, but instinct whispered formidable. Yet, what did it matter? Master, whoever he is, he remains but one man. We command many. Why fear such a petty pawn? With a servile grin, Dong Zhuo offered his counsel. Moreover, if this 1,111 subordinates truly possess extraordinary might, then capturing him alone would suffice. Even the most valiant warrior would bow to our will. 4144 frowned deeply, then nodded slowly. Well reasoned. Very well, I will find him. Away, come here. Instantly, Na pale-faced youth staggered forward and bowed. Master, how may I serve? Not tomorrow, now. 4144 commanded. Take your men, launch the spacecraft, and scout. Find 1111 for me. The one who eats braised pork. And at that idea, Wei's eyes gleamed with avarice. Then hesitating, he murmured, but master, he has Huatsubing guarding him. If I go there. Don't be a coward. 4144 glared. I'm sending you to reconnoiter, not to fight him. Just locate him, and transmit his position to me. But, where do I even begin searching? Fool, you'll search methodically. And if you stumble upon another thriving island, signal me immediately. I'll devour them first, just the same. Yes, master's wisdom is unmatched. Go now. 4144 weakly waved a trembling arm. Wei, grinning greedily, shuffled toward a secluded corner of the island. There, detached from the main landmass, floated a tiny floating islet, barely 10 square meters. Night drifted softly into dawn, the crescent moon sank, and stars faded beneath the rising sun. Cock-a-doodle-doo. At the crow of the rooster, Jiang Tian and his companions stirred awake. Good morning, my lord, good morning, put your gear away first, then join us for breakfast. Understood. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang bowed to Jiang Tian, still reclining in bed, then stepped out the door. My lord, good morning. Master, good morning. As the door opened, Huatsubing and Li Xiaoning stood outside, hands clasped in respectful salute. Good morning to you both. Jiang Tian lazily waved a hand in acknowledgement. And after brief greetings, they dispersed to their tasks. Huatsubing retrieved fishing rods, Li Xiaoning headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang stepped outside, where 3 tents stood neatly aligned. Until proper lodgings were built, newcomers slept in these tents outside the main dwelling. 3 tents now dotted the grounds, one for Huatsubing, one for Li Xiaoning, and one shared by Wang Yun and Zhang San. Zhang San had just dressed and emerged from his tent, offering Jiang Tian a cheerful greeting. Shi Jigang strode straight to the warehouse to sort tools, while Lu Bu made for Wang Yun's tent, and crouched low, slipped inside, and hauled the old man out. Hey, old man, wake up and get to work. And Lu Bu slapped Wang Yun's cheeks boisterously until the elder blinked awake. The frail old man rubbed his bleary eyes. Lu Bu, don't you know respect for elders? No idle talk. Lu Bu's glare sharpened. Move quickly, or risk angering my lord. Only then did the old man scramble upright and trudge toward the fishing spot. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, what does angering my lord even mean? You simply despise me, that's all. Back inside the house. Master. Kai Wenji watched Jiang Tian, eyes still closed, drowsy and unsteady. I'll heat water for you. Jiang Tian murmured absently. Observing her master's languid state, and the hand resting limply on the edge of the bed as he'd waved farewell moments before, Kai Wenji deliberately brushed her cheek tenderly across his palm before rising to fetch water. Soon after, master, the water is ready. Jiang Tian rose from bed. Kai Wenji dipped a soft towel into warm water, gently wrung it out, and wiped his face with unhurried care. Blissful. Revived by the soothing warmth, Jiang Tian sighed in quiet contentment. This life, served, cherished, attended to, was truly exquisite. Hearing his praise, Kai Wenji's lips curved into a soft, radiant smile. Then, master, I'll go feed the animals now. Kai Wenji carried the basin outside. Jiang Tian stretched luxuriously, then stepped out into the day. Ni's first act, each morning replicate fishing rods, to steadily increase his wealth. Outside the house, Jiang Tian arrived at the fishing spot, and picked up a fishing rod, silently reciting in his heart. Copy. A shimmering mirage appeared, and shortly thereafter another fishing rod materialized before him. Today marked the 19th day. Excluding the few days when he had replicated barren soil, the number of fishing rods had steadily increased with time. He now possessed 16 rods. Wang Yun and Hui Xiubing were carefully hooking each rod onto floating clouds. Jiang Tian nodded, then proceeded to the construction site. Tools, clay, water. Everything had already been laid out, awaiting the commencement of work. At that moment, Shi Jigang approached and said, "Boss Li Xiaoning sent me to inform you. The breakfast is ready." "Very well. Please notify the others as well, who will begin work after breakfast." "Understood." Inside the house, 8 people sat in a circle around a table. A large pot of noodles rested upon it, garnished with scallions and fragrant with rendered pork fat. 7 bowls stood neatly before each person. 1 large basin sat before Lu Bu. Noodles were portioned out, and the group began their morning meal, chatting as they ate. As Jiang Tian slurped his noodles, his thoughts wandered. They now had pork cabbage scallions. Perhaps he could experiment with dumplings to diversify their breakfast fare. Li Xiaoning likely knew how to make dumplings. He'd mention it to her later. Conversing and pondering, they soon finished their meal. Each returned to their assigned tasks. The day's labor officially underway. Jiang Tian also opened the chat channel, routinely purchasing supplies, while checking whether today's monsters had undergone any changes. By now, most survivors had risen and were exchanging greetings across the channel. "Good morning, everyone. Up yet?" "Yep, fishing clouds right now. Last night nearly scared me to death. I hauled up a chest and a pig's head popped out." "What, hey? You caught a pigman too? How'd it go?" "I recognized it instantly. Bang. Just like that. I shoved the chest over the edge before it could fully emerge." "You're incredibly lucky. If not, your island would have been ravaged too. By the way, where's that guy who pulled up a pigman yesterday? Didn't he vow to fight it to the death? Why is he silent? Did the pigman kill him?" At this, the chat channel erupted into even livelier chatter. Everyone began calling out to that survivor, eager to learn his fate. In this resource-scarce world, such idle post-meal discussions constituted their greatest amusement. Even Jiang Tian felt a flicker of curiosity, wondering what had become of that man. Soon after, the survivor afflicted by the pigman the previous day finally spoke up. CNNS 2345. "Don't speculate. I'm still alive." "Whoa, dude, spill the beans. What happened to that pigman on your island? You tell us. Did you slay it? You ambushed it while it slept, right?" After a pause, 2345 replied, "Don't say things like that. Truth is, I think this pigman's quite decent." "Huh, decent? Dude, you weren't saying that yesterday. Weren't you swearing vengeance? You changed your mind overnight. What exactly transpired between you and that pigman last night?" "Hey, that phrasing sounds suspicious." The regional channel buzzed with speculation, everyone guessing what had unfolded between 2345 and the pigman that night. Some remarks grew so vulgar they triggered an automated system warning. After a short, while 2345 posted a lengthy account detailing yesterday's events. "Yesterday, I vowed to fight the pigman, but realized I couldn't win, so I gave up. I resumed cloud fishing instead. Then I hauled up another chest, and out leapt a spider, chasing me relentlessly, terrifying me utterly. Just then that pigman rushed forward, seized the spider, and pummeled it mercilessly, killing it outright and saving my life. Sometimes, having such a companion on one's island isn't half bad." This declaration stunned everyone. Whoa! Can pigmen serve as bodyguards? Since when does that work? Could this pigman actually be allied? No way. Pigmen assist in combat. I'm fishing for one too. Then what happened next? 2345. Afterwards, the pigman devoured the spider and seemed rather pleased afterward. So I've decided I'll keep it on my island. If need be, I'll simply stop cultivating vegetables. Brilliant. I'll raise one too. Me as well. Thereafter, wave after wave of users echoed the same wish, to catch a pigman. They hoped such a formidable ally would lend them crucial support. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at this, and switched to the global channel to observe further. Others there were also discussing pigmen, how they aided survivors against goblins and fishmen. After slaying such creatures, pigmen invariably consumed their corpses. Based on these survivors' conjectures, pigmen belonged to a friendly faction, dispatched to aid humanity. Upon hearing this, fellow survivors surged with exhilaration. Yet Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Yesterday, when Lu Bu and Hui Xiubing restrained the pigman from entering the vegetable garden, it instantly erupted in fury, baring its teeth to bite. Could such a creature truly be an ally? Yet it attacked monsters without hesitation. After careful deliberation, he reached a tentative conclusion. Pigmen belonged to an independent faction, neutral toward survivors, indifferent to humans, yet inherently hostile toward monsters. So long as survivors neither attacked them nor impeded their feeding, pigmen posed no threat, merely damaging crops occasionally. But if obstructed, they retaliated fiercely, and should hunger drive them to desperation, no one could predict them. In short, Jiang Tian would never domesticate such beings. He required no such assistance. As for enforcers, his island already teemed with them. Yesterday, Lu Bu had felled that pigman with a single punch. Its combat prowess was scarcely worth the trouble. Let others raise pig men if they wished. He meanwhile would observe their behavior closely, using them as living case studies. He switched back to the regional chat channel. Discussions about pig men continued unabated, imbued with romanticized fantasies. Some even expressed hope for breeding them into personal armies. At that very moment, a new message redirected everyone's attention away from pigmen entirely. Whoa, I swear, I just saw an island flying straight toward me. Is that floating isle heading toward you? Wait, I think I recall something about this. Who mentioned it last time? Was it 4144? Holy hell, are you being targeted by him? The chat channel exploded instantly. At that moment, the discoverer of the drifting isle continued describing it. I'm not sure if this belongs to 4144, but there's a large sail mounted on top. Oh right, 4144's isle is supposedly over 300 square meters. This one looks tiny, less than 20 square meters, so it probably isn't his. But it's drawing closer to me. I'll go take a look. Hey buddy, be careful. Exactly, call all your subordinates. Do you have pigmen there? Bring them along. For the next few minutes the man fell silent. Everyone began speculating whether he'd already met his demise. Then the discoverer spoke up again. I've summoned both my subordinates. The small isle has now drifted right beside mine. I've examined its structure closely. I understand how it moves. Aside from the large sail harnessing wind power for propulsion, a massive wooden fan sits at the rear, for burly men sit atop it cranking handles to spin the fan and generate thrust. This miniature floating isle measures less than 20 square meters. Its sides have been deliberately thinned to just 1 cubic meter in thickness, reducing weight. Then, wait. For burly men. Arg. The moment this message appeared, the man fell utterly silent. No further words followed. No one replied. Not even a single character. Only stunned silence lingered beneath that line. Suddenly the regional channel lapsed into hushed stillness. Though no one had witnessed the scene firsthand, that single message conveyed everything. All knew instinctively the man's fate was grim. Time passed. No one could say how long, before the regional channel surged with fresh messages once more. What do you suppose happened to him? Well, I think he must have. He's dead, isn't he? My gods, can a living person truly vanish before my eyes? Who, or what, is aboard that mobile isle? Is it another floating isle? Holy hell, so that's how floating isles move? Finally figured it out. Sky Pirates. Ha ha ha, a fitting name. Ha ha ha, finally found a way to pay others a visit on their isles. Wait, what exactly are you planning to do? Ha ha ha, what do we plan? You'll find out when we arrive. Hey, your ID says you reeled in a pigman yesterday, didn't you? Judging by your usual chatter, you seem flush with resources. Shit, you're not seriously thinking of robbing us like those others did, are you? Ha ha ha, we'll rob precisely, you lucky bastards. I'm building sails and fans right now. Got timber. Sell it all to me. Price negotiable. Don't come near me. I'll buy it too. Fuck off. You won't steal my deal. Or I'll fly over and come on then. I'll be waiting. Panic and shouting erupted across the chat channel. Witnessing this chaos, many realized, deep in their bones, that this region would soon descend into utter anarchy. Elsewhere, above a different sector, 100 square meter isle hung suspended in midair. Beside it clung another, smaller, under 20 square meters, with a mast-mounted sail and a rear-mounted wooden fan. 2 wooden stakes, each bound with rope, bridged the gap between the 2 isles, locking them in place. On the larger isle, a youth strolled alongside 2 burly men surveying the terrain, while 2 more stood rigidly upright, their boots planted firmly atop a bound young man clad in modern attire. Beside the young man knelt 2 injured men, heads bowed, hands clasped behind their necks, their faces twisted with terror as they watched their master threatened, yet dared not stir. The young man himself stared downward, face ashen and lifeless. Just moments earlier, spotting an isle approaching his own, he'd gone out merely to observe, out of idle curiosity. He never imagined 4 armed giants would leap down from above, followed by a swaggering youth, who charged straight onto his isle without warning. While he examined the intruder's isle structure, a club struck his skull. His subordinates were beaten senseless. When consciousness returned, his limbs were bound tight, and his mouth gagged. This young man was none other than the unfortunate victim who'd just been assaulted, and broadcast his plight across the regional channel. At that moment, the arrogant youth, flanked by 2 burly men, completed his inspection and strode back. He sauntered boldly before the captive, waving his men aside. Slap. His boot landed squarely upon the young man's face. Well, looks like you've been cultivating quite nicely. Ha ha ha. Your crop's your land. All ours now. Thanks ever so much. Stop. Remove your foot. Seeing their master trampled, the 2 kneeling men could no longer contain themselves. They roared and surged upward to resist. Thud. Stay down. As they rose, each received a brutal kick from a nearby thug, sent crashing back onto their knees. Humph, humph. Watching their helpless fury, the youth sneered, then twisted his right boot twice across the captive's cheek. Let me make this clear, behave, or I won't guarantee what happens to your master. At this, the two men clenched their teeth, hard, yet they stood powerless, fish on the cutting board, meat in the butcher's hand, furious but voiceless. Step aside, the youth said, withdrawing his foot and brushing dust from his palms. You too. Drag this bound fellow onto the transfer vessel. Yes, sir. Obeying instantly, the thugs hoisted the captive and carried him to the smaller aisle to await orders. Then the youth approached the two kneeling men. He bent low, chin lifted high, arrogance dripping from every syllable. Your aisle is now requisitioned. Your master is in our custody. Shortly your new overlord will arrive with reinforcements to formally annex your territory. Clean your aisle thoroughly, and prepare to receive your new sovereign. Understood. The two men remained mute, eyes locked unblinkingly on their master aboard the smaller, all faces etched with anguish and rage. The youth paid no mind, turned grandly on his heel. Let's go, report back. Then, flanked by the remaining two thugs, he strode back onto the smaller aisle. Sails unfurled. Fans spun. They departed, unhurried, triumphant. High above, a 10-square-meter aisle drifted serenely onward. A youth sat alone upon it, typing a private message. Master, we discovered an aisle today. It bears a wooden hut and cultivated plots. We've claimed it. Noted. Return at once. Elsewhere, 4144 reclined in a wooden chair reading the private message and scanning the heated debate unfolding across the regional channel. A cold, silent smile curled his lips. Furthermore, Jiang Tian surmised that other metals, tin, iron, would surely follow. Should those appear, true utility would unfold. And foot lay. At the forefront, a youth sat on the ground looking at the bound young man with a face full of smugness. He was Awei, sent by 4144 to locate Jiang Tian. Although Awei did not find the position of 1111, being able to locate this agriculture-dominated island was still a commendable achievement. To be honest, when he saw the island, he was also contemplating whether to land directly. After all, what if this was 1111's island? Encountering that Huitzubing would mean certain death for him. At that moment, the fool lying on the ground inadvertently revealed his ID. As long as he wasn't 1111, Awei had nothing to fear. At least in this area, no one had more power than him and the forces of 4144. He wondered how his master would reward him upon his return. Once 4144 developed, leading a team to slay enemies might allow him to become a dominant force. At that time, he could do whatever he pleased. TCH didn't find 1111. 4144 sneered coldly. But first, consolidating some other islands and labor to increase our strength isn't a bad idea. It was this Awei who had given others time to react, inadvertently revealing the method of moving the island. 4144 mused to himself, stroking his chin. Lost in recollection. In the first few days after arriving on the empty island, 4144 was in dire need of supplies. Just when he was frustrated and angry, a kid flew over on an island barely 10 square meters in size. The mobility device used by that kid was the prototype of the flying device that 4144 currently used. As for the person who flew over, he was naturally imprisoned by 4144, confined on the island to make fans. Initially, he had thought of using this method to gradually invade others for development, but unexpectedly, it had become widely known. After a while, 4144 came to terms with it. A smile returned to his face. Actually, this was also good. If others fought and devoured other forces, he could then slaughter them, which would amount to wiping out several islands at once. It would save him the trouble of hunting down these guys one by one. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Once he occupied this entire area, he would be the biggest fish in the sky. Empty thieves. Ha ha ha. This name is really good. Seeing these chat records, Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment. He probably understood the method of moving the empty island. This should be the island mobility method used by 4144, right? To be honest, Jiang Tian felt relieved. He initially thought that 4144 had some hidden golden finger. It seemed he was just utilizing a tool. There shouldn't be anything else special about it. He just didn't know how many resources that kid had plundered and how well he had developed. Also, they should equip themselves with the method of moving the empty island. Thinking about this, Jiang Tian arrived at the construction site. Shi Jigang, come here for a moment. Boss, what's up? Shi Jigang ran up to Jiang Tian, his face full of curiosity. Every time his boss called him over, there would always be some new discoveries or some new constructions to be made on the island. So Shi Jigang's face was also filled with anticipation this time. Hey, Race, the thing, I just found a method for moving empty islands. Can you see if you can equip our island with it? The method is like this. Jiang Tian then explained the method from the chat channel. Upon hearing this, Shi Jigang first raised his brows. Then he turned around and surveyed the island. He frowned and looked at Jiang Tian, responding, theoretically this method is feasible, but But what? Shi Jigang frowned and replied. Although I don't know what the principle is, this empty land should have a certain buoyancy, but it also has a certain mass. According to what the boss just said, that moving island was less than 20 square meters, which was also to reduce the consumption needed to move the empty island. Considering the area of our island along with all the supplies on it, the scale of the sails and fans required to push the island would not be small. Creating them would require a lot of timber and labor. The materials are sufficient, but our current manpower. Shi Jigang glanced at the busy people at various positions, and the meaning was obvious. I understand. Jiang Tian nodded. Alright, let's think about this later. Let's first focus on getting the houses built. The houses should be nearly done, right? Almost done. We're already laying bricks and mixing cement. It should be ready by tomorrow. Okay, you go. Sure, boss. After Shi Jigang left, Jiang Tian thought for a moment. So many people were eager to equip their islands with mobility devices, merely intending to invade others to acquire resources. However, due to his existing skills, his development was already faster than others. To cut off self-development and expend manpower and resources to invade others would probably be counterproductive. It would be better to focus on construction and enhance the island's defenses. As long as his strength was strong enough, even if others invaded, they would only end up being devoured by him. Of course, aside from construction work, he also needed to prepare weapons. He needed to finish the houses quickly, and during the time spent collecting metals, he should set up the blacksmith shop. Then he went to the fishing area to let Hua Xiubing put down his fishing rod and help speed up the work on the construction site for the next couple of days. Now that Li Xiaoning had gained an understanding of these monsters, and seeing the chat messages no new monsters had appeared today, she could handle it alone. After that, Jiang Tian opened the chat system, planning to acquire some metals. At this time, a private message popped up in the chat system. 1111, did you see the chat channel just now? Another person was attacked, and they also revealed the method of moving the empty island. Now everyone inside is going crazy, frantically purchasing timber, clearly intending to make sails and fans to invade others. What if they come here? Quickly sell me some weapons. Seeing the message, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. What about your logging? How is that going? I'm still waiting for your materials to make the crossbow. On the other side, the purple-haired girl looked at the few trees around her that had grown 5 or 6 meters tall. She replied, the plants grown on the empty island grow very quickly. They should be ready in a couple of days. Alright, contact me when they're ready. Author's note: this is the 4th update of the day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Dear readers, please help this humble author boost the ratings. The two exchanged a round of potatoes and wheat before closing the chat interface. Afterwards, the purple-haired girl approached the edge of the fields and called out to the 2 men working in the soil, Teacher Uncle Wang Jian. A man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers along with another man wearing a green cloth robe turned around simultaneously. What is it, Shaowen? I have something to tell you. The purple-haired girl bit her lip and disclosed everything about the potential invasion. Jiang Tian was also in the warehouse, continuing to acquire resources, purchasing all construction materials such as metals and clay except for the exorbitantly priced ones. However, he did not buy any timber. Since the method of moving the Sky Island became known, the price of timber soared to astronomical levels. The metals and clay were acquired by exchanging a small amount of timber. After more than an hour, Jiang Tian stopped his work. He shook his tired arms and stepped outside to bask in the sun. Just as he stepped out, he happened to see Kai Wenji jogging over and pointing towards the fishing area. Master, someone was just fished up. My. Jiang Tian looked over and saw a wooden box placed at the fishing spot. Li Xiaoning was just helping a man in a green cloth robe out of the box. Let's go take a look. Saying this, the two approached the fishing area. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the man in the green robe immediately bowed and said, Master. Jiang Tian nodded, observing the man closely. His hair was somewhat gray and his face was lined with wrinkles, indicating he was around 60 or 70 years old. He also had a tuft of goatee on his chin. Unexpectedly, another old man had arrived. Jiang Tian then asked directly, Old man, what is your name? Master. The old man bowed and said, My name is Song Chongqing. Chongqing. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tian pondered. This name did not seem to belong to the Western Han or Eastern Han periods, nor to the Tang dynasty. Tang Song Yuan Ming. As he thought of this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked cautiously, could it be Song Yingxing? Precisely. Upon hearing Jiang Tian call out his name Song, Yingxing looked somewhat surprised. He bowed again and said, I am indeed Song Yingxing. Very good. Jiang Tian nodded with satisfaction. His previously complex emotions lightened somewhat. This Song Yingxing, who had been fished up, was no ordinary character. He was an outstanding agronomist and naturalist of the late Ming dynasty, and his work, Tiangong Kai Wu, was hailed as the encyclopedia of crafts in the 17th century. In addition to handing over some agricultural tasks to him, many inquiries regarding knowledge could also be directed to this living encyclopedia. Subsequently, Jiang Tian chatted with Song Yingxing as usual. Everything seemed normal as Song Yingxing had already forgotten his previous experiences, but he still had a solid grasp of agricultural knowledge. Old song from now on, don't call me master, oh just call me lord. Yes lord, Song Yingxing bowed. Jiang Tian then looked at Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji, please take old Song to learn about the conditions on the island, and you can also hand over the care of the plants to him. Alright master. Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and took Song Yingxing away. Although she did not know this Song Yingxing, after hearing the old man chat with the master, she felt he indeed had a deep understanding of plants. After the two left, Jiang Tian resumed his earlier plans, wandering leisurely around the island. The area of the island had now reached 400 square meters. Moreover, this area also had thickness suitable for constructing houses. If you add the 50 square meters of water storage pool and the breeding area, the total surface area of the island has exceeded 500 square meters. Among those honestly fishing, he should be the first. In the first few days after arriving, he had also tried to replicate the Sky Island, wondering if he could make his territory grow exponentially. However, Jiang Tian discovered that it was completely impossible to exploit this loophole. He didn't know if it was because the concept of a piece of land was too vague, or because the items on the island were too mixed to be calculated as a single entity. He was just unsure about how large the land of the one relying on plunder for resources 4144 had grown by now. While pondering this, Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back and strolled around the island. Looking at the vastness in the distance, Jiang Tian couldn't help but wonder when an island would fly over and enter his line of sight. He also needed to assign someone to patrol the island. If such a situation arose, he could be prepared. With this in mind, Jiang Tian arrived at the construction site. Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing were laying bricks, while Zhang San was making cement at the furnace. Shi Jigang was bustling back and forth, supervising the workflow on both sides. There was still a bit of a manpower shortage. Should he take on the patrolling work himself? This work under normal circumstances was not much different from taking a walk, and it seemed manageable. While Jiang Tian was contemplating this, he strolled leisurely, admiring the scenery around him. Ding ling linged. As he wandered to the fishing spot, the bell rang at just that moment. Li Xiaoning raised the fishing rod. A cloud floated by, and a wooden box landed on the island. Bang! Seeing the commotion, Jiang Tian also halted his steps. With great interest, he watched Li Xiaoning open the wooden box, speculating about what might be inside. Creak! A skeleton slowly stood up, holding a bone knife in its right hand. Seeing this, Li Xiaoning immediately kicked back with her leg. Whooshed! A kick sent something white and oval flying off the island. The next moment, the creature became a headless skeleton, holding the bone knife in confusion. Jiang Tian nodded. All right, keep the bone knife, and kick the creature away. Lord, wait. At that moment, an old voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Song Yingxing. Looking at the skeleton, he said, Lord, if we kick it directly out of the island, it would indeed be a waste. Why not grind it into bone powder for fertilizer? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. This thing has such a function. Well then, Li Xiaoning, from now on, whenever you encounter skeletons, smash them and pack them in bags. Later, I will make a large stone hammer with cement and grind them into powder at night. Yes, master. Li Xiaoning nodded in response, then picked up a short sword to smash the joints and tossed them aside. Jiang Tian also went to the construction site, taking a wooden stake and a bucket of plant ash cement to start working. Time passed. Everything appeared so calm and peaceful. On the other side, on a relatively vast island, a young man and two strong men entered a small house, dragging a bound young man. They arrived in front of 4144, who was lying on a wooden chair and wearing a beach shirt. Bang! The young man was thrown to the ground by the strong man. The young man spoke somewhat ingratiatingly. Master, we have brought back the survivor. We are just waiting for you to go and incorporate the land. Well done this time. 4144 glanced disdainfully at the young man lying on the ground and casually waved his hand. All right, lock him up with the others. The two strong men nodded and took the young man out. Away, come here. 4144 beckoned away and asked, how many people do we have available now? Away thought for a moment. Aside from the survivors detained in the prison, there are 13 subordinates, including me and you, among which there are 3 marshal generals. Is there already this many? That should be enough. 4144 squinted his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he revealed a hint of a rebellious smile. Go and instruct them to set sail and incorporate that piece of land. Then split into 2 groups to find that 1111 and kill him. Yes. Time flows, white clouds drift lazily. The sun hangs in the northwest around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Tian leans against the side of the house, browsing through the supplies at the trading post. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Master Wang Yun has caught someone. Another one. Jiang Tian opened his eyes and looked over, seeing Kai Wenji leading a young man with messy hair, dressed in a checkered shirt and jeans, standing in front of him. After sizing him up, Jiang Tian felt that this person was very ordinary. Moreover, his attire seemed quite similar to that of Zhang San when he first arrived. What is your name? Master, my name is Li Si. Do you remember what skills you possess? After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian shook his head. Well, just an ordinary person. He was practically the same as Zhang San. Alright, from now on call me boss. They'll take you to work directly now. Okay, boss. After saying this, he asked Kai Wenji to go back to fishing. Jiang Tian led Li Si to the construction site. Sure, Jigang, another newcomer has arrived. You can take him under your wing from now on. Sure, Jigang nodded and asked Li Si, judging by your outfit, you should be from the modern world. Do you know how to carry bricks? I seem to have some recollection. Another laborer has joined, speeding up the construction. Tomorrow they should be able to move into the new house. At this moment, Lu Bu yawned in satisfaction. Another laborer has joined, speeding up the construction. Tomorrow they should be able to move into the new house. At this moment, Lu Bu yawned. He seemed to find the bricklaying a rather dull task. Of course, it indeed was quite boring. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, or Lu Bu had been either mixing clay or laying bricks these days, and it seemed he hadn't exercised for a long time. It might also be good for him to engage in some fighting to train a bit. He then instructed, Lu Bu, put the bricklaying work aside for now. There might be foreign enemies coming in the next few days. You can take a few fishing rods and patrol the island periodically. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu's expression brightened, and he dropped the bricks and ran to fetch the fishing rods. He then carried 4 rods and set them up one by one on the west side. Then he proudly surveyed the island, looking rather pleased. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, continued to open the trading post, and began to gather supplies. 2 more people arrived today, and they needed to purchase 2 more tents. All positions on the small island were functioning normally. A few hours later, the moonlight was dim. All the survivors in the world had entered the realm of dreams. The entire CNNS area was quiet, with only 2 small islands with sails drifting gently. The next day, morning, on the flying island, Ah Wei was awakened by a shout from a male voice. Wei go, wake up. Damn, it's early in the morning, what the hell are you shouting about? Ah Wei rubbed his eyes and sat up grumbling. He glanced at the 3 burly men around him and asked, what's going on? Why all the fuss? Wei go, look over there. One of the strong men pointed ahead. It looks like there's a floating island over there. Huh. Ah Wei perked up, standing up to look ahead. Indeed, a few kilometers ahead, there was an island floating in the air. What else could it be but a floating island? Ah Wei was delighted and immediately commanded, quick, speed up, let's go take a look. Yes. The 3 strong men sat down and began to row. The small island accelerated forward, the distant island drawing nearer. Stop. Lower the sails. When they were 2 kilometers away from the island, the strong men halted their move. As the small island gradually moved with inertia, Ah Wei leaned over to look. Watching the island ahead slowly enlarging in his sight, he widened his eyes. Damn, this island is quite large. Ah Wei murmured. It looks like it must be over 500 square meters, right? What is that big pit-like thing in front? It seems like there are many plants growing nearby. Is that round thing in the middle a wooden house? And beside the wooden house, that large square object resembling a block of stone is? As he said this, Ah Wei's heart skipped a beat. This. Could it be a brick house? As the island moved with inertia, it got closer to the larger island opposite. Although it couldn't be seen very clearly, that large square object looked just like a brick house. Moreover, estimating the area, it must be around 180 square meters, right? At this moment, a familiar idea popped into Ah Wei's mind. Ah Wei was startled, his eyes wide open. Holy shit. 100 square meters. A brick house. Is this the island of 1111? Damn, I thought he was just boasting, but it turns out he really is building a house. As soon as this was said, the 3 strong men beside him were also taken aback. Although they didn't understand who this 1111 was, they often heard their island leader mention the number 1111, and his expression was not very friendly. Did they encounter an enemy island this time? At this moment, Ah Wei's confidant stepped forward and said, Wei go, looking at the richness of this area, why don't we? What the hell? Ah Wei frowned and grinned, unable to discern the expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this is the island of 1111. In this area, there is no one fatter than this 1111 besides us. It must be him. This 1111 island has a Huotsubing. Are you sure you can defeat him? Hearing the name Huotsu, the confidant's heart sank. Although he didn't remember the name, he instinctively felt that the 3 of them couldn't match up. Then, what should we do now? Full turn around quickly and report back. Yes. After giving the command, the strong men immediately began to control the sails. The small floating island slowly changed direction, heading back. As they left, Ah Wei stood in place, watching the figures standing on the opposite island. A faint smile crept across his lips. He opened the chat system and sent a private message. Master, good news. I found the island of 1111. On the other side, lying on a wooden chair, and looking at the chat message, 4144's eyes brightened. Are you sure? How do you know that's his island? I'm sure. I saw the house. They are building houses. And their island is very large. 4144 fell silent for a moment, muttering to himself, building houses. How did they manage to do that? After a moment he directly asked, all right, where are they located? Didn't we swallow this new island yesterday? It's just southwest of our current position. Is that so? I didn't expect to find it so quickly. 4144 stroked his chin, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Come back first, explain the situation over there to me in person. Received, master. After getting the reply, 4144 closed the chat interface and shook the bell beside him. Dong Zhuo jogged in from outside, bowing to 4144 and saying, Master, what is it? Go light the signal fire and call the other team back. We have a big catch this time. Hearing this, a sinister smile also appeared on Dong Zhuo's chubby face. Yes, master. After saying this, Dong Zhuo turned around and jogged away. 4144 watched Dong Zhuo's retreating figure, his smile gradually turning a bit sinister. 1111, you've finally been found by me. Just wait, I'm going to bring you a big surprise. On the other side, on a small island of about 400 to 500 square meters, Jiang Tian and his companions were watching the flying island slowly drifting away in the distance. My lord, Hui Tsubing said with a furrowed brow, is this the enemy? Yes, it should be them, Jiang Tian replied, his gaze sharpening as he looked into the distance. The island did not appear large, estimated to be about 20 square meters. As for how many people were on it, they could not see clearly. However, the situation was similar to what the attacked person described yesterday, a large sail, a fan, and a small island. It was likely the same group that had attacked other islands yesterday. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. The discussion was chaotic, with various topics being discussed. Most were messages about timber acquisition, while others were inquiring how to make fans. It was a mess. There was no sign of the previous day's attacked person's messages, which likely meant he had perished. Speaking of which, that attacked individual said they charged directly onto the island. Why didn't they come directly this time? Did they get scared? Did they recognize me and flee at the sight of Hui Tsubing? Jiang Tian turned to look at the nearly completed house behind him. They must have recognized me because of this thing. However, if they were people from 4144, they would likely not let it go easily. According to his words, they should gather people together to attack their island. With that thought, Jiang Tian glanced at the people beside him. The group stood in place waiting for orders. The unknown foreign invaders made their expressions somewhat tense. Jiang Tian smiled and said, everyone need not worry too much, their strength is likely comparable to the pigmen. Even if they come, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The strength level on our side is not something ordinary people can compare to. He recalled the message from 0066, which revealed the situation when Hui Tsubing was present. 4144 did not boast about having powerful subordinates, but rather mentioned gathering a larger group to gang up on them. This implied that in terms of quality he did not hold an advantage, at most just having a numerical advantage. Although it is said that quantity can sometimes lead to a qualitative change, Jiang Tian looked at Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing, as well as Li Xiaoning beside him. He couldn't help but smile. To achieve a qualitative change through quantity in front of them would require a considerable amount, which is hard to say. What needs to be done now is to prepare means of long-range strikes to avoid letting the enemy strike first. He then instructed the two beside him, Shi Jigang and Hui Tsubing, set aside your current tasks and quickly modify the ash furnace into a blast furnace, then refine the copper to make the mechanisms for the crossbow arrows. Yes, my lord. Understood, boss. The two accepted their orders and walked towards the furnace. Lu Bu continued patrolling. If you see anything suspicious flying over, notify me immediately. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian then rubbed the head of Kai Wenji, who was in his arms, and said, all right, everyone go back to work. There's nothing to worry about. MHM. Kai Wenji blinked and returned to her fishing spot to pick up her fishing rod. The others nodded and returned to their positions. Now it was just a matter of waiting for 0066's timber to arrive. He then opened the chat system and sent a private message. How is your timber growing? Soon after, the other party replied. It's almost done, it will be ready by tomorrow. Are you in a hurry now? Jiang Tian thought for a moment and edited a message. A small island just flew over here. My position should already be under the control of 4144. Do you understand what I mean? How does that mean? So I need to quickly make the strong crossbow. No matter how the timber is growing, it must be delivered to me tonight. Understood. The other party was silent for a while, then replied. All right, I understand. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. By the way, take these things with you. He sent a trade invitation to the other party. What are you trying to do? 0066 asked, accepting the invitation afterward. He noticed that the other party had placed two items. One was a large bag of wood ash, and the other was a large bag. After reading the notes, 0066 was taken aback. Bone powder. Where did you get so much? Don't ask too much, you should know the use of these two things, right? Feed it to me. Speed up the growth rate. If it doesn't work, just apply some artificial fertilizer. 0066 was confused, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Hey, what do you mean by artificial fertilizer? Could it be that he wants me to? Ugh ugh ugh. Pervert. Ignoring 0066's complaints, Jiang Tian approached Shi Gang and Hua Zubing, who were busy modifying the furnace to inquire about the scale of the strong crossbow to be made and other materials. He then began searching for materials to make hemp rope. Everything appeared busy yet orderly. Unknowingly, the sun slowly moved. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, with the strong men vigorously shaking their hands to speed up, Wei and his group arrived at the relocated base. They directly entered the house in the middle of the island and said to the 4144 lying on the chair, "My lord, we have returned. MHM, come over and report the situation in detail." 4144 nodded, beckoning Wei. Wei nodded and stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Well, we discovered the island of 1111 early this morning." He then recounted everything he had seen and heard today, including the general structure of the island and the more prominent buildings. After listening to his description, 4144 furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, "You said their house is almost built. Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Wei nodded. "Though it is quite far, the main structure is indeed almost complete, about 100 to 80 square meters. When I passed by, I even saw people applying cement on it." "What did you say?" 4144, who had been lying on the wooden chair, suddenly sat up. "How is this possible? I've been waiting for so many days and my small house isn't finished, yet he has completed a 100 square meter house." Damn it, was what he said back then true? Suddenly 4144 seemed to realize something and grabbed away by the collar, tightening his eyebrows as he asked, "Did you just say they were applying cement on it? Are you sure it wasn't clay?" "All this. I'm telling the truth. Although it's a bit far, there are indeed people applying something on the wall. It was gray and definitely not clay." Wei, feeling flustered from being suddenly grabbed by the collar, still managed to convey what he had seen. Hearing this, 4144 released a wise collar. However, his furrowed brow remained tight. "Damn it, I've searched for so many days and haven't seen anyone selling cement. We have iron, but we don't have limestone. Where the hell did this 1111 get cement from?" Relaxing from the collar, Wei breathed a sigh of relief and flattered, "My lord, why bother with him? Even if he finishes the house, when we attack, won't the house still belong to us? As for the cement, once we capture that 1111 kid, we can just interrogate him for the method, right?" Upon hearing this, 4144's frown slowly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth rose again with a significant increase. His eyes were filled with greed. He ordered, "That makes sense. Prepare a 30 square meter flying ship, take the guys with us, and let's set sail." Amid the bustle of everyone's affairs, a day passed as sun and moon traded places. The next morning, in a hazy sunlight, a roughly 30 square meter islet drifted slowly onward toward a single bearing. "Master, look, we're almost there." Wei bent low and roused the sleeping 4144. Normally roused thus, he would erupt in fury. This time, unexpectedly, he did not. Instead, he sprang to his feet and peered forward. Sure enough, in his sight, a distant island had appeared so far away it looked barely larger than a speck. "Are you certain this is 1111's island?" "I'm certain." Wei too stared toward the distance, his eyes full of avarice. "We followed this course yesterday, no mistake." "Good." 4144 sneered and looked over the men rising around him and those manning the helms. This time, besides himself and Wei, he had brought a retinue. When counted one by one, there were a full 12. Moreover, he had brought all the martial captains, leaving only a single loyalist at the main camp to keep watch. With so many men, how could they fail to seize that mere 1111? He then instructed those beside him, "When we near their island, begin by attacking with our weapons. If they hide at the rear, we will take the chance to go ashore. Once that 1111 is under our control, everything will be decided by us. Understood?" "Understood." 12 men of varying builds answered in unison. Very good." 4144 revealed a look of satisfaction. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly asked, "Isn't there someone on their island called Hua Zubing, heard to be formidable? What if he obstructs us?" "Huh. Useless." 4144 raised his hand and struck that subordinate across the face, scolding, "Damn it, I told you last night. It's only gossip that they have Hua Zubing. Have you seen Hua Zubing with your own eyes? Who knows whether he is merely boasting? Besides, even if he truly has Hua Zubing, so what? There are so many of you and several martial captains. Send a few strong men to engage this Hua Zubing. The rest go seize 1111. Isn't that simple?" Saying this, 4144 looked at 3 men in plain cloth. One of them was Dong Zhuo. Hearing the remark, Dong Zhuo stepped back a few paces and lowered his head, as if pretending not to have heard. That did not bother 4144, he had not been counting on him. Another plain-clothed man furrowed his brow and stared up at the sky as though pondering something. 4144 frowned, about to speak, when the last of the plain-clothed men, a square-faced fellow with a short stubbled beard, laughed out loud. "Ha ha, the master speaks truly. Hua Zubing and such names are mere empty renown. I possess the strength of 10,000. Whoever stands before me, I will cut from his saddle. Only when he saw this man did 4,144 nod in satisfaction. This square-faced fellow had been taken a few days earlier. From his name and dress, he seemed also to be a martial captain. 4144 was not well versed in history and knew only a handful of famous names, so he was not particularly familiar with the square-faced man. But that did not matter. The man's words and deeds in the recent days betrayed great confidence, or perhaps he was a modest but formidable warrior. Besides, during prior island raids, he had been brutal in beating ordinary folk. Very well. If we truly meet Huitzubing, then I will leave him in your hands to deal with. Yes. Feeling the admiring gazes of the others, the square-faced man accepted eagerly. As 4144 announced the battle plan, the island in their sight drew steadily nearer. By now 4144 could make out more of the island's features. A swell of inexpressible joy rose in his chest. Brick house. There really was a brick house. A completed 100-square-meter brick dwelling, its walls plastered with cement. Moreover, the islet itself looked to be over 500 square meters. He had not imagined that in this region another's land could reach such a scale. 4144 grew ever more pleased, a crooked cold smile tugging at his lips. From today onward this land will belong to him. Who would have thought? 1111. After all your toil you shall still dress 4144 in triumph. With that thought, he ordered his men, stop rowing, haul in the sails. Keep the subsidiary boats roughly 100 meters from them. Received. The men at the tillers ceased their movements and the others drew the sails in. The 30-square-meter drifting islet continued forward on its inertia, while the situation on the destination island grew clearer before 4144's eyes. A quick glance revealed that a few people appeared to be working on the island. On its east and north sides stood two old men. There was also a little girl and a woman. Only one burly man armed kept watch toward them. That must be Huitzubing. Just then he shouted back to those behind him, and the little girl and the two old men ran back into the wooden hut. The other woman rose to her feet with a weapon in hand and fixed her gaze on their direction. Seeing this, 4144 could not help but laugh aloud. Old men, children, a woman. Is that the fighting strength? One Huitzubing and a woman with not a shred of might think they can stop me. This island is mine today. Excited, he threw an arm over Away's shoulder. Away, I never imagined you would find it. I never imagined they would have prospered so. You did well this time. Once we take this island, you'll be rewarded. Away brightened at the words. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. 4144 waved his hand with airs of the street. No need to call me that. Master sounds too meek. When I ran the streets, they called me Jiegu. Call me Jiegu from now on. Yes, Jiegu. The little island drew steadily closer. Only about 200 meters remained between them. Watching the island approach, 4144's mood grew ever more gleeful. His mind filled with visions of the martial captain tangling the burly man, while he himself forced 1111 to kneel and beg for mercy. He paused for a moment. If that big man was Huitzubing, then where was 1111 himself? Was he hiding? Just then the unexpected occurred. Four men emerged from behind the brick house. They pushed forward two inexplicable objects, each draped in purple cloth, so their shapes could not be discerned. Though the sudden increase in numbers startled 4144 slightly, it mattered little. The four newcomers looked unremarkable, and altogether the islanders numbered only 6 while his own party counted 14. The overwhelming disparity in strength lay plainly before them. By then the gap between the two islets had narrowed to just over 100 meters. A clash was imminent. 4144 smiled coldly. He opened the area chat channel and announced, "Hey Ray, some good news. I'm right beside 1111's island. Today you'll broadcast live the slaughter of 1111. The moment user 4144 spoke, the previously chaotic chat channel fell abruptly silent. What did 4144 just say? Isn't the chat log right there? He said he's now at senior user 1111's island. Could it be? Holy hell. Will 4144 actually eliminate 1111? Is it true? I thought 4144 had gone quiet these past 2 days. Figured head collapsed from exhaustion. Never imagined head gone straight for 1111. Huh. Good riddance. I've despised that show-off for ages. Senior 4144 crushed that pretentious fool. Damn. If 1111 gets eliminated, where am I supposed to buy my cigarettes? Am I really expected to trade with that jerk? 4144. I recall 1111 looked unusually prosperous. I wonder if 4144 will become impossibly wealthy after consuming him. Haha. Senior 4144, annihilate him. Take me along for the ride. But what if he devours 1111 first, then turns his attention to us? Won't we be even more defenseless? Crush him. Crush that worthless 1111. And then purge every other arrogant braggart. No. I can't stay in this zone any longer. These people are terrifying. I'm fleeing. They'll escape aboard a flying vessel. And wait. How could you possibly eliminate Senior 1111? He commands Huitsubing himself. Who do you think you are? 4144, Humph. Who told you I'm live streaming his elimination? I will eliminate him today, idiots. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, I wouldn't be standing here at all. A torrent of messages flooded the channel. Gleeful, resentful, panicked, rolling ceaselessly. Injong Tian observed the chat feed unfolding before him. A surge of exhilaration swelled within 4144. And this reverence, was precisely what he craved. And without hesitation he swept his arm forward, spin the fans again, and drift the island closer.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Elsewhere, Injong Tian stood upon his island, gazing across at a small floating isle where a man in a beach shirt stood waving his arms and ranting aloud. There was no need to guess. He was clearly another survivor broadcasting via text chat. And simultaneously Jiang Tian opened his own chat interface. The messages streamed into his view. So it's truly you 4144. Ni's gaze lingered over the chat log. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed, slightly glinting with cold steel. And though he had never provoked conflict, neither did he fear it. And since the other party had come seeking confrontation, he would offer no quarter. As always, and if you dare die, I dare bury you. And at that moment, a familiar ID flashed onto the chat. 0888. Holy hell. I just woke up and stumbled into this. 1111, are you about to get taken down by 4144? Quick, give me your coordinates. I'll rush over and help. I just pulled Su Chu and Zhang Liao in my latest draws. Let's tear that bastard apart. Note, in this card-based survival game, players habitually refer to acquiring characters as drawing. And one more thing. 4144. Listen while play all you like, joke all you want, but never mock the cigarettes. If anything happens to them, or to the cola, I swear I'll end you. And holy hell, did he really draw two legendary generals back-to-back? This is the ultimate lucky draw. Damn, ugh. Comparing ourselves is soul-crushing. All I ever pull are plumbers and couriers. Enough complaining. You should be grateful just to pull ordinary folk. And I once drew a bandit who lazes around all day, refuses honest work, and is so thick-skinned, he's practically invulnerable. Yesterday, I drew a wooden crate, hoping for a worthy new recruit, only to find a pigman in. Now my bandit and pigman conspire, daily devouring my rations and whispering conspiratorially like sworn brothers. I'm utterly broken. Holy hell. You've got it worse, and Jiang Tian rolled his eyes upon reading 0888's message. Same sky, same endless ocean. What coordinates do you expect me to give you? Just as he moved to close the chat interface, a private message popped up in 0066. You pervert. Wake up. Did you hear? 4144's headed your way. Check the chat channel now. I see. They're already standing opposite me. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Sun's barely risen yet you're up this early. 0066. Couldn't sleep last night. Did you finish that thing yet? Yes. The timber you sent arrived just in time. I worked through the night to complete it. My assistant collapsed from exhaustion. Yes. The timber you sent arrived just in time. I worked through the night to complete it. My assistant He added, now that 4144 has arrived, we'll test its power firsthand. With that he closed the chat interface. By then the distance between the two islands had narrowed further. Less than 20 meters remained. 4144 strode forward with a chilling smirk, scanning the figures on the opposing island. Which one of you is 1111? Step forward. Now, no one answered. Instead their stares held a strange, unnerving detachment, as if observing a pigman. 4144's expression darkened. Too cowardly to face me yet bold enough to boast. Fine, I'll interrogate each of you one by one. Fool. Jiang Tian scoffed, softly yet distinctly enough for 4144 to hear. That single word revealed the target. 4144 arrogantly pointed his finger straight at Jiang Tian's nose. And damn it, you're 1111. And so you loved playing the big shot before? Well, I've come knocking. Stunned speechless are you? Kneel and beg forgiveness now, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you join my crew later. And meanwhile, Jiang Tian said nothing, merely sat cross-legged on the ground watching 4144 with serene, detached amusement, as though observing a clown perform in a circus ring. After a long pause, Jiang Tian spoke calmly. 4144, have you considered heading to Gotham City to star opposite Batman? At those words, 4144's lip twitched. With his forces massed and victory seemingly assured, how dared this man remain so brazen? You know what? I planned to spare your life, but now you mock me. Where on earth does your arrogance and your courage come from? In fine, I'll hurl every last one of you into the sea to feed the fish. And he swept his gaze across the 6 figures on the opposite island. 5 men, 1 woman. Ni's eyes finally settled upon Li Xiaoning, and fury flared instantly. Ah, that brat has a woman on his island. I've been so focused on eliminating his base I completely forgot. And for days I've drawn countless survivors and raised countless islands. Yet not a single woman crossed my path. Not even a female animal. And this near-total absence has nearly unsettled my very sense of self. 4144 grinned lewdly and barked over his shoulder and, when the time comes, throw the men overboard. Keep the woman alive. Yes. 4,144 subordinates answered in unison. Then, 4144 cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tian followed by a disdainful glance at the most muscular man among the opposing group. Haha. So what if you have Hua Tsubing? What's there to boast about? Can one man possibly withstand all of? As the words fell silent, he swept his hand forward. His subordinates stepped forward in unison. Their formation stood in stark contrast to the group facing them. 4144 burst into hearty laughter and pointed mockingly at Jiang Tian. Don't you see the situation clearly yet? We have 14 people here, while you have only Hua Tsubing as your sole capable fighter. And look at those beside you. 2 utterly ordinary men, a diminutive man with delicate features, and a woman too frail even to lift a chicken. 1111, what do you think you're holding against me, eh? Hearing this, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. He glanced at the figures standing beside him. The 2 ordinary men referred to Zhang San and Li Si. The frail woman was undoubtedly Li Xiaoning. But who then was this delicate-featured dwarf? Jiang Tian mentally compared their heights. Among the men present, Hua Tsubing, standing at precisely 1.7 meters, was indeed the shortest. Had 4144 just contradicted himself? Moments earlier he'd praised Hua Tsubing as formidable, yet now dismissed him as a delicate-featured dwarf. Where was Lu Bu? Had 4144 mistaken Hua Tsubing for Lu Bu? At that moment a square-jawed man stepped forward from behind 4144 and requested permission. Master, let me go first, to blunt their arrogance.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Yes. With a solemn bow, the square-jawed man strode boldly to the forefront, chin held high as he surveyed the opposing group. Scanning the line, he pointed emphatically at the most muscular man and demanded, "Art thou the so-called legendary Hua Tsubing?" The sudden challenge left both Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing utterly bewildered, caught completely off guard. Lu Bu furrowed his brow, baffled by the man's intent. Why point at him when seeking Hua Tsubing? Hua Tsubing, likewise frowning, stepped forward and declared, "I am Hua Tsubing. Who art thou?" "So thou art Hua Tsubing." The square-jawed man shifted his gaze, appraising Hua Tsubing from head to toe, then sneered with undisguised contempt. "Pak, thou, a diminutive fellow with delicate features. By what merit dost thou bear such renown? Surely thy reputation has inflated beyond all reason, like a burst bladder." Witnessing this, 4144 felt immense satisfaction. Truly a loyal subordinate. Regardless of actual prowess, such sheer audacity alone marked him as a peerless warrior worthy of commanding an army. He typed swiftly into the regional chat channel. 4144. What does it matter that 1111 has Hua Tsubing? I command several elite generals myself. His Hua Tsubing poses no threat whatsoever. After all, Hua Tsubing excels only on the battlefield. Judging by his slender frame, his personal might is surely far less formidable than historical records claim. Initially wary of Hua Tsubing, 4144 now felt all lingering doubts dissolve, dispelled entirely by the man's unimposing appearance. Knew it. Truly worthy of reverence. Lord 4144 is unmatched. That's it. 1111 is finished. Diminutive stature. So this is Hua Tsubing's true visage. Lord 4144. Pray tell us, who are these generals of yours? No way could it be. A wave of speculation rippled through the chat channel. Seeing this, a Wei inexplicably swelled with pride, and urged his own general forward to hurl insults so he might flaunt his authority. Meanwhile, Hua Tsubing, having been abruptly berated without cause, could only stare perplexed. Since regaining consciousness, he'd done nothing but labor. He had no notion why this stranger spoke of his renown. He couldn't fathom the man's irrational outburst. Lu Bu too felt a surge of indignation, having been inexplicably overlooked. Pointing fiercely at the opponent, his expression darkened as he demanded, "And who art thou? Speak thy name now." At that instant, the square-jawed man threw back his head and laughed long and loud, his voice booming with arrogant confidence. "Dost thou dare hear my title? Speak it aloud, and tremble. I am the first general of my lord, the mighty Xing Daorong." Jiang Tian's lips twitched involuntarily. Well, now he's the one. Lu Bu and Hui Zubing exchanged baffled glances. My lord, this Xing Daorong, who is he? Why has your countenance changed so? Could he truly be some formidable master? No, it matters not who he is. Waving his hand, dismissively Jiang Tian explained. Earlier I likened their combat prowess to that of pigmen, but I was mistaken. At these words Lu Bu, Hui Zubing, and the others exchanged uneasy, speechless glances. Could it be, as they feared, that Xing Daorong? Instantly Lu Bu, Hui Zubing, and Li Xiaoning all grew grave-faced. Yet Jiang Tian merely laughed carefree and untroubled. They're worse than pigmen. Just then Xing Daorong observed the scene before him. Having proclaimed his name, yet seeing the opposing side whispering amongst themselves. Fury erupted within him. Ye craven vermin, dare ye murmur after hearing my august name? Declare yourselves, lest I sever your wretched heads. At those words Lu Bu's temper flared. His tiger-like eyes blazed with wrath as he roared. I am Lu Fengxian. If ye seek battle, then fight. 4144 recoiled inwardly in shock. Lu Bu? What in heaven's name? Is that Lu Bu? 1111 already possesses Hui Zubing. Does he also command Lu Bu? Damn, this can't be real. Before he could process it further, the commotion erupted ahead. Xing Daorong challenging the foe, and his newly recruited subordinate reacting violently. Boom! Xing Daorong froze instantly, stunned rigid, as if struck dumb. He knew not why. Only that his mind had gone utterly blank, and that he ought never have come here. A daze settled over him, confused, disoriented. Nearby Dong Zhuo, head bowed low, lifted. Upon spotting the towering figure across the way, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, arm jerking upward, finger trembling violently, jowls quivering, sweat drenching his body. Fragments of memory flickered, yet dissolved before coalescing. Only raw soul-deep terror remained. Lu Fengxian. How is he here? Elsewhere, a Wei's startled cry pierced the air. Holy hell, Sandao? What's wrong with you, Sandao? Why you dropped to your knees? Holy hell, why's your trousers soaked? On a 30 square meter small floating island. What was once a fiercely aggressive group is now incomplete. Xing Daorong, who had been shouting at the front, stood there with his mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at Lu Bu, looking as if he were in a daze. Wei was shouting while tugging at a man named Lu Sandao. Vaguely one could see the uneven colors of Lu Sandao's pants. Some other men dressed in ancient attire were also frozen in place upon hearing Lu Bus name, their mouths agape, unsure of what to think. The subordinates in modern clothing looked bewildered at the chaotic scene. As for Dong Zhuo, he had already rolled his eyes and fainted. Upon witnessing this scene, 4144's expression was the most complex. He truly had little knowledge of history, but he definitely knew of a figure like Lu Bu. After all, he was the mightiest warrior of the Three Kingdoms period. Instantly emotions of shock, unwillingness, and rage surged within him. Just moments ago, he thought that this burly man across from him was simply boasting with 1111. But looking at the reactions of his subordinates, reason told him otherwise. The person across from him could indeed be Lu Bu. Damn, how is this possible? 4144 murmured, his eyes fixed on Jiang Tian. You already have a Hui Zubing, and now there's a Lu Bu. Damn, how is this fair? Why is this bastard so? After muttering this, he turned his head and glared fiercely at his group of subordinates. A bunch of useless fools, what are you still dawdling for? Don't you remember why we are here? Get to it. Upon hearing this, several subordinates were taken aback, pointing toward Lu Bu and stammering, DDO, we attack. But, that Lu Bu, Master, should we consider this further? Perhaps we should go back and discuss. Yes, though I don't know who Lu Fengxian is, I just have this feeling that we will be beaten to death. The more his subordinates spoke, the darker 4144's expression became. He had not expected that in addition to having a Hui Zubing, the opponent would also have such a war god. To be honest, for a moment he was also having second thoughts. However, 4144 quietly opened a regional chat channel. Inside, the other survivors were all asking how he was doing against 1111 and whether he had taken over the opponent. Seeing these messages made 4144's scalp tingle. He had already boasted about his achievements. Was he really going to leave like this? He had initially thought of claiming dominance here, but if he ran away with his tail between his legs, that would be so embarrassing. In an instant, 4144's eyes turned red. Especially when he saw his subordinates, his anger flared up. Damn it! 4144 kicked Xing Daorong in the rear. Then, gritting his teeth, he scolded his subordinates. What are you afraid of? What can Lu Bu do? No matter how powerful he is, can he fly over and beat us up? Saying that, he pointed aside. Fools, follow the plan, grab your weapons. Shoot them from a distance with bows and arrows. Oh. As soon as these words were uttered, the other subordinates reacted as well. They rushed to a spot on the small island, frantically searching for the weapons on the ground. Then they brought over 3 curved wooden structures tied with hemp ropes. Master, we've got the bows. 4144 took one and instructed distribute the other two to Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao. Okay. Yes. After receiving their orders, the subordinates handed the other two bows to the two men. However, these two were still in a daze. Especially Lu Sandao, whose pants were already soaked in a large area. Seeing this, 4144 was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Although he didn't know who Xing Daorong caught by Wei and Lu Sandao were, judging by their reactions, they were clearly smack. He walked straight up to each of them and slapped them hard. Then pointing at their noses, he angrily scolded, "Damn it, look at you two, you're really embarrassing me. We're still far from him, whether it's Lu Bu or Hua Tsubing, they can't reach us, do you understand? Pick up your bows and arrows and shoot them down." Upon hearing this, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao finally regained their senses. Stumbling, they took the bows and then told the other subordinates to fetch arrows. Seeing their cowardice, 4144 let out a cold snort. However, with the bow in hand, his sense of unease diminished significantly. After all, as long as he had a means for ranged attacks, the enemy would only have to take the beating. He swaggered forward, his face regaining a smug expression. 1111. Even if you're a powerful general, what can you do? No matter how strong you are, can you fly over and beat me? Haha, you never expected that, I have. Just as he was saying this, 4144 suddenly froze. The few people on the opposite island seemed completely uninterested in him and were busy tampering with two large objects covered by leather bags next to them. At this moment, he remembered that when 1111 and the others arrived, they had pushed these things over together. Whoosh! The leather covering was pulled away. A strange yet familiar object appeared before his group. 4144 frowned. This thing looked like a cart, a large wooden board with 4 wooden wheels. Just now they had pushed this thing over. Upon closer inspection, this cart seemed a bit different. On top of the wooden board, there seemed to be a semicircular object about the size of a round table. On this, there seemed to be a long cylindrical pillar. The top of the pillar reflected a metallic bronze gleam. What is this thing? 4144 widened his eyes, still in confusion. On the other side, the now equipped Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao saw this object and instantly turned pale. Is this a crossbow cart? They actually have crossbow carts. At that moment, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao were thoroughly panicked. At this point, even the hands holding the bows couldn't help but tremble. A crossbow cart. 4144 was momentarily dumbfounded, then swallowed hard twice. How could that bastard 1111 have this thing? Looking at the giant crossbow mounted on the cart along with the thick and long arrows, 4144's legs went numb. Damn it, I want to report that 1111 is cheating. However, Jiang Tian over there was observing the opponent's panic with keen interest. He chuckled, then waved his hand pointing at the opponent's small island, shouting, "Second Lieutenant, fire the cannon." As the voice faded away, Hua Tsubing, who was prepared nearby, tightly grasped the large bronze trigger and Kacha! Whoosh! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the triangular hemp rope was instantly released and pulled taut. In the next moment, a long and thick wooden stake from the crossbow shot towards the distant small island like a... The group of 4144 stood petrified, only able to see a long object with a metal arrowhead charging towards them. In their sight, it gradually grew longer and thicker. Boom! Just as the group was in a daze, a wooden dragon emitting a coppery glow burst forth from below the 1-meter-thick empty island. A poor soul standing in the wrong position didn't even have time to make a sound before being knocked away by the dragon, instantly vanishing from everyone's view. Only a spray of blood mist was left, gently sprinkling onto the faces of the group of 4144. At that moment, they were stunned, feeling the fine liquid on their faces. 4144 stiffly raised a hand, wanting to touch his face to see what this substance was. How reality pulled them back from their bewildered state. At the moment the dragon broke through the island, a mottled crack appeared on the empty island. In the blink of an eye, countless clods of earth poured down from the empty island, and the crack grew longer and larger, gradually forming a chasm. Shwalala! This chasm spread with lightning speed, creating web-like cracks, and the broken earth crumbled down, leaving a gap in the island. Before they could react, the few standing on the empty soil felt the ground give way beneath their feet and lost their balance, falling down. Several others fell, disappearing from their original spots. Only 4144, Wei Xing Daolong, and Lu Sandao, along with Dong Zhuo, who had just been awakened by the commotion, remained on the island. In an instant, shock, panic, and disbelief filled their minds. They were utterly incredulous at the scene. A single crossbow bolt pierced through the island. What kind of power is this? Is this the defensive measure of 1111? Is this the target they had been shouting to eliminate? For a moment, 4144 was at a loss. Since entering the empty island, he had always been at the forefront of development. While others were still caught in the rain, he had already started collecting materials to build a wooden house. Who would have known that he used all his materials to create a 6-square-meter dwelling? just as he was preparing to show off in front of others. This 1111, however, had produced a house that was 5 times larger than his. Not only that, but 1111 had also been eating and living better than he was. Yet, even after obtaining more fishing rods during the plundering process to gather resources, he still felt his supplies were nowhere near as abundant as those of 1111. What the hell, where's the justice in this? And he didn't even see this guy going out to rob. How did he gather so many resources? This has to be cheating. Moreover, on the day the clay refreshed, he 4,144 immediately bought clay and water. Yet his construction speed was still slower than that of 1111. Take building a house, for instance. He hadn't even finished making bricks, and the other party had already plastered the cement. Also, while others were still using stones and wood to make forks and sticks, 4144 had already begun preparing ranged weapons. Thinking of this, 4144 glanced at the wooden bow in his hand. Then he looked at the crossbow on the opposite side. It felt like a slingshot facing a cannon. Was this the ranged weapon he had prepared? What a joke. Crack. Frustrated, 4144 raised his knee and snapped the wooden bow in two. At that moment, the 3 generals from the 3 kingdoms sat slumped on the ground, each of them wetting their pants. They didn't even dare to breathe as they looked at the gap in the island. Away also trembled as he knelt on the ground, inching closer to 4,144 with a face full of panic. Diego, what should we do now? What the hell can we do? Run. 4144 kicked one of the fallen generals and spat. Damn it, don't just sit there pissing yourselves. Get up and help me hoist the sail back to the city. If you don't get up and work, I'll kick each of you off. Hearing this, Wei and Dong Zhuo hurriedly adjusted the sail, while the other 2 generals scrambled to the fan, preparing to accelerate the empty island's departure. Just then, now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate me? Zhang Tian sneered, extending his right index finger and beckoning towards 4,144. Come over here. Pak. 4144 angrily cursed. You think I'm a fool? Just relying on a couple of strong generals, what are you pretending to be? Let me tell you, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Once I develop, I will definitely come back. After saying that, 4144 urged Wei and the others. Quickly, they need time to reload the crossbow bolts, and they might not have any arrows left, so hurry up while you can. However, just as 4,144 finished speaking, and before the sail was even hoisted properly, Zhang Tian pulled back the cloth covering another object. Whoosh! Another crossbow of the same specifications appeared before everyone, similarly equipped with large arrows reflecting metallic luster, aiming at the direction of the remaining 5. This action made the few on the damaged island gasp in shock. This? How do you still have this? You bastard! At this moment, 4,144 completely lost hope of escape. In a state of extreme anger and grief, he pointed at Zhang Tian's nose and shouted, "You bastard, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, where did you get so many resources? I want to report you. You're cheating." After saying this, he even communicated through the World Channel and Regional Channel. CNNS 4144, GM, does this game have a GM? I want to report. There's someone named CNNS 1111, this bastard is cheating. As soon as this message was sent out, the World Channel was filled with confusion. What? This thing has cheats. Is what this person's saying true? If there are cheats, give me one too. Ah, this kid must have gone crazy from mental breakdown. Meanwhile, the Regional Channel became lively. 1111 is cheating. What kind of cheat? 4144, didn't you say you were going to attack 1111? What's the situation now? What do you mean by cheating? You weren't beaten up by 1111, were you? 0888. Yo, isn't this 4,144? Why has he suddenly become so weak? On the regional chat channel, messages scrolled swiftly. Seeing 4,144's reaction, now they all drew the same conclusion. That kid got beaten up. The beatens start babbling nonsense. For a moment, those who had once been mocked by 4144 straightened their backs again. They turned on him with taunts. Oh ho, 4144, weren't you so arrogant before? Why are you babbling? 4144, why have you stopped flaunting yourself? Ha ha ha, what on earth happened to you? Share it with everyone. Some who had previously wanted to ride along with 4,144 immediately switched sides and joined the chorus of ridicule. Some of the loudest braggarts were now silent. 4144 watched for a while. The GM he had hoped for did not appear. He could only watch as others mercilessly taunted him, nearly driving 4,144 to fury. At that moment, the man standing on the opposite island let out a devilish voice. I told you to come over. Did you not hear? Do you want another round? Now 4144 was truly bewildered. Before he could react, Wei, face full of panic, shouted backward, Sandao, didn't you hear? Quick, turn the fan that way. For heaven's sake, stop peeing and move. Yes, yes. Lu Sandao's trousers dripped as he frantically waved his arms. Elsewhere, Xing Daorong also stared at 4,144 in bewilderment, unsure what to do. Seeing the scene made 4144's eyes redden again. Damn it away, and the people he had recruited were pathetically cowardly, the quickest to back down when the tide turned. But there was nothing he could do now. If things continued like this, what if that 1111 on the other side actually opened fire on him? He had seen clearly the fate of the kid struck by the giant arrow. Those who had fallen earlier were likely doomed as well. Beneath the island the sea churned, waves tumbled in several elongated shapes thrashed in the water. He did not want to suffer the same fate. Gritting his teeth, he ordered Xing Daorong to turn his fan and move closer. He comforted himself inwardly, preserve your life first. As long as the green hills remain, there will be wood to burn. The two islands drew ever closer. Soon the small island collided with Jiang Tian's. Jiang Tian nodded and beckoned to 4144 and his companions. Good, be sensible, come over. Aye, all right. Away bobbed and scraped as he rushed before Jiang Tian and his group, flopping down into a kneel. Big brother. 1111, from now on you are my big brother. Give me a chance, let me run with you. After saying this, Away waved back toward the rear. Lu Sandao, come here and honor our new lord. Yes. Lu Sandao set down his weapon, stood, and ran toward Jiang Tian. Stop, stop. Jiang Tian hurriedly halted him, glancing at Lu Sandao and his sodden, water-dripping trousers. With a face full of disgust, he said, what on earth are you? Good heavens, that's too ostentatious. Go, kneel somewhere else. All right. Lu Sandao nodded, retreated a few steps to the edge of the island, and knelt down, head bowed, unwilling to meet their faces. Elsewhere, Dong Zhuo and Xing Daorong stared blankly at their lord, awaiting instructions. Go over first and see what they'll do. 4144 gritted his teeth and kicked the two men. The three of them moved and stepped onto the other's vacant island. With that, the 5 people remaining on the empty isle had completely disembarked. But 4144 had not expected they would board the other island in this manner. Seeing Away kneeling and begging, his anger flared. When he had first landed on Away's island, that boy had spoken the exact same words to him. He had not expected that so soon the boy would repeat them to another man, only with a changed ID. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on the kneeling Away. Damn you, little bastard. Your turnabout is quicker than the turning of a page. Oh, it hurts. Brother Jia, don't. Brother Jia. Don't call me Brother Jia. Today, I'll beat. Jiang Tian and the others fell silent, watching the farce with some amusement. Only when Away's face was mottled with bruises did Jiang Tian casually wave his hand. He instructed Lu Bu and Hui Zubing to secure the prisoners and sent Zhang San and Li Si to inspect the other small island. At the same time, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to read the messages. The channel was in an uproar as messages scrolled rapidly. Everyone seemed to have stopped whatever they were doing, all querying the situation. 4144, how are you now? Did you flee? 4144, didn't you say you'd slaughter 1111? Where is he? Hey, didn't you claim 1111 was cheating? What cheats is he using? Tell us what's going on. Someone wondered aloud. Hasn't spoken for so long. Could he be dead? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and sent a brief message, 4144. I wish I'd met him sooner. I intend to invite him to a meal here. After saying this, Jiang Tian ordered Lu Bu and Hui Zubing to escort 4144 and his party westward. While binding them, Hui Zubing asked Jiang Tian what the title 2nd Battalion Commander meant. Jiang Tian waved it off, telling him not to worry about the details. Afterwards, Hui Zubing did not press further, only pondering whether their lord intended to grant him some military. On the island's west side stood the latrines they'd built earlier. Nearby, various animals were raised: chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep, and the accompanying dung. Soon the prisoners were all bound. The two men secured them one by one beside them. They were treated like ordinary beasts, casually tossed by the pigsty. Nothing untoward occurred while detained, but when Lu Bu came beside the bowed Dong Zhuo, he frowned, pointed at the fat face before him, and barked, You! Raise your head so I can see you. Startled, Dong Zhuo jolted and stiffly lifted his head. His face was filled with terror, especially when he met Lu Bu's gaze. He could not explain why his heart raced with panic. Lu Bu too inexplicably grew furious at the sight of Dong Zhuo's face and clenched his fists as if to strike him. But then Lu Bu remembered the pigmen they'd seen earlier, fearing he might kill Dong Zhuo with a single blow. Humph. Our lord has a use for you now. Oh, after we finish questioning you, we'll deal with you. He spat out the words in anger, picked up a branch from the ground, and struck, leaving a streak of blood across Dong Zhuo's fat face. Dong Zhuo let out a pitiful cry, and before he could react, he felt himself hoisted like a chick, and with a thud was thrown beside the pigsty by Lu Bu. Watching the men before him, Jiang Tian strolled over to 4144, crouched down, and looked at him with a half-smile. Come tell me, how has your island developed now? Upon hearing these words, 4144 raised his head, gritting his teeth, and feigning bravado. What business is it of yours how things are developing? Of course it's my business, Jiang Tian replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. You've come all the way here to deliver a package to me. I must inspect the situation myself. Very well. Just tell me your location, I'll go see for myself. At that moment Zhang San and Li Si returned after completing their inspection of the island and reported to Jiang Tian. Master, the island has been thoroughly inspected. The fans and sails embedded in the soil have loosened slightly, but remain undamaged and fully functional. We also found several bone daggers and stone spears dropped by monsters, 2 bows, and a bundle of arrows. Jiang Tian nodded. Understood. Return to your duties. Yes, master. Zhang San and Li Si picked up a wooden bucket and a shovel, then moved aside to begin the tasks assigned by their master. Ha ha ha. Listening to their exchange, 4144 let out a cold, mirthless laugh and fixed Jiang Tian with a venomous glare. Why ask so many questions? Do you want my island? You're dreaming. Even if I die, I'll never reveal its location to you. Go find it yourself if you dare. Master, I know. Before 4144 could finish speaking, Ah Wei suddenly sidled up beside Jiang Tian, his face twisted into an obsequious grin. Master, do you seek that island? I know exactly where it is. I'll lead you there myself. In that instant 4144 froze, utterly stunned, staring blankly at Ah Wei beside him, speechless. Good heavens, the boast hadn't even left his lips before his own face was slapped back into reality. Damn you. Eyes blazing crimson, 4144 thrashed, wildly consumed by a single thought to kill Ah Wei. But bound hand and foot, he could only writhe toward Ah Wei and sank his teeth deep into his flesh. Brother Jiano, it hurts. Stop. I'm bleeding. Wincing in agony, Ah Wei writhed like a worm, desperately trying to shake 4144 off. But 4144 clung on like a tenacious turtle, jaws locked tight. Ah Wei screamed in unbearable pain. Jiang Tian finally stirred. Since this sycophantic lackey wished to curry favor, why not exploit his eagerness? He ordered Hua Tsubing to seize 4144 by the hair and yank him bodily away from Ah Wei, freeing Ah Wei at last. Ah Wei collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in a grotesque smile as he lavished profuse thanks upon Jiang Tian. Meanwhile 4144 now dragged clear spat contemptuously onto the earth. Then he writhed on the ground, hurling curses at Jiang Tian and Ah Wei. Damn you both, slavish curse, spineless wretch. And you 1111 you. TSK. What foul language. Worse than the chat channel itself. Jiang Tian cast a look of utter disdain upon 4144, then turned toward the 2 men nearby. Zhang San, Li Si, have you finished shoveling those indescribable excretions produced by the animals? Nearly done. Zhang San and Li Si approached, each carrying a large wooden bucket brimming with grotesque, unnameable substances, piled high and reeking with unnatural decay. The stench warped the very air around them. At the sight 4144's eyes widened in primal dread, instinct whispering that something terrible was about to unfold. Panic flared across his face as he stammered. Wah! What the hell are you going to do, 1111? A sly, wicked smile curled Jiang Tian's lips. Pinching his nose shut, he commanded, Go on, feed this young master. Let this substance mask the stink lingering in his mouth. Yes, sir. Zhang San and Li Si understood instantly, and dragged 4144 toward the bucket. Yet at that moment they hesitated. Their master had ordered them to feed the young master. But how? Were they expected to scoop it barehanded and shove it into his mouth? Good Lord, that would be disgustingly filthy. Then Zhang San devised a solution and said to his companion, Li Si, lift him up and shove his face straight into the bucket. Let him eat it himself. Right. Li Si responded sharply. Together they hauled 4144 by the shoulders, forcing him to kneel at the bucket's rim. Eat, now. Ugh. The proximity of the stench made 4144 vomit instantly. He twisted away, snarling, Eat this. Go to hell. Refusing, are we? Enraged, Zhang San stormed over to the stone brick shed, where leftover bricks lay stacked, and snatched up a heavy brick before returning. His face contorted into a terrifying scowl as he loomed over 4144. Eat, or I'll beat you to death. 4144 recoiled at the sight of the brick, but still refused to yield, opening his mouth to curse again. I'll damn. Crack. Zhang San brought the brick down hard across 4144's face, stunning him instantly, blood gushing from his nose. Dazed and reeling, 4144 barely registered Zhang San muttering to Li Si, Just shove his head straight in. Don't get our hands dirty. All right. Splash. With brutal efficiency, the 2 men plunged 4144's head deep into the bucket. Jiang Tian himself paused momentarily, taken aback. Who would have thought? Zhang San, ordinarily so unremarkable, turns out to be so fierce. Zhang San, go easy. Don't kill him yet. Yes, sir. Zhang Sen yanked 4144's head back out and glared fiercely. Do you submit? Glug glug glug. Before he could utter another word, his head was forced back under. Inside his mind, 1,000 furious llamas stampeded. Damn it. Let me finish speaking first. Elsewhere, Wei and the three generals stood paralyzed, speechless. Without even exchanging 2 sentences, torture had begun. Was this truly how prisoners were treated? Crueler than death itself? Were all of 1,111's subordinates this merciless? A demon. That man is a demon. In that instant, the three generals urinated anew. Wei scrambled to Jiang Tian's feet, groveling. Master, I've long despised this wretch. What you've done is magnificent. From now on I am wholly yours. Please favor me greatly. Jiang Tian glanced coolly at Wei. Enough of that. You claimed you knew the location of 4144's island. Where is it? To the northeast. Directly northeast. Wei blurted eagerly. Master, I know the precise coordinates. I'll guide you there myself. First describe what lies upon that island. Of course, Master. 4144's island. Wei proceeded to detail the layout of 4144's stronghold, a floating island seized from multiple territories now spanning some 700 or 800 square meters. 3 massive sails and 6 windmills stood anchored there. To minimize weight, no grand structures existed. Only several timber huts, patches of farmland, a handful of livestock, and an unfinished brick house. 7 fishing rods rested atop the island. As for inhabitants, only one loyal follower remained alongside several captives held in confinement. Enough. Jiang Tian paused in thought, then instructed, Xiao Ning, you'll guard these prisoners. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Yes, Master. Li Xiaoning bowed respectfully and stepped forward, striding purposefully toward the western shore of the island. She arrived where the captives were bound. Zhang San and Li Si were still gripping 4144's hair, pressing his head down repeatedly as they interrogated him. Tell us, where exactly is your island? Gurgle. What lies upon your island? Tell us. Wei isn't, gurgle. Where's the Pirate King's treasure hidden? Gurgle. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoning felt a wave of visceral disgust. Enough. Zhang San, Li Si, my master has sent me to assume command over them. You are to stand by at once. Understood. At these words, the two ceased their assault and hurried to Jiang Tian's side. Master, what are your orders? Upon seeing them, Jiang Tian frowned. Away with you. Go wash your hands immediately. Once clean, proceed to the floating island that just arrived. Yes, Master. As soon as the command fell silent, Zhang San and Li Si dashed toward a nearby water bucket. Meanwhile, Wei stood utterly stunned, his gaze locked on Li Xiaoning, disbelief etched across his face. Li Xiaoning. Is that the Li Xiaoning of the Great Tang? Indeed. What of it? What the Wei reeled, dazed and disoriented. Though history was not his forte, he had certainly watched enough historical dramas. Could it be true? That seemingly frail woman just mentioned was none other than Li Xiaoning, legendary commander of the Tang Women's Militia. Was he dreaming? This 1111 already possessed Lu Bu and Huo Tsubing, yet now even her had appeared. A figure famed across centuries. This defied all logic. It was sheer divine favor. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wei turned his gaze toward Jiang Tian, his obsequiousness deepening with every blink. With such a peerless master at his side, prosperity and feasts were assured. That look alone made Jiang Tian's stomach churn. He averted his eyes and summoned Huo Tsubing, briefing him on the situation regarding the floating island. He then issued his orders. Huo Tsubing, shortly take Zhang San and Li Si with you. Attempt to tow that landmass here. Bring along this wretch and Lu Sandao to guide you. And remember well the return path. Should either behave suspiciously, cast them overboard without hesitation. Yes, Lord. A spark of eagerness flickered in Huo Tsubing's eyes. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his fists in solemn acknowledgement, then seized Wei and strode resolutely toward the island from which they had come. At that moment, Jiang Tian seemed to recall something. He walked toward the small adjacent island, reached out, and touched its surface. A prompt echoed in his mind. Unclaimed territory detected. Fuse with current domain. Yes, no. Unclaimed territory. Jiang Tian glanced back at 4144. Filthy, humiliated, yet undeniably alive. Logically, this land belonged to him. Yet since its owners still drew breath, how could it be deemed unclaimed? After reflection, he surmised the system defined unclaimed as land devoid of living occupants, thus eligible for annexation. He studied the fractured island before him. Earlier pierced by arrows, its structural integrity was compromised. Boarding it directly would pose grave danger. He cared little for Wei or Lu Sandao, but Huo Tsubing, Zhang San, and Li Si were indispensable. His gaze settled upon the floating interface before him. He selected yes. Instantly, the island's structure began to shift. Its previously fragmented sections coalesced anew, The edge nearest Jiang Tian's domain flattened into a seamless cross-section adhering firmly to his own landmass. In moments the two islands merged completely. No seam, no gap, though the wind sails and massive fans mounted upon the smaller island remained intact. Good. That will suffice. Jiang Tian nodded, drew a line upon the earth with his bronze sword, and commanded, excavate along this boundary. Separate this section, cleanly reconfigure it as an independent vessel, then steer it toward the target island. Yes, sir. Hua Tsubing discarded the bound away aside and joined by Zhang San, and Li Si resumed labor. This task required no further oversight. Jiang Tian turned away. He pivoted and returned to the western shore, where 4144 knelt, his face smeared with a grotesque amalgam of red, yellow, white, and brown excrement. Only after Zhang San departed did he draw a ragged breath. Yet even then he remained hunched beside the bucket, retching violently. A grim spectacle, revolting beyond measure. Fortunately, he had not been dining when this unfolded, or he too would have vomited. Turning his thoughts inward, Jiang Tian calculated the time elapsed between the enemy's reconnaissance mission and their subsequent assault. If fortune favored them, Hua Tsubing might deliver 4144's island by tomorrow. He wondered, what would 4144 feel witnessing the very land he ruled swallowed whole? Li Xiaoning stood quietly nearby, unable to bear watching 4144's degradation. Jiang Tian approached her gently. Li Xiaoning, does his state unsettle you? Yes. Her reply was soft, barely more than a whisper. Jiang Tian nodded, then turned toward Dong Zhuo. By the way, I remain ignorant of your identity. Raise your head. I wish to see you clearly. Huh? Dong Zhuo froze, startled. The phrasing struck him as eerily familiar. Though dread coiled cold in his gut, he had no choice but to lift his gaze, powerless prey to the blade's edge. Jiang Tian studied his broad, fleshy face, thick beard, and the way Lu Bu had hurled him earlier. Pieces clicked into place within his mind. Are you Dong Zhuo? Dong Zhuo recoiled, voice trembling. What do you intend to do now? Ah, so it is you. Jiang Tian sighed, shaking his head wearily. Truly fate delights in irony. Is 4144 your master? Jiang Tian gestured toward 4144. Dong Zhuo glanced over, lips pressed tight, then gave a reluctant, painful nod. Jiang Tian pressed further, seeing your master thus disgraced. Does it wound your heart? The question left Dong Zhuo speechless. His mind whirred, a frantic calculus of survival. Was this 1111 testing his loyalty? Or could it be a subtle attempt to recruit him? Dong Zhuo weighed the possibility. True, he retained no memory of his past life. Yet instinct warned him uttering indifference toward his master would brand him a fickle opportunist in 1111's eyes. Just moments ago, 1111's contemptuous glance at Away had spoken volumes. Away's fate would be grim indeed. So, he would defy expectation. He would display unwavering fidelity. Perhaps moved by such steadfast devotion, 1111 would grant him clemency. Thus Dong Zhuo bowed his head solemnly and declared, My lord suffers unbearable humiliation. I grieve deeply. Punish me instead. Spare my master. Good. Very good. Jiang Tian nodded approvingly, then pointed toward 4144's soiled face. You, clean your master's face. With your tongue. Upon hearing these words, Dong Zhuo was utterly stunned, realizing he had just given a catastrophically this. He barely began to protest when 4144 cut him off from the side. Dong Zhuo, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and clean this mess off me with your tongue. The substance smeared across his face had become unbearable, but bound hand and foot, he had no means to remove it himself. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Trapped between wolves ahead and tigers behind, Dong Zhuo had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly stepped forward. Ugh, Dong Zhuo, I'll rip you apart. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian grew weary of the spectacle and turned away without further glance. Even Li Xiaoning instinctively averted her eyes. At that moment, Lu Bu approached, watching the scene with quiet satisfaction. After brief reflection, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to keep watch over them, while dispatching Li Xiaoning to summon Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Song Yingxing back to their duties. Jiang Tian then moved to Xing Daorong's side, crouching down and observing him with keen, almost playful curiosity. What are you going to do? Under Jiang Tian's unwavering gaze, Xing Daorong felt an icy prickle crawl up his spine. He had watched Dong Zhuo's humiliating fate with quiet satisfaction. Let me make this clear. Speak plainly, or end it cleanly. If need be, strike me down. A true scholar may die, but never be disgraced. Yet even as he spoke those defiant words, his trousers darkened once more. Jiang Tian shook his head in quiet resignation and walked away. By now the others had settled into steady, purposeful work, and Jiang Tian opened the trading market, contemplating which supplies to acquire. As he browsed listings, several items caught his attention: selling adult rooster 1, exchange for timber, or other livestock. Selling adult boar 1. Exchange for sheep, other livestock, or timber, quantity negotiable via private message. More listings followed. Jiang Tian's brow lifted slightly. A whole boar. Could ordinary people possibly afford such a purchase? Earlier, Jiang Tian himself had experimented with selling domesticated animals. Live specimens were indeed tradable. Generally, so long as food reserves remained sufficient, breeders retained fertile livestock rather than selling. Only dire poverty would compel someone to sell live animals, and even then males were typically chosen. Unless a breeder kept an unusually large number of females, maintaining excess, males conferred little. Most sellers dealt in chickens, ducks, and geese. Common folk remained impoverished, even if someone reeled in a boar, few could afford it. Fertile livestock inherently commanded high value, let alone an entire boar. Ordinarily, boars were slaughtered first, then their meat sold piecemeal. So why was this person listing a live boar? Did he simply lack the skill to slaughter it? Pondering this, Jiang Tian glanced toward the pigsty, where 7 boars already resided. 3 males, 4 females. 1 male could be sold, or butchered. But which one? His gaze drifted slowly across the restless, snorting herd. Unintentionally, his eyes fell upon Xing Daorong, shuffling sideways near the sty, evading Jiang Tian's stare. At that instant, Jiang Tian's gaze stilled. A bold idea bloomed in his mind. If living creatures could be traded, what about a warrior general? He reopened the trading market and began scrolling through its livestock listings: chickens, ducks, geese, pigs. Page after page featured only domestic fowl, until several pages later, Jiang Tian spotted an unusual item for sale, bound common goblin 1. Exchange for timber or food. He selected the item details. A translucent hologram materialized before him, a goblin tightly trussed in ropes. Jiang Tian's heart leapt. So monsters too could be traded. Then any monster he reeled in later could likewise be sold. What an immense, untapped resource. Had he known earlier, he'd have liquidated every monster he'd ever caught. Of course, selling monsters wasn't his primary objective. He returned to Xing Daorong's side. Selecting list item for sale from the trading market interface, he pointed directly at Xing Daorong. This subordinate does not belong to you. Please select another. What the A? Truly possible. Jiang Tian's pulse quickened. He felt as though he'd just unlocked a new dimension of possibility. Yet only the owner of a subordinate could list them for sale. Just then 4144, who had grown nauseated watching Dong Zhuo lick him, spotted Jiang Tian's odd behavior and sneered, "Humph. What, planning to sell my subordinates?" "Ow." The moment those words left his mouth, Li Xiaoning delivered a sharp kick. "Speak insolently again, and you'll endure that oral torment permanently." 4144 shot a wary glance at the nearby bucket, and clamped his lips shut, silent. Jiang Tian blinked in surprise, stepping closer. "You knew subordinates could be sold." "Old." He darted a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoning, and corrected himself. "Of course I knew. After reeling in Dong Zhuo, I caught an ordinary man next. I traded him for food, and survived the early days that way." No wonder. Jiang Tian recalled how when his possession of Hui Zubing had been exposed, countless messages flooded in, begging him to gift or transfer the legendary general. Jiang Tian studied Dong Zhuo thoughtfully, then asked, "If I recall correctly, you held him in utter contempt. So why sell an ordinary man instead of him?" 4144 scoffed again. The idea of selling people came from Dong Zhuo, and he offered many other useful suggestions afterward. But he glared at Dong Zhuo, suddenly overcome with bitter indignation. "I did list him on the trading market, yet nobody bought him, not even for the price of a single loaf of bread. Someone mocked me, you idiot. What use is this old, ugly thing? To corrupt the imperial harem?" Jiang Tian burst into laughter. Indeed, the mockery struck precisely where it hurt. And yet this confirmed his suspicion. He felt compelled to test the system himself, though none of his own subordinates would ever be put up for sale. Crouching beside 4144, Jiang Tian asked with genuine curiosity, "Since subordinates can be listed, they must also be tradable, correct? How about handing Xing Daorong over to me right now?" "Heh." 4144 sneered again. "Want my subordinate to work for you? Dream on. Granted, Xing Daorong's useless, but I won't gift you free labor. Let me be blunt, unless I willingly relinquish him, killing me won't transfer ownership. Your hope is futile." "Ah, I see." Jiang Tian nodded, absorbing another vital rule. Still, 4144 hadn't yet satisfied his curiosity, and Jiang Tian refused to relent. He turned to Li Xiaoning. "Since he's so principled, let him savor his feast thoroughly." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoning complied instantly, snatching up a wooden rod and pressing it against 4144's skull, preparing to force his head into the bucket. This time 4144 truly panicked. He cried out desperately, "No, no, no. Just take the worthless subordinate. Have him. Have him." After a calm discussion, 4144 traded in Xing Daorong. After the transaction was completed, Xing Daorong was momentarily taken aback. He then looked at Jiang Tian and called him master. Jiang Tian, too lazy to engage further, directly opened the trading post and clicked to list items, pointing at Xing Darong. He listed him, noting the exchange for metals and animals. This listing went surprisingly smoothly. After receiving a success prompt, Xing Darong's information appeared on the trading post. However, unlike other items that would turn into a phantom after being listed, Xing Darong merely had a listing in progress tag placed on him. After listing Xing Darong, he showed no reaction, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Tian nodded, indicating that the character could still assist before the transaction was finalized. Subsequently, Jiang Tian did not make Xing Darong work. His damp appearance discouraged anyone from approaching him. So he left him there and began attending to his own matters, starting to inspect the island's situation. Today marked the 21st day. The chicks and ducklings that had hatched previously had grown and were now chirping in another cage, while the goslings were also nearing maturity. Aside from the 7 pigs accounted for earlier, there were also 4 sheep grazing in the pen, occasionally bleeding. Cucumbers and tomatoes had been harvested, seeds collected and sown alongside other seeds acquired. All of this was left to Song Yingsheng to handle, allowing Jiang Tian to enjoy some leisure. The saplings planted earlier had already grown over 3 meters and were bearing unripe fruit. Based on the shape of the fruit and Song Yingsheng's description, Jiang Tian recognized that what he had planted back then was an apple. Without delving into its nutritional value, being able to grow some fruits to diversify the flavors was quite a good thing. Once the variety of fruits increased in the future, perhaps he could even prepare a fruit platter. Then maybe go for karaoke. Jiang Tian covered his face, feeling that he was thinking a bit too far ahead. After greeting Song Yingsheng, who was taking care of the plants, Jiang Tian headed to the fishing spot. At this moment, Hui Tsubing and Zhang San Li Si had already separated the island and set off with Wei and Lu Sandao. Only Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were left fishing here. Nearby, some wood was piled up. At this time, there were already 17 fishing rods. Under the condition of 1 fishing rod per day, today should have been the 18th aside from the days spent duplicating empty land. However, early this morning, Jiang Tian duplicated something more important at the moment, which was a crossbow cart. Yesterday, after exhausting all efforts from Shiji Gang and several others, they could only manage to produce 1 crossbow cart. The other one was naturally duplicated by Jiang Tian using his abilities. To be honest, Jiang Tian initially approached this assembled item with a let's see what happens attitude. Unexpectedly, the system prompted him that duplication was possible. This surprised Jiang Tian somewhat. He first cancelled the duplication and then placed the large crossbow on the cart using duplicate once more. However, this time the duplication failed. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian speculated a possible reason. While the single unit of crossbow cart can be duplicated, a complex unit like crossbow cart with mounted crossbow, Jiang Tian didn't mind this. As long as the core item could be duplicated, the other additional components were not difficult to manage according to his own capabilities. As Li Xiaoning was overseeing the relationship between 4144 and Dong, Zhuo Jiang Tian called Lu Bu over to take on defensive duties for fishing, instructing Lu Bu to try to keep the monsters caught alive for packaging. Jiang Tian then headed to the southern area. At this point, the furnace being built there had already been constructed into a blast furnace using clay. Once Shiji Gang, who had collapsed from exhaustion, and Zhang San Li Si returned, they could create a blacksmith shop nearby. Observing the harmonious scene on the island except for 4144 and Dong, Zhuo Jiang Tian revealed a satisfied smile. North Water Xuanwu, South Fire Zhuchua, Eastwood Qinglong, West Metal Baihu. He lived in the center. If possible, Jiang Tian wished to continue expanding in this manner. After completing a round of inspection, he returned to the warehouse to start collecting supplies. Speaking of which, this small warehouse was looking a bit insufficient. Once Shiji Gang woke up, he would need to find a time with Zhang San Li Si to expand it. Goodness, it felt like Shiji Gang was some kind of exploited tool. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled, clearing his mind of distractions. He entered the trading post to start acquiring various metals and water. After more than an hour, Jiang Tian shook his sore and tired arms and took a short break. Upon stepping outside, he was astonished to find that Xing Darong was still there. Not sold yet. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was somewhat speechless. Perhaps most people still didn't know that generals could be bought at the trading post, so they hadn't searched for it. To successfully sell Xing Darong, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. At this moment, it was bustling with activity. What the hell? Why are 1111 and 4144 silent? Yeah, it's been so long. Did they end up fighting to the death? What a ridiculous thought. Didn't you see that 4144 just said 1111 is cheating? He must have been turned into a fool. If 4144 is forcing him to admit to cheating, then 1111 strength must be quite formidable. I'm a bit curious what has the boss developed into. Speaking of which, 1111 hasn't shown up yet. Could he be busy torturing 4144? I think that might be possible. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian replied speechlessly, "What do you mean by torturing? Do you think my heart is that wicked? I merely invited him to a meal." Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Exactly. I don't believe it either. Boss, what have you developed into now? Can you share with us? Jiang Tian paid no heed to these messages. His only goal this time was to promote Xing Daorong and sell him quickly without wasting space and food. He then posted a message to entice, "Forget about that for now. I have good news to share with everyone. To thank you all for your support and kindness towards my business, I've decided to part with a general for you all. The general has been listed in the trading post named Xing Daorong. First come, first served." After this message was sent, the regional channel exploded. What the hell? You can sell generals? I just found out. Wait, if that's the case, can ordinary people sell too? These 3 ordinary people are useless and are just wasting food. I'm going to sell one right now to test it. To be honest, I knew about this too, but under the current circumstances, who would sell a general? Wait a minute, Xing Daorong. Isn't that the braggart? Exactly, he's just like a fool. Ooh, what's the use of buying him? It's a waste of food. I don't know who Xing Daorong is, but I just checked the trading post. What does this Xing Daorong with wet pants mean? So disgusting. What the hell, I was just about to buy, but after hearing you guys, I don't want it anymore. Thanks for the reminder, 1111. You're really something for selling this. After the news was released, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Many people were astonished, feeling as if they had discovered a new continent. What left Jiang Tian speechless was that some people actually revealed the details about Xing Daorong, effectively shattering their own little schemes.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Xing Daorong with urine all over his pants, nature subordinate. Gender male. Condition healthy. What a description. No wonder he couldn't be sold. According to the information released by the system, last time certain additional substances would be forcibly noted in the listed items. Jiang Tian contemplated a bit and decided to conduct an experiment. He then approached Xing Daorong and commanded, "You take off your pants and wash yourself down there with water." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Xing Daorong shot Jiang Tian a weird glance. However, he did not disobey the order, removing his foul-smelling pants and swaggering over to the water bucket by the toilet to start washing. Li Xiaoning, who was nearby, looked utterly confused. She then widened her eyes and cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Tian. "Master, you can't be." No, don't get me wrong." Jiang Tian helplessly waved his hand. "I'm not what you think. I just want to conduct an experiment." "Well, master, I'll step aside for a moment." Li Xiaoning, her face flushed, said, without pursuing the matter further, "Go somewhere else for now, and I'll notify you once I'm done." Li Xiaoning said nothing more and left, her face still red. On the other side, 4144 and Dong Zhuo were dumbfounded. 4144 pointed at Jiang Tian and cursed, "What the hell, you don't have some sort of special kink, do you? Damn it, you locked me in here. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, don't mess around. I am not that kind of person." Jiang Tian was also at his wit's end and directly picked up a board to smash it down. "Go to hell, don't think too much." After smashing 4144, he ignored him. At this moment, Xing Daorong, now completely bare below the waist, returned. Jiang Tian pointed at him in the trading hall and selected to list him. This time the listing failed. The system prompted, "This person's condition is too vulgar to pass the review." Jiang Tian was somewhat speechless. Why is there a review for everything? He took a piece of wrapping cloth and had Xing Daorong tie it on. He listed him again. This time the listing was successful. Xing Daorong, nature subordinate. Gender male. Condition healthy. Speaking of which, this detail is quite simplistic with only the name, gender, and health status. As for other information, it needed to be noted by oneself and could not contradict the actual information. In order to sell Xing Daorong as quickly as possible without violating the system's regulations, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and began to annotate the product information. Xing Daorong, note, a general from the Three Kingdoms period. Xing Daorong, someone who dared to challenge Zhao Zilong from Chongshan, the #1 fierce general of the Three Kingdoms, self-proclaimed. Exchange metal or animal. After finishing the edits, Jiang Tian chuckled and clicked to list it. This listing was also very successful. After all the information Jiang Tian edited was all true. At that moment, a shout came from the fishing spot. "Oh, master, look. We actually caught a cow today. Moo." As the cow's moo echoed Jiang Tian, indeed a tumterlong yellow cow with 2 rounded horns was tied up with a hemp rope lying at the fishing spot. Kai Wenji, having put down her fishing rod, was crouched down petting the cow's head while waving at Jiang Tian. Wang Yan also put down his fishing rod and came over to inspect curiously. Lu Bu was cutting the rope off the cow with a spear while eyeing it with a greedy gaze. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was delighted. He never expected to have a cow appear today. It seems the variety of ingredients for the dining table could increase again. Of course, for now he still needed to raise this cow. Buying beef later from the trading hall would be just the same. Due to a lack of manpower, Jiang Tian personally went over and fashioned a cow enclosure out of hemp rope to put on the cow. He then led the cow to the west side of the island. Seeing the cow, both 4144 and Dong Ishwa's eyes went wide. 4144 glared at the cow for a moment, then shot a resentful glance at Jiang Tian. If it weren't for being captured now, he might have bought some beef and had his subordinates cook it for him. However, now he could only eat. Thinking of this, 4144's eyes turned red again. But at this moment Li Xiaoning had already returned, and he did not dare to curse. He could only grit his teeth and glare fiercely at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian could not be bothered with them, and tied the cow up at a distance from them, planning to continue with his work. At this time he suddenly realized. He seemed to have intended to sell Xing Daorong earlier. He opened the trading hall to check the product information. At this moment many purchase requests had already come in. Copper 30 pounds, iron 10 pounds, tin 20 pounds. In the end, Jiang Tian found the one he needed most and accepted the trade. After agreeing to the trade, Jiang Tian immediately looked at Xing Daorong to see what kind of person was being sold. Just as he clicked agree, Xing Daorong's body slowly transformed into a fragment of glowing light and began to drift away. Subsequently, a small elongated shadow appeared on the ground before Jiang Tian. After choosing a good position, a metal ingot measuring more than 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick appeared on the ground. So this is how characters are traded. Jiang Tian murmured softly. He then opened the world chat channel to see if anyone was buying the revealed news. As for the regional chat channel, there was no need to think. The people in this area had already become cautious and wouldn't buy characters like Xing Daorong. Indeed, in the world chat channel, Jiang Tian discovered this lucky person. JPN 7423. Haha, I just strolled through the trading hall and saw a fierce general from the Three Kingdoms for sale. I admire the warriors of their country the most. It's just too awesome, amazing. According to the remarks, this Xing Daorong general is the #1 fierce general of the Three Kingdoms. What does self-proclaimed mean? Oh my god, are you talking about the Three Kingdoms generals? I heard they are all very brave. You are so General, my Davarishi, I heard generals love to drink, bringing liquor wherever they go. Does this general have any alcohol? No, Xing Daorong, the #1 fierce general of the Three Kingdoms. Self-proclaimed. This foreign guy, are you getting scammed? Buddy, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not have too high hopes for him. Why can't I see our generals here? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked at 4144, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. He wondered if this survivor could be sold. Upon seeing this, 4144's heart sank, feeling that something was amiss. He quickly pointed at Jiang Tian's nose and shouted, "What the hell do you want? I just said it, I'm not that kind of person. I'd rather die than submit to you." Seeing that he misunderstood his meaning, Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to explain. If trading survivors were possible, it would likely resemble some sort of teleportation effect. This 4144 was definitely going to send him into the sea. He couldn't let his experiment give him an opportunity. It would be better to wait for that away to return and try again. Speaking of which, the reason he kept 4144 for now was because he was wary of that kid Away pulling a fast one. What if he provided a false location? He still needed to find out the location of his island from 4144's mouth to carry out the takeover. Ignoring the frightened 4144, Jiang Tian continued to browse the chat channel looking for business opportunities. At that moment, it seemed that everyone in the regional chat channel had found the door to a new world. One after another, they were posting information about selling characters. Selling character Li Lei, pre-order quickly. Selling character Xi Minqing, discounted. What the hell, Xi Minqing? What do you want him for? Selling a skilled one named Yang Yixiao. According to this Yang Yixiao, he used to be a medical student. Is there one selling Li Lei? Is it the Li Lei who speaks in a dialect? What use do I have for him? How about Han Mimi? Selling her would be more useful. You want to buy a young lady. Dream on. Exactly. Selling a plumber. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. However, the locals generally wouldn't fall for this. According to a survivor selling Xi Minqing, when he checked the world channel, he found that his Xi Minqing seemed to have been bought by someone with the ID starting with SK. It was said that the buyer shouted Shiba while saying he wanted to buy this martial artist with the surname Xi Min to make a spectacle. It seemed he had mistaken the person. At this moment, under the research of numerous survivors, many began to draw parallels and started discussing whether monsters could be put up for sale in the trading hall. Hey you guys, since we can sell our subordinates, can we sell those goblins we fish up? Wow, how novel. Are you kidding? You find them annoying and still want to buy them. Hey, just doing some research. You won't believe it, but I actually saw one being sold in the trading hall. Is that so? Subordinates have a subordinate relationship with us. These monsters are from opposing factions. How can they be listed? The one in the trading hall is a goblin that has already been tied up. It should be that the monster has lost its ability to resist, so it can be sold, right? What the hell, how did you even come up with that? What use is this? Will anyone buy it? I think spiders, goblins, and fishmen are useless, but pigmen are quite good. I caught a pigman yesterday. Oh, it helped me kill a fishman. So envious. For people like us who can only catch ordinary people, pigmen are simply a savior. I want a pigman too. Me too. Is anyone selling pigmen? I want to buy. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Opportunities were here. He closed the interface and walked towards the fishing area. By noon, the fishing area had several bound monsters. Goblins, fishmen, skeletons. All these were put up for sale in the trading hall by Jiang Tian, but for now no one was interested. The only trouble was the spider. It was truly difficult to bind. He could only continue to remove its 8 legs and 2 pincers, packaging them together as disassembled spider. However, the most valuable item had yet to be caught. After another 10 minutes, a slightly larger wooden box was pulled up. Shortly after landing, the top movable wooden panel was pushed aside from the inside. 2 pig hooves clung to the edge of the box, and a large pig head poked out. That's it. Jiang Tian commanded Lu Bu, catch it. Be careful, don't kill it. Understood. Lu Bu responded and stepped forward, directly lifting the pigman out of the box. Due to the pigman's large size, standing at 2 meters tall, Lu Bu lifted it up by grabbing its back. It was like a weightlifter's pose. The pigman was stunned, feeling a large hand gripping the nape of its neck and another hand grasping its loin. Staring wide-eyed at the sky above, its front and back legs struggled continuously. Like this, knock it out. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu complied and turned to let go. The pigman fell onto its back towards the ground. Thud! A shallow outline was left on the ground as the pigman's back sank in. However, even from this height of over 2 meters, gravity wasn't enough to knock the pigman out. The pigman lay on the ground, yelping in pain. Jiang Tian waved his hand. All right, just tie it up. Understood. The pigman hadn't reacted yet when Lu Bu quickly grabbed some ropes and wrapped them around its hands several times. Then he wrapped the ropes around its 2 hind legs. By the time the pigman realized what was happening, it was already lying on the ground in a V shape, unable to move. At this moment it panicked, opening its large mouth to bite at people. But because its body was tied up, it could only lean its neck to bite at the air. Its round eyes stared at Lu Bu, filled with a mix of anger and fear. Seeing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall and selected to list it, tentatively pointing at the pigman. Bound pigman successfully listed, exchanging for metal. On the pigman's body, a listing tag also appeared. At this time, Jiang Tian also noticed that when listing ordinary creatures and items, the font color was white. However, for forcibly captured monsters, the detail information used a blood red font. The bound goblin he saw earlier in the trading hall also used the same color font. Perhaps this indicates a certain degree of danger. This was also a sign that the pigman was not part of their faction. Of course, these details had nothing to do with Jiang Tian. Since this item was so popular, he would just go with the flow and sell it. He opened the chat channel and sent a message selling pigman. Freshly caught pigman. Pigman security safeguarding peace in the area. Already listed in the trading hall, hurry to purchase. At this, the regional chat channel exploded again. What the hell, just as we mentioned pigman, a big shot pulls one up. Big shot, impressive. I can't even handle these 2, how did you catch it? Just sold one subordinate and now selling a pigman. Big shot, why are you selling everything? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. There were plenty of items to be sold afterward, and they might far exceed their expectations. As the chatting and trading continued, time gradually passed. The pigman had already been sold for 20 pounds of copper ingots. To Jiang Tian's surprise, the spider and skeleton had also been sold. According to the buyer, they planned to roast the spider legs to eat and use the skeleton's bones to make soup. These pieces of information left Jiang Tian in shock. The spider might be understandable, as it was said to have 6 times the protein of beef. But the skeleton bone soup. Good heavens, that was truly something grotesque. At this time, mealtime had arrived. After preparing the meal, Kai Wenji and the others enjoyed a delightful lunch, except for Li Xiaoning, who was watching over the 2. Then Lu Bu went to change shifts, allowing Li Xiaoning to eat. In fact, there was no need to rush to watch over 4144 and the other. After the earlier commotion, Dong Zhuo had already vomited to the point of fainting. 4144 lay on the ground with a pale face, resembling a dead dog. Gradually he dozed off. On the other side, a small island of 30 square meters was drifting towards the northeast. Zhang San, Li Siwei, and Lu Sandao were vigorously shaking their hands. Hua Tsubing stood aside, his eyes fixed on the actions of Wei and Lu Sandao, monitoring them for any anomalies. Just then Wei squinted and looked ahead. He stopped and stood up, pointing towards a vaguely appearing island in the distance, saying, "Brother Hua, we are almost there. Look, that's the one." Faced with the other's attitude, Hua Tsubing frowned. "Don't get too friendly. Call me Captain Hua." Captain." Wei was taken aback, but quickly adjusted his expression and flattered. Yes, Captain Hua. Enough, keep turning the fan and prepare to land." "All right, Captain Hua." On the opposite side, on an island of 700 to 800 square meters, a young man dressed in a green shirt and blue jeans sat on a wooden stump complaining. "Fisk, when will the master return? It's so damn boring being here alone." He complained while idly munching on a... In reality, he was not alone. At the young man's feet lay 3 tightly bound men, all dressed in. Their faces appeared tired and pale, their eyes fixated on the sweet potato in the young man's hand. Just then the young man frowned. Smack! He tossed the half-eaten sweet potato to the ground, cursing, "Damn, eating this every day is making me sick." The master was assaulting the city, and he didn't know what good food would be brought back this time. At this moment, the 3 men lying on the ground stared intently at the sweet potato. Salivating, they wiggled their bodies, trying to scoot over to the sweet potato for a bite. Seeing the actions of these 3 men, the young man stood up. A strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward and, aiming at the half piece of sweet potato on the ground, kicked it. Smack! He crushed it into a flat, mushy mess. Not only that, he ground it into the muddy ground with his shoe. You! The 3 starving men witnessing this scene had their hearts shattered. 2 of the men in shirts pleaded, "Lord Zhangshao, please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. Yes, we haven't eaten for more than 2 days. Ha ha ha." Seeing these 2 tormented, the green-shirted Zhang Shao felt a great sense of satisfaction. With a smile, he said, "Want to eat something?" "Yes, yes." The 2 men in shirts bowed their heads like pounding garlic. Only one man in a black t-shirt remained sighing helplessly and looking ashen. Unlike the others, he did not plead for anything. "All right, then I will let you eat." Zhang Shao smirked, and he grabbed one of the shirt man's hair and pressed him down onto the ground where he had stepped on the sweet potato. "Eat. Didn't you want to eat? Go ahead and eat your fill." Woo! The 2 men in shirts got dirt in their mouths, and their already weak bodies twitched a couple of times. Watching their suffering, Zhang Shao felt a great sense of satisfaction. Ha ha, in this situation, having you to pass the time with is quite nice. Just then he glanced into the distance. A shadow was slowly approaching in his direction. "Master! The master has returned." "Huh! Woo!" Zhang Shao joyfully jumped in place, waving his clothes in his hand. "Master! You finally returned, or I've missed you so much." On the other small island, Wei temporarily stopped working and pointed to the 700 to 800 square meter island across, introducing, "Captain Hui, this is the lair of 4144. Hui Tsubing squinted and roughly assessed the situation on the island. At that moment, he heard someone on the island calling out, "Master! Master!" Hearing the voice, Hui Tsubing frowned and asked, "Who's that person on the island?" Wei glanced, his expression somewhat complicated. That kid was also someone caught by 4144 named Zhang Shao. This time 4144 brought all the usable personnel and left him here to guard, watching over the few survivors locked up. By the way, this kid seems to be a bit psychologically twisted, particularly fond of tormenting others. Is that so? Hui Tsubing said expressionlessly. "Let's get on the island first." All right. Shortly after, the drifting island came to rest at the edge of the large, empty island. Hui Tsubing, Zhang San, Li Wei, and Lu Sandao walked out one by one from behind the sail. Stepping forward, they were about to land on the large island. My! Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Shao sensed something was amiss and shouted, "Who are you? Yang, who the hell did you bring over? Where are the masters?" At this moment, the few descending from the island could see the situation on the island more clearly. This kid with a somewhat sinister expression, and the 3 pitiful creatures lying on the ground having lost their combat ability. Hui Tsubing glanced at them, saying nothing. He merely moved forward while slowly gripping the bronze sword given to him by his master at his side. "What the hell are you doing?" At this moment, Zhang Shao noticed the other's weapon-drawing action and was immediately startled. He realized that his master might have encountered an accident and turned to flee. Just as Zhang Shao turned around, Zhang San, standing beside, Hui Tsubing suddenly pulled out a brick from his bosom and threw it directly at Zhang Shao. The brick arced through the air like a grenade. Smack! It hit Zhang Shao on the back of the head, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Shao fell to the ground, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. This left Li Wei and Lu Sandao dumbfounded. What the hell? Why does it feel like Zhang San's actions are more ruthless than Hui Tsubing's? Without saying a word, he simply smashed it down, not even bothering with reasoning. Even Hui Tsubing was taken aback. But he had no objections to this method of handling. He said blandly, "All right, clear the way." "Yes, yes." Quickly, Lu Sandao, lead the way." Wei promptly nodded in response. Wei's flattery increased as he nudged Lu Sandao to walk ahead, guiding them based on the positions of the buildings on the island. Li Si looked at Zhang Shao, who lay on the ground, and the captives tied up nearby. Hui Tsubing followed closely behind Lu Sandao, while Wei hunched over, introducing the island's situation to the 3 of them. The island matched Wei's earlier description quite well. The first thing that caught the eye was the 3 folded sails standing on the island, accompanied by 6 fans. Among them, 2 of the largest fans served as the main propulsion. The other 4 fans were slightly smaller, positioned on either side of the large fans, likely used to adjust the island's direction. In addition, there were 3 wooden huts in total, 2 measuring 10 square meters each, and 1 small room of 6 square meters. Nearby, there was an unfinished brick house. Judging by its size, it was approximately 50 square meters with the walls already built up to about 1 meter high. A few stacks of bricks and some timber were piled nearby. It seemed that this 4144 was indeed preparing to construct a brick house. Unfortunately, before the house was completed, he had run off to face his demise at the hands of his master, which was truly tragic and laughable. Huotsubing averted his gaze and calmly instructed the others to continue leading the way. Soon after, the entire island was surveyed. In one of the 10 square meter wooden huts, there were some lounge chairs, while the other 10 square meter hut served as a storage room filled with supplies. The 6 square meter room contained 2 wooden cages resembling a prison cell. Additionally, there was a water pit dug here along with 2 small plots of land where sweet potatoes and vegetables were planted. In the vicinity, a few chickens, ducks, and geese were kept along with 2 sheep. 7 or 8 tents were set up at the edge of the island. Overall, the supplies were scarce, with the most valuable items likely being the sails and large fans. After completing the tour, the group returned to the spot where they had landed. Zhang Xiao, who had been struck, still lay motionless on the ground. Huotsubing flipped Zhang Xiao over and checked for his breath. He was still alive. Unexpectedly, he was still breathing. Huotsubing nodded and instructed Wei and the others to tie him up. Meanwhile, the 3 captives looked at Zhang Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude. When Huotsubing and Zhang Sen turned to them, their expressions changed to one of fear. "Who are you?" Seeing this, Wei explained, "The one in the black t-shirt seems to be the first one who came to the empty island and was captured by 4144. He has been kept here to work on the fans ever since. The other 2 are the owners of the island who were captured a couple of days ago. They were initially meant to be discarded, but since there was a lot of busy work for the battle to leave the island yesterday, they were left here first." Huotsubing nodded, ignoring the captives' inquiries. He directly instructed Wei and Lu Sandao to throw them into that prison cell. After everything was completed, Huotsubing waved his hand. Everyone hoist the sails and prepare to return. The sun slowly moved. Unknowingly, it had already descended in the west. Jiang Tian and his companions also paused their work to start preparing dinner. "Boss. Shijigang, you're awake." Looking at Shijigang emerging from the wooden hut, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and handed him the freshly acquired meat. "You're awake just in time. Come slice this meat into thinner pieces. We're having a good dinner tonight." "Got it." Shijigang took the meat and strolled into the kitchen. Kai Wenji jogged over and leaped into Jiang Tian's arms. "Master, what do you want to eat tonight?" On the other side, Li Xiaoning also looked in the direction of Jiang Tian, and the others unsure whether to continue watching over the 2 captives or to help in the kitchen. Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's little head. "You don't need to cook tonight. We'll eat something fresh." "Fresh? Is the master going to cook again? What are we having?" Kai Wenji's big eyes blinked, full of curiosity and anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Bu walked over as well. His gaze was intense, and his stomach growled. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and said, "You'll find out later." Speaking of which, calling it something fresh might not be entirely accurate. You may have eaten it before. "All right." Kai Wenji picked some vegetables and washed them clean, then cut them into large pieces. Lu Bu, bring out a stove from the kitchen and get a larger pot. "Yes, my lord." "Got it, master." Soon, following Jiang Tian's instructions, a stove was set up outside the kitchen. A large iron pot was placed on top. Charcoal was burning in the stove and steam was rising from the hot water in the pot. Nearby, 2 tables and several stools were arranged. One table had bowls and chopsticks with Kai Wenji and the other sitting around it. On the other table, there were bowls filled with slices of beef, lamb, hot dogs, and various vegetables. At this moment, Jiang Tian approached the stove with a plastic-wrapped item, humming a tune. "I'm having hot pot, you're having hot pot base." He tore open the packaging and placed a block into the pot. After stirring for a while, the block dissolved in the water, turning into a pot of red broth. While humming, Jiang Tian glanced at the packaging in his hand. Halo's beef hot pot base. This item was something Kai Wenji had caught earlier that afternoon. Moreover, she had caught an entire box with all sorts of flavors. Since it was caught, they had to indulge and enjoy a hot pot meal. "All right, let's put the meat in first." "Okay, master." "Wow, it smells so good." "Yes, my lord." "Gurgle." Li Xiaoning, tie those 2 together, and you come over to eat too." "Yes, master." Upon catching a whiff of the aromatic beef oil drifting from the other side, Li Ziyuning's beautiful eyes lit up. She took a long piece of hemp rope and tied the legs of 4144 and Dong Zhuo together, then secured the other end to the pig pen. After washing her hands, she strode over to the stove. At that moment, the slumped 4144 and Dong Zhuo began to stir. "Master, I'm so hungry." "Damn, you think I'm not hungry?" The 2 exchanged a few weak words. Since they had come to the island, they hadn't eaten all day. They had even vomited out some abnormal substances. Now their stomachs were empty, and they felt utterly weak from hunger. Both of their stomachs growled in unison. Gurgle. Just then, the drifting aroma of beef oil wafted into their noses. 4144 and Dong Zhuo instinctively swallowed. What is that smell? So familiar. Sniffing the scent, 4144 lifted his head. Seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? This 1111 is having hot pot. I've been starving all day, and you are here cooking meat slices in front of me. Is this something a person would do? Master, I can't eat anymore. Then you should take a break for a while. Lu Bu, you eat. Hey, are you also full? Burp. Yes, my lord. Why haven't Huitzubing and the others returned yet? Had I known, I wouldn't have made so much. Boss, what should we do now? There are still some noodles and vegetable leaves left in the pot. Should we scoop them out? Forget it, pour it into the bucket. We'll use it to feed the pigs tomorrow. That night, 4144 and Dong Zhuo had no idea how they got through it. His stomach was growling fiercely, but he could only watch the group not far away devour hot pot for over an hour right in front of him. His ears were filled with words like so delicious and tasty, and he could even hear that 1111 occasionally asked someone to bring over the cola. Watching this scene, 4144 and Dong Zhuo were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. This was excruciating. What was most aggravating was, after finishing the food in the pot, there was clearly still food left inside, yet they said they would use it to feed the Dong Zhuo tentatively asked them if they could share some of the leftovers, but it was as if they hadn't heard. After dumping it into the slop bucket, they left it not far from them. Midden Put, his heart skipped a beat. Then he flew into a rage. FCK. My flintstones are gone. Now how am I supposed to light this damn cigarette? Hey, anyone know how to make fire by rubbing sticks? They could only press their faces into the dirt to avoid smelling the hot pot's aroma. Finally, a night passed. The rooster crowed with the rising sun, waking everyone up. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang Tian stepped out of his room. At this point, everything returned to normal order. Old Song Yingxing was checking on the growth of the plants feeding the fish. Shi Jigang stayed in the newly built stone house, checking the conditions inside while tidying up a bit. Li Xiaoning was in the west, overseeing 2 captives while feeding the chickens and ducks. Lu Bu patrolled, occasionally glancing at 4144 and Dong Zhuo. At this moment, they were sprawled on the ground, looking like dead dogs. Jiang Tian ignored them and went to replicate the crossbow cart first. After yesterday's battle, Jiang Tian had tasted the benefits of this device. Such a thing was definitely more advantageous in the current environment. However, the crossbow arrows were a bit costly. Those 2 arrows from yesterday were equipped with large bronze tips. He would need to talk to Shi Jigang later, asking him to use stone cement to make arrowheads. Master, wooden boxes. I'll handle it. Jiang Tian grabbed the bronze axe and approached the fishing spot, where there was a slightly larger wooden box. The lid of the box shifted, revealing a pig head and pig trotters. It was a pigman. Seeing this, good friend Jiang Tian revealed a slight smile. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Bu had caught 2 pigmen. To test his current strength level, Jiang Tian had dealt with both pigmen himself. He was astonished to find that his physical capabilities had significantly improved. The first pigman accidentally got killed by him, while the other fainted only when he controlled his strength. Moreover, Jiang Tian discovered that this pigman sold exceptionally well. Just after hanging it up, he began to receive purchase requests, and the price was trending upwards. With a smile, he approached the box and waved at the pigman. Come on, you first come out of the box. Hum hum. Seeing this smile, the pigman was momentarily taken aback. But he didn't think much of it, and slowly crawled out of the box, assisted by Jiang Tian. Just as he was about to run towards the vegetable field, he suddenly noticed that the man from earlier was standing in front of him, extending his right palm. Smack! The pigman received a hard slap, spitting out 2 pig teeth and collapsing onto the ground. After tying up the pigman, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall. He threw the merchandise up and took a look at the current situation in the trading hall. Now, aside from supplies, there were also monsters like spider goblins and some minions on display. These minions had various pupil and hair colors representing different regions. It seemed that the news about selling minions had spread worldwide. However, these minions looked rather useless. They could only eat but couldn't fight, seeming even worse than a... Just as Jiang Tian was browsing the trading hall, Lu Bu shouted towards the northeast. Master, it seems there's an island flying towards us. Hearing this, Jiang Tian slightly furrowed his brow. Ahead there indeed was a mass slowly moving towards their location. If he guessed correctly, it should be Huitzubing and the others returning. However, to be safe, Jiang Tian still called a few people to prepare for battle, pushing the crossbow cart forward. As time passed, the distant object became clearer, revealing the sails and propellers above. It was indeed an island. Moreover, this island was even larger than the one they were currently on. At a distance of 500 meters, the sails were retracted. At 300 meters away, several figures could be seen standing on the island. Finally, as they reached a distance of 100 meters, the propellers stopped spinning, and the large island drifted closer due to inertia. Seeing a figure holding a bronze sword on top, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. All right, no need to be on guard. It's Huitzubing and Zhang San and Li Si who have returned. At this moment, Lu Bu and Kai Wenji widened their eyes. They only knew that Huitzubing had gone to collect land, but they didn't expect it to be this large. One by one, they craned their necks to get a glimpse of what was on the opposite island. Not long after, Feeling a slight tremor underfoot, the two islands slowly collided, meeting at the fishing spot in the east. Hua Xiubing strode up to Jiang Tian, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands, saying, "Master, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the land." Then Hua Xiubing described the situation on the island. Very good." Jiang Tian nodded. "You and Zhang San and Li Si should rest for a while and eat something. I will arrange the rest." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Hua Xiubing took Zhang San and Li Si toward the tent. "Lu Bu, Li Xiaoning, you go to the island and bring those captives over." Just as he gave this order, a Wei suddenly darted over his face, full of flattery, saying, "Master, I'm familiar with this job. Let me and Lu Sandao go capture them." Looking at a Wei, Jiang Tian felt somewhat strange, but still managed to show a hint of a friendly smile. "All right, then you two handle this. Lu Bu, keep an eye on them, and Li Xiaoning go back to the west." Okay. Lu Sandao, let's get to work." Seeing Jiang Tian smile, a Wei was tremendously excited. Unaware of the fate that awaited him, he quickly urged his subordinates to get to work, hoping to make a good impression on this new master. At this moment, feeling the tremor of the ground, 4144 weakly lifted his head. For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? After seeing the setup on this island, 4144 was completely dumbfounded. A large windmill astowed sail. Isn't this his island? Did 1111 really bring his island over? At this moment, 4144 couldn't care less and directly shouted, "What the hell, 1111, what do you want to do?" "What the hell?" "Oh, be quiet." Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by Li Xiaoning, who had rushed over. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Jiang Tian reached out to touch the island. No information about merging the land popped up. Jiang Tian frowned slightly, glancing at Wei and Lu Sandao, who were dragging the captives, and he began to speculate about the criteria for merging the land. He then shouted at the two, "You two hurry up and bring these captives over here." "Got it, master." Lu Sandao, hearing Jiang Tian's order, Wei beamed with a radiant smile. Shortly after, the two brought the 4 captives over and threw them on the ground. At this moment, only Lu Bu remained on the adjoining island. Jiang Tian crouched down again and touched the land. "Detected unoccupied land. Do you want to merge it with the current land? Yes, no?" "Sure enough." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Tian's mouth. "Yes." After making the choice, the island with the fan began to change. The joining area of the island began to align with his side of the island, ultimately merging completely without a trace of a seam. Jiang Tian also understood the mechanics of merging islands. If there are characters from other factions on the adjoining island, this land cannot be considered unoccupied. As long as the characters from other factions are moved off the island, it can become his occupied territory for merging. After the merging was completed, Jiang Tian turned back and revealed a half smile to 4144. On the other side, upon seeing Jiang Tian's smile, 4144's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected to charge in with a large force and end up as a captive, losing the territory he had painstakingly accumulated, and literally delivered a large gift to someone. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. With red eyes, he glared at Jiang Tian and cursed, "What the hell?" Before he finished, Li Xiaoning slammed his head into a barrel with a stick. Jiang Tian disdainfully curled his lips and turned back to look at the 4 captives thrown at his feet. 2 of them were wearing shirts and looked around 20 years old. One was a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt. The other was a young man in a green shirt with blood streaming down his head. The 2 men in green shirts looked terrified, repeatedly asking, "Who are you? What do you want? Please let us go." The black t-shirt man sat on the ground, silent, his face ashen. The young man with blood on his head had his eyes closed and was unresponsive, but he still had a body temperature suggesting he had fainted. Now it was time to deal with these few. Also, now that the island was successfully obtained, there was no need for 4144 and Dong Zhuo to exist anymore. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian instructed Wei and Lu Sandao to continue dragging the 4 guys and take them to the west. After setting them down, the 3 noticed 4144 and Dong Zhuo not far away. The 2 shirt men were startled at first, then realized they were also bound and had something indescribable on their faces, suddenly gaining confidence to mock 4144 with scorn. At this moment, 4144, with his filthy head, also lifted it. Seeing the 2 men insulting him, he was too weak to retaliate and only tilted his head with a cold smile, surprisingly not retaliating. As for the black t-shirt man, he still looked lifeless. Through the earlier introduction by Hua Xiubing, Jiang Tian understood the situation. The one with blood on his head was a subordinate of 4144 and had a somewhat perverse personality. The other 3 were captives. Moreover, this black t-shirt man was the one who had delivered the fan to 4144. Did he have some special skills? Jiang Tian became interested and squatted in front of the black t-shirt man, asking, "Now tell me about yourself. Besides making fans, what else can you do?" The black t-shirt man began to slowly recount his experiences. After listening, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. This old man had previously worked on an assembly line making fan blades. Aside from making fans, he could do nothing else, and had a timid personality. He seemed to hold no value. Just then the two shirt men also tired of cursing. It seemed they caught a whiff of something and looked towards the slop bucket. Is that the smell of hot pot? It seems to be beef fat so fragrant. Muttering that, the two men moved towards the slop bucket and began slurping up the contents. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless but did not intervene. Noticing this, the black t-shirt man also cautiously moved beside the bucket looking for an opening to peek inside. At this moment, Jiang Tian looked at 4144 and pointed to the young man bleeding from his head. Is this your subordinate? 4144 snorted coldly. What's this? Do you want to sell him too? You won't even sell Dong Zhuo? That's right, stop with the nonsense and hurry up with the transaction. Having suffered losses, 4144 had no choice but to agree. After untying one of his hands for the transaction, he tied it back up again. The transaction went very smoothly. Although this subordinate was still in a dazed state, he could already be listed for sale. Following Away's introduction, Jiang Tian began to edit the information. Zhang Xiao with a head injury, nature subordinate. Gender male. Condition injured in a coma. Remarks: the watcher of the deserted island, a feared warden by enemies, combat power unaccessible. Exchange metal or animal after successfully listing. Jiang Tian looked at Away. Alright, bring Lu Sandow. A master, are you planning to keep Lu Sandow for yourself? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Alright. Hearing this, Away had a bad premonition in his heart. But he still honestly transferred ownership of Lu Sandow. Without saying another word, Jiang Tian listed Lu Sandow. Lu Sandow with a strange smell on his pants, nature subordinate. Gender male. Condition healthy. Remarks: a general from the Three Kingdoms period, also known as Lu Sandow, reputed to have the strength to defeat Lu Bu within 3 strikes, or so they say. Looking at the 2 entries he had just edited, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Truly he was impressive. These remarks looked very spectacular. Moreover, they were all true. Just after listing Lu Sandow, Jiang Tian noticed that Zhang Xiao had already received several purchase requests. One person's desire to purchase was particularly strong, directly offering 40 gene of iron. He even begged Jiang Tian to sell this person of unaccessible combat power to him. Seeing this, Jiang Tian fulfilled the person's request. Watching the iron ingots appear beside him, a smile crept onto his lips. This character Dong Zhuo was certainly meant to be dealt with by Lu Bu. That said, the matters concerning his subordinates had been settled. Next, he needed to consider the issue of these survivors. At this moment, the 3 survivors had nearly finished eating. After their meal, they sat on the ground surveying their One of the men in a shirt glanced at 4144, bound and helpless, his expression subtly shifting, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him. He then turned to Jiang Tian and asked, brother, since you've already beaten that scoundrel 4144, you must be a decent man. Could you please release us? Hold on, don't hand me a good guy certificate just yet. Jiang Tian waved a dismissive hand, casting a disdainful glance at the man whose face was smeared with hot pot base. Release you? Where exactly do you plan to go? At that moment, another shirt-clad man also snapped to awareness, scanning the serene surroundings. The elderly and children gathered near the island's edge. His eyes flickered shrewdly before he addressed Jiang Tian. Respected sir, you clearly possess a compassionate heart. How about this? If you grant us a plot of land, a fan, and a fishing rod, we'll strive to become self-reliant. Would that be acceptable? Yes. I don't need much, just 120 square meters. Same here. I'll settle for 110. The 2 shirt-wearing men exchanged glances, harmonizing their pleas as they gazed at Jiang Tian with desperate hope. Huh? Jiang Tian stared, utterly bewildered. What on earth gives you the right? Why should I cede land to you? At these words, the 2 men's faces stiffened. They exchanged a quick look, then began coaxing him gently. What do you mean? What right? Sir, you own so much land already. Surely those 100-odd square meters won't make a difference, will they? Just give them to us. Besides, wasn't over 100 square meters of that plot already ours to begin with? Jiang Tian's expression slowly hardened as he listened. Ignoring the 2 men entirely, he turned instead toward the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt. And you? What do you expect in return? The man began, but both shirt-clad men instantly fixed their intense gazes upon him, hoping he would align himself with their cause. Yet the middle-aged man first glanced at the bound 4144, then at Jiang Tian's unnerving expression, and swallowed hard. Sir, I asked for no empty land, only survival. Grant me a corner, some scraps to eat, and I beg you, let me live. I understand. Jiang Tian offered the man a faint measured smile and nodded. Then he turned to the restrained 4144. Did these 2 ever negotiate such terms with you before? 4144 shot a contemptuous glance at the 2 shirt-clad men and sneered. These spineless fools wet themselves at the sight of me. What gall did they have to bargain with me? Is that so? Jiang Tian turned back to the two men, his face like frozen stone. If you lack the courage to bargain with him, what audacity emboldens you to bargain with me? Do I appear more accommodating than 4144? Seeing Jiang Tian's icy expression, the two men flinched violently. A foreboding chill seized them, and they hastily stammered, "No, sir. You're so formidable that even 4144 fell before you. Surely such resources mean little to one like you." Yes, we were only joking. Forget it. We withdraw our request." Their hearts hammered wildly as they mumbled incoherently, inching backward across the ground. They tried to flee, but Jiang Tian strolled leisurely before them, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "Where do you think you're going? This entire island belongs to me. Where could you possibly run? I'm sorry, I beg you spare me. Please, sir, grant me mercy." Their faces drained of color, terror etching deep lines into their features. "Li Xiaoning, present master, your command." Li Xiaoning dropped to one knee, fists clasped, her gaze steady and solemn. She had heard the two men's insolent words earlier and felt deeply irritated, but seeing them as harmless and awaiting Jiang Tian's instruction, she remained silent. Now, however, duty called. Jiang Tian pointed calmly forward. "Throw them down." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoning responded without hesitation. She strode forward, seized the two shirt-clad men by the scruff, and hurled them unceremoniously into the abyss, ignoring their shrieks and frantic pleas. Moments later, splash! The thunderous crash of waves surged from below the island, rising and falling in relentless rhythm. Though none witnessed the fall directly, the implication was unmistakable. The great fish below were feasting. Among the captives present, including Ao Wei and Lu Sandao still unsold, the sight sent chills down every spine. 4144 watched askance, a sardonic smirk curling his lips. Though this 1111 appeared mild-mannered on the surface, he'd earlier deployed ballistae to send dozens plunging into the sea, without batting an eye. These fools actually dared bargain with him. Truly the pinnacle of folly. Meanwhile, the man in the black t-shirt paled completely, trembling uncontrollably as he scrambled toward Jiang Tian. "Sir, I ask for nothing. Just spare my life. I'm honest and obedient, willing to do any labor so long as I'm given food to survive. Truly, I swear." "You may ask 4144. He'll confirm I never resisted." Jiang Tian regarded the man with quiet sorrow. Were he a subordinate, such abject submission might warrant keeping him. For Jiang Tian had observed that once under his command, no follower ever harbored rebellious thoughts. Even Dong Zhuo treated harshly by 4144 and never entertained defiance, a testament to that truth. But this man was a survivor, free-willed, autonomous. The human heart remains inscrutable. He could not remain on Jiang Tian's island. Yet his pitiful demeanor and his earlier humility made outright disposal feel unjust. Jiang Tian studied him a moment, then offered a faint, knowing smile. "I'll grant you one chance, but you must cooperate with an experiment." "An experiment?" The man blinked in confusion. "Sir, what kind of experiment?" Jiang Tian said nothing, silently opening the trading market interface. He selected list item, then pointed toward the middle-aged man. The man froze. Something unexpected had just occurred. Jiang Tian asked what happened. "Is something amiss?" Something appeared. The man looked at Jiang Tian with a complex mixture of shock and uncertainty, then paused before replying softly. A notification popped up. "What does it say?" "It reads, the lord of this island intends to sell you. Do you consent?" With yes and no options beneath. "Oh." Jiang Tian felt a flicker of genuine surprise. He'd merely been testing a hypothesis, yet it seemed survivors could indeed be sold. He pressed on any. "Yes. It adds if the player consents, they will forfeit their player status and lose access to chat, trading, and all related functions. Choose wisely." That's all. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply. Then he met the man's gaze. "Very well, I'll untie your hands. Choose yes." "What? You're selling me? This game actually allows survivors to be traded?" Jiang Tian waved a hand, cutting off the man's stunned protest. "Let me be frank, you will not remain on my island. Whether others accept you, that depends entirely on fate." The words were stark, unvarnished. The man stood speechless for a long moment, then slowly gave a single decisive nod. I consent." After the middle-aged man uttered the words agreed, Jiang Tian nodded and instructed Li Xiaoning to loosen one of his hands. Then with trembling fingers the man pointed into the air. At that moment Jiang Tian received a system notification. CNNS 4150 has accepted your arrangement and is now listed. Simultaneously the man's profile appeared on the trading market. CNNS 4150. Status survivor. Gender male. Condition debilitated. After a moment's reflection Jiang Tian began editing the annotation. Annotation: a skilled artisan adrift in exile, diligent, dependable, and easy to sustain. As a survivor, he may possess latent, unrecognized capabilities. Upon completing the annotation, a label reading "Listing in Progress" appeared above the man. Moreover, the font used for the item's details was brown. Perhaps this hue signified survivors. Throughout the process, the man's face turned ashen. He had no idea where his path would lead. Ever since arriving in this inexplicable game, he had possessed no autonomy. Only passive acceptance remained an option. Jiang Tian, for his part, saw no need to inquire into his inner turmoil. After ordering Li Xiaoning to rebind the man's hands, Jiang Tian approached Wei. At that moment, Wei stood utterly dazed. As Jiang Tian drew near, Wei's unease intensified. A vague premonition of his own fate began to take shape. Swallowing hard, he forced a strained smile and stammered, "Master. Sir, is there something you'd like me to do? Not call me master. Your true master still awaits you." Jiang Tian smiled faintly, opened the trading market interface, and gestured with his finger. "Enough. Make your choice now." "Ah, this." Wei raised his head, staring at the prompt hovering in midair. Instantly, cold sweat soaked his entire body. He had overheard every word exchanged moments earlier between 1111 and the middle-aged man. Once sold, he would lose his status as a player entirely. Though he had never before pondered what being a player truly meant, he knew instinctively that losing that identity could only spell disaster. Moreover, should he truly be sold, there was no telling who might purchase him, and such a fate could well prove worse than serving under 4,144. What if his buyer were a cannibal? All he wanted was to follow someone formidable enough to secure him a livelihood, not to vanish unceremoniously devoured by some unknown monster. At that thought, Wei's knees buckled. With a muffled thud, he collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably, clutching Jiang Tian's pant leg and pleading, "Master, great lord, please let me stay with you. No more of that." Jiang Tian stepped aside, flinging Wei aside with a swift motion. "Do you imagine I've forgotten how you mocked me alongside 4,144? Had you not contributed even a modicum of value these past 2 days, your fate would have mirrored those two men just now. Understand, you have but two choices. Either accept or leap down yourself. I shall not stop you." Wei fell silent, glancing westward toward where the two men had been discarded. His voice vanished entirely. Trembling, he raised his right hand and tapped once into the void. Upon receiving confirmation, Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning to bind Wei's hands and feet, preventing further complications. Only 4144 and Dong Zhuo remained. Jiang Tian exhaled softly after glancing at them both. Li Xiaoning summoned Lu Bu, "And you two may switch shifts." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoning bowed and departed. Upon hearing the name Lu Bu, Dong Zhuo's face paled. When 4144 regained consciousness, Dong Zhuo had already awakened. But fearing renewed persecution, he feigned sleep, lying motionless on the ground without uttering a sound. Yet the moment he heard 1111, the very figure who had captured them, order Lu Bu's summons, Dong Zhuo's heart lurched violently. This bodes ill. Soon after, a deep voice echoed, "Lord, you've arrived." Jiang Tian nodded, then pointed toward Dong Zhuo. "This corpulent man is Dong Zhuo. Handle him as you see fit." "Dong Zhuo." Lu Bu paused, momentarily stunned. "Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo." Repeating the name, he strode forward, fists clenched tight. In moments, he stood over the fainting Dong Zhuo. Ignoring the grime clinging to Dong Zhuo's body, Lu Bu seized his throat with his right hand and hoisted him aloft, suspended midair. At last, Dong Zhuo could no longer pretend. Off balance, his obese frame writhed wildly, his eyes bulged wide. Terror contorted his features as he stared at Lu Bu, desperate to speak, yet strangled into silence. A dark stain spread across his trousers, dripping steadily downward. Meanwhile, Lu Bu held his gaze fixed upon Dong Zhuo, his expression clouded with confusion, yet laced with simmering resentment. Dong Zhuo, staring at this face, familiar yet alien, Lu Bu felt an ancient visceral hatred awaken within him. The more he dwelled upon the name, the fiercer his fury burned. "So, you are Dong Zhuo." As he spoke, his grip tightened inexorably. "Gah." Under crushing force, Dong Zhuo's windpipe emitted a choked, guttural sound. His eyes bulged further, threatening to burst from their sockets. His fleshy face flushed deep purple. Finally, his heavy head lolled sideways and emitted a choked, guttural sound. His eyes bulged further, threatening to burst from their sockets. His fleshy face. Lu Bu remained rooted in place, frozen in that posture. Gazing blankly at the corpse before him, his eyes clouded with deeper bewilderment. Jiang Tian sighed. "Dispose of him." "Yes, Lord." Lu Bu blinked back to awareness and flung the body aside with his right hand. A heavy splash echoed as the body struck water below. "Wash your hands thoroughly. I grant you the day off to rest." "Yes," Lu Bu replied, quietly turning toward the latrine. "Enough idling." Jiang Tian crouched before 4144, his expression once again settling into its enigmatic half-smile. "Now it's your turn. How does it feel watching your island absorb, your followers perishing or sold off, while I stand before you serene and smiling? You, damn you." 4144 faltered speechless before that placid visage. His peripheral vision swept across the tranquil scene ahead, an elderly man and a young girl working side by side, surrounded by blossoming flowers and verdant shrubs. Stone houses, canvas tents, blast furnaces, ponds, and frolicking animals. Then he turned back, gazing at the vacanted away and the middle-aged man beside him, and finally at Jiang Tian's gently smiling face. This surreal tableau sent an involuntary shiver rippling through 4144's spine. You damn you, he stammered, repeating the single syllable endlessly, yet no coherent word emerged. Finished. Jiang Tian sighed, seized 4144's ankle, and flicked his wrist sharply. Go Pikachu, 4144. Splash. The blue sky, white clouds, and a gentle breeze below the ocean emits waves of sound. Everything appears extremely harmonious and tranquil, as if nothing had happened moments ago. Jiang Tian stood still, quietly gazing into the distance. Like a statue. Beside him lay Wei and a middle-aged man on the ground, with Lu Sandao standing nearby. Staring blankly at Jiang Tian, before him, their bodies tense, they dared not breathe. After a while, Jiang Tian turned his back. Lu Sandao, keep an eye on those two. Yes, master. Lu Sandao swallowed hard and quickly responded. He kicked Wei and the middle-aged man together, standing straight and obediently watching them. Jiang Tian walked leisurely towards the east with his hands behind his back. At this moment, a large area of land had already emerged here. Li Xiaoning was fishing near the northern gap, accompanied by Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the three of them stood up simultaneously. My lord, I just caught a piece of empty land, a large one. Master, has everything been resolved? I also caught a goblin, and I've tied it up. Kai Wenji immediately put down her fishing rod and ran over. Standing in front of Jiang Tian, her big eyes showed some concern. Master, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly ask that? Master, you seem a little unhappy. Looking at Kai Wenji's expression, Jiang Tian was taken aback. It was only then that he realized his expression seemed a bit cold. He smiled. It's nothing, I'm fine now, don't worry. Kai Wenji responded and rushed into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master. Kai Wenji looked up, her big eyes gazing at Jiang Tian's face, and she smiled. Master, what do you want to eat tonight? He'll make it. Anything is fine. By the way, isn't it still before noon? Why are you thinking about dinner already, little greedy cat? Then master, I'll go fish first. Go ahead. Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair, and her small figure hugged him again. Finally, she left his embrace and returned to her original spot. Jiang Tian continued to stroll forward, circling the island to check the situation of the spoils from this time. Wooden houses, vegetable fields, animals, and some tents. There were still 7 fishing rods on this island, which had been taken back by Lu Bu earlier. Among them, one wooden house was used as a warehouse, storing food and some tools inside. Overall, the supplies were not very abundant. The most valuable were the land and those fishing rods, as there was hardly any food left. Speaking of which, since 4144 had plundered so many subordinates, the consumption of food itself was considerable. Even with the 7 fishing rods looted, it was still insufficient to support so many people. Additionally, after trading resources for wood and clay, there was hardly anything left. This way, it would be good to distribute some of the items from that previous warehouse into this one. Then there was the land. With this piece, his island had reached a total of 1300 square meters. Since most of the land had been the initial land plundered by 4144, the majority of it had a thickness of 3 meters. This time he had indeed gained quite a bit. After taking a rough look around, Jiang Tian sat down. Immersing himself in thought, he entered the chat interface. First, he entered the world channel to see if anything had changed in the world today. Hey, look what I caught. Haha, we have beef now, rich in protein. I sent you a private message. Oh, please sell me some beef. Ha, I caught another pigman, enhancing the island's defenses. Oh, this pigman is quite powerful with a left hook and a right hook. The spider skeleton is in danger, bro. Are you selling the pigman? I also want the pigman, but the price is too high right now. Selling vegetables, fresh vegetables. The channel was as usual, mostly with offers to sell supplies. Aside from the pigman, no one was discussing monsters. The types of monsters today should not have increased. Jiang Tian continued to observe as the messages in the channel refreshed rapidly and began to talk about the issue of his subordinates. How many subordinates do you have now? I'm unlucky. I haven't caught a single subordinate since the start, and I have to handle all the monsters myself. Is anyone willing to sell me a good general? Most of the people in the trading market are ordinary folks. No one would sell someone with combat prowess. Yeah, bro, why not try the pigmen? Their combat ability is quite decent. Damn it, I bought a guy with the surname Shimin yesterday. I thought he was Shimin Shui, but it turns out I think I made a mistake. Now this kid stares at my female subordinates every day and drools. Ha. Shimin Ching. Bro, you're too impressive. Holy shit. I just saw a survivor in the trading market. What? Holy shit. My god, can survivors be sold too? I saw it too. It was clearly marked as a survivor, and there was even a serial number. I'm going to check it out. Once this message was released, the topic in the World Channel was once again concentrated on the appearance of survivors in the trading market. At this moment, Jiang Tian remembered. He still had a few people listed in the trading market. He opened the trading market. Sure enough, there were trading requests appearing under the information of the middle-aged man and away. However, everyone's offers seemed to be rather low, not even as much as a pigment. After all, items in the trading market could click on details to see the phantom of the goods to estimate their value. These two had already been bound up, and their bodies were quite frail. At a glance, they seemed to lack combat strength and appeared to be of little use. Those who were purchasing them might just be curious, wanting to buy them back to study. In contrast, the trading value for Lu Sandao below was continuously rising.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Grabbing the copper ingot, he returned to where the few people were held. At this time, the middle-aged man's figure had already vanished as if he had never existed. Away on the other side looked pale at the spot where the middle-aged man had originally lain. He then turned to Jiang Tian, his mouth trembling, unsure of what to say. Ignoring his expression, Jiang Tian opened the trading market again. At this moment, he was astonished to find that someone had offered a very high price for Away, a full 40 jin of iron ingots. Now Jiang Tian was somewhat curious. Why was the price for the middle-aged man low while Away, a similarly ordinary survivor, suddenly had such a high price? After taking another look at Away's appearance, he was just a very common young boy. Small in stature with thin arms and legs, he seemed to have nothing special about him. Seeing Jiang Tian's strange gaze, Away's heart sank, feeling that something was off. Big guy, what do you want? Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Your new master has been found, and the conditions seem pretty good, so I'm sending you to him now. Huh. No, big guy, please don't. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Tian chose to agree to the trade. Away's figure turned into fluorescence and dissipated into the air. Where am I? And on a solitary island, Away slowly regained consciousness. Just moments ago, he had endured a horrifying dream. In attempting to move his body, he discovered his limbs bound tightly. He tried summoning his system, yet no interface appeared no matter how fervently he called out in his mind. Nonly then did it dawn on him. He had been sold by user 1111. And with that, his player privileges were revoked. And what the hell? Who the hell bought me? In lying flat on the ground, Away writhed, straining to survey his surroundings. At that moment, a man approached him, wearing a black balaclava, bare-chested, clad only in sleek black leather trousers. He stood askance before Away, appraising him with an unsettling grin. That's good. Huh. Away recoiled in shock. In was the man speaking English. And though he had never studied foreign languages, he understood every word. Perhaps the system still lingered, shielding him. Come to think of it, had the man just expressed satisfaction? Not chill ran down Away's spine. And he hastily stammered. You? Who are you? Thanks to the game system's linguistic overlay, the leather-trousered man comprehended him perfectly. With a sly, almost courtly smile, he introduced himself. And my name is Van. I am an artist. A performance artist. A performance artist. Away stared, utterly bewildered. What does that even mean? What do you do? And the man's expression flickered, subtle, ambiguous. I am hired to manifest people's fantasies. Fantasies? Nawe blinked, more disoriented than ever. What kind of fantasies? And the man's grin widened, his eyes gleaming through the balaclava's slits burned with feverish intensity. They're deep, dark fantasies. Before Away could process the words, he was abruptly hoisted onto broad shoulders. And what the? Hey, put me down. Don't touch my pants. And all. Meanwhile, back on another island, Jiang Tian scrolled idly through the global chat channel, after having sold the two survivors. Whoa, those two survivors just got sold. And honestly, I'd planned to buy one and test whether they possessed any special abilities, but missed out. I wonder what price the buyer paid. I'd love to acquire one myself. So survivors can be sold. Haha, looks like revenue just spiked. Smart move building that mobile island device. Damn it, you're not thinking of selling survivors too, are you? And I'm becoming a sky pirate myself. Next I'll sell all of you. No, what are you all thinking? You monsters and cowards. Come at me if you dare. I fear no. Oh heavens, I'm so weak. Please spare me. And we must unite. Stand together against these sky pirates. The IDs of those two just sold were both CNNS. So they were likely sold by someone in the same. Whoa, the people in that region are terrifying, and could that entire zone be a den of sky pirates? And hey, I'm warning you, don't go casting map-wide aspersions. Jiang Tian sighed, and he hadn't anticipated that a single action would ignite such a wildfire across the global channel. Then again, from the chatter, it was clear the method for mobile Skyline navigation had already spread worldwide. Countless players were now assembling their own Skyline propulsion devices. Some had even completed theirs, eager to embark on raids. In peace, it seemed, would grow ever more fragile. Just then Jiang Tian received several private messages in 0888. Dude, what did you do to 4144's crew? The regional channel's gone completely berserk. 0066, did you drive them off? And, did you sell away? Who's that middle-aged man? Did you sell him too? Those two led the barrage, followed by others he'd previously interacted with, all clamoring with similar questions. Jiang Tian paused, then remained silent, offering no reply. Switching to the regional chat, he found chaos reigniting. Every conversation centered on him. I dropped by the exchange earlier. Guess what I saw? 4144's lackey was listed for sale and sold. Me too. I recognized him instantly. I'd memorized his ID when he was strutting around earlier. Spotted him right away on the exchange. Wait, if he's 4144's henchman, shouldn't he have been storming 1111's base alongside his master? Was 1111 the one who sold him? Who's the other one? 4150. Was he sold by 1111 too? Holy hell. I never even considered selling survivors. Never crossed my mind. 1111's ruthless. Seriously, who knows where 1111 is? Hold on. Weren't you the one shouting about becoming a sky pirate? Why ask for his location? Planning to confront him? And you've got a death wish. Confront him? Hell no. I'd avoid him entirely. Exactly. We'd rob anyone but him. Getting sold by him would be the dumbest mistake imaginable. A cacophony of voices erupted, some demanding he appear and explain himself. Jiang Tian shook his head mute. He closed the chat interface without replying. Setting the commotion aside, he began relocating supplies onto his newly acquired island, working steadily following routine protocols. That afternoon, Huatsubing Zhongsan and Li Si stirred awake. Ensure Jigang emerged from his stone brick dwelling to report to Jiang Tian. Boss, the lodgings are fully prepared. Ready for immediate occupancy. Yes. Good. This afternoon's task: allocate the newly acquired resources. Store food in the warehouse adjacent to the stone brick residence. All other materials go into the wooden hut on the newly claimed land. Understood. The four set to work ferrying supplies across the island. Halfway through, Shi Jigang wiped sweat from his neck. He glanced up at the sun, low and golden on the horizon, and asked, does anyone else feel the heat intense? Upon hearing this, Zhongsan and Li Si also raised their heads to glance at the sun while wiping the sweat from their brows. It does seem a bit hot now. Just now I thought it was just the fatigue from work. Huatsubing showed no reaction, still focused on his tasks. Sitting nearby, Jiang Tian, who was checking the trading post, noticed the unusual behavior of the group. He closed the interface and approached them. What's wrong? Boss, we feel that the temperature is a bit high. Do you think summer is approaching? Summer. Jiang Tian was taken aback as he sensed the temperature on his body. Compared to before, it did feel like the temperature had risen. Speaking of which, aside from the brief cold during the rain, the climate had always had that comfortable, neither hot nor cold feeling. Now that the temperature was rising, could it be that summer was truly coming? Encountering such seasonal changes made Jiang Tian cautious once again. The sheepskin scroll had clearly stated that in this world natural disasters and man-made calamities could occur at any time. While he had witnessed man-made disasters, natural calamities, strictly speaking, the rain from the 9th day could not be classified as a natural disaster. It was merely a reminder to the survivors. This time a drought might emerge. He had to hurry and stock up on water. They couldn't afford to face a shortage of this vital resource. Additionally, heavy rains and hail, which were common in summer, might also occur. Preparations for such weather phenomena needed to be made. If hail fell, the crops he had planted would suffer. Summer truly was a troublesome season. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed, first organize these items, and then quickly build a greenhouse next to the plants. Having acquired a new piece of land with a wooden house, the plan to build a warehouse could be put on hold. The priority was to construct the vegetable greenhouse. Yes, boss. The three responded and continued their work. Jiang Tian reopened the trading post to prepare. First and foremost, he needed to collect more water. Although they had acquired quite a bit in recent days, their consumption of water was equally vast. The previously constructed 100 cubic meter water tank was only half full. He needed to gather more in the next couple of days to fill the tank. Moreover, it seemed that the prices of rainwater and clay were starting to rise. It appeared that more people were preparing to build brick houses, indicating a trend of phasing out wooden houses. Fortunately, he had already made a stone brick house, and he had also stockpiled a lot of clay, so the demand for these materials was not high for now. However, the price of timber remained high. After all, many were beginning to prepare to craft wooden fans. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian recalled the comments from the chat channel and the private messages he received. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Clearly it was others who were causing him trouble, yet he had struck back. Though his methods were somewhat ruthless, he had only done what was necessary. His principle was simply that if one did not offend him, he would not offend others. Why did it seem to those people that he... Furthermore, there was that look 4144 had given him just now. That gaze filled with fear. Did even such villains fear him? For a moment, Jiang Tian's thoughts became chaotic again. While perhaps it was good if this infamy spread, nobody would dare to seek trouble with him. Especially now, when survival and development were the priorities, Jiang Tian did not have the luxury of wasting time with them. He sighed, pushing those tangled thoughts aside. He went to the warehouse to start exchanging salt for some meat and vegetables. Amidst the busyness, he did not notice the group also finished their tasks. According to the original plan, they moved the food from the warehouse on the 4144 plot to a warehouse closer to their living quarters. Construction materials and tools were also moved from the original warehouse to the wooden house. Some snacks and drinks were placed in the newly built stone brick house. When moving these items in, Jiang Tian took a look inside the stone brick house. It had been cleaned up and was divided into 4 rooms. There was 1 master bedroom and 3 smaller ones. Except for 1 smaller room, facing east, the other rooms all faced south. To the left of the entrance, a space was separated to serve as a kitchen connecting to a dining room and a living room. Additionally, a toilet was built with stone bricks, but the pit beneath had not yet been dug out. Song Yingxing suggested to Jiang Tian that it would be best to make a septic tank. After all, human waste is the best nutrient for crops and plants. Jiang Tian agreed that it was worth considering. However, the location of the septic tank would definitely need to be built at the edge of the floating island. After all, the odor would be too overpowering. The windows in the stone brick house had also been completed, but since they did not yet have glass, they were only fitted with a sliding wooden board. The center of the wooden board was hollowed out and covered with plastic film. Everything appeared to be quite standard. Additionally, the interior of the stone brick house was all gray, without conditions to paint it white. Of course, in the current environment, this could be considered nitpicking. Compared to others, it was already quite good. One must understand that some with poor luck could hardly catch any logs. With the rising wood prices, those without wooden houses had to make do in tents. Satisfied, he stepped outside and just happened to bump into Kai Wenji, who was bounding towards him. She jumped into Jiang Tian's arms. "Master, you've worked hard." Jiang Tian rubbed Kai Wenji's head. "So did you catch anything good today?" Yes. Today we caught." Kai Wenji lifted her small face, proudly introducing the timber, clay, cattle, sheep, and plant seeds. Along with the 7 fishing rods obtained today, there were now a total of 24 fishing rods. The resources gathered that day seemed particularly abundant compared to those who only had 1 fishing rod. Naturally, they also caught quite a few monsters totaling over 30. These monsters were neatly arranged. The pigmen were tied up to be sold. The skeletons were split in half, one half was ground into bone powder, and the other half was sold. As for the goblins and fishmen, Jiang Tian found that they were simply not worth selling. He had seen in the chat channel that someone attempted to tame these too. All attempts ended in failure. Others even tried eating their meat, but it was sour and astringent, completely inedible. He couldn't understand why the pigmen and the big fish below tasted so good. So Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning that when encountering these two, they should leave their weapons behind and kick them down below. According to those in the chat channel, the tastiest were still the spiders. Thus he arranged for Li Xiaoning to cut off all the spider limbs, pack them up, and sell them. Previously, Jiang Tian had also asked Li Xiaoning to dissect the spider to see if it contained any strange items. However, there wasn't even a single spider silk inside. After Kai Wenji finished her introduction, she curiously glanced at the nearby stone brick house. "Master, is the new house built?" "Yes, it's finished. We can move in tonight." "Oh." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and asked, "How many rooms are there inside?" Kai Wenji asked this question, but Jiang Tian didn't take it seriously. "There are 4 rooms inside, 1 master bedroom and 3 guest bedrooms." As he spoke, he led Kai Wenji inside for a tour. Seeing the arrangements inside, Kai Wenji curiously examined everything. She found the modern layout of the room quite refreshing. Then, blinking her big eyes, she asked, "Master, there are 10 of us now, but only 4 rooms. How will we divide the rooms?" Hearing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin in thought. "For now, I will sleep in the master bedroom. Later, I will ask everyone to choose their preferred rooms." "Kai Wenji, which room do you want to sleep in?" Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescent shapes. Without answering Jiang Tian, she dashed out the door. "Master, I'm going to cook first." Jiang Tian smiled and called over Shi Jigang and the others, instructing them to move the tables, chairs, beds, and pots and pans from the wooden house. "It's time to eat, so we want move the stove and such. Well, bring these kitchen utensils to the new house tomorrow. Also make a few more wooden beds." An hour later, the dishes were prepared and served in the dining room of the new house. Inside the dining room was a large table that Shi Jigang had newly constructed, enough for 10 people to dine together. Beef stew with potatoes, carrot and tomato duck soup, stir-fried greens. Men, women, and children gathered around, enjoying their meal and chatting happily. Everyone praised the newly built house. Among them, Shi Jigang was the proudest, smiling brighter than anyone else. Just as they were eating, a head suddenly appeared outside the stone house. Peering eagerly inside, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Good grief, Lu Sandao was still outside. Initially he had planned to sell Lu Sandao, but got so busy that he forgot about it. Thinking it over, he realized that Lu Sandao was now considered his subordinate. Aside from his tendency to wet himself, he hadn't done anything particularly bad. He decided to take a bowl of food to Lu Sandao, letting him squat outside to eat, while keeping an eye out for any unusual occurrences around the island. Letting him eat outside wasn't meant to target him. It was simply because his pants had an odor. Seeing the food, Lu Sandao was filled with gratitude. He took the bowl and wiped his tears before going out. Soon after dinner was finished. While sitting and digesting their food, Jiang Tian began to inquire about room assignments. Regarding this matter, the others had no objections. Wang Yun had no other demands, he just couldn't share a room. Lu Bu shared the same opinion. In the end, they decided that Lu Bu and Shi Jigang would share a room, Zhang San and Li Si would share another, and Li Xiaoning would have her own room. Hua Zubing along with Wang Yun and Song Yingxing would sleep in the previous wooden house. Kai Wenji remained silent, and Jiang Tian did not ask. After the room assignments were made, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning washed the dishes, while the two old men tidied the dining table. Shi Jigang along with the other strong men continued to make wooden beds. Amid the sounds of hammering, night deepened, and the moonlight was faint. Boss, the beds are ready and placed in their respective rooms, Shi Jigang reported to Jiang Tian, who was sitting. Jiang Tian looked out the window at the sky and nodded. All right, you've worked hard today. Oh, everyone go back and rest. By the way, call Hua Zubing over. Understood, boss. Shi Jigang nodded and left the living room soon, bringing Hua Zubing along. Hua Zubing, you'll be on night patrol with Lu Sandao tonight. Oh, and bring him a pair of pants so he can wash his old ones. Yes, my lord. After receiving his orders, Hua Zubing took his weapon and walked out to instruct Lu Sandao on his duties for the night. Jiang Tian wasn't particularly keen on keeping Lu Sandao around. However, as a subordinate, he wouldn't rebel. It was also a time to utilize people, and he could sell them later. As he pondered these matters, Jiang Tian walked into his bedroom. The master bedroom was about 20 square meters with the candlelight illuminating the furnishings. The most eye-catching feature was a wooden bed, the same one that had been in the wooden house. Beside it was a round table with some snacks and beverages on it. Next to the bed was a trash can. Without modern items like televisions or computers, the entire room felt quite spacious. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. At that moment, the wooden door was pushed open. A small figure walked in. Master. Jiang Tian did not open his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Seeing this, the small figure closed the door quietly and tiptoed to blow out the candle. The next day, the rooster crowed. Everyone got out of bed. After breakfast, Hua Zubing, who had been on watch, went back to his room to rest. As for Lu Sandao, he was given a tent outside. Then everyone began their new day's work. Let's not mention the fisherman. Old man Song Yingxing started tending to the fruits and vegetables by the pond. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, he went to the newly acquired land to arrange the farmland. Shi Jigang along with Zhang San and Li Si took plastic sheets and wood to start building vegetable greenhouses. Everything was orderly. After replicating a crossbow, Jiang Tian casually opened the world channel, preparing to see if there had been any changes in today's world. Hey, have you all noticed that these monsters seem to have gotten stronger again? Yeah, just now I caught a goblin, and it looks like its muscles have bulked up, and its weapon changed from a stone club to a stone axe. Damn, the fishman I encountered earlier has also developed biceps. Do you know how weird that looks? Right, it seems like the skeleton's bones have also hardened a bit. I just found something. My pigman seems to have got. Fighting these enhanced monsters isn't daunting at all. How did that happen? My pigman feels a bit more ferocious than before. It seems that they have become this way after eating monster meat, and they have even grown some black hair. What? Can pigmen upgrade by eating monster meat? Then I need to buy a few monsters for them to try. By the way, guys, make sure not to buy skeletons. They eat anything but skeletons because there's no meat on them. Thanks for the reminder, I'm going to buy some now. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. Monsters have gotten stronger again. Pigmen can upgrade. Is there really such a thing? He opened the trading post to take a look. Then he walked over to Li Xiaoning and explained these developments to her. He also reminded her not to let the goblins and fishmen caught today fall below. They should be tied up as per the old rules. Then he opened the trading post again. He took the previously saved goblin, which was left in the trading post, to see the effects, and changed the trading conditions from food to metal or animals to see if anyone would buy. After finishing up, he opened the world chat channel again. Jiang Tian found that during the brief time he had informed Li Xiaoning, the topics in the chat had already changed. Help! An empty island is approaching me with a large sail, and a black skull is painted on the sail. This message sent out sparked a wave of panic. What? There's a skull painted on the big sail. Dude, from your description it sounds like a pirate. Could it be that you've encountered an air pirate? Haha, I'm off battling alongside Captain Blackbeard. Tremble in fear, you mud feet. Oh my god, Blackbeard. Is it that notorious Edward Teach? Have the air pirates already begun their actions? Woohoo! My mobile device is ready. I'm setting off to hunt for prey. I'm coming too. I shall declare myself the king of air pirates in this world. Messages on the world channel can only be sent once a day. Just now the survivor who claimed to see the skull went silent. Perhaps due to the limit on the number of messages, they can no longer speak on the world channel. Maybe they are seeking help in their regional channel. Or perhaps they have already met with misfortune. The messages on the world channel were still rolling, fundamentally divided into 3 factions. One was calling for the quick production of mobile devices to escape. Another was clamoring to also take mobile islands to battle. There were also those shouting to form alliances to jointly resist these bandits. Just as Jiang Tian was observing these news, he received a private message. 0066, are you there? Can we chat? I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Someone has been robbed in our area again, and the survivor was sold. Do you know about this? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Tian was taken aback. He switched to the regional chat window. I finally seized an island. In one sweep, I gained over 100 square meters of land and materials. What a bounty. No wonder 4144 was so fond of robbing before. I also seized one TSK tisk. There are women on it. It's so delightful. I'm on my way too. What the hell, are you all crazy? It's one thing to be a pirate, but to boast about it so— Oh, help. These bastards are going to sell me. Save me. Did you see the world channel? Someone made a mobile air island into a pirate ship, and it's painted with a skull. It's so damn cool. I want to paint one too. Of course I saw it. I'm painting it right now. This time, I'll be the king of air pirates. The shouting inside was a cacophony looking very similar to the situation in the world channel. At this moment 0066 sent another private message. I didn't expect that after 4144 died such things would still happen. So I want to prepare some defensive measures on the island. As we previously agreed, could you sell me some crossbows? At this moment Jiang Tian remembered. According to the previous agreement with 0066, using her logs meant he had to sell her some ranged weapons. He had been too busy dealing with those people later to remember this matter. Jiang Tian glanced at the 4 crossbow carts beside him, thinking for a moment. He replied, to be honest, I made a crossbow cart. The materials you previously gave me only allowed me to make 1 crossbow cart, so I can't give you any now. Unless you can send me some more logs, then I will have extra crossbow carts to sell you. Of course, if you are attacked, just let me know. I can lend you a crossbow cart to use. By the way, the crossbow bolts are not included. You have to prepare them yourself. This was just the truth. The material 0066 had previously given could only make 1 such large crossbow cart, and it consumed a lot of labor. The subsequent few were all replicated by Jiang Tian using skills. So there was nothing wrong with what he said. Moreover, even now that the number of crossbow carts had increased in such a chaotic environment, the more crossbow carts there were, the better to prevent their own island from being besieged. Therefore, for now, he couldn't casually sell one to others. After he said this, there was a moment of silence on 0066's side. Then she said, the thing you used to deal with 4144, was this right? How was the effect? Very good. After all, the cost is there. Well then, to be honest, I'm also looking forward to this crossbow cart. The new batch of logs is already being planted. I hope you can keep your promise by then. But we have indeed made an agreement, and the current environment in the world is quite chaotic. Even if you don't give me the crossbow cart, you have to provide me with some other weapons for self-defense. Jiang Tian did not refuse this demand. After all, the materials he used were indeed obtained from her, and he had not spent any money. Moreover, he needed to continuously restock from her in the future, so he couldn't take too much advantage. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tian gathered some weapons dropped by monsters, as well as the 2 wooden bows from before, and sent them over. These weapons were roughly made. At most, they could be used as consumables. Jiang Tian didn't look at them at all. Soon the trade was completed, and both sides exchanged some staple foods like potatoes and wheat. Before ending the conversation, 0066 reminded Jiang Tian again that he must sell her a crossbow cart. Jiang Tian then tentatively asked her if she could sell him some log seeds. As a result, he was rejected by 0066. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly and closed the chat window. While strolling, he checked on the work status of others. When he reached the fishing spot, Kai Wenji had just fished up a box. Bang! Jiang Tian walked over to the box and instructed Li Xiaoning. Open it and take a look. Remember to leave a live one. Yes. Li Xiaoning replied, squatting down to pick something up. Then she took a long wooden hook and hooked it onto the movable board of the box. This wooden hook was made by Jiang Tian, asking Shi Jigang to create it during his spare time over the past few days, and it didn't take long. The main thought was to maintain a certain distance when opening the box, just in case. Since spiders could jump out of the boxes now, who knows if face-hugging bugs would show up later, which is quite disgusting. The movable board slowly opened with the hook, and soon after a fishman holding a spear jumped out. This fishman had a faint blue body with large green eyes, swinging its muscular arms baring its teeth. Oh whoa! The fishman howled and charged towards the nearest Li Xiaoning with its spear. Li Xiaoning remained calm, flicking her fair right hand. Oh whoa! The fishman howled and charged towards the nearest Li Xiaoning with its spear. Li Xiaoning remained calm, flicking her fair right hand, gushing from its nostrils. Master, it has been dealt with. Jiang Tian nodded, walking over with his hands behind his back to check the situation. The fishmen he had encountered before all had green skin with thin arms and legs. This time, however, they were blue, and as mentioned in the channel, their arms were muscular, indicating considerable strength. Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. It was his first time seeing a fish with biceps. Why are all these monsters so fond of working out now? Are they that disciplined? However, no matter how disciplined he was, he could not escape Jiang Tian's clutches. As usual, he first tied up the fishman's hands and feet. Then he crouched beside it and poked the fishman's arm with a stick he picked up from the ground. Indeed, the hardness of the muscles had increased significantly. The blue skin felt smoother than before. Ordinary stone weapons might not have any effect on them. Surely someone must have suffered at their hands. On the ground beside the fishman lay a stone spear it had brought. This thing was nothing special, just garbage. Might as well package it all up and sell it, hanging it in the trading hall. Not long after, another box was pulled up. When the moving wooden board was lifted, another similarly muscular creature stood up, with green skin, a protruding nose, and a stone axe in its right hand. It was an old friend, a goblin. However, it had become significantly more robust. Its previously hunched posture disappeared, and it stood upright, with even 4 abdominal muscles visible. Of course, its face was still just as ugly. Jiang Tian cast a glance, somewhat speechless. Good grief, how many days had it been, and the monsters had already bulked up like this? Which gym did they train at? Just as Jiang Tian silently complained, the goblin bared its teeth and lunged at Li Xiaoning. Weewa! Bang! Another stone was thrown, hitting directly into the goblin's open mouth. The goblin's eyes widened, and then it fell to the ground, unable to rise. Following the usual procedure, he tied up the goblin and packaged it along with the stone axe to hang in the trading hall. After some time spent fishing again, another wooden box appeared inside, which stood a familiar, yet strange, a skeleton. This skeleton, judging by its head and bone structure, was not much different from the previous one. However, a faint blue glow shimmered on its bones. In its right hand, instead of the small bone knife from before, it held a bone sword about 70 to 80 centimeters long. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. According to what he had just learned in the chat channel, this skeleton was merely a bit harder than before. He hadn't seen anyone mention that the skeleton's bones had changed color. Was this a mutation? He nodded to Li Xiaoning, and she repeated the same tactic. She picked up a stone again and smashed it against the skeleton's nasal cavity. Thud! The stone shattered and scattered aside. At that moment, the skeleton also stepped out of the wooden box. Holding the bone sword, it approached Jiang Tian and Li Xiaoning step by step. Its steps carried a murderous intent. Li Xiaoning frowned and grasped the bronze short sword on the ground. Jiang Tian stood still, quietly observing the skeleton, showing no reaction. In a moment, the skeleton reached the front of the two. It raised the bone sword and struck downwards. Clang! The bone sword collided with the bronze short sword in Li Xiaoning's hand. Crack! At the point of contact, a notch appeared in the bone sword with bone fragments falling away. Although the expression of the enemy was indiscernible, the blue skeleton seemed to sense something was off and raised its hand to retract the bone sword. At that moment, Li Xiaoning sidestepped. She swung her short sword towards the skeleton's neck. Crack! Gurgle! The blue skeleton's neck was severed and its head rolled away. Even so, the body of the skeleton below continued to move. It had already raised the bone sword, ready to strike at Li Xiaoning's head. However, Li Xiaoning was no pushover either. She sidestepped this attack as well. Based on the battle's beatings over the past few days, she had come to understand the characteristics of these monsters. For instance, even without a head, the body could still move. After dodging this attack, she swung her short sword in quick succession, striking the inner sides of the joints, dismantling the blue skeleton. After confirming that these bones no longer moved, Li Xiaoning regained her composure and clasped her hands. Master, it has been dealt with. MHM. Jiang Tian nodded, approached the skeleton, crouched down, and began his research. He picked up the stone axe that the goblin had dropped and struck it against the skeleton's ribcage. Thud! The collision produced a muffled sound, and the front of the stone axe developed multiple cracks, causing stone fragments to scatter across the ground. He then took the bronze short sword and struck it against the ribcage. Crack! A crack appeared on the ribcage. The cutting edge of the bronze short sword also showed a dull mark. Sensing the force, Jiang Tian gained a rough analysis of the skeleton's bone strength. This thing was indeed much harder than the previous skeleton. Despite the cracks that appeared on it, they were actually caused by its own force. If an ordinary person held this short sword, they might not even leave a scratch on the bones. Others encountering this thing would likely face great difficulties. The only downside might be the joint connections. If the joints were dismantled, the bone structure would no longer be able to move. At this point, he had seen enough variations in the goblin, fishman, and skeleton. Then Jiang Tian called over the patrolling Lu Bu. Since the strength of the monsters had changed, he needed to ensure they were all familiar with the situation. Lord, what is it? Do you need to switch shifts? After Lu Bu inquired, Jiang Tian shook his head and pointed at the skeleton. That's right, you try out the hardness of this thing first. Yes. Looking at the blue skeleton, Lu Bu was also a bit curious. He crouched down and picked up a leg bone, breaking it with both hands. Crack! The leg bone snapped in two. Lu Bu nodded. This thing is indeed quite hard, stronger than other skeletons. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was taken aback. Good grief, Lu Bu simply snapped it like it was nothing. It broke just like that. His strength was truly impressive. However, this was a good thing for him, as having a strong subordinates was beneficial. Jiang Tian shifted his focus to the remaining half of the leg bone. The broken bone had formed a hole. Inside was empty, not even a trace of marrow. He wondered how those people had used this thing to make soup from bones. Afterward, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and looked for a while. Although monsters had mutated today, the main discussion was still about the topic of the empty thief. Occasionally, he saw a few comments about monsters growing stronger, mentioning that the skeleton had just become harder. Some even said that this skeleton's bones seemed to have turned whiter, with no mention of its blue color. In other words, currently besides himself, many people had not seen this blue skeleton. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare monster. Although he felt it might not be of much use. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, and asked Li Xiaoning to collect this pile of skeletons, preparing to turn them into bone powder to see if there were any special effects. Of course, according to the earlier test, a stone hammer would definitely be ineffective against it. At the very least, he needed to get a bronze hammer or iron hammer made. This thing would require a blacksmith shop to manufacture. The matter of the smithy had become awkward. They had spent far too long building shelters, and as a result, the work to erect the smithy had been postponed until now. Once Shi Gang and the others finished the greenhouse-style protective structures, they must hurry to construct the smithy. Otherwise, they will be at a disadvantage when it comes time to produce weapons. The earlier effort to make the mechanism box had been nerve-wracking. They simply melted the collected iron ingots together into a roughly squared block to serve as a crude anvil. They then smelted bronze and poured it into clay molds, afterwards striking the cast pieces with the small hammer they had hauled up. Those ancient crossbow mechanisms were not complicated, so such makeshift equipment could do for now. But future tools and weapons could not be produced in this slapdash manner. Jiang Tian left Lu Bu to watch the fishing spot and went to the fields. A group of people were hard at work digging holes with shovels, driving wooden stakes into the ground, then backfilling the earth. It was clear the work would not be finished quickly. Jiang Tian did not idle. He took a shovel and, guided by Shi Gang, began to labor alongside them. Fortunately, there were not many crops on the island that required protection. By noon, the greenhouse was already more than half completed. After eating lunch, he took a short nap. An hour later, he woke and stepped outside to find Hua Xiubing also just emerging from his shelter. Hua Xiubing greeted him with a curt salute. "My lord." Jiang Tian nodded and instructed, "Get some cooked food to line your stomach. I will have tasks for you shortly." Hua replied, "Very well, my lord. Please command me." Seeing Hua Xiubing's solemn expression, Jiang Tian asked, "There should still be some leftover timber from when we made the crossbow cart, yes?" Hua Xiubing answered yes. Jiang Tian continued, "Could those offcuts be made into wooden bows?" Hua paused to think before replying. After discarding pieces that are completely unusable, the remaining should be enough to fashion 1 or 2 bows, Hua said. "Very well. Do that for now," Jiang Tian answered. Jiang Tian nodded. "This is not urgent. Eat something first, and then in the afternoon make the wooden bows." "Yes, my lord," Hua Xiubing responded. After Hua Xiubing left, Jiang Tian resumed pacing toward the greenhouse to hasten construction. At that moment, a thud came from the fishing spot. Looking up, he saw a crate placed before Lu Bu. Curiosity drew him to the fishing area. Lu Bu used the wooden hook to pry the box open so I can see, he ordered. "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu nodded and, obediently using the hook, pulled aside the loose plank. Expecting some monster to leap out, they were surprised when a young man rose from within. His hair was tousled and his build fairly sturdy. He wore a gray vest and black trousers, another person from the modern world. Seeing Jiang Tian, the youth inclined his head in greeting. "Master." Jiang Tian nodded. "All right, introduce yourself. What is your name? What do you remember? Do you have any skills?" The young man stared at the sky, thinking for a long moment. Finally, he said, "Master, my name is Tang Yan. I think I can smith iron." "Smith iron? A blacksmith?" "Yes. It seems so." Jiang Tian arched a brow. He had been annoyed at not catching people these past days. Yet now to have drawn a blacksmith, he felt fortune smiling on him. "Very well, come with me." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master in future, call me boss." "Yes, boss." They walked and talked. Soon Jiang Tian led Tang Yan to the furnace. "Do you know how to use this?" Tang Yan did not answer immediately. He crouched and examined the furnace closely. He nodded after a moment. The furnace is crude, but it will serve. Jiang Tian then pointed at the makeshift anvil fashioned from a large iron block and the small hammer they had fished up. You can use an anvil and a hammer, yes. Seeing those two items, Tang Yan's expression grew oddly calm. You call that an anvil? Who are you trying to fool with this? Who made it? It's ridiculous. Tang Yan spat. Jiang Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. Though he had not fashioned the tools himself, the idea had been his. Tang Yan's scorn, however, confirmed the man's genuine skill at smithing. Jiang Tian patted Tang Yan on the shoulder. All right. From now on, the furnace and the smithy are yours to oversee. Tang Yan looked around bewildered. We have a furnace. Where is the smithy? I don't see one. Jiang Tian smiled. It has not been built yet. First we will finish the greenhouse, and then we will build this. Boss, what special connection is there between a greenhouse and a smithy? Why build the greenhouse first? Wouldn't it be better to build the smithy now, eh? Tang Yan asked. Enough questions. Stop talking and get to work. After handing the chatterbox of a smith over to Shi Jigang to set him to work, Jiang Tian moved on. At that moment, the solitary tent on the ground rustled. Lu Sandao crawled out and saluted Jiang Tian with a nod, my lord. Because he would still need Lu Sandao in the days ahead, Jiang Tian had him change the form of address to avoid awkwardness. He stepped inside, grabbed a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of water, and tossed them out to him. Eat these, then go find Shi Jigang and help with the work. Yes, my lord. After Lu Sandao left, another dull thud came from the fishing spot as a box hit the ground. Curious, Jiang Tian went over and ordered Lu Bu to open the crate. As the movable plank was pulled aside, just 2 centimeters, 2 long things slithered out from the slit. Jiang Tian frowned as he examined them. They were about as thick as rolling pins covered in fine hairs, and their tips were sharp. So sharp, they had already pierced the wooden plank of the box. Such piercing force would be disastrous if driven into flesh. Good heavens, were those spider legs? Stop, he ordered. Jiang Tian waved his hand and halted Lu Bu's movement. There's a spider inside. Push the plank in a little so its legs can slip out and be trapped by the board. Lu Bu obeyed and nudged the plank back slightly, just enough to jam the spider's legs in place. The gap was held at the perfect width. The spider could not emerge, and the legs that protruded thrashed inward but were pinned and could not retract. Frustrated, the spider inside hissed a sound like a warning to those outside not to toy with it. Jiang Tian stepped closer with keen interest to observe the spider, whose legs were trapped. From those 2 limbs, its overall size seemed comparable to the earlier spiders. But judging by the force that had driven the legs through the plank, its quality was different. Moreover, whereas the ordinary spiders had been entirely covered in black fuzz, these legs bore 2 bands of yellow hair amid the black. Sure enough, even the spiders had been enhanced. At this moment, the half-exposed leg of the yellow-haired spider was still twitching, hoping to retract its limb. However, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu would not grant it that wish, firmly pinning it down. At this moment, the half-exposed leg of the yellow-haired spider was still twitching, hoping to retract its limb. However, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu, seeing the scratches on the wooden box, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Hey, this thing is quite sharp. Feeling his feet being toyed with, the spider inside the box was nearly driven mad. This was incredibly humiliating. The spider began to twitch its limbs more violently, and its body inside the box was also battering against the movable wooden board above. Seeing this, Jiang Tian casually instructed, Lu Bu, push the lid down. Yes, my lord. Bang. The movable wooden board was thrust down by Lu Bu, causing 2 severed spider legs to drop to the ground, oozing green blood. This caused the spider inside to let out a hissing scream. It felt that its entrance was somewhat flawed. The spider rolled and thrashed inside, while Jiang Tian crouched down to examine the 2 spider legs. One of them was likely its front leg with a sharp conical spike at its tip. The other leg, while still sharp, was somewhat inferior compared to the first. Prodding the spike on the front leg, he found it to be quite solid. Moreover, this spike could be detached from the softer part of the spider leg, forming an independent hollow conical spike. Seeing this hollow part, Jiang Tian had a bold idea. To use this as an arrowhead. This was far superior to sharpened wood. Though it couldn't match a bronze arrowhead, it was naturally formed and cost nothing. With this thought, Jiang Tian began to covet the other front leg of the spider. Lu Bu opened the box a little more so it can extend its other leg out. Lu Bu complied, slowly pulling the wooden board apart, sunlight streaming through a crack into the box. However, this time the spider had learned its lesson. It shrank into the corner of the box, refusing to move. Just as Jiang Tian was about to instruct Lu Bu to pull the lid open and directly cut the spider, something unexpected happened. Kai Wenji, who was fishing on the other side, had her bell ring again. She lifted her fishing rod, and a cloud of dust fell. Bang! Another box appeared. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and instructed Lu Bu to maintain the current position. He then approached the other box and slowly pulled the wooden board apart to create a gap. Just as Jiang Tian speculated whether this box contained another spider, a green hand reached out from inside, grasping the edge of the box, attempting to push the wooden board away. A goblin. Upon seeing the goblin's hand, Jiang Tian had another idea. He swiftly pulled the wooden board aside. The goblin inside was taken aback and quickly stood up. Just as it was about to let out a loud roar and attack with the stone axe in its hand, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right arm, realizing that its arm holding the axe had been broken. Before it could even scream, it felt its neck being grasped. Lu Bu pulled the wooden board covering the spider open. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu pulled the wooden board apart, and Jiang Tian directly threw the goblin inside. Then he pushed the board back into place. The spider, already frustrated, suddenly felt something crash into its space. Anger surged from within, and it lunged forward to bite. The goblin inside, just regaining its composure, felt a bite on its body. Instantly enraged, it let out a furious scream and began to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The box was in chaos. After a moment, the commotion ceased. When the box was opened again, both the goblin and the spider were motionless, covered in bloody wounds. Tisk, 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 what a grudge. Jiang Tian murmured as he instructed Lu Bu to dump the contents of the box out. Only then did the spider's entire body reveal itself to Jiang Tian. Though its legs were as thick as those of an ordinary spider, its body was noticeably larger, adorned with yellow stripes. Its pincers and fangs were also larger and sharper, suitable to be tied to arrows. Next, he examined the goblin's wounds. Aside from some muscle damage, everything seemed normal. The spider appeared to be non-venomous. That said, its lethality was such that it didn't need venom against ordinary creatures. Upon dissecting its abdomen, there was nothing particularly special inside. After a thorough examination, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu. Next time we encounter such a spider, keep the fangs and the 2 front legs with the round spikes, and cut the rest into sections to prepare for sale. Lu Bu acknowledged and returned to his fishing duties. Jiang Tian then headed over to join Shi Jigang and the others to continue working on the greenhouse. With Jiang Tian's involvement, along with the previous catch of Tang Yin, the construction of the greenhouse accelerated significantly. Approximately 2 hours later, a rudimentary vegetable greenhouse was erected over the newly acquired farmland. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's take a break for a while. At Jiang Tian's invitation, a few of them sat down on the ground. They fanned themselves with their clothing while wiping off sweat. The weather was indeed warmer than before. After working for a while, they felt their bodies drying out, experiencing a sense of thirst. All right, it's a bit hot under the sun. Let's head back inside. Yes, my lord. The 6 of them got up and returned to the stone brick house. Since Lu Sandao had washed himself and changed into a new pair of pants last night, he no longer had an odor. Jiang Tian allowed him to enter the house. Each person was given a bottle of mineral water, which they pressed against the cool cement wall while drinking, instantly feeling much more refreshed. After arranging for Lu Sandao to deliver some bottles of water to the others, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall. He was checking to see if there were any mats or bamboo for sale to help cool down at night while the others rested. After searching for a while, it seemed there were no mats available, but bamboo was in stock. At 0888, he had managed to acquire finished bamboo mats at a relatively high price, while the rest were long bamboo pieces he bought to craft manually. After placing the mats back in the room, the group had also rested sufficiently. Shi Jigang asked, "Boss, the greenhouse is finished. What shall we do next?" Tang Yin interjected, "Boss, let's build a blacksmith shop." Jiang Tian thought about the current weather and replied, "All right, let's cooperate. Later, Shi Jigang will take you all to make bricks for the blacksmith shop. I still need to bond some plastic sheets to create a large transparent cover to prevent water from evaporating. By the way, it's a bit hot now. Let's have old Master Song make some straw hats for us to wear." Just as he finished these instructions, Song Yingxing suddenly rushed in, reporting, "My lord, Lu Bu has discovered an island approaching, seeking your command." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian frowned. "To the north of the island. I just saw something flying over while fertilizing, and I told Lu Bu. Lu Bu asked me to notify you. He's watching over there." "All right, everyone, load the crossbows and prepare the bolts, head north." "Yes." The group walked out together, heading to control the crossbows placed in the south and west. Jiang Tian's expression was indifferent as he walked straight north. Tang Yin looked at the busy others, somewhat confused, and curiously followed Jiang Tian, asking, "Boss, what's going on? What happened?" "You'll find out soon. Come on, just tell me what you meant by an attack." "All right, shut up." Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless towards this blacksmith. Why was he so talkative? Upon reaching the north, Lu Bu cupped his hands and said, "My lord." Jiang Tian looked ahead, and indeed, there was something floating in the sky not far away. The flying speed was not fast, but it was definitely coming towards them. It was another person's floating island. Jiang Tian sighed. Although he already knew that many were creating floating island devices for flying and looting, he didn't expect to encounter such a thing again so soon. Just sent one away and another comes. If he was unwise, then he could only send him on his way as well. On the other side, a small island of about 100 square meters with large fans on both the front and back was flying leisurely. The sails were inflated by the southern wind, and 3 subordinates were shaking the handles to turn the fans. A short-haired, fair-skinned young man with a sunny appearance was hugging a brilliantly dressed woman while standing at the front of the sail. Seeing the island appear in front of him, he smiled slightly. I didn't expect to encounter another person's floating island so quickly. Seems like my luck is good. I wonder how that person's floating island has developed and how many resources it can provide me. After muttering this, the young man opened the world chat channel. The various discussions were noisy, but most people were talking about one theme. Woohoo! I just looted a floating island and got a fishing rod. The resources I gather from now on can be doubled. This feeling is just too exhilarating. Ahaha, I also looted an island. The survivors are up for sale, everyone go buy them. God, this group of sky pirates is so rampant, isn't there anyone to manage them in this game? I am the king of this airspace, who can control me? Yar, you dare to call yourself king? The title of Sky Pirate King should belong to me. I've wanted to ask for a long time, what does this Sky Pirate King mean? Is there such a thing? Dude, where are you from? Haven't you seen One Piece? I'm a bit confused too. I've only seen a bit of One Piece, and there seemed to be two distinct characters in it. What were they called? Kiba with red hair. Seeing this, the young man closed the chat channel and revealed a cold smile. Others are starting to take action. I also need to hurry up, swallow other islands to increase my strength and secure a place for myself in this new world. Swallow. The woman in his arms also showed a strange expression. Are we going to rob that island? Of course we have to rob it, and I also need to deal with the natives on it to exchange for more resources. Oh, what if the people up there resist? Resist. They won't be able to resist because I have The young man had a very proud expression. In his eyes, ordinary people could not compete with him in this area. Because in this environment where everyone has two subordinates, he had already acquired 4 subordinates through his own efforts. Besides the woman in his arms, there were also 3 strong men behind him. Of course, this does not mean that he had a high frequency of fishing for people. In reality, the young man had only fished up 2 people before. However, he was just lucky enough to fish up 2 women with extremely low fishing probabilities. Just yesterday, he sold 1 female subordinate in exchange for these 3 strong men and the floating island device. One of the strong men seemed to be an ancient warrior named the short-legged tiger Wang Yang. Although he didn't know much about ancient people, he learned from the information on the World Channel that these ancient people seemed quite formidable. So he was full of confidence. This floating island device was also quite advanced, having replaced the fans with 2. 1 on each side of the island, making movement more flexible. The purpose of purchasing these was to catch up with the great ships of this era and increase his strength through plundering. Thinking of this, the young man looked at the woman in his arms. Wait, this plundering might be a bit cruel. You should stay back. No need. The woman revealed a strange glint in her eyes and playfully said, I want to watch you in action. Hearing this, the young man felt quite pleased and revealed a charming smile towards the woman. All right, just stand by and watch me take this island. After taking it, I want the whole world to know that this island belongs to you. Darling, you're so manly. The young man, full of spirit, stroked the woman who was nestled in his arms. He ordered the strong man behind him, you 3 hurry up and shake harder, then grab your weapons and go kill. Yes, the 3 strong men responded and shook with even more strength. Before long, the distance between the 2 islands was getting closer, roughly a kilometer apart. The people on both islands could clearly see the scale of each other's islands and some of the buildings on top. At this moment, seeing the scene before them, the young man and the woman in his arms were dumbfounded. This is really something. I didn't notice how big this island was from a distance. Yeah, that island across must be 10 times bigger than ours. Darling, look, there seems to be a big house on it. A stone brick house. The young man was taken aback, as if recalling something. Suddenly his body shivered and cold sweat streamed down. Trembling, he opened the regional chat channel and asked CNNS 2111. Let me ask you something. The one who said they were going to make a stone brick house, is it that 1111? It is him. What's the matter? Besides that 1111, there shouldn't be anyone else who could create a stone brick house at this time. What are you interested in his brick house? Want to rob it? Brave warriors, go ahead. I support you. Looking at these chat records, the young man was drenched in cold sweat all over. So much land plus that brick house. Could it be 1111? Could it be that 1111 who swallowed the leader of the Sky Pirates, 4144? No wonder the land is so vast. This person. He's not someone he can provoke. He didn't expect that on his first expedition he would run into such a tough opponent. If he really crashed into them, he would probably be sold off by that 1111 directly. Thinking this, the young man hurriedly shouted, damn it, you 3, stop shaking, hurry, and stop. Huh. The 3 strong men were taken aback, not knowing what was happening. The young man's face was filled with panic, and he didn't bother to explain. Don't move forward, quickly take down the sails. Then quickly move to the front and paddle backward. Hurry, paddle backward. Oh, okay. Though the 3 men didn't know what was happening, they still jogged to the front and started shaking the fans in the opposite direction. The young man also wasn't idle. He joined in and paddled along with his subordinates. While paddling, he yelled at the woman who was still bewildered beside him, damn it, what are you looking at? Hurry and come. On the other side of the island, Jiang Tian watched as the opposite island suddenly braked and rapidly retreated, shaking his head in disbelief. From the looks of it, they must have been frightened by him. He just didn't know which character he had encountered this time. Then he opened the chat channel to review the records. The person with the ID CNNS 2111 was unknown to Jiang Tian. He had never spoken to him or conducted any transactions, not even a single word. However, this ID still caught Jiang Tian's attention. The difference between their IDs was just one digit, and the other came from the north. Could it be that 2111's original position was just north of his own, directly above the number 1111? Moreover, the middle-aged man who first used a fan to move numbered 4150 was also quite close to it. In other words, the initial positions in this game were likely arranged according to their numbers. As he pondered, Jiang Tian crouched down and drew a square on the ground with a stick. Then above the square he wrote the letters CNNS. The distribution of their current positions might just be arranged in a square. From left to right, top to bottom, the position information was sequentially 0001 0002 up to 1000. This was the first row. Above that, 1001 was directly above 0001, and it continued up to 2000. Following this pattern, Jiang Tian observed the lines of the square he had drawn on the ground and found his answer. The map of this game might indeed be configured according to the numbers. The digits following each person's ID represented a coordinate for that area. This explanation made sense. No wonder 4144 rushed in from his northeast. As for the middle-aged man 4150, who was flying westward, the reason he hadn't been discovered by 4145 and others before encountering 4144. Perhaps it was because his flight path was curved, cleverly avoiding them due to the lack of reference points. Perhaps those 5 people had already lost their lives. These were minor issues that did not require too much attention. As others plundered, this information would likely be discovered by more and more people. Now he had more important matters to attend to. Alright, since the person has left, let's not stand around here. Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting the thoughts of his subordinates around him. Everyone return to your posts. Lu Bu continue patrolling, the others take Tang Yen to gather some bricks to prepare for the blacksmith shop. Shiji Gang, come over here for a moment. Boss, what's the matter? Here's the thing, you go cut a 1 meter long square piece of paper and evenly divide it into 100 squares to make a map. On a small island of about 100 square meters, 2111 was rapidly moving north with 3 men and 1 woman. They were wildly shaking their hands to turn the fan, looking quite chaotic. After an unknown period, 2111 and the woman finally became exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Phew. How long have we been moving? My lord, we should have been moving for half an hour. The large island behind hasn't caught up right. No, my lord. That's good. Hearing this, 2111 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once he relaxed, he began to recall what had just happened. He had set up the fan and sailed south with the wind. Then he encountered the 1111. After pondering for a while, and considering both their IDs, he also discovered the distribution pattern of the islands. Realizing this, 2111 was delighted. He had inadvertently cracked this information. After a moment of joy, 2111 shifted his thoughts back to the encounter with the island of 1111 and was suddenly filled with dread. Over 1,000 square meters, given the efficiency of a fishing rod, normal income from land would not increase so rapidly. That person, besides 4144, must have also swallowed other people's islands. This is terrifying. That person probably has more land than anyone else now, right? Yet he remained silent in the chat channel about invading others' lands, pretending to be exceptionally honest and occasionally showcasing resources. Was it to attract others' attention, to attack him and deliver him gifts? Goodness, this is much faster than plundering alone. Damn, how insidious this guy is. Thankfully I ran fast. Thinking of this, 2111 felt immensely relieved. However, recalling how he had boasted in front of the woman only to become frightened and lose all composure, he felt utterly embarrassed. He was furious. Yet there was nothing he could do because he truly couldn't win. He opened the regional chat channel to distract himself. At this moment, messages were flying rapidly, all discussing him. Hey, 2111, did you just go look for trouble with 1111? Hey, did you fight him? What's the situation now? He hasn't spoken since earlier. He wouldn't have been killed by 1111. I think it's possible, or maybe he was put up for trade. I just checked the trading hall, didn't see 2111. I suspect he was really killed. Many people had already begun to speculate that 2111 had gone to the Western Paradise during this time. Looking at these messages, 2111 felt an immense anger. He sent a message in reply, 2111, stop talking nonsense, I just saw him. His land area is massive, at least 1,000 square meters. Thankfully I was far away, and I also ran faster. I got away. Ha ha ha, you ran away. I thought you were so— Exactly, you should go fight him, maybe you can score a big haul. Damn, 1,000 square meters. How many people did he have to eat to get that big? 2111, get lost, stop talking. If you have the ability, go yourselves. After this remark, there was a moment of silence in the channel. Then someone chimed in saying, I felt uneasy seeing that 1111 acting all high and mighty. If this goes on, wouldn't he just get fatter? Exactly. What if he eats us all? It seems that 1111 hasn't spoken in the regional channel these past few days. Maybe he's planning to come after us. I'm not too worried if his land is really that big. He probably can't fly over, right? Who knows? What if we run into him while we're robbing? That would be so awkward. I saw many people on the World Channel shouting to start forming alliances. Why don't we form an alliance to take him down? I think that's a good idea. Let's strike first. Where are you located? He'll go find you to gather. In the regional channel, people were exchanging words. Some equipped with movement devices began discussing joining forces to attack 1111. 2111 also participated, and the discussion was particularly heated. On the other side, Jiang Tian looked at the coordinate map he had drawn and nodded, saying to Shi Jigang, all right, you can continue with the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang nodded and left the room. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, preparing to collect some metal plastic sheets and other construction materials. At this moment, he received 2 private messages. They were from 0066 and 0888. Both sent the same message. Hurry to check the regional chat channel. Someone is shouting about forming an alliance to take you down. Upon reading the 2 messages, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Instead of replying immediately, he first opened the regional chat channel and scanned its contents. As expected, several players were openly discussing, without restraint, how to form an alliance and launch a campaign against him. When debating optimal positioning, several users with higher ID numbers began exchanging suggestions, urging others to head southwest. Clearly, the user with ID 2111 had just exposed Jiang Tian's location. At this thought, Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. Earlier, that young man had stood precisely 1 li away, just beyond the effective range of Jiang Tian's ballistae. Moreover, the youth's island was small and nimble, allowing him to flee at astonishing speed. In contrast, Jiang Tian's own island was vast and laden with equipment, making pursuit uncertain at best. Such a trivial plot of land held no interest for Jiang Tian. Yet, if the boy had simply vanished, it would have. Now, however, he had secretly revealed Jiang Tian's position, an act Jiang Tian committed firmly to memory. Shortly thereafter, those users vanished from the regional chat, their message quotas exhausted. Nonetheless, judging by their prior conversation, they had likely shifted to private messaging. Jiang Tian replied to IDs 0066 and 0888 with a terse noted, then said no more. Closing the chat interface with quiet resolve, he returned to his work. His immediate priority remained completing the blacksmith forge and equipping his people with metal armor and weapons. This would greatly enhance their chances, whether confronting monstrous beasts or encountering other survivors. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, the bricks they had molded were already being arranged inside the kiln for firing. By this time tomorrow, they would be ready for use. Combined with the remaining stockpile, constructing the blacksmith forge posed no insurmountable challenge. After dinner, Jiang Tian kept everyone occupied. Only the fishermen were permitted to continue fishing. All others were assigned to craft crossbow bolts outside the dwelling. Jiang Tian himself walked leisurely around the island, inspecting its condition and contemplating future development. As he strolled westward, a chorus of animal calls drew his attention. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Quack, quack, quack. Moo. Turning toward the source, Jiang Tian felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. His supply of meat was steadily increasing. 10 pigs, 5 sheep, 2 cattle, and countless poultry. With livestock multiplying, many animals now grazed outdoors, tethered by ropes to wooden posts driven deep into the soil. Once the blacksmith forge was completed, he would also need to construct a proper livestock enclosure. And the issue of animal waste, previously handled by Song Yingxing, required attention. Some was composted in fields and vegetable plots as fertilizer, while excess was simply flushed away. Song Yingxing had also proposed building a proper septic tank, a task now due. Just then Lu Bu, who had been patrolling the perimeter, approached and reported, "My lord, another survivor has been reeled in at the fishing spot. Bring them here." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu bowed and returned to the fishing area. Moments later, he escorted a figure whose attire stood out distinctly. She appeared to be around 20, graceful and bearing with sun-kissed skin. She wore a spotted patterned short tunic and skirt. Her long flaxen hair was braided and tied back with a simple cord. Her eyes gleamed with sharp vitality as she called out, "Master." "A woman." Jiang Tian paused, then asked, "What is your name?" She hesitated, searching her memory. "I cannot recall my name. Many called me Leopard Maiden." "Leopard?" Jiang Tian blinked in astonishment. "Can you transform into a leopard?" At these words, every person on the island turned toward him, eyes wide with bewildered curiosity. Tang Yin burst into hearty laughter. "Good heavens! Boss, why ask a young lady that? Didn't know you harbored such peculiar tastes." His teasing sent ripples of awkwardness across the group. The Leopard Maiden froze in place, utterly baffled. "No, I cannot." Jiang Tian shot Tang Yin a stern glance, then waved off the incident with mild embarrassment. I was jesting. Please don't take it seriously. Tell me instead, what skills do you remember possessing? She remained dazed, glancing slowly around, her expression blank as though utterly unfamiliar with her surroundings. She seemed for all appearances an ordinary woman. At that moment Song Yingxing stepped forward. My lord, might we assign this young woman to assist me with tending the fields? Before Jiang Tian could nod in agreement, a resonant lowing echoed from behind. Moo. Drawn by the sound, the leopard maiden turned and saw the cattle, sheep, and pigs. Suddenly something clicked. Her eyes lit up. I know how to raise these cattle and sheep. Beside her, Song Yingxing smiled warmly. Very well, let the girl tend the livestock. Xiao Wenji has been feeding them each morning, but it's grown. Jiang Tian nodded. He'd just conducted a cursory inspection. Chickens, ducks, and geese now numbered over 100, plus the cattle, sheep, and pigs, all managed single-handedly by Kai Wenji these past days. When livestock were fewer, the burden had been manageable, but now even she struggled to keep pace. Jiang Tian turned to Kai Wenji, who murmured softly, Master, it's fine. I can manage. Jiang Tian gazed upon her smudged, youthful face and sighed gently. By all reckoning, she was still a girl, barely more than a child. In the modern world, she would still dwell within the ivory tower, carefree, sheltered, unburdened. Yet here she fished daily, raised livestock, boiled water, cooked meals, and served as his personal attendant. How then could anyone dare claim she was useless, or worse, a liability? In Jiang Tian's view, any able-bodied, obedient subordinate possessed inherent value. None. You've borne great hardship these past days. He stepped forward and gently stroked Kai Wenji's hair. From now on, the care of cattle and sheep shall fall to the leopard maiden. After assigning the animal husbandry tasks to the leopard woman, she headed directly west to check on the condition of the various animals. The others also withdrew their gazes and began to busy themselves with their own tasks. Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and the old man Wang Yun continued their fishing. Shi Jigang led the other men in crafting crossbow bolts, smearing cement on the sharpened wooden tips. At this moment, Huitzubing stepped outside with 2 wooden bows and handed them to Jiang Tian. My lord, they are ready for your inspection. Jiang Tian took them, examining them closely in his hands. This wooden bow was noticeably larger than the ones he had seen before, and its surface was polished, providing a very tactile feel. Unlike the 2 bows he received earlier, which felt light and insubstantial. He held the bow in his left hand and drew the string with his right. The bow and string formed a triangular shape resembling a slice of pizza. A taut recoil sensation transmitted through his fingers. Feeling this power, Jiang Tian nodded. This bow made of wood was indeed formidable. If he hadn't enhanced his physique, drawing this string would have been quite challenging. In other words, the lethality of this bow must be significant. Very good, thank you for your hard work. You flatter me, my lord. Huitzubing nodded, saying, since this bow has caught your eye, I will go and make the arrows now. Jiang Tian instinctively nodded, then called out to Huitzubing, wait, I have something to give you. After saying this, Jiang Tian went to the fishing area and picked up a woven bag. Inside were some black conical sharp objects. These were the pincers and sharp legs taken from the spider. Use these as arrowheads when making the arrows. By the way, these were taken from the spider, and remember to handle the spiders this way when you take turns guarding the fishing area later. Yes, my lord. Huitzubing accepted the bag, glanced at it, and then departed. After that, everyone worked diligently at their posts, and aside from occasionally dealing with some caught monsters, everything seemed orderly. Watching the working crowd, Jiang Tian counted the number of people. Today, 2 new members had joined along with Lu Sandao, who had recently arrived, making a total of 13. He still needed to arrange their food, clothing, and accommodation. Fortunately, the new houses had already been built, and he had stockpiled some tents beforehand, so accommodation was not a major concern. They would just need to squeeze a bit. Food was also manageable. He had no idea how long they could eat the poultry. They just needed to handle the clothing. Thinking about these matters, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall. To avoid any trouble, he directly purchased some winter clothing. These clothes were quite cheap. He exchanged a pack of salt for dozens of sets in various styles. More than an hour later, Jiang Tian was sitting by the campfire reviewing the supplies in the trading hall when a clear female voice came from beside him. Master, the animals have been checked. Jiang Tian closed the interface and asked, how are they? All the animals are very healthy, and there's no illness. After reporting, the leopard woman continued, however, their living environment is not very good. If it rains or snows, some animals with poor insulation can easily get sick. I suggest building some breeding sheds here. Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, I was also thinking about these issues today. However, it's getting late, let's do it tomorrow. Have Shi Jigang select some people to help you set up the sheds. The leopard woman responded affirmatively. Shortly after she left, a figure jogged over from a distance. Seeing this person, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, Wang Yun, why aren't you fishing? What brings you here? Trying to slack off again? No. Wang Yun rubbed his hands in defense, saying, "My lord, I just felt a bit cold and wanted to come warm up by the fire." Cold? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Was it getting warmer, yet he still felt cold? Looking up, he saw Kai Wenji at the fishing spot hugging her arms while the old man Song Yingsheng rolled up his sleeves. It did look a little cold. He had been sitting near the fire and hadn't really felt anything. Shi Jigang and the others who had a heavier workload were working normally. Jiang Tian nodded in response to Wang Yin, saying, "You came at just the right time. I just bought a bunch of clothes there in the house. Tell the others if they're cold they can go inside and grab a few to put on." After receiving his orders, Wang Yun jogged off to inform the others. Jiang Tian stood up, left the campfire, and walked around the island to stretch his muscles. Looking up, around full moon hung high in the sky, partially obscured by some dark, heavy clouds. A gentle breeze blew, and he indeed felt a chill. The temperature seemed to drop by over 10 degrees. The temperature difference between day and night was quite large. If this cold air continued, it would likely hail. At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si also received the news and ran into the room to find a coat. Kai Wenji kindly brought Jiang Tian a coat as well. Putting it on, he opened the world chat channel. Damn this cursed weather. It was still hot in the afternoon. Oh, how did it turn cold all of a sudden? Yeah, I was just sleeping on the ground in a short-sleeved shirt, and it suddenly woke me up from the cold. What the hell, are we heading into summer or winter? Collect clothes, private messages available. Damn it, based on my experience, this weather looks like it's going to hail. The chat channel was bustling with complaints about the weather. It seemed that this cold air was indeed global. Moreover, judging by the situation, it was indeed going to hail. It was just a matter of when and how severe. To be safe, Jiang Tian called Shi Jigang and the others. Alright, let's stop the crossbow bolts for now. Everyone should be feeling the sudden drop in temperature. To be on the safe side, let's work overtime today and get the cattle shed built first. Everyone nodded, and Shi Jigang took a branch to the west to mark the location. The others also brought over shovels and wooden stakes, starting the construction. Ding ding dang dang. Thud thud. With the sounds of hammers hitting nails, and with time gradually passed. During this process, the temperature seemed to drop another few degrees. Halfway through the work, several people went inside to put on warmer clothes. With more hands on deck, after 3 hours, a simple cattle shed appeared in the west. The main structure consisted of a few posts inserted into the ground with a triangular roof made of double-layered wooden planks. Below it was simply surrounded by wooden boards to prevent rain and such from entering the cattle shed. This cattle shed didn't have many requirements. For now, it only needed to be sturdy enough to withstand rain, and the sheltered area was fairly spacious, accommodating chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs with about 50 square meters. Jiang Tian nodded, clapping his hands, and said, "Let's leave it at this for now. We'll finish the walls of the cattle shed tomorrow. Everyone can go back and rest. You've all worked hard." Before he could finish, a dull sound echoed in everyone's ears. Boom. At the sound, the group froze in surprise. Thunder. Before they could react, another noise echoed. Plopped. As if something had struck the ground. Lu Bu stepped forward, crouched down, and picked up an object. He presented it respectfully. "My lord, please examine this." Jiang Tian accepted it, cold and smooth to the touch. It was the size of a soybean, translucent and crystalline. Hail. At that moment, several more hailstones fell. Plop. Plop. Seeing this, Jiang Tian immediately ordered, "Hail is imminent. Everyone quickly bring the fishing rods and freshly caught supplies indoors." "Yes, sir." In unison they responded, and without pause for fatigue began hauling supplies inside. With few items and ample hands, the task was swiftly completed. Nearby, several bound goblin fishermen lay abandoned, left outside, deemed unworthy of immediate attention. Inside the stone brick house, all 13 gathered in the small living room. Uncertain how severe the hailstorm would be, or whether the original wooden hut could withstand it, they remained vigilant. Thus, Hua Tsubing and the 2 elderly men, who had previously resided in the wooden hut, were relocated into the stone house to share space, avoiding potential danger. Outside, the relentless percussion of hailstones filled the air, growing ever more rapid. Plop, plop. Each impact reverberated sharply against the concrete roof. White crystalline specks began scattering across the ground. Shoo shhh. Occasionally, distant thunder rumbled through the sky. Boom. What had begun as soybean-sized hailstones now swelled to the size of quail eggs. Crack. A hen-egg-sized hailstone shattered against the eaves, scattering icy shards. Fortunately, such large hailstones were rare, only sporadically descending. Otherwise, the adjacent wooden hut might not have held. The 13 seated within the house wore thick coats purchased earlier, staring wordlessly out the door. This sudden violent shift in weather had nearly delivered a sobering blow. Jiang Tian, observing the storm from within, exhaled in quiet relief. Thankfully, he had acted swiftly, preparing defenses just in time. So long as the hailstorm remained within reasonable bounds, this abrupt meteorological anomaly would pose no serious threat. Moreover, the cooking stove had already been moved indoors to the brick house. He instructed Kai Wenji to boil water, Warm tea soon eased their chills, and with each sip tension melted away. As dusk deepened, Jiang Tian arranged sleeping quarters for the night. The leopardess shared a room with Li Xiaoning, Wang Yun, and Song Yingxing. The two elders slept crowded in Zhang San and Li Si's chamber. Huatsubing Tang Yin and Lu Sandao laid out bedding on the living room floor. Once assignments were settled, everyone retired to their rooms. Jiang Tian reclined in bed, opening the regional chat channel to gauge others' conditions amid the disaster. It's over, utterly ruined. I'd barely nurtured my crops. Harvest was just days away. Yet this hail will surely obliterate them all. Lucky for me, I've kept no vegetable plots since raising pigmen. Those pigmen truly are my auspicious omen. I'll buy some goblins to feed it, then upgrade its strength. This hailstorm sent all my pigmen stampeding into my hut. Already cramped, it's now unbearably crowded. Damn, a hailstone the size of an egg just punched a hole through my roof. I watched helplessly as one of my chickens was struck dead by hail. My heart aches. Damn it. I skimped on timber to build a fan using only the thinnest planks for my hut. Now every panel, serves you right, for building that fan with ill intent. Mine's a thatched hut. Its roof's now riddled with holes, and the hail left me sore all over. Damn, it hit me square on the head. 0888, my hut's solid 12 centimeter thick planks. Hail can't breach it. But my crops, they're likely devastated. By the way, where's 1111? How's he faring? Any losses? 0888's message stirred curiosity. Come to think of it, I haven't seen 1111 in. Didn't he say he'd build a brick house? How's construction progressing? I'm curious too. How's 1111 holding up? He claimed his brick house would span 100 ping. Surely it's not finished yet. Under this weather his crops and livestock must also be suffering. Jiang Tian paused, startled, yet his brick house project was already common knowledge, sharing details posed no harm. He replied, with sufficient manpower we completed the brick house 2 days ago. We're sheltering inside it now. It spans 100 ping, 4 bedrooms, and 2 living areas. Indeed, this hail carries considerable destructive force. It may injure crops and livestock. Today I hastily erected a greenhouse over the fields and built a four-typing cattle shed from timber. The protection seems effective. I recommend you do likewise. His message ignited the chat. What a 100 ping house, completed so fast. While I struggled holding up timber boards, the master had already finished his wooden hut. 10 days later, when I completed mine, he'd already built, not just a brick house, but 100 ping 4-bedroom to living area marvel. A brick house should laugh off hail entirely. Envy burns deep. For typing cattle shed, my entire wooden hut is under 30 ping. The channel buzzed intermittently. Most conversations centered on Jiang Tian's protective measures. Then an incongruous message appeared. 2345. What's there to envy? A brick house is just a brick house. No matter how much you covet it, it won't be yours. Instead, look here, my pigmen, having feasted on monsters lately, have turned nearly black. Only their heads remain white. I've just acquired a goblin. Curious what happens when a pigman turns wholly black. This message effortlessly shifted the topic. After all, brick houses were beyond reach. But pigmen, easily obtainable. Almost every survivor owned one. Envy-dulled eyes turned eagerly toward that user, urging him to live stream the pigman's metamorphosis. Soon after, 2345 posted again. I've just tossed the goblin to the pigman. It leapt joyfully and began devouring it. Since sprouting black fur, its combat prowess has grown markedly. When fully black, it may even evolve into a new form. Alright, the goblin's been consumed, and it's now a pitch black boar. Wait, something's wrong with its status. It's staring at me. No, what in the world are you about to do? Damn it, eh? When this message appeared in the regional chat channel, the scrolling messages momentarily paused. Some surviving pig farmers, upon seeing this message, felt cold sweat instantly bead on their foreheads. They quickly asked, hey buddy, what's wrong? What did that pig person look like after turning completely black? What did he do? You need to clarify. That 2345? Could it be that he was killed by the pig person? Damn, can pig people even kill? Don't scare me, I have pig people here too. This guy is definitely just playing around. Let's wait and see, and nothing should have happened. The messages in the regional channel were mostly inquiring if that 2345 was dead or what the pig person had turned into. However, half an hour later, 2345 still had not replied. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of unease in their hearts. This 2345 may have already met with misfortune and could no longer send messages. The culprit should be that pig person who turned completely black after eating the goblin. Realizing this, some surviving pig farmers glanced at the pig person in their house, whose lower body had already turned black. They shuddered heavily. After the pig person turns completely black, it seems like he will fully transform into a monster to harm others. No way, this pig person can't be raised anymore. Yeah, I have to push this pig person down tomorrow. But what will we do if we encounter monsters without pig people? Do we have to deal with them ourselves? That's true. Monsters are getting stronger and stronger now. What if we get injured while fighting them? Getting hurt here is a troublesome matter. So when the pig person turns black, to a certain extent we can lure it under the island with food, and then buy a new. I think that's feasible. On the other side, under the moonlight on a small island of over 100 square meters, hail was crashing down on a small wooden house. Inside the wooden house, a pig person covered in black fur was crouched on the ground, tearing at the flesh of two corpses with its 3-inch long black claws, stuffing it into its mouth. The next day, when the rooster crowed, Jiang Tian and his group woke from their dreams. At this time, the sound of the hail hitting the house and ground had disappeared, indicating that the disaster had ended. After a brief greeting, the group went about their duties. Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning were making breakfast while the others went outside to begin their work. The moment the door was opened, a chill swept in from outside. His Wang Yun shivered, and upon looking outside exclaimed, "My lord, look, it's all ice outside." At this moment, Jiang Tian was also taken aback by the sight outside. The ground on the island was covered with ice chunks of various sizes. Accumulated together, they were estimated to be over 10 centimeters high, making the entire island appear white. Tang Yan's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Oh damn. This thing is truly something. How can there be so many ice blocks? It looks like an ice city. Are we supposed to eat shaved ice, or what?" "Alright, enough of the lamenting." Jiang Tian interrupted Tang Yan, somewhat speechless, and then instructed, "By the way, today the situation outside is special. I need everyone to handle some matters." He then looked at Shi Jigang and said, "You take 2 people to make some wooden shovels." Old Song and Leopard Woman would check the situation of the plants and animals as usual, while the others cleared away the ice chunks on the island, collecting the cleaner pieces into boxes and stacking them together. After the shovels were made, they used them to scoop up the ice chunks and poured them into the wooden boxes that had previously been used for transport. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, after the shovels were made, they used them to scoop up the ice chunks and poured them into the wooden boxes that had previously been used for transport. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, they first cleared the path leading to the raised plants and animals. Song Yingxing and Leopard Woman also had to go to their respective areas to check on the crops and animals. After clearing the path, Jiang Tian instructed everyone to clear out 100 square meters of land in the northern expansion. Once the ice chunks on this piece of land were collected, the wooden boxes could no longer hold them, and the other ice chunks had to be stacked aside for now. Looking at this empty space, Jiang Tian nodded. "Alright then, hurry and build a large wooden house here." At this moment, Shi Jigang glanced at the nearby pile of ice chunks, and realizing something, asked, "Boss, are you planning to put all the ice chunks in this new house to create an ice cellar?" Jiang Tian nodded. The weather had been getting hotter recently. It was definitely summer. This hailstorm could be considered a disaster, or it could be seen as a blessing for getting through the summer. It all depended on whether they could seize the opportunity. Generally speaking, the method of storing ice blocks is to dig underground. However, the thickness of this island was limited, so they could only build an ice cellar on the island. Shi Jigang nodded and immediately began to assign tasks. They grabbed tools, dug foundations, and transported wood. Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Li Xiaoning continued to shovel the ice chunks on the ground, clearing out the fishing area. Before long, Song Yingxing and Leopard Woman returned to report. Under the protection of the greenhouse, some damage had occurred to the plants and animals. Regarding the crops, a few larger hailstones had broken holes in the plastic sheets, and several seedlings had been. The animals were similar: chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs were unharmed, but over 10 fish in the pond had been killed by the hail. For the more than 100 fish currently in the pond, this was not a big deal. Jiang Tian waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind. He then instructed the 2 of them to collect the ice chunks on the ground and pile them together, making sure to complete this work before the temperature rose. After observing their work for a while and confirming everything was normal, he opened the trading post and began to purchase supplies. A new item had appeared among the goods caught in the last few days: foam boards. When he had caught this item before, Jiang Tian had not figured out how to use it. Now it seemed likely that it would be used to insulate these ice blocks. Once the wooden house was built, attaching foam boards to all the walls inside would effectively help maintain a low temperature, prolonging the storage life of these ice blocks. Of course, if new houses were to be built later, this foam board could also be used to create insulation layers, but that was a matter for the future. Soon after, the foam boards listed in the trading post were bought out by Jiang Tian, neatly piled beside him. These foam boards were sufficient for use in the ice cellar, but Jiang Tian was not satisfied. After all preparations had to be made for future construction of houses, he then opened the chat channel and shouted, "I'm buying foam boards, sellers, hurry up." Seeing Jiang Tian speaking, the chat channel erupted once more with questions. "You don't know? The foam board is used for insulation. Indeed, I slept on a foam board last night, and it felt quite comfortable. And don't you know? Those vendors selling popsicles used to keep them warm in foam boxes. Oh my god, are you planning to store these ice blocks?" Of course, the temperature rose the other day, and I bet he wants to keep the ice chunk to make a fridge. Why does it have that function? I burnt the foam board as fuel a couple of days ago. It seems this thing has quite a high value. 1111, what do you plan to trade for it? I want to exchange it for anything worthless. As these people were inquiring about Jiang Tian's offer, he glanced toward the north where those fish struck down by hail and already retrieved by Song Yingxinglei. He then replied, I can trade you fish freshly slaughtered for my own consumption still fresh. What Jiang Tian didn't expect was that. Previously food was a solid commodity, but today it was completely useless. Moreover, his little scheme had been seen through by others. He freshly slaughtered fish. I bet they were struck dead by hail. Exactly who slaughters fish so early in the morning? Even if your fish are fresh, we won't buy them today. All my fish were struck dead. They're all fresh and frozen, looking to sell. Selling frozen cabbage. I want to sell food too, selling pork. Freshly slaughtered whole pigs. Bah, they must have all been struck dead by hail. How can you pull this trick, 1111? I have foam boards, 1111. Can you trade me clothes? I'm so cold. Jiang Tian sighed upon seeing. No wonder he couldn't trade resources for meat at the trading post earlier. The pile of foam boards beside him was something he exchanged for flour and some potatoes, which were relatively easy to store. Moreover, he himself didn't have enough clothes to wear, so he naturally wouldn't use them for trade. After a moment's thought, he decided to show some sincerity. Those with foam boards can trade me some live poultry or fish, or even cash. By the way, I also accept clothes and blankets. The reason there was no shortage of meat today ultimately stemmed from the fact that those animals had all been struck dead. In this situation, living animals appeared even more rare. Immediately, numerous trade invitations flooded in for Jiang Tian. He was suddenly busy and overwhelmed. A live chicken or fish could be exchanged for 10 square meters of foam board. Some who had fewer foam boards exchanged 2 eggs with Jiang Tian, hoping to create miracles with their warmth. Receiving these living creatures, the survivors of the poultry struck down by hail felt a flicker of hope. One by one, they held the animals in their arms, tears welling up, and thanked Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, 2111 squatted outside his wooden hut, feeling quite gloomy. Due to the sturdiness of his hut, he had suffered no harm during the hailstorm yesterday. However, the sight that greeted him upon stepping outside today nearly shattered his mentality. The vegetables he had planted in the ground were utterly destroyed by the hail. As for the chickens and ducks he raised in the pen, their numbers were already few, only 4 or 5. To his dismay, he found that they had all been struck dead. And his small fish pond, which he had dug himself, was now filled with ice, and all the fish were dead. After working so hard for so long, everything was ruined by a hailstorm. Who could he complain to? This cursed weather changed without warning, without any foreboding. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try selling these dead chickens and fish in the chat channel, hoping to trick a few fools into trading for some live animals. Upon opening the chat channel, his spirits sank again. He found a bunch of people selling animals struck dead, and this trick had already been seen through. He could hardly trade for living creatures. Just when he was feeling frustrated, 2111 was astonished to discover that 1111 had actually appeared in the regional chat channel today. Moreover, he was trading live creatures. Looking at the messages of thanks in the channel, 2111 was completely befuddled. How on earth did this 1111 manage to do that? How could he have so many living creatures? And judging by the situation, he had quite a few living creatures. Seeing this scene made 2111 extremely envious. After a moment's thought, he opened a private chat and sent messages to a few people. Hey guys, did you see the messages in the chat channel? That 1111 is so fat. When shall we form an alliance to take him down? Soon responses came back. Stop messing around, and barely hanging on here, and you want to rob. It's too cold, though I don't want to go out, and turn the fan, maybe next time. I'm currently trading resources with 1111, let's talk about it later. Damn, 2111 cursed under his breath and had to close the chat channel. Continuing to carry the dead chickens and fish, he tossed them onto the trading post. Then he braved the cold to go fishing to replenish his resources. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian looked at the pile of foam boards beside him, stacked like a small mountain. He nodded in satisfaction and called for Zhang San and Li Si to move these foam boards to the warehouse. He then turned to the busy Shiji gang and others. With ample manpower, the structure of this wooden hut was nearly complete, and it wouldn't be long before it was finished. After laying down the foam boards and filling the surrounding area with mud and ice, storage unit would be completed. On the other side, a bonfire was lit at the fishing spot. Kai Wenji and the others, while catching supplies with their fishing rods, enjoyed the warmth of the fire, feeling quite content. At that moment, a fishing rod holding a cloud bent into a shape. Bang! The cloud dissipated, revealing a wooden box in front of them. Since it was right before their eyes, they decided to go over and observe the commotion and rest for a while. Upon reaching the fishing spot, they could see more clearly that this wooden crate was slightly larger than the others. Moreover, the hinged panel on the crate slowly swung inward from within, revealing 2 hooves. Then gradually a plump porcine face emerged. It was a pigman. As Li Xiaoning struck the pigman, Jiang Tian recalled what he had witnessed the previous night on the regional chat channel. User 2345, who had been feeding the pigman, had suddenly grown frantic before abruptly going silent. Just moments earlier, scanning the regional chat channel, Jiang Tian had found no trace of that user's messages. The situation likely spelled grave danger. Once listed on the trading market, the pigman appeared with a crimson name, indicating inherent peril. Jiang Tian had long known this, but curiosity still stirred within him. What precisely occurred when a pigman was fed until its entire coat turned jet black? While pondering these questions, he watched Li Xiaoning knock the pigman unconscious, bind it securely, and then cast it beside other subdued monsters recently reeled in, awaiting his judgment. Gazing upon the bound pigman, Jiang Tian felt the familiar spark of scientific inquiry reignite. According to chatter on the chat channel, consuming monsters caused certain patches of white fur to darken, and significantly augmented the pigman's combat prowess. What then would emerge if this pigman underwent full melanization? This was not mere recklessness on Jiang Tian's part. First, their collective strength rendered even an empowered pigman negligible as a threat. Secondly, Jiang Tian sensed, intuitively, that the pigman species concealed deeper complexities beneath its crude exterior. Moreover, encountering melanized pigmen elsewhere demanded preparedness. He dragged the unconscious pigman to a more open area and waited quietly for it to awaken. 10 minutes passed. Then the pigman stirred, blinked awake, realized it was bound, and erupted into frantic, squealing protests. At Jiang Tian's command, Lu Bu, the patrolling guard, brought over several other captured creatures: a skeleton, a goblin, a merman, and a spider. The pigman's eyes locked onto the creatures, its mouth agape, in eager anticipation. Jiang Tian gestured to Lu Bu, "Bring the spider forward." Saliva dripped from the pigman's snout. When the spider was withdrawn and the skeletal frame tossed, instead the pigman's fleshy face contorted in disgust. Yet at the sight of the goblin and merman, its eyes gleamed, ravenous, almost trembling with hunger. On Jiang Tian's order, Lu Bu hurled the merman toward the pigman. It wriggled forward, mounted the creature, and began voraciously devouring it whole. On Jiang Tian's order, Lu Bu hurled the merman toward the pigman. It wriggled forward, mounted the creature, and began voraciously devouring it whole. Having seen earlier reports from other regions about pigman domestication, he wondered whether any among them had encountered full melanization, and if so, how they had responded. The global channel blazed with activity. Most messages railed against the sudden violent weather, blaming hailstones for shattered limbs and ruined crops. Damn it all. These cursed hailstones flattened my eggplants. Oh, my poor carrots, reduced to pulp. Damn it. My chickens got pummeled, blood everywhere on their head. Well, might as well roast one for dinner tonight. Lord, why didn't you warn me before unleashing this hailstorm? Now I'm swollen head to toe. You're quite the bastard, Lord. Aishiba. The hail smashed my kimchi crock. Sacred feces. My sails are shredded. Ice covers the whole island. Teach fix them now. Amidst this cacophony, Jiang Tian also noticed something else. Those who had loudly boasted of piracy, including the one who'd caught Blackbeard, had all gone quiet today, retreating to their islands to repair damages. A single natural disaster had stunned every pirate syndicate into stunned silence. Clearly, calamities wrought by heaven eclipsed those born of man, and this season's disasters were far from over. Drought and scorching heat loomed ahead. After scanning the channel for some time, and finding no mention of pigmen, Jiang Tian used his daily global chat privilege to post, "Has anyone encountered a fully blackened pigman? What happens?" The message drew replies. Several users confirmed that just before dusk yesterday someone had cried out on global chat, "Black pigman, help," before vanishing entirely. The topic quickly drowned beneath a tidal wave of complaints. Jiang Tian read on, alone, unanswered. He closed the chat interface and turned back toward the pigman. Half the merman's body had already been devoured, exposing humanoid-like bones beneath. Yet the pigman continued gnawing, insatiable, oblivious to satiety. Indeed, its left foot and lower leg had darkened completely. Jiang Tian reached out, pressing gently on both pigmented and unpigmented skin. The blackened fur felt markedly stiffer, the dermis denser and tougher. Leaving Lu Bu to watch it, Jiang Tian walked to the ice cellar construction site and joined the others in building. An hour later, a square ice cellar, 100 square meters in area, 2 meters tall, stood nearly complete. It was sunken 1 meter into the earth with a downward sloping ramp leading to its entrance. Yet its timber roof remained unbolted. These ice fragments were too small to stack like conventional ice bricks. Thus, upon entering, workers first erected rigid foam panels upright, from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow standing space near the doorway. They arranged the foam panels into a recessed U-shape, then poured the accumulated ice blocks down from above. Even the ice harvested from Jiang Tian's own island proved insufficient to fill the cellar, so he purchased additional stock via the regional channel. Once filled, they sealed the interior with more foam panels, then fastened the timber roof securely atop the ice cellar structure. By lunchtime, internal insulation was fully completed, ensuring the hail ice would not melt even should temperatures rise sharply today. Still, the ice cellar wasn't yet finished. Finally, they covered its sun-exposed upper surface with packed earth. The ice cellar was now complete. Gazing upon it, Jiang Tian felt profound satisfaction. He now commanded nearly 200 cubic meters of stored ice. Though summer's duration remained uncertain, this ice cellar guaranteed their resilience. No longer need they fear the heat. With tasks done, he ordered his subordinates to rest before lunch. Jiang Tian returned to where the pigman lay. The merman had been wholly consumed. The pigman now slept soundly, its fur blackened from ankle to mid-thigh. The melanized limbs appeared thicker, more muscular than before. Jiang Tian nodded. This was the moment to test the durability of its darkened physiology. He signaled Lu Bu to bring an array of weapons, and strode forward. First, Jiang Tian conducted experiments on the pigman's two distinct skin regions using a bone knife. Gripping the blade, he carefully applied controlled pressure to incise the blackened portion, yet the creature remained utterly unscathed. On the pale skin, the bone knife merely left a faint superficial scratch. When he probed both regions with a stone fork, the result was identical: no penetration. Next, he switched to a bronze short sword and thrust it toward the pigman. Though resistance surged against the blade, Jiang Tian's formidable strength drove the tip deep into the blackened hide. Oh! The pigman awoke in sudden agony, its lower limbs thrashing wildly. With a thunderous bang, it snapped the hemp ropes binding its feet. Eyes blazing with fury, it glared at Jiang Tian, its blackened legs kicking violently as it struggled to rise, determined to confront the one who had wounded it. Yet its resistance lasted only moments before Hui Tsubing struck it down again, rendering it unconscious, and swiftly rebound its legs with additional ropes. Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully. The blackened regions had indeed undergone significant physical enhancement. Its overall constitution markedly strengthened, its defensive resilience approaching that of the earlier blue skeleton. Still, such pigmen posed no overwhelming threat to his group. He then summoned Hui Tsubing and instructed him to fetch the two-wood bow and freshly crafted arrows. Now that the bow and arrows were complete, it was time to test them. Gazing at the two-wood bow in his hands, Jiang Tian felt a profound surge of quiet reflection. The previous day, upon receiving the bow, he had drawn the string with his fingers to gauge its tensile strength. Then, without releasing it, gradually eased the string back to its resting position with precise control. He had not released the string dry, a critical precaution. Meanwhile, a portion of the arrows had already been completed, half-bore sharpened spider limbs affixed to their tips. At Jiang Tian's command, Hui Tsubing stood 10 meters away, nocked an arrow, and loosed 2 shots toward the pigman. One wooden, one reinforced with spider limb tips, each piercing the air with a sharp resonant shum. Jiang Tian approached the bound creature, knelt beside it, and examined the impact sites closely. The wooden arrow failed entirely to pierce the blackened hide. Upon contact, it merely bored a shallow dimple before shattering under its own recoil. In contrast, the reinforced arrowhead had penetrated deeply into the blackened flesh. Jiang Tian nodded in quiet approval. Under the bow's immense draw weight, even modestly hardened projectiles proved remarkably effective. By then, lunch was ready. Jiang Tian assigned Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing to alternate watch over the pigman, feeding it monster flesh once it regained consciousness, while the rest returned indoors to dine. After lunch, the group stepped outside. The air had grown noticeably warmer. Scattered shards of ice atop the roofs were melting, leaving behind glistening pools of water. The ice cellar had been completed. Thermal preservation was no longer a concern. Next, they inspected other structures for damage, and found only the wooden huts within the newly acquired land had sustained minor harm. Yet those huts held little more than timber and tools, losses trivial and easily replaced. All told, the hailstorm of the previous night had passed without serious consequence. No meaningful losses had occurred. With stability restored, work resumed in earnest, commencing construction of the blacksmith's forge. Bricks for the forge were already firing in the kiln, set to be ready by sunset. Meanwhile, laborers began excavating the foundation. The forge's designated site lay adjacent to the blast furnace, a 50 square meter plot marked clearly. Shi Jigang led Tang, Yanzhong San, and Li Si each shouldering shovels to begin digging. As the foundation neared completion, the bricks finished firing. Jiang Tian then guided Lu Sandao in preparing ash-based cement. Time slipped swiftly amid relentless toil. When the foundation was fully laid, the sun hung low on the horizon. Venting the brick kiln, the team paused their labors and returned indoors for dinner. At the dinner table, Tang Yen sat in high spirits, shoveling food into his mouth while chattering animatedly, heedless of choking. Oh my, finally the blacksmith's forge is nearly done. Soon I'll finally get to swing a hammer properly. Boss, once the forge is up, let's install the forge hearth too. And don't forget a bellows. This meal tastes incredible. MH, I'm craving braised pork with glass noodles. Boss, can we make it? Or just plain noodles? Boss, how much metal do we actually have? What will you craft next? Weapons, armor, or farming tools? Without sufficient raw material, this whole endeavor won't hold together. Boss, enough. Eat your meal. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated by Tang Yan's torrent of, good heavens, this man's tongue never ceased. Why call him Tang Yan when he might as well be named Tang Sung? Still, though verbose, his remarks were mostly sensible, and invariably centered on production matters. Except perhaps for the glass noodle fantasy. Jiang Tian mentally reviewed their current metal reserves through recent acquisitions, and fishing yields copper totaled over 500 kilograms, roughly 50 to 60 liters in volume. Iron remained scarce, only 3 to 400 kilograms, and most had already been fused into a crude anvil. More metal would be needed. Mulling over these calculations, he opened the regional chat channel and issued another public call for metal purchase. Though all understood metal's inherent value in this era, living fertile animals held far greater immediate metal, inedible and relevant only in later stages, ranked comparatively low. Soon stacks of metal appeared nearby. Jiang Tian directed several workers to haul them into storage. As dinner wound down, the others returned to overtime work, while Jiang Tian lingered over the chat interface, digesting his meal. Amid a sea of mundane messages, one post suddenly seized everyone's attention. Holy hell, do you know what I just saw? Something enormous flying in the distance. Flying? Did you encounter sky pirates? No, it wasn't an island. It looked like a giant insect, with wings. An insect? Flying in midair. This place has insects like that. Yes, it was massive, terrifying, and glowing with firelight. Fortunately, it stayed far from me. Come on, aren't all living creatures here confined to crates? Where'd you dig up a flying bug? Did you oversleep? Silence followed. Jiang Tian scrolled past the exchange. A flying insect, and sizable enough to be visible from afar. 24 days had passed since his arrival, yet not a single bird, not even a speck of insect had crossed his path. Had something shifted in this world? Here certainty was a luxury. Jiang Tian shook his head and set the matter aside, for now. Closing the chat interface, he stepped outdoors. The blacksmith's forge was already rising, Shi Jigang and his crew laying bricks layer upon layer. Unnoticed, the moon ascended, bathing the entire island in silvery radiance. Tonight's light outshone all previous nights. Even without torchlight, the surroundings were bathed in clarity. Tilting his gaze upward, Jiang Tian beheld a perfect full moon suspended in the vault of night. Its luminance was pure, serene, and ineffably bright. Under the bright moonlight, the subordinates at work occasionally lifted their heads to gaze at the full moon. On the other side, a bound pigman lay on the ground next to a humanoid skeleton. The skeleton's original form was a goblin that had been fed by Hua Tsubing in the afternoon, nearly devoured by the pigman. The culprit pigman had its entire belly button area transformed into black hard fur. With a few more meals, it would completely turn black, at which point its condition could be examined. Although last night, after the pigman feasted on monster meat, what ensued was a complete blackening that harmed others. However, some individuals continued to breed pigmen, hoping to push them down when they were halfway through their transformation. It was uncertain if any unfortunate souls had failed to control the dosage, resulting in their pigmen fully blackening. Perhaps some information could be gleaned from the chat channel. With this thought, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, only to be astonished to find that the discussions were entirely about pigmen. The moon tonight is so big and round, I really like it. The new pigman I just bought is also looking at the moon. I wonder if it has awakened the bloodline of Beiji and wants to go to the moon palace to play games with change. Wait, why has its black fur increased? What's going on? Damn, I just bought this pigman. It was all white. Why did it suddenly turn completely black? Help. This pigman, I don't know what happened after looking at the full moon for a while, suddenly blackened, howled a couple of times, and then killed my subordinate. It is eating my subordinate right in front of me. What should I do? Wait, can pigs go insane from looking at the full moon? Does the full moon have such a function? Isn't that a werewolf trait? Why can pigmen do that? It's the full moon's fault. The pigmen in my house are— You all quickly pull it inside. Don't let it see the moon. The chat channel was in an uproar. Seeing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Pigmen directly blackening after seeing the full moon. Is this really a thing? Moreover, Jiang Tian realized that those seeking help were only a small portion. Previously, many survivors who had disclosed their breeding of pigmen had now ceased speaking. Perhaps they had already encountered misfortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian looked to the other side where a pigman was snoring. If this were true, then the pigman on his island would also undergo a transformation upon seeing the moon right. Just as Jiang Tian was preparing to instruct Hua Tsubing to pull the pigman into the wooden house for slow research with monster meat tomorrow, the pigman grunted twice, shifted its body, and opened its eyes. It seemed to have just awakened. Following the direction of the moonlight, it lifted its head, staring intently at the moon, motionless. The originally black fur below its waist spread rapidly. its belly, arms, and neck. Finally, it reached its head. The pigman had turned completely black. As the fur changed, the pigman's body appeared to swell a bit, its drooping ears stood upright, its hooves grew black claws, and its jaw slowly extended to reveal 2 tusks. This sudden transformation caused Huoqubing's eyes to widen. Jiang Tian also frowned. It seemed that seeing the full moon indeed caused the pigman to blacken rapidly. "Awo! Awo!" The blackened pigman twisted its body while howling at the moon. But feeling that it wasn't quite satisfying, it realized it was tied up and suddenly strained its muscles outward. Bang bang. The ropes binding its front and back hooves were directly torn apart. The pigman regained its freedom and ran to the edge of the island. Raising its head, it let out a loud roar towards the full moon. Humph-a-woo. This scene was remarkably similar to many werewolf transformation scenes in previous films. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to think about its relation to werewolves and directly instructed Huoqubing and Lu Bu. "This creature actively harms others. Be prepared for battle." "Yes, my lord." Huoqubing drew out his Tianmu bow, fitted an arrow, and drew the string. Whoosh. The sharp arrowhead reflected a faint glow as it sped towards the pigman. Thud. The arrowhead pierced through the pigman's black fur and into its back, black blood oozing down. The pigman cried out in pain, turning its head to fix its red eyes on Huoqubing. Its limbs pushed against the ground as it charged towards Huoqubing. In the process, Huoqubing readied another arrow. Whoosh. The sharp arrow cut through the night sky, flying towards the pigman's neck. The pigman seemed to have gained some cunning, dodging to the side upon seeing the incoming arrow. However, the arrow was too fast, it didn't completely evade and still pierced into the pigman's left arm. "Awo!" The pigman cried out in pain, standing up and using its right claw to grip the arrow, trying to pull it out. At that moment, Lu Bu appeared with a bronze spear. Taking a few steps forward to the pigman, he thrust his right arm. Huh! Thud! A spurt of black blood splattered out. The pigman was pierced through and chilled to the bone. The pigman halted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Its outstretched arms drooped down as its body fell backward. Thud! Under such weight, the wooden part of the bronze spear also broke. Lu Bu looked at the half-stick in his hands. On the other side, Huoqubing put away his bow and came to check the pigman's condition. He nodded to Jiang Tian. "My lord, the pigman has been killed." Jiang Tian nodded, approached Lu Bu, and patted his arm. "All right, don't be dazed. Once the blacksmith shop is built, I'll have a better weapon made for you." "Yes, thank you, my lord." You should also help in building the blacksmith shop. Let's get this thing done quickly." After sending Lu Bu away, Jiang Tian squatted down to begin inspecting the body of the blackened pigman. After turning completely black, its body strength was comparable to that of partially blackened ones. Overall, the thickness of this hide was quite decent. If utilized, it could be made into a leather armor. Of course, for Jiang Tian, it was naturally not appealing. Perhaps it could be put up on the trading post for a good price. He then opened the trading post, selecting the blackened pigman to list. With that, this matter was settled. He glanced at the moon once more. The round jade plate still emitted a bright glow, but under these circumstances it appeared somewhat eerie. Jiang Tian shook his head. Tonight, who knows how many survivors raising pigmen will suffer misfortune. But that was none of his concern. After all, breeding pigmen was their own choice. If someone were to blame, it should be the game organizers. This full moon night felt strange to Jiang Tian. It should have more than just the function of causing pigmen to blacken. Perhaps it also signified other things. Also today in the chat channel, he saw those flying insects in the sky. Jiang Tian frowned a guess. He then instructed Huoqubing light the bonfire and have Lu Sandow keep watch. "Yes, my lord." The night deepened. Jiang Tian and his subordinates all fell into slumber. The house was devoid of light, with only the moonlight and bonfire illuminating everything on the island. Huoqubing and Lu Sandow circled the island, watching the distance for any unusual objects flying towards their island. At that moment, at the edge of the island, snap! A black spider suddenly appeared about a meter off the ground and landed on the ground. Its 8 black legs moved scurrying towards a nearby pen. The next day, in the early morning, after washing up, Jiang Tian pushed open the door. "My lord," as he stepped outside, he saw Huoqubing cupping his hands in greeting and saying, "Last night an anomaly occurred." Hearing this, Jiang Tian frowned. "What happened?" "My lord, please follow me." Jiang Tian nodded in response and followed Huoqubing to the west. Here the leopard woman was taking care of the animals. On the ground beside her lay 3 corpses, 2 spiders, and 1 goblin. Huoqubing pointed to the corpses. "My lord, these monsters appeared on the island last night and were killed by me and Lu Sandow. Appeared out of nowhere." "Yes, last night Lu Sandow and I were not fishing, and we have no idea where these monsters came from." Jiang Tian nodded and crouched down to examine the monsters. The spiders did not have yellow fur, and the goblin was not as robust as the ones they had caught a few days ago. It seemed to be a product of the last time the monsters were enhanced. There were arrow holes in their bodies indicating they had been shot to death. Jiang Tian then asked, "When you saw these monsters, did they all appear on the western side of the island?" One of the spiders was found near the pen. The other spider and the goblin were at the edge of the island. I see. After you two finish breakfast, you can go rest. Yes, my lord. Not long after breakfast was prepared. After the meal, Jiang Tian asked Hua Zubing and Lu Sandao to recount what had happened last night, and reminded everyone to pay attention to safety and be more vigilant about their surroundings. Then Hua Zubing and Lu Sandao went to rest. Others also began to busy themselves at their respective posts. Today's main task was to finish the blacksmith shop that had not been completed yesterday. Jiang Tian also replicated another crossbow, bringing the total to 6. Once the blacksmith shop was completed, they could arrange manpower to fully produce crossbow arrows. On the other side, while Hua Zubing and Lu Sandao rested, the patrol duties were handed over to Lu Bu. Watching Lu Bu circling the island, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Unlike before, when monsters could only appear from the fishing boxes, now they could suddenly appear on the island, significantly increasing the danger level. Lu Bu had to keep an eye out for any intruders in the sky, while also observing the ground for any monsters. It was unlikely he could manage it all by himself. So Jiang Tian took his wooden bow and arrows, strapped a bronze axe to his waist, and joined the patrol. He also wanted to find an opportunity to see how these monsters appeared so suddenly. The two walked around the island with their bows in hand. About an hour later, as Jiang Tian was wandering to the southwest corner of the island, he suddenly noticed something. At the edge of the island, streams of glowing light were gathering. Finally, they condensed into a humanoid shape, appearing about a meter above the ground. Bang! A merman holding a stone fork landed on the ground. Whoa! The merman shouted and ran towards Jiang Tian, brandishing the stone fork. Jiang Tian's gaze sharpened. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the merman, startling it. Jiang Tian felt a bit embarrassed. His aim was truly poor. It seemed he needed to practice more with the bow and arrow. He put down the bow and directly drew his bronze axe, rushing over to the merman and striking down. The merman was cleaved in two. Leaving behind the stone fork, Jiang Tian kicked the corpse out of the island. Ever since the pigmen went berserk, these monsters had become less valuable and were best discarded. After dealing with the merman, Jiang Tian began to recall the scene that had just unfolded before his eyes. The suddenly appearing glow condensing into a merman. Glow. Jiang Tian recalled that he had seen this kind of glow many times before. When he first arrived in this world, the parchment manual, and when selling subordinates and survivors, they all dissipated into glowing light. This glow must be a form of teleportation. In other words, could this also be considered a type of calamity? Due to insufficient information, Jiang Tian could not continue analyzing further. He decided to bring this information to the attention of those working. If they suddenly see glowing light gathering, they should quickly move away and prepare for battle. He then continued patrolling the island to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Not long after, the sun hung high above. During this morning, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had dealt with 2 more monsters that had appeared suddenly. These monsters had all appeared at the edge of the island, which relieved everyone. If that's the case, there was no need to worry about suddenly finding a spider appearing beside his pillow while he was sleeping soundly in his room. At this time, the blacksmith shop was also completed. Once the cement set, it could be used normally. Tang Yin looked at the blacksmith shop in front of him, his eyes shining. He placed his hands on the still wet cement, unable to part with it. Oh my, the blacksmith shop is finally finished, but the equipment inside still needs to be set up. Boss, can you get me a forge that's 1.5 meters tall, and then... Alright. Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. First, let's prepare for a meal. As for these things, you can discuss them with Shi Jigang in the afternoon. He will assist you. What are we eating? Can we have pork stew with vermicelli? Shut up. After stopping Tang Yin, Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Speaking of pork, it seemed that their meat supplies were running low again and needed to be replenished. He was reluctant to buy meat from the trading post these past couple of days. After the hail and the proactive monster ambush, those animals were very likely to have met their demise. Not to mention the quality, it would taste a bit off. Currently, there were 12 pigs in the pig pen, and they could slaughter one for some fresh meat. Moreover, with the ice cellar, he did not need to worry too much about preserving the remaining pork. He then instructed, Shi Jigang, take someone with you to slaughter a pig and get some meat, while the remaining pork should be stored in the ice cellar. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied. He called Zhang San and headed towards the pig pen on the west side. On the other side, just as Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning were reeling in their lines and preparing to cook, a bell on one of the fishing rods rang as it was lifted. Bang! Another wooden box. Li Xiaoning opened the wooden box with a hook, and a man dressed in cloth stood up. He was in his 50s, short in stature with somewhat dark skin. Master, we have caught another person. Hearing the voice, Jiang Tian instructed Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning to continue retracting the fishing rods, then called out to Wang Yun to bring the new recruit over. Master. After being led forward, the man greeted Jiang Tian. And Jiang Tian nodded slightly and appraised him carefully. Short in stature, perhaps no taller than 1.6 meters. His skin was dark and weathered. And could he be Wu Dalong? And what is your name? And at your service, master. I am Ding. And Ding. Jiang Tian's expression froze in bewilderment. And so he wasn't Wu Dalong after all. And then again, what did Ding even mean? Was it truly acceptable to bear a single character name? Arg. And before Jiang Tian could react, a shrill, agonized cry pierced the air from elsewhere. And he turned, and saw Shi Jigang and Zhang San dragging a pig toward the southeastern corner of the island. Shi Jigang gripped a knife in his hand, poised to slash the pig's throat. And the beast, sensing imminent doom, thrashed wildly and shrieked in terror. Hearing the commotion, Zhang San, who held the pig down, furrowed his brow. And they had chosen this secluded spot precisely to prevent other pigs from witnessing their fate, lest panic degrade the meat's quality. What if the squealing alerted the others? In an instant, Zhang San reached into his robe and withdrew a brick. Crack! And he slammed it squarely against the pig's forehead. And the brick shattered. The pig collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Shi Jigang knelt beside it, hesitantly brandishing his knife, uncertain where to begin. Just then Jiang Tian pointed toward them. If you're unoccupied, go assist them. And henceforth, do not call me master. Address me as Lord. Yes, Lord. And having received his command, the man bowed. Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. While the meal was being prepared, Jiang Tian continued patrolling the island's perimeter, scanning for any signs of monsters. And soon after, as he circled back near Shi Jigang and the others, a heated argument erupted. Your method of slaughtering is flawed. The skin clings to the flesh. You're wasting half the meat with such crude cuts. Hey, that's not how you chop. It's all bone. This blade will dull within minutes. Are you even capable of butchering? No. First you must split it cleanly down the center. And silence followed. Then Shi Jigang's voice rose again. And either you do it, or I do it. But stop hovering and lecturing. Do you have any idea how exhausted I am? Designing, hauling bricks, slaughtering animals. Spare me your armchair strategizing. Prove yourself if you're so capable. His tone dripped with weary resignation. In hearing those words, Jiang Tian felt a pang of guilt. Never since Shi Jigang had been drawn ashore, the grim task of animal slaughter had fallen solely upon him. In truth, slaughter was never his vocation. Yet he bore no complaint, fulfilling Jiang Tian's orders with still. Dispatching chickens or fish was one thing, butchering a full-grown pig was another matter entirely, far beyond his expertise. Jiang Tian strode forward swiftly to assess the scene. A skinned pig lay sprawled on the ground. Beside it sat a basin of fresh blood and a broad wooden plank. Shi Jigang and Zhang San, crouched in bloodstained clothes, their faces slack with exasperation. The man stood apart, calm and unruffled. Jiang Tian glanced at all three and asked, what's happened? Why the sudden quarrel? Shi Jigang grumbled, ever since he arrived he hasn't lifted a finger to help. Only stands there critiquing every move. It's fraying my nerves. The man looked wounded. I merely observed his technique and offered guidance. No ill intent, Lord. Let me handle this pig instead. I possess considerable expertise in butchery. Jiang Tian studied him intently, then nodded. He signaled Shi Jigang to hand over the knife, and stepped aside to observe the man closely. With practiced grace, the man gripped the blade in his right hand and swept his left palm across the pig's flank. And then he guided the knife downward, its edge gliding effortlessly along sinew and marrow, bypassing bone with uncanny precision. Within moments, neatly segmented cuts of flesh and skin landed with quiet certainty upon the wooden plank. Shi Jigang and Zhang San gaped, mouths agape, at the effortless mastery before them. Such fluency was staggering. Jiang Tian blinked, two ancient idioms rising unbidden in his mind, skill flowing like water through open space, and Pao Ding dissecting the ox. Shi Jigang, Zhang San, you've labored well. Go wash up, dinner awaits. Yes, Lord. In relief flooding their faces, they sprang up and hurried toward the latrine to scrub away the blood. Jiang Tian nodded, his suspicion confirmed. From now on you shall be known as Pao Ding. This pig, and all future butchery, falls under your domain. Shi Jigang, Zhang San, you've labored well. Go wash up, dinner awaits. Yes, Lord. In relief flooding their faces, they sprang up and hurried toward the latrine to scrub away the blood. Watching Pao Ding work alone, Jiang Tian pondered. Since monsters now manifested directly upon the island, prudence demanded reinforcement. Lu Bu would stand watch and lend a hand where needed. After rotating shifts for the midday meal, the group resumed afternoon labor, fabricating essential tools within the blacksmith's forge. Others began assembling the bellows required for smelting. Next came the preparation of wodash cement, intended for constructing a dedicated furnace inside the forge. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian walked alone toward the butchery site. There the pig had already been expertly disassembled, bones and meat arranged with surgical order upon the plank. In Jiang Tian and Pao Ding sealed the pork in the ice cellar and preserved the blood with salt in its basin. With the meat supply secured, Hort Zubing and Lu Sandow rose and reported for duty. In their arrival freed up patrol duties, granting Jiang Tian a rare moment of respite. He settled indoors and opened the chat channel. At that moment, the channel overflowed with reports of spontaneous monster appearances. And damn it, while fishing, a spider, out of nowhere, bit my leg. This morning a fishman materialized at my island's edge, nearly gave me a heart attack. And goblins, good heavens, do monsters now invade islands under the full moon? In these creatures, deceiving, ambushing us survivors. Is this truly acceptable? It is not. And I urge them, like rodents drinking their own tail oil, to reflect deeply. Such petty cunning serves no purpose. After scrolling a while, Jiang Tian gathered the intelligence he sought. As anticipated, all emergent monsters appeared exclusively along the island's periphery. And their current strength remained low, modest yet escalating. Though difficulty had risen, survivors were granted time to adapt, grace before gravity. Yet surely these incursions would intensify, growing stronger, deadlier. In mid-thought, a new message seized everyone's attention. Whoa, someone's selling a corrupted pigman corpse in the trading market. Who's got that kind of power? The corpse of the corrupted pigman. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian recalled. Last night he had hung this corrupted pigman and then discarded the corpse to the south side of the island. This morning he had been preoccupied with the monster invasion incident, almost forgetting about the corrupted pigman hanging in the trading post. Meanwhile, the World Channel was still discussing this corrupted pigman. Ordinary monsters, stone spears and bone knives can't even cut through its skin. How did someone manage to slay it? I just checked the trading post. Turns out this is what the corrupted pigman looks like. It's a bit terrifying. Last night I sent messages to a few acquaintances who raised pigmen, but they haven't replied. They probably got killed by this thing. Last night during the full moon my pigman also fully corrupted and killed one of my subordinates. In the end I managed to knock it off the edge while it was eating. To be able to kill such a creature, what a ruthless person. I wonder if the meat of this corrupted pigman is delicious. To be honest, this pigman's skin feels quite thick. If only we could make armor from it. While looking at the chat messages, he crouched down to touch the pigman's corpse. After being left for half a day, the black blood had completely drained and the body had deflated somewhat, but there were no signs of decay. The skin remained tough. Seeing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to check the situation. So far only he had listed the corrupted pigman for sale. At the same time, many people sent him trade requests. Most wanted the pigman's skin and fur, while a few others wanted to buy some of the corrupted pigman's meat to taste. Jiang Tian considered that selling the skin and meat separately could maximize his profit. Just as he was pondering, a noise came from beside him. My lord, what is this? A wild boar. Jiang Tian turned to see it was the butcher. After preparing the pig meat, Jiang Tian allowed him to wander around the island to familiarize himself with the situation. He also instructed him to stay away from any glowing gatherings and notify the patrol personnel. It seemed he had just happened to slip over here. Jiang Tian pointed at the corrupted pigman and briefly explained the situation to him. Upon hearing this, the butcher took a look at the pigman. My lord, leave the skinning to me. The butcher volunteered, aligning perfectly with Jiang Tian's wishes. After agreeing, he picked up the knife he had used to slaughter the pig and began to explore the muscle and bone structure of the pigman. Jiang Tian did not interfere further and opened the trading post to start acquiring metal. However, after more than 2 hours, Jiang Tian closed the trading post, preparing to rest for a while, but found that the butcher who had been skillfully handling the slaughter had furrowed his brows while cutting. What's wrong? My lord, the pigman's hide is too tough. It's quite inconvenient to use a kitchen knife. If only I had a tougher skinning knife and saw. Hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded in understanding. This skin is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Let's go find Tang Yin and have one made right now. With that, Jiang Tian got up and went to the blacksmith shop. At this moment, inside the blacksmith shop, the stone platform and forge had already been constructed with cement. Tang Yin was standing beside the furnace, directing several people to melt a troublesome iron block into molten iron to pour into the mold, preparing to make a proper anvil. Jiang Tian called Tang Yin over and instructed, I have a task for you. Work with the butcher to forge 2 skinning knives. Upon hearing about blacksmithing, Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Sure thing, boss. It's just 2 small knives. Once the anvil is ready, I'll have these done for you right away. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Butcher, you can work with Tang Yin for now. Yes, my lord. Soon after, Tang Yin enlisted Zhang San and Li Si to assist him. They began hammering iron bars in the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic sounds ringing out. Time passed slowly. As the sun set in the west, the butcher respectfully handed a large piece of black fur to Jiang Tian. My lord, the skin has been successfully removed. Please take a look. Well done. Jiang Tian nodded and had the butcher lay the pigman's skin flat on the ground. Since the butcher got his professional tools, the skinning speed increased significantly, and he had now completely skinned the corrupted pigman clean. On the other side, the chunks of meat from the corrupted pigman looked somewhat disgusting. Jiang Tian instructed the butcher to clean himself up and prepare for dinner. He opened the trading post and listed the pigman's body and skin. Corrupted pigman's meat exchanged for metal. Corrupted pigman's skin exchanged for metal. Highest bidder wins. Interested parties should private message. After listing, Jiang Tian looked at the fur spread out on the ground. Speaking of which, this thing laid out on the ground really has a sort of carpet-like feel. Later he might consider getting one for the room. However, the pigman's skin is a bit ugly, very dark. He wondered if there were any tiger or leopard men. Just as Jiang Tian and his group went to eat, this trading information was also discovered by people on the world and regional channels. Damn, the corrupted pigman just disappeared, but now there's a skin and a pile of corrupted pigman meat. The meat of the corrupted pigman. I wonder what it tastes like. I've already submitted a trade request, so I hope to wait. Pig skin. I just tried to kill a half-corrupted pigman, but I couldn't cut through that piece of corrupted skin at all. How did this person do it? Yeah, I just tried to slice it with a kitchen knife. Ooh, although I managed, it was such a hassle. Damn, this skin looks so well made. On the other side, after finishing dinner, Jiang Tian looked at the more than 10 people sitting in the room. The number of people was increasing, and the small brick house alongside the wooden house was starting to feel a bit cramped. Now that there was enough land and the blacksmith shop was completed, he could consider continuing to build a few more houses. So he didn't rush to send everyone out to work overtime, but called them together for a meeting. After discussing the tasks each person would handle, Kai Wenji was responsible for raising chickens, ducks, and fish, while Li Xiaoning would continue to clean up the monsters at the fishing spot. Wang Yin had no changes, he just continued fishing on his empty land. The leopard woman was responsible for feeding the cattle, sheep, and pigs. If help was needed, she could coordinate with herself. As for Shi Jigang, he began planning the houses for the newcomers. After all, as more and more people were caught, there was a certain requirement for the number of houses. Meanwhile, Lu Buhua, Xubing, and Lu Sandao continued to take turns patrolling to prevent any sudden monsters on the island from threatening others. Tang Yin assigned himself to the forging tasks, and during this time Zhang San and Li Si could assist him to speed up the production of weapons and armor. After arranging everything, Jiang Tian yawned and waved his hand to the crowd. Alright, if we are working overtime tonight, Hua Xubing and Lu Sandao will patrol the island. The rest should also make some crossbows. Orders given. Jiang Tian strolled about the island to aid his digestion, his gaze wandering to the world beyond the shore. The moonlight was no longer as bright as it had been the night before. The full moon overhead had disappeared, replaced by a waning crescent. It would not return to fullness for another 30 days. A whoosh split the air. An arrow tore through the sky as Hua Xubing pierced a spider that had appeared on the isle. Seeing this, Jiang Tian could not help but sigh. That last full moon had brought so much upheaval. Who could say what the next one would herald? Unconsciously, Jiang Tian found himself standing above that sheet of pigskin. He glanced at the hide and opened the trade board. The blackened pork and pelts he had listed had already attracted numerous offers. One whole pigman's worth of meat had fetched 5 iron ingots. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian sold the blackened pigman meat at once. It was of no use to keep, he would not eat it, and best to dispose of it before it spoiled. The price for the pelt, however, was frighteningly high. It had risen to 15 iron ingots, equivalent to roughly 300 gene of iron. Before finalizing the sale, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to gauge demand, intending to decide whether to part with the hide at that price. Ugh, a fishman showed up out of nowhere today and gave me quite a fright. My men were ambushed by monsters. One had his leg bitten to pieces. This is a real mess. And that yellow-haired spider we reeled in. Its legs are so sharp that thin wooden greaves are useless against them. I heard from survivors who raised pigmen that black pelt can block monster attacks. Even when the yellow-haired spider stabbed at the blackened pigman's skin, it barely took effect. If that stuff could be made into leather armor, it would be invaluable. There's a black pig pelt on the trade board, but it seems expensive. I offered 10 iron ingots and got no response. TSK Tisk, of course, it's rare. Most people can't afford it. Is that black pelt really that costly? Hold on, I'm going to slaughter the half-blackened pigman right now. I just bought a piece of blackened pigman meat, but tastes odd. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian had already made up his mind. 15 iron ingots. That price had not yet reached the hide's true value. He had to sell it for a good price before others began trading in blackened pigman pelts. But most people were poor and could not afford the full amount to buy an entire hide. Perhaps it would be better to divide it and sell simple pieces of leather armor individually. With that thought, Jiang Tian looked toward Bao Envi, who was strolling after feeding the cattle, sheep, and pigs, and at the strapless top and short skirt she wore. That garment looked like leather. Maybe she could make leather armor. Bao Envi, come here. Master, what is it? Bao Envi approached with a puzzled look. Jiang Tian asked directly, the outfit you are wearing, it's leather, right? Can you make leather armor? Bao Envi hesitated, then answered, I think I can. Good. Coordinate with Pao Ding later. and turn that pelt on the ground into armor. It does not have to be exquisite, just wearable. Oh, all right. Under Jiang Tian's approving gaze, Bao NV took hold of the hide and went to find. Jiang Tian removed the pelt from the trade board. Immediately, the chat channel erupted. What the hell? Where did that huge hide go? Did someone buy it? My friend said he offered 15 iron ingots and still couldn't get it. Damn, how many iron ingots did that pelt sell for? I just traded food for 20 iron ingots and was about to try to buy it, and suddenly it's gone. Bloody hell. 1 hour later, Pao Ding and Bao NV returned with 4 pieces of leather armor and presented them to Jiang Tian. The workmanship was crude holes punched at the joints and tied together with thin cord. They looked rough, but their quality seemed acceptable. Until the iron armor was ready, these would serve as decent. At that moment, Tang Yin came out for air and noticed the 3 holding the leather armor. She leaned in and asked, "Is that leather armor?" "Yes. What's the matter?" Jiang Tian replied. Tang Yin waved her hand in disgust. "It's midsummer. Wearing that would be suffocating. Don't sweat yourself into prickly heat." Jiang Tian nodded. The remark was fair enough. Yet he had no intention of wearing the armor himself. He glanced at the patrolling Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao, then decided to keep 2 pieces and put 2 up on the trade board. Blackened pigment leather armor for trade in iron ingots. Note highest bidder wins. Bids under 15 iron ingots will not be entertained. What the? There's leather armor made from the blackened pigment hide on the trade board. They just bought that hide and already turned it into armor. That's handy. I can barely craft anything myself. I looked at the armor details. Each piece is only about 1/5 the size of the original hide, yet they sell for the same price as the whole pelt. Damn, that's a ripoff. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian simply watched the chat and smiled without a word. Though the crowd shouted complaints, the price of the armor kept climbing. In the end, the 2 pieces of leather armor sold for 40 iron ingots. Jiang Tian inspected the iron ingots at his side and nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Hua Tsubing came forward to report, "Master, a pigman just appeared on the aisle." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "A pigman? Have you secured it?" "It has been restrained." "Good." A kindly smile touched Jiang Tian's face as he issued further orders. "Tonight, besides your patrols, remember to feed those pigmen some monster meat." "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, as night deepened, all except Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao returned to their rooms to rest at Jiang Tian's command. Pao Ding, who had just arrived, was lodged in the old wooden hut to get by with the 2 old men. As Jiang Tian prepared to wash and sleep, something sudden occurred. A dark head suddenly poked into Jiang Tian's room. "Ah!" The sight startled Kai Wenji, who was preparing his foot washing water. Jiang Tian looked up. "Pao Ding, why are you here? It's late. Get some rest." Pao Ding gave a leering chuckle. "Master, are you hungry? Shall I serve you from below?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tian's lips curled into a wry grimace. "What the hell did you just say? Get out now." "No, no, no." Seeing Jiang Tian's reaction, Pao Ding quickly realized his misstep and waved his hands in frantic defense. "What I meant is, I'm not only skilled at butchering, I'm also an accomplished cook." Jiang Tian's brow furrowed with exasperation. As a modern man, he naturally knew Pao Ding was an exceptional cook. After all, the character Pao in Pao Ding gave rise to the very word for chef. "Lord, may I demonstrate my craft?" Today's slaughtered pig yielded 1 spare rib. Aside from those stored in the ice cellar, this cut remains fresh and ready. Jiang Tian nodded, his expression oddly intrigued. "Very well, hurry up." "Yes, Lord." Pao Ding bowed sharply and dashed out of the room. After all, he had no intention of sleeping so early, and if Pao Ding's culinary skill proved genuine, he would certainly appoint him head chef. With the population steadily growing, even Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning would soon be overwhelmed. Moreover, while they cooked competently, they were amateurs. Pao Ding was something else entirely. He was a master artisan. Meanwhile, upon overhearing this exchange, Kai Wenji instantly grasped Jiang Tian's intent to entrust kitchen duties to Pao Ding. Her eyes instantly clouded with wounded tenderness. She shuffled forward on tiptoe, tugged gently at Jiang Tian's sleeve, and whispered, "Master, does this mean he'll be cooking henceforth?" Jiang Tian, unthinking, gave a slight nod, prompting her expression to deepen into unmistakable sorrow. "Then what of me?" Only then did Jiang Tian realize her distress. He smiled warmly and stroked her hair. "Our household will only grow larger. 2 of you cannot possibly feed so many mouths without exhaustion." "But," Kai Wenji began, only to be gently cut off. "No buts. When you're not fishing, simply tend to the poultry, feed the chickens and ducks." "By the way, how many chickens and ducks do we have now?" Kai Wenji counted pensively on her fingers. "Including those caught recently and those already matured, we have 117 chickens and 156 ducks." Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. So many. Then perhaps we ought to build a kiln and open a roasted duck shop." "What is a roast?" Kai Wenji tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. Jiang Tian reached to stroke her hair once more, when a voice rang out from beyond the door. Lord, it's ready, come taste it. At once every occupant in the room turned their attention toward the heads poked out curiously drawn by Pao Ding's cheerful beckoning. Phew, what is that aroma? So rich, so intoxicating. Zhang Sen, bleary-eyed and half asleep, suddenly snapped awake, nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air. Beside him, Li Si likewise caught the scent and frowned faintly. Who's cooking? A midnight snack. All eyes instantly swiveled toward Kai Wenji, who stood quietly beside Jiang Tian, stepping outside. So late, and she was cooking. Kai Wenji shook her head emphatically. Not me, it's Pao Ding. He claimed mastery in the kitchen, so we let him try. Ah, I see. Li Si shrugged indifferently. The others withdrew their heads uninterested, until Tang Yin, who'd been napping in the parlor, abruptly sprang upright, eyelids flying open. He scrambled to his feet and followed the fragrance to the dining area, murmuring, "Is this a midnight feast? My, still serving supper at this hour. What's on the menu? Braised pork with vermicelli." Jiang Tian chuckled. "That I couldn't tell you. You'll have to ask Pao Ding." Tang Yin gazed longingly at Pao Ding, only for the latter to glare back fiercely. "Away with you. This dish is prepared solely for our lord, not for you." With that, he spun on his heel and vanished, returning moments later bearing a covered plate, its contents shrouded beneath a second inverted dish. Yet even veiled, the dish exuded an irresistible fragrant steam. "Don't tease, lift the lid. Let me see." Meanwhile, across the regional chat channel, though night had fallen, the conversation buzzed with restless energy. "Ugh, the hailstorm 2 days ago shattered my roof. Took me 2 full days to repair it. Same here. Hey, how's your house coming along? Don't ask. Timber's absurdly expensive now. I erected 4 pillars for the foundation and thatched the roof with straw. Pray no more hail falls. Huh, my house is complete and utterly magnificent. Even another hailstorm won't faze me. What's so impressive? Can yours rival player 1111? Right? At this hour, only 1111 must be sound asleep, probably cuddling some adorable girl." Elsewhere, Jiang Tian savored morsels fed to him by Kai Wenji while idly scrolling through the chat channel. Seeing that message, he smirked and typed, "CNNS 1111, hold on. Everyone see speculation. No rumors, no hearsay. Understood? We swear, we're utterly innocent." "Pa, who believes that?" "Exactly. Your first sentence reeks of humble bragging." "Yeah, pooh." As a flood of messages scrolled past, Jiang Tian fired off another reply. "Sigh, I'm far from idle. Today I fished up a man named Pao Ding. Now I must assign him duties and secure lodging for him. Endless trivialities pile up by the hour." Huh, Pao Ding. Could it be the Pao Ding, the one who dissected oxen with transcendent artistry? Damn, why's your luck always legendary? Every catch is either a famed general or a historical luminary. Seriously, I pulled up a fat man today, greasy, lazy, and dim-witted. Sent him fishing. He nearly lost my rod. Me too. I caught a fellow yesterday you might recognize, Hong Shixian. He does nothing, just loiters around spouting corny love lines. When I ignore him, he says I'm so saucy. Nearly drove me mad. 666. Hong Shixian. Hong Shixian. You're joking, right? The regional channel spiraled further off topic. Jiang Tian could barely keep up. Hong Shixian. That had never crossed his mind. And then came claims of catching armored warriors. Absurd. Next, someone would insist they'd hooked an Ultraman. Jiang Tian grew weary of the banter. With one final message, he closed the channel. "Carry on. I've got Pao Ding's midnight feast waiting. Time to eat." Later, 886. Having tossed out that remark, Jiang Tian watched Kai Wenji carefully feed him a bowl of rib noodles and smiled. He picked up his chopsticks. "Don't just feed me. Have a bite yourself." "Ah, smack." Kai Wenji chewed the meat, her eyes lighting up. It smells divine. Then have Pao Ding make more from now on, and we can all eat together." "All right." Hee. The two chatted as they ate their noodles. Nearby, stretched out on a floor pallet in the living room, Tang Yin watched the pair feeding one another. Saliva pooled at his lips while his heart quietly wept. At the same time, the regional chat channel erupted once more. "What the midnight snack? I've been sweating and toiling these last 2 days trading food for timber, can't even manage lunch, and you're having a late night snack. Pao Ding's midnight dishes, I want to taste too. Talking about this at such an hour. Are you even human?" On the other side, 2111 had just finished reworking some fields with a few subordinates, and then put several fish back into the pond. Dragging his exhausted body into bed, he idly opened the social app to relax before sleep and clicked into the chat channel. Seeing the messages nearly made him sick with envy. What the hell, while we're all repairing losses, this 1111 is cuddling a young girl and eating a late-night snack. He grew hotter and angrier the more he read. Immediately, he opened private chats and sent messages. "You all still awake? Have you finished fixing the hailstorm damage from a few days ago?" "Mostly fixed. I'm exhausted." "I'm okay. There wasn't much on my island anyway, pretty poor." I didn't bother fixing mine or I've been lying around the house these last 2 days. What's up? Receiving replies 2111 egg them on open the regional channel, and look, this 1111 is so infuriating. Since most of our islands are recovered, and the weather has cleared, why don't we gather and take a shot at that 1111? I just looked. Damn, it's shameless, so aggravating. I really want to hit that 1111 with a stick. All that wealth is stolen, ill-gotten gains. What is there to boast about? Let's rob him, beat his ass. Seeing his teammates righteously indignant, 2111 nodded with great satisfaction. He then gave them directions. Larger numbers fly southwest. One starting with 00 should head. When discussing positions, 2111 realized something. Based on IDE-matched coordinates, he and 1111 should be at the southwestern corner of the CNNS region. Some people were located to the north, northeast, and east of that region, relatively far. That was fine, they could develop and strengthen first. Right when you fly toward your assigned directions, if you encounter other islands, seize them first. After we each grow stronger, and then unite, the chance of successfully taking on that 1111 will be much higher. Understood. Understood. I can't wait. I'm going to find some unlucky soul to attack now. Start the raid. Start the raid. Once arrangements were settled, 2111 closed the chat. Since everyone's going to pillage, he'll change direction too and snatch some land and resources back. He muttered, talking one by one is such a hassle. If only we could create a group. With that pleasant thought, 2111 drifted into sleep. Elsewhere on 2345's island, a black pig sat inside a wooden hut staring blankly at 2 corpses on the floor. It seemed to have woken from a nightmare. Its mind was clearer than before, as if foreign memories had seeped in. But those memories remained elusive, only faint images flickering through. Wiping dried blood from its mouth, the black pig instinctively picked up a fishing rod from the room and stepped outside. The following day dawned bright and clear. Jiang Tian and his group left the house and began their day's work. Circling the island, Jiang Tian came to the north side. There was a rectangular fish pond, 2 meters deep. Hundreds of fish glimmered beneath the water's surface. This plot had been fenced from the vacant land. Over the past days, Jiang Tian had created another 50 square meters of pools further ahead. If it rained again and filled those pools, the fish pond could be enlarged. On either side of the pond were fields consolidated by Song Yingxing, totaling 400 square meters. Sunlight filtered through the plastic greenhouse to bathe the vegetables, which grew lush and vigorous. Seeds from previous catches and purchases had been sown by Song Yingxing. Although the land was not vast, a variety of fruits and vegetables were planted and were nearly mature. Seeing Jiang Tian approach, Song Yingxing stepped forward to explain. Coriander, celery, eggplant, watermelon, cucumber, various radishes. Seeing the robust growth, Jiang Tian nodded. In a couple of days, his dining table would hold many more dishes. He could also trade surplus produce for vegetables he didn't cultivate. After surveying the fields, Jiang Tian moved to the blacksmith shop in the south. Tang Yin stood by the forge with Zhang San and Li Si pointing to equipment and instructing. Since the two would assist Tang Yin, they needed some technical briefing. Jiang Tian stepped forward and pulled Tang Yin aside. The blacksmith shop should be fine. Can it operate normally? Of course it can. Satisfied with the answer, Jiang Tian nodded. Good. They'll bring the metals here later. Forge me a few weapons and some armor. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin waved a hand. Let's leave that for later. I have to make other things first. Other things? What will you make? Jiang Tian asked, puzzled. Tang Yin curled his lip and said, what else but tools? I must first produce pliers, hammers, and implements of various specifications. Otherwise work will be impossible. Making that little knife yesterday was manageable with a small supermarket hammer, but for weapons we need a large iron hammer. Otherwise, how could I fashion a proper war hammer? Tang Yan's explanation was a bit convoluted, but Jiang Tian understood and said nothing more, only urging him to finish those tools quickly. A large iron hammer. He did recall needing one for something. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian remembered. A pale blue skeleton had appeared on the island before. He had intended to crush it to powder, but without an iron hammer it had been left untouched. Making a hammer first was sensible. Later he would strike the skeleton and see the result. While musing, Jiang Tian checked the progress of the other's tasks. He then went to the ballista carts and reproduced another one, bringing the total to 7. Patting the rigid hull of a cart, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. He wondered how 0066's timber was growing. When the new batch matured, he might use his ability to replicate other items. Just as he opened the chat, Jiang Tian found a private message from 0066. Are you there? Lend me the ballista carts. Someone's flying an empty island straight toward me. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow upon reading the message. Floating island. Someone's coming after you. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it's heading straight toward me. Quick, lend me your ballista. No problem. I already shared the bolt specifications with you. Surely you've prepared them. Yes. The moment you told me, I began preparations immediately. Only the ballista itself remains missing. Then all is well. Jiang Tian accepted user 0066's trade invitation and transferred the ballista. Once the transaction completed, he asked, "By the way, how many floating islands are approaching you?" "Whoa, this ballista looks incredibly powerful. Only one floating island is approaching. This should be more than sufficient." Upon receiving the reply, Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully. He added another line. "Keep the ballista strictly confidential. Locate the survivor leader on that island and eliminate him with a single bolt. Ensure he utters no words he shouldn't." "Understood." After sending the message, silence lingered for nearly half a minute. "Understood. I'll begin preparations now." The private chat ended. Jiang Tian gazed eastward at the sun rising steadily above the horizon, feeling its warmth spread across his skin. Temperatures had risen. The sky pirates would surely grow restless once more. He closed the private chat and opened the global channel. As expected, chaos reigned. Oh ho ho. Sails repaired. Full sail ahead. Blackbeard advances. Plunder. Plunder. Poor helpless survivor slaves kneel before the terror of enslavement. Francis Drake, set sail. How dare those brigands emerge again? A floating island is drifting toward me. Anyone willing to lend me some hands? My ship Sunny has also been repaired. I'm sailing for the new continent. My ship is also called Sunny. Change yours this instant. Indeed. After 2 days of rest, the sky pirates could no longer contain themselves. Jiang Tian closed the chat interface and surveyed his island. Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao had retired to rest. Lu Bu patrolled the perimeter. Within his field of vision, no other islands appeared. For now, no one sought trouble with him. Yet patrolling alone felt insufficient. He hoped to lure more capable hands soon. With that thought, Jiang Tian turned his gaze toward the fishing spot. 3 figures steadily hauled up resources with their fishing rods. Iron ingots, copper ingots, flour rice, spiders, fishermen, pigmen. Li Xiaoning, find that pigman and feed it monster meat. Yes, master. Oink oink. All seemed harmonious. With Li Xiaoning guarding the east, matters there were secure. The real concern lay elsewhere. At that moment, the leopard woman in the western livestock pen, having finished feeding cattle, sheep, and pigs, stood idle-clad in spotted fur, wandering idly across the island. She drifted toward the fishing area, curiously observing the creatures drawn from the depths. Then she stooped to pick up a fallen stone spear, examining it closely as if intrigued. Just then, the leopard woman froze, gripped the stone spear, and sprinted westward. Jiang Tian blinked in surprise and glanced simultaneously toward the western livestock pen. A faint luminescence coalesced at the island's edge, solidifying into the grotesque form of a goblin. Weehee. Upon landing, the goblin fixed its greedy gaze upon the penned pigs. Grinning broadly, it strode boldly toward the cattle pen, intent on ravaging the livestock. Meanwhile, the leopard woman closed to within 10 meters. She raised the stone spear and hurled it with full force. Just as the goblin lunged toward the pen, suddenly, a stone spear pierced the air and embedded itself squarely in its forehead. The goblin emitted no cry. Its body lifted clean off the ground by the impact and slammed down lifeless. A viscous mixture of green and white fluid seeped from the wound, piercing its skull. Then, as though nothing had occurred, the leopard woman strolled calmly to the cattle pen. Beneath the terrified gaze of the fattened pigs, she casually retrieved the stone spear, and with it the goblin's corpse, tossing both unceremoniously over the island's edge. Jiang Tian stared, momentarily stunned. He stepped forward, studied the leopard woman carefully, and asked, "You can throw spears?" She blinked, her expression still dazed. Seems I can." "Excellent." Jiang Tian's tone held genuine delight. If the leopard woman possessed combat capability, the western flank gained reliable defense. She could guard it independently. Lu Bu would focus on the north, Jiang Tian himself on the south, thus securing the entire island perimeter. Of course, this arrangement applied only by day. At night, while everyone slept, patrols remained essential to purge monsters appearing on the island. Once materials and manpower sufficed, perhaps an iron-barred fence could even be erected, adding another layer of security. Lost in such thoughts, Jiang Tian summoned Lu Bu and collected all stone spears. He placed them beside the livestock pen, entrusting them entirely to the leopard woman as weapons. After brief reflection, he fetched a pig-hide armor and offered it to her. Yet, the leopard woman shook her head. "Too ugly and too hot. Are you certain you refuse it?" Jiang Tian shrugged. The armor was slightly undersized, too small for Lu Bu, yet rejected outright by the leopard woman. Ugly it might be, but its defensive value remained commendable. Only Hua Tsubing and Lu Sandao showed no aversion to it, better to entrust it to them for safekeeping. With these matters settled, Jiang Tian returned indoors and entered the chamber shared by Shi Jigang and Lu Bu. There Shi Jigang sat sketching architectural plans, granted rare respite from labor, resting comfortably in the cool shaded room. He found the reprieve deeply soothing. Spotting Jiang Tian's entrance, he rose respectfully and greeted. Boss. Jiang Tian acknowledged him, then asked, have you finalized the building design? Yes, I've completed it. Please take a look. Shi Jigang extended the blueprint saying, this is my design for staff dormitories, occupying 100 square meters, 2 stories tall. Each floor accommodates 4 rooms, plus 1 spacious communal restroom. One building comfortably houses. He led Jiang Tian outside, gesturing toward an open plot near the southern shore. We'll construct it right here. Does this location suit you? Good, excellent. Jiang Tian nodded, then clapped Shi Jigang's shoulder. Rest a while, then begin construction. What? Shi Jigang blinked bewildered, pointing at himself. Boss, am I to build it alone? That may take quite some time. Jiang Tian paused, suddenly recalling everyone else had been assigned tasks. Zhang San and Li Si had joined Tang Yin at the forge. Shi Jigang stood utterly alone. Tasking him with erecting the dormitory solo was unreasonable. Very well, first I'll seek additional hands. Only when manpower is sufficient shall we proceed with the dormitory. For now, build a roast duck oven. Can you manage that? Yes, sir. Shi Jigang hastily agreed and rushed to the warehouse, shouldering 2 sacks of clay before crouching beside the blast furnace to get to work. At that moment, Tang Yin poked his head out of the blacksmith shop. Roast duck? What roast duck? He said, then squatted down beside Shi Jigang. Tsk, you're building a roast duck oven, aren't you? I think I know how to. Let's do it together. Hurry up and get this oven built. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and seized Tang Yin by the collar. None of your business. Get back to forging iron. Tang Yin was unceremoniously tossed back into the smithy, grumbling in protest. Wait, building an oven won't take long. Let's finish it first and roast the duck. Jiang Tian remained silent and exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang San. Zhang San pulled a brick from inside his robe. Hold on. Zhang San, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you assist? Hey, no. I'll forge right now. Once the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal echoed once more from within the forge, Jiang Tian stepped outside and glanced at Shi Jigang, still crouched on the ground plastering mud. Labor remained scarce. How wonderful it would be to recruit a few more hands. Just then, Master, I've realized. Hearing Kai Wenji's call, Jiang Tian arched an eyebrow and strode toward the fishing spot. Inside the wooden crate placed there stood an elderly man, white-haired with a goatee. Another old man. Master, the elder bowed deeply. Jiang Tian nodded and appraised him carefully. His frame appeared robust, yet age inevitably limited his capacity for heavy labor. What is your name? The elder inclined his head respectfully. Master, my name is Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This Sun Simiao bore the honorific title True Man of Marvelous Response, a renowned physician of the Tang dynasty celebrated throughout history as the divine herbalist. In short, an extraordinarily skilled healer. From now on, any fever, headache, or ailment could be swiftly addressed. This catch had certainly been worth the effort. An elder, reliable, experienced, and medically insured. Healthcare on the island was now secured. Jiang Tian paused, reflecting no one here had fallen ill. Yet, since he was the divine herbalist, assigning him to herbal cultivation seemed only natural. Earlier, some medicinal herb seeds had indeed been reeled in, but with only old Master Song managing them, they'd remained stored away in the warehouse. Now someone capable could finally tend to them. Jiang Tian asked, Master Sun, you must be well-versed in medicinal herbs. Ha. A modest understanding, merely a modest understanding. Sun Simiao smiled humbly. Jiang Tian nodded, retrieved the herb seeds from the warehouse, and led the elder northward. He assigned both elders to clear and cultivate a new plot, collaborating side by side. With that settled, Jiang Tian returned indoors. Though this elder was exceptionally valuable, manual labor for construction remained insufficient. Moreover, patrol personnel were still lacking. Perhaps he should purchase additional laborers. He opened the chat channel, preparing to call out, when he noticed a private message. YLSD0517, hey old friend, do you have timber? That foreign acquaintance who loved trading for cigarettes. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Previously, whenever Jiang Tian acquired resources, this friend had often helped shout requests across other zones. Yet his sole demand had always been cigarettes, until today when he sought timber instead. It was unprecedented. Jiang Tian replied, I do have some. What's wrong? Yes, I'm in dire straits. That accursed hailstorm destroyed my house. To guard against the next calamity, I must rebuild it immediately. But timber prices are soaring, and under these conditions no one in my region will sell me wood. You're my only hope. Please help me, my friend. Perhaps I possess resources you need. Reading those words, Jiang Tian paused. Timber was indeed expensive, not only for constructing fans, but also for repairing homes. Conditions were similar across both zones. When Jiang Tian himself had lacked clay and water, he'd frequently relied on this friend's assistance. His own timber reserves remained ample. He could consider selling some. Agreed, but I need laborers. Do you have any? I have 3, none famous, all men, but all physically strong. Fine, send me the most physically capable one. The best. Then we shall negotiate, my friend. After spirited haggling, Jiang Tian secured the deal: 20 wooden planks, 2 wooden stakes, and 5 packs of cigarettes. At the instant the transaction concluded, shimmering light coalesced into human form. Moments later, a man materialized inside the house, and after a brief stunned bow stood before Jiang Tian. Greetings, master. Jiang Tian studied him closely. 8 meters tall, powerfully built, bald with emerald green irises. His expression suggested limited intellect, but that hardly mattered as strength and diligence were what counted. Jiang Tian asked his name, unfamiliar and tongue-twisting to pronounce. Jiang Tian instructed, from now on you'll be called Xiangzi, and address me as boss. Yes, boss. Jiang Tian then led Xiangzi outside. Labor remained insufficient, even for basic construction. Jiang Tian handed him a bone sword and draped pig-hide armor over his shoulders, instructing him to patrol the island like Lu Bu. Capture pigmen on sight. If overpowered, shout for backup. Slay all other monsters outright, and drag their corpses to the tethered pigmen nearby to feed them. With 2 patrollers now in place, Jiang Tian breathed a little easier. He wandered leisurely to the island's northeast corner, where 2 bound pigmen were devouring a goblin. One pigman's torso had already darkened, the other's legs alone showed signs of corruption. At this rate, one would be ready for slaughter tomorrow, yielding several more pig-hide armors. He opened the trading market to acquire supplies and scout for more suitable recruits. The sun hung high, nearing noon. Jiang Tian stretched languidly and glanced southward, where near the brick kiln Shi Jigang worked alongside another man shaping clay bricks. This man was Jiang Tian's newest hire, purchased from the trading market, named Biaozi. For now he remained the sole suitable laborer found. Most laborers listed on the market were ordinary folk, many either frail and incapable of strenuous or demanding exorbitant terms, which Jiang Tian had promptly ignored. Beyond laborers, however, more survivors appeared listed for sale, suggesting many had fallen victim to sky pirates. That thought brought 0066 to mind. She too had reportedly encountered sky pirates. Had she overcome them? He opened the chat channel. Several private messages awaited, timestamped 1 hour earlier, 0066. They were sky pirates, neutralized. Besides a puzzled voice, 0066, sounded from below. He dashed right up to within 100 meters of my island and began boasting before me, claiming he'd seize me and play with me. What an utter scoundrel. By the way, this ballista is truly superb. I followed your instructions and pierced that arrogant survivor clean through. My tuma saplings will sprout soon. Don't forget to craft one for me. Hey, why aren't you replying? What are you doing? Holy hell, did you block me? Jiang Tian shrugged upon seeing the message. The chat system normally emitted an audible alert upon receiving private messages. Yet Jiang Tian had muted all incoming notification sounds to preserve his focus and avoid distractions. Since the threat had been neutralized, he could now inquire about the details and reclaim the ballista. Did you seize control of him? Yes, I've taken his territory. He was barely beginning his career as a skipperate, holding only about 100 square meters. With this addition, my land now spans 300 square meters. What about his subordinates? Did you absorb them? After I killed that survivor, his 3 underlings went berserk, ramming straight at me with fans, and were swiftly eliminated by Uncle Wang. Not a single one survived. Ah, so that was how it was. As Jiang Tian accepted the trade request and retrieved the ballista, he fell into quiet contemplation. Earlier 4144 had explained that if a survivor refused to trade subordinates, those underlings would remain loyal even after their master's death, never submitting to another master. Though some were lazy or prone to mischief, their core loyalty ran deep. To win them over, one could only coerce their original master into formal negotiation. Since 0066 had slain the leader, first absorption of the subordinates became impossible. Jiang Tian had hoped to secure 2 laborers, but now he'd have to seek them at the trade market instead. Jiang Tian paused, startled by the private message, and asked, by the way, who exactly is Uncle Wang? Can you actually fish neighbors out onto your island? 0066. What the hell are you talking about? I fished up Wang Jian, not some kindly uncle from childhood games. You absolute. Jiang Tian instantly understood. So this Uncle Wang was a famed general. Indeed, 0066's luck was extraordinary to have drawn such a legendary strategist from the Warring States era. An ordinary sky pirate would stand little chance against him. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Jiang Tian closed the private chat and opened a regional channel, ready to recruit capable laborers. CNNS 1111 I recruitment open. Anyone with able-bodied adult laborers may trade them here for resources. Master, I'll trade. A healthy male in his 20s, solid physique, for 100 wooden planks. I've got a burly man, but with sky pirates' rampant skilled hands are precious. No fewer than 5 pigs for the exchange. Master, I offer a hefty fellow weighing over 200 gene with a prominent abdominal muscle. Interested? He'd likely shape up well with proper training. I have a mature woman, Tang Dynasty style. CNNS 1111, would you take her? I do have people, but mouths to feed outnumber rations. How can you possibly absorb more? Just how much food do you possess to sustain so many? Jiang Tian's lips twitched at these messages. 100 wooden planks. That demand was outrageously inflated. And a 200 brute with one abdominal muscle. Wasn't that just a portly fellow? A mature woman, Tang Dynasty style. An elderly, overweight woman. Good heavens, such transparent trickery. He, however, was the very progenitor of deception. He typed back CNNS 1111, I don't concern yourselves with how much food I hold. It's more than sufficient beyond depletion. Focus solely on delivering able-bodied adults. Those who meet the standard may initiate trade. As for those attempting to swindle me just now, I've noted each name. Do not approach me again for exchange. Holy hell, food beyond depletion. I'm feeding 4 mouths, yet supplies dwindle daily, while yours overflow. Infuriating. I'm equally furious, but powerless, left only with impotent rage. Elsewhere someone muttered, so what if you've hoarded extra food? Nothing to brag about. 2111 watched the chat scroll past, heart sour with envy, yet quickly shifted gears. If his faction seized Jiang Tian, the spoils would be immense. Yet CNNS 1111 was actively recruiting, and backed by Hui Tsubing, his armed strength was formidable. His own faction needed rapid development. He opened private chats to gauge allies' progress. Any gains today? Soon triumphant replies flooded. Haha. This morning I seized 1 survivor gaining vast land and 2 subordinates. Excellent haul. Same here. The target still held timber stockpiled above. What a windfall. I snatched someone whose ID closely resembled mine. Could positions here be assigned numerically? Almost there. I see an island ahead. Await my success. Then 2111 noticed. 1 prefixed with 0 hadn't replied. Recalling last night's orders, he directed that ally eastward. That must have been the woman, 0066. Moreover, 0065 had indeed reported encountering a female survivor's island earlier, boasting he'd keep her for himself. This should have been straightforward. He messaged again, 0065, status update. Didn't you say you'd encountered that woman? Resolved. The message sent. Minutes passed, no reply. A cold dread tightened in 2111's chest. Damn it. Had the lad fallen? 2111 reeled. Could 0066 truly be that formidable? Their alliance had barely formed, and already lost a member. Such a loss severely weakened their collective might. No matter, he'd launch raids himself. South was out of question. He'd clash with 1111. Eastward it was. Hadn't 2345 perished? He could plunder others' lands, and perhaps claim the dead man's territory too. 2111 deemed the plan flawless, and ordered his crew alter course, due east. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian and the others had finished lunch. While preparing the meal, Song Yingxing had also crafted. Wearing their newly made straw hats beneath the bright sun, the group carried on with their respective tasks. Jiang Tian himself reclined leisurely indoors, managing his subordinates through the regional channel and the trading market. An hour later, having consumed 100 grams of salt, 20 wooden planks, and 2 ducks, 2 new individuals appeared in the room. One was a foreigner whom Jiang Tian named Zhu Zi. The other, recruited via the regional channel, was called Tai Dan. Nodding with quiet satisfaction, Jiang Tian led the 2 burly men outside. My lord. As soon as he stepped out, Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandao greeted him respectfully. You've awakened? Yes, my lord. Please issue your commands. Gazing upon the 2 men bowing before him, Jiang Tian reflected. For several days straight, Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandao had taken night watch. Surely it was time to rotate shifts. He issued his orders. First go eat. Patrol again this afternoon. Then tonight rest normally. Lu Bu and Chang Zi will take overnight watch. Chang Zi. Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandao exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Tian waved dismissively. We've just welcomed several new members. Don't dwell on such details. Focus on your patrol later. After receiving his command, the 2 departed for the warehouse to partake of prepared rations, while Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to retire for a brief rest once Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandao relieved him, and then resume night watch after dark. Once all instructions were conveyed, Jiang Tian proceeded to the brick kiln and introduced Zhu Zi and Tai Dan to Shi Jigang, tasking him with guiding the 2 newcomers in bricklaying, hastening construction of the dormitory. He then sought out Pao Ding and asked, Do you know how to roast duck? Roast duck. Pao Ding puckered his lips, pondering briefly. Is it simply placing the duck over fire? No, I mean the style served by Quan Jude or by An Yufeng. Jiang Tian gestured lightly to clarify, then paused, recalling that Pao Ding likely knew nothing of either establishment. Never mind, just select the duck, slaughter it, and clean its innards thoroughly. Make a small incision at the lower abdomen. no larger than necessary. Pao Ding accepted the order and set off toward the western shore in search of suitable ducks. At that moment Tang Yin emerged, hands clasped behind his back, calmly inspecting the duck roasting oven. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Why are you out again? Have you finished your work? Not yet. I've completed the pliers, but the hammer will take a bit longer. Then why wander about instead of working? No need to rush. I'm just taking a short break. Tang Yin pointed at the oven. So well, use this to roast ducks. Yes, what's wrong? Boss, doesn't something seem missing? The hook for hanging the duck. Missing. Jiang Tian studied the oven and suddenly remembered. To roast duck properly, one required an shaped iron hook to suspend the bird inside the oven, and a specialized duck needle for suturing the skin. Tang Yin grinned slyly and tapped his chest. Boss, shall I craft the hooks and needles first? Let's get roasting underway as soon as possible. What do you say? Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. Good heavens, how obsessively devoted this young man was to food. Truly, he embodied the spirit of the ultimate rice eater. Yet upon reflection, these tools would be quick to forge, and completing the roasted duck sooner meant faster resource acquisition. Very well, he agreed. Hurry up, finish the hooks, then forge the hammer. Get those weapons ready without delay. Got it. With approval secured, Tang Yin dashed back to the blacksmith's forge, where the rhythmic clanging of hammer on metal resumed immediately. Shortly thereafter, Pao Ding returned with the slaughtered and cleaned duck. Jiang Tian inspected it carefully, finding no flaws, and instructed him to prepare several more in the same manner, setting them aside for later use. With so many hands now available, even slaughtering a dozen ducks posed no risk of waste. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian tallied the island's population. 18 souls now resided there. Clearly, the current dwelling could no longer accommodate everyone. Until the dormitory was complete, newcomers would have to remain in tents. And as the population inevitably grew, demand for housing would only intensify. Soon construction materials would become another pressing concern. He needed to accelerate trade, generating resources swiftly. Selling pig-hide armor and prepared food formed one pillar of his strategy. His gaze drifted toward the two bound pigmen nearby. One already bore blackened corruption creeping up to its chest and slept soundly oblivious. To him, this rate of corruption remained frustratingly slow. Moreover, though classified as monsters, pigmen were far less likely to be caught than other creatures. That very morning, only a single specimen had surfaced. Perhaps he should purchase more from the trading market. After the night of the full moon, pigmen had been practically worthless, abandoned by all. Perhaps this was his chance to profit. With that thought, Jiang Tian opened the trading market and was surprised to find pigmen prices rebounding. The cheapest available now demanded 2 chickens per pigman. Moreover, some sellers offered pigman hide, but in fragments, each barely half a pelt. The cuts were crude and haphazard, yielding irregular, jagged hides utterly lacking in symmetry. Or he cautiously inquired about pricing, only to learn that half a hide cost 25 wooden planks. Jiang Tian frowned faintly and switched to the chat channel to assess the situation. In the chat, players debated pigman corruption and hide quality. I fed mine until corruption reached below the neck, then tried to slaughter it. Instead, it punched me unconscious. Same here. I fed mine to the same level of corruption. Damn it. If it's this strong, even halfway corrupted, I can't possibly defeat it. And if it fully corrupts, who knows what horrors it might unleash. I dare not keep it, so I pushed it off the island. You're all raising pigmen for their hides. Exactly. Yesterday someone sold pig hide armor, reportedly fetched over 10 iron ingots per piece. Phew, that could feed a person for weeks. No wonder pigmen were unsellable right after the night of the full moon. Yet last night prices surged overnight. I managed to kill one-eyed fed to mid-body corruption. But damn, the corrupted hide is impossibly thick. Scissors failed entirely. Hacking at it with a firewood cleaver left the pelt mangled beyond recognition. How on earth does one fashion armor from this? Sigh, we lack both proper tools and skill. Profiting from this seems unlikely. At best, we'll turn black pigman hide into blankets. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced toward Pao Ding, who sat nearby calmly butchering the duck. A sudden spark of inspiration struck, and he sent a message. Services offered: pigman husbandry, corrupted hide processing, pig hide armor crafting. Interested parties please contact privately. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, everyone in the regional channel was stunned. No way, 1111, well, what kind of business are you running? Weren't you collecting young adults this morning? Why are you into pigmen breeding this afternoon? What does pigmen breeding even mean? But the skin of pigmen is so thick we can't even cut it. How can you? Wait, black pig skin armor. Damn, that black pig skin armor you mentioned yesterday wasn't sold by you, right? Right, it must be him. He has a chef's skill. My goodness. Building houses, cooking, and even dealing with furs. How can you do everything? 1111, don't worry too much. If you're concerned about the pigmen becoming fully corrupted and harming others and can't cut furs or make armor, you can come to me, or just sell the pigmen directly to me. As soon as Jiang Tian's message was sent out, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! I need a big shot to help me cut furs. I have pigmen, I'll hand them over to you directly, just return me 2 pieces of armor later. I won't raise this pigman anymore, they'll just sell it to you." But what if 1111 corrupts our pigmen? It shouldn't be possible. With someone as powerful as him, would he corrupt a pig? For a moment, the regional channel was filled with noise. At the same time, offers began to flood towards Jiang Tian. Some even questioned him, fearing that after trading their pigmen to Jiang Tian, he would turn against them and corrupt the pigmen. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to deal with these concerns. With their limited resources, they weren't wealthy enough for Jiang Tian to break the trade agreement. Besides, in business, one must follow the rules to last longer. He simply lowered the price just a tad. If he were to return armor directly using pigmen, a fully white pigman, after factoring in the cost of feeding it monster meat, cleaning its waste, manually cutting furs, and production processes, could yield at most half a piece of armor. To obtain a complete piece of armor, additional payment would be required. After a while, he successfully concluded trades with others. Immediately after, Jiang Tian called out in the World Channel and asked a foreign friend to shout for him. However, for them, most held some doubts about themselves, and only a few trades came his way. But Jiang Tian wasn't anxious, such matters would take time. He arranged all the collected pigmen together, and the island became lively. More than 20 pigmen bound by their front and back legs were stacked in a row in the southeast of the island. Seeing so many companions, the pigmen stared at each other with wide eyes, their plump faces filled with confusion. The entire island was filled with their grunting sounds, a constant murmur. This sight piqued the curiosity of all the subordinates on the island. Tang Yin poked his head out of the blacksmith shop and then ran to the southeast. Strolling around to observe these pigmen, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Tisk, what on earth are these? Piling up so many here, it's quite disgusting. Boss, did you bring all these in? What are you doing with them, planning to eat them? Tisk, didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Jiang Tian was at a loss for words with this blacksmith. Frowning, he asked, "Why are you out again? Have you finished making the items?" "Finished, it was just a few hooks and needles." After saying that, Tang Yin ran off quickly and brought back a bag of inside were shaped hooks and iron needles about 10 centimeters long with a diameter of 1 millimeter. Jiang Tian's expression lightened a bit. Taking the bag, he instructed, "All right, go make your hammer and hurry up and finish the weapons." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin responded, "Making a hammer isn't difficult, but making weapons. There are so many types, what exactly should I make?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, "How about this? You first ask others if they have any specific requirements for the weapon designs. If there are none, just make a few watermelon knives." "Got it." Tang Yin nodded and ran toward the patrolling Huots. Jiang Tian took the hooks and duck needles to the chef. At this time, the chef had already slaughtered and cleaned the ducks. More than 10 white ducks were lined up on the wooden board. Seeing Jiang Tian approach, the chef asked, "My lord, what's the next step?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment, then used the needle to sew up the incision on the underside of the duck to ensure no air escaped, instructing the chef to learn this method to sew the remaining ducks. Then, taking one of the ducks, he went to Shi Gang. "Shi Gang, put your work aside for now and have your people make a blower." "Yes." Jiang Tian handed him the duck and pointed to the gap on the duck's neck. "Make the air outlet as big as the duck's neck to blow into the duck." One of the processes for making roasted duck is to inflate the duck, causing its skin and meat to separate. Shi Gang didn't ask further, taking the duck and leaving with his team. As for the other ducks, they were left to dry for now, waiting for the blower to be completed. During this time, Jiang Tian went to the northeast corner where the monsters were placed. Monsters appearing at the edge of the island, and those caught while fishing were all thrown here. At this time, there were a total of 3 goblins, 4 mermen, 3 spiders, and 3 skeletons. What needed to be done now was to feed these monsters to the pigmen so they could quickly grow from plump and white to strong and dark. Besides the skeletons, which couldn't be eaten, there were enough monsters for the pigmen to feast on. Dragging a goblin and tossing it in front of the 3 pigmen, their eyes instantly lit up as they moved towards it to start gnawing. The other pigmen looked on enviously at the 3 pigmen, letting out dissatisfied grunts. Jiang Tian couldn't let them just watch, so he went to fetch the second monster. Soon all 10 monsters were fed, and each pigman received their share of food. With more than 20 pigmen dining simultaneously, the scene was quite spectacular. Jiang Tian sat aside, disdainfully shaking his hand. Feeding monsters was too dirty, dragging goblins and mermen was fine, but he felt a bit disgusted when handling spiders. In the future, feeding the pigmen should be left to others. Jiang Tian surveyed the island, seeing everyone working hard at their tasks, unable to spare a hand. Thinking for a moment, he decided to ask in the chat channel, planning to buy another subordinate. Upon entering the chat channel, Jiang Tian was surprised to find everyone discussing him. "Just now I took a glance, and it seems like 1111 collected quite a few pigmen. Yeah, I have a few friends who said they traded their pigmen to 1111. Could it be that 1111's island is piled high with pigmen? Jiang Tian looked at the place where the pigmen were stored and casually said, "You guys are exaggerating, there aren't that many, just a bit over 20. What, just over 20? Holy crap, are you the pig-collecting big shot? The true pig-collecting big shot?" Jiang Tian could hardly be bothered to engage with them further. As they discussed the pigskin armor, he stated his intention to acquire a strong man to serve as a laborer. Upon hearing this, the one who had just been complaining about his inability to handle the pigskin threw out a condition. "I have half a piece of darkened pigskin, and if you can help me turn it into armor, I can offer you a strong young man as payment." Seeing this, Jiang Tian readily agreed. He accepted the trade request sent by the other party and received the half piece of pigskin. Since the blower was not yet completed, he handed the pigskin to the cook, allowing him and the leopard woman to process. Time passed slowly. Shi Jigang and Biaozi emerged from the room carrying a duck and a wooden pushbowl. "Boss, it's ready." Jiang Tian nodded, instructing them to take these items to the slaughterhouse. At that moment, the cook also came over with a piece of armor and a rectangular piece of skin. "My lord, there isn't much skin left on the pig's lower half, so we can only make one piece of armor along with some leftover material." "That's fine, this will do." Jiang Tian was not too concerned. The original plan was to exchange a processing fee for a strong man, and with the leftover material, it could be used later for making more armor. In this instance, he still made a profit. Subsequently, Jiang Tian did not rush to trade with the man. Instead, he brought the cook and Shi Jigang to the kitchen with the blower duck and a hook. Shi Jigang, start boiling water. "Yes, boss." While Shi Jigang was boiling water, Jiang Tian wrapped the duck's neck around the blower's outlet in front of the cook. He then controlled the blower to pump air into the duck's body while pressing the stitches at the bottom to prevent air leak. During this process, the duck's body began to expand, growing larger and larger. Soon a pot of hot water was ready. Jiang Tian hung the duck neck on the hook and poured boiling water over it, effectively blanching the duck. This step would cause the duck's pores to tighten, the skin's protein to coagulate, and the gas beneath the skin to expand to the maximum, making the skin taut. As a result, the roasted duck skin would achieve a crispy and fragrant state. Afterward, Jiang Tian exchanged some white sugar for salt. He diluted the sugar in water and evenly poured the syrup over the duck skin to enhance its crispiness. After completing this, Jiang Tian looked at the cook. At this point, the method of preparing the duck is almost complete. Place this duck in a cool, ventilated area to dry. This is how all the ducks will be processed in the future. The cook nodded and hurriedly exited. Watching the cook's retreating figure, Jiang Tian pondered. Once the duck was dried, he could begin roasting. He decided not to sell the more than 10 ducks today and instead taste the flavor himself. After all, he had plenty of people around, so he wasn't worried about not finishing the food. However, Jiang Tian suddenly realized that with so many people, meals might also become a problem. To cook for so many people, relying on just those 2 stoves might not be enough. He then instructed Shi Jigang, "Didn't we move the 2 stoves from the old kitchen to the brick house? Take someone to make 2 more stoves and place them in the old kitchen. In the future, we can cook with 4 stoves at once, saving time for meal preparation." Shi Jigang nodded and left the room. Jiang Tian leisurely stretched and walked to the slaughterhouse where the pigskin armor was placed. He picked up the pigskin armor and sent a message to the man he had spoken with earlier. "The armor is ready. I'll bring your man over for the trade." The moment the message was sent, the other party sent a trade request. He placed the pigskin armor on the table, and the other party was in awe as they looked at the armor. "Wow, this looks exactly like the one I saw at the trading post. The pigskin armor that was hung up last night is indeed made by you. With this, I no longer have to worry about being ambushed by monsters." Jiang Tian ignored him and instead observed the figure that the other party had placed for trade. A young adult in good health appeared to have considerable strength. Not bad. After some exchanges, both parties reached an agreement, and Jiang Tian learned the man's name. "All right, Erlungzi, from now on, I will be your boss." "Yes, boss." "Great, let's get to work now." With that, Jiang Tian led Erlungzi out. At this moment, Huitzubing had just killed a goblin. Jiang Tian picked up the goblin and tossed it toward the pigmen in the southeast, demonstrating for Erlungzi. He then instructed, "From now on, you are responsible for collecting the corpses of these monsters, as well as those from the fishing area on the other side. Bring them here to feed the pigmen. By the way, if any pigman's body has turned black up to its neck, don't feed it. I promptly notify the patrol personnel to handle it, understood?" Erlungzi nodded. "Understood, boss." "Good, off you go." Jiang Tian leisurely walked to the restroom to wash his hands. Looking at the busy people on the island, he felt gratified. With the manpower now sufficient, many tasks no longer required his direct involvement, allowing him to relax for a while. Thus, Jiang Tian sat leisurely in the room, browsing through the resources traded at the trading post. Before he knew it, the sunset hung on the horizon. Jiang Tian stretched and stepped outside, clapping his hands. "Time's up, get ready for dinner." Coming. Tang Yin rushed out from the blacksmith shop at once. "Boss, what are we having for dinner? Is the duck roasted yet?" And can we have pork stew with vermicelli when we eat the duck? Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Did you finish making the weapons? Didn't you ask me to find out their opinions? Hui Zubing wants a plum blossom spear, Li Xiaoning wants a sword, and the leopard woman wants a spear. Lu Bu is sleeping, so I didn't ask him if the others are indifferent. So have the weapons been made? Not yet, making weapons isn't that quick. Seeing Tang Yin shake his head, so honestly Jiang Tian pointed to the blacksmith shop. You better work overtime, come back after the food is ready. Uff. Zhang San and Li Si chuckled. Tang Yin was very annoyed and shouted to Li Si, "What are you laughing at? Come over and help me." Huh. What about Zhang San? Why didn't you call him? Don't ask what you shouldn't. After Tang Yin and Li Si left, Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and the cook went to prepare the meal. Jiang Tian counted the number of people, including himself. There were a total of 20. To speed things up, he instructed Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning cook in the house, and the cook go to the old kitchen. Sure, Jigang, you go too to expedite cooking. Okay, boss. Sure, Jigang responded. Jiang Tian looked at Sure Jigang and gave him a pat on the shoulder. You've worked hard these days. It's nothing. As Sure Jigang walked toward the kitchen, he looked at the sunset and sighed, I've gotten used to it, boss. After the four of them headed off to prepare dinner, Jiang Tian assigned others to bring out the tables. With 20 people in total, the small dining area inside the room was far too cramped to accommodate them all. They would have to eat outdoors instead. Watching the burly men bustling before him, Jiang Tian felt a dull ache behind his temples. Perhaps it was time to construct a proper canteen. Large-scale meals for all new recruits would be far more efficient. The thought of building a canteen reminded him of Shi Jigang. Heavens above, I'd better grant him some well-deserved leave soon. At this pace, he'll collapse from exhaustion. Back in his original world, such relentless labor might have landed him on the front page of the newspaper. Lost in these idle musings, the meal arrived. Steaming dishes arrayed across the brought-out tables. A fragrant fish soup brimming with 3 plump fish, stir-fried diced chicken, braised pork belly glistening with savory glaze, a hearty medley of seasonal vegetables, and a generous mound of potatoes. Additionally, there was a pan of stir-fried duck offal, freshly harvested from today's slaughtered ducks. Beside the laden table stood a massive bucket of steamed rice. Once Jiang Tian had served himself, the others formed an orderly queue, each taking their turn to ladle food into bowls, except for Lu Bu, who wielded a full-sized basin. At the table, Lu Bu devoured his portion with ferocious speed, while Tang Yin rose repeatedly to heap morsels onto his plate. All the while he muttered appreciatively, "Ah, this napa cabbage. And this braised pork belly, absolute." Leopard Maiden Sun Ximiao said gently, watching her gnaw on a chicken leg, "Don't eat only meat. Vegetables nourish the body." I won't eat greens, only meat." She mumbled through a mouthful of tender flesh, cramming another chunk in as she spoke. The other newly recruited laborers chewed noisily, lips smacking with unrestrained gusto. The scene bustled with warm, chaotic energy. Witnessing it, Jiang Tian was transported back to those early days, when he, Lu Bu, Kai Wenji, and Shi Jigang sat together in the humble wooden cottage, sharing simple home-cooked fare. Though the dishes had been few and the surroundings rudimentary, the atmosphere had been profoundly intimate. Now, with growth and expansion, it strangely resembled the rhythm of factory life, clocking and working hard, then returning to the communal canteen for supper. That sensation, so subtle, so paradoxical, lingered. Once the dormitories were complete, he would urge Shi Jigang to expedite construction of the staff canteen. Soon the meal concluded. After a brief respite, the group dispersed, some clearing the tables, others washing dishes, still others scrubbing the kitchen clean. Everyone resumed their respective tasks, fishing, bricklaying, though Shi Jigang was expressly excused from overtime and sent home to rest. Lu Bu and Xiangzi patrolled the island's perimeter, strolling leisurely to aid digestion. Tang Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing his round belly contentedly as he hummed softly. In the east of the city lies Yang Village. There lived an old landowner named Yang. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Have you finished your work? No time for folk opera. Get back to forging. Get to the smithy now. After shooing Tang Yin inside, Jiang Tian glanced toward the bricklayers nearby, then strode to the warehouse and opened the trading interface. He began purchasing clay and water. Hours later, beneath the soft glow of the moon, he closed the trading interface, then shook his head at the warehouse, now overflowing with clay. Heavens, storage is nearly at capacity again. Another warehouse will be needed soon. With a sigh, he sank onto the ground and opened the global chat channel. He scrolled through the day's events. Oh ho ho. Captain Blackbeard has annexed yet another territory. I shall plunder without cease, trampling all beneath my heel. Huh, what a magnificent world this is. Damn rogue. How many have fallen to Blackbeard already? At this rate, how can we possibly resist him? We must accelerate our own progress. No letting Blackbeard outpace us. Hey, I just noticed the survivor I robbed bears a registration number eerily similar to mine. So did I? Haha. I'll scour the regional channel right now for nearby wealthy settlements. I'll be knocking at their gates before dawn. Lord, protect me from sky pirates. An island is descending upon me, bearing a skull and crossbones banner. I need weapons. Anyone willing to trade? I'll offer abundant resources in exchange. Sky pirates grow bolder by the day. Peacekeepers across all regions must unite, share arms with allies, and stand united against them. The global channel erupted in cacophony. Moreover, many users had begun noticing correlations between registration numbers and geographic coordinates. In truth, the earliest sky pirates had long discerned this pattern, but kept it secret. As their ranks swelled, knowledge of the link spread inexorably until it surfaced openly. Jiang Tian observed, many were actively seeking weapons. Once the pigman hides and roasted duck were processed, and his own forces fully equipped, selling surplus arms might prove lucrative. With that thought, he stepped outside and entered the smithy. Clang, clang. Metal rang sharply within as he crossed the threshold. Inside, Tang Yin gripped a glowing red iron sheet with tongs hammering rhythmically. Nearby on the floor lay a blade, distinct from the finished watermelon cleaver resting atop the forge. Jiang Tian approached and picked up the blade. What's this one for? Oh, that? Tang Yin replied casually. My first attempt at weapon making. I'm still getting accustomed to this furnace. This blade was merely practice. It's subpar. I'll melt it down and reforge it shortly. Jiang Tian then lifted the finished watermelon cleaver, testing its weight in his palm. Even to an untrained eye, the discarded blade clearly lacked balance, resilience, and refinement. Suddenly a spark ignited in his mind. A faint knowing smile curled his lips, and his gaze brightened. A rejected watermelon cleaver. To him it was scrap. To other survivors, a rare and valuable weapon, especially since most still relied solely on gear dropped by monsters. A fortunate few wielded bronze arms, but bronze lacked durability, even slicing blackened pigmen risked shattering the blade. Its edge was also blunt. Iron weapons, by contrast, were near miraculous, cutting through pigmen as if they were parchment. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. No need to melt it down. Mount the hilt properly, and deliver it to me. Moments later, a listing appeared on the trading channel, drawing immediate attention: iron watermelon cleaver for exchange with metal. Note: still struggling to pierce the hide of blackened pigmen. With this cleaver you'll reign supreme among them. The watermelon knife was placed on the trading post. In other areas, survivors frantically searching for weapons in the trading post cornered by the air thieves were startled to see this newly listed item. Is this a watermelon knife? Look at this luster. Could it be forged from iron? Someone actually knows how to forge iron. Oh my god, an iron weapon. If I have it, my chances of resisting the invaders will be greatly increased. The air thieves are coming right now. I must quickly purchase it to aid me. Am I the best in front of the pigmen? Yes, if I use this weapon, I might be able to cut off the skin of the corrupted pigmen. With these thoughts, the survivors began to throw out their offers. Tin 10 pounds. Copper 20 pounds. Iron 18 pounds. On the other side, Jiang Tian didn't rush to sell the watermelon knife, but instead hung it up, letting it brew for a while. He wanted it to be seen by more people to fetch a higher price in the competition. Strolling out of the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian looked at the moon hanging in the sky. Calculating the time, it was around 10 o'clock at night. After a while, he could have a late-night snack. With this thought, Jiang Tian called for the cook. He brought him along to place the dried ducks into the oven one by one. He ignited the charcoal fire and began. The roasting process would take over 40 minutes. He instructed the cook to watch it, observing the roasting conditions to control the heat and adjust the roasting angle of the ducks. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Tian returned to his room to monitor the price of the watermelon knife. At this moment, the price had risen to 30 pounds of iron. And making a watermelon knife wouldn't require much iron. Calculating this way, the value of iron transformed into a knife had at least tripled. Jiang Tian looked at the rising prices, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the most profitable business was selling weapons and armor. In the future, if he crafted inferior products, he could sell them directly. As his equipment gradually upgraded, the discarded gear could also be exchanged for resources. Besides, many private messages came to Jiang Tian hoping to trade this watermelon knife for other materials like wood, food, and water. The IDs sending private messages were diverse, coming from various regions. I know I don't have much metal to offer, but the enemy's air island is closing in on me. Can you sell the weapon to me first, please? Brother, I don't have any metal here. Can I exchange food for it? I'm willing to offer 3 bags of flour. I'm Chen Guanxi. I'm currently on the air island. I've encountered a group of very bad people. Do you know the island robbers? I need your help. Trade me the watermelon knife to help me reclaim my island. You understand what I mean. Salute to you. Hello, I'm a desperate female college student. I urgently need your watermelon knife to help me start a business. After it succeeds, we can split the profits 5,050. What do you think, little brother? Most of the messages were attempts to get the watermelon knife for free or exchange it for a small amount of resources, which Jiang Tian ignored. However, in the end, he found someone willing to exchange labor for the watermelon knife. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and agreed to the trade. As long as there were enough hands, they could produce more weapons at the blacksmith shop. Not long after, a new member appeared before Jiang Tian. "Hello, my boss." Jiang Tian patted the other's shoulder, leading him outside. "From now on, your name is Xuanzi, and remember to call me boss. Let's go, I'll take you to the blacksmith shop to be an apprentice." On the other side, in the World Channel. "Haha, just now I exchanged for an iron knife from my subordinate. This knife can cut through the corrupted skin of pig men. Now I won't be afraid when encountering corrupted pig men. The only pity is that after a few cuts this knife broke." "What? An iron weapon? I'm still using a stone club from a goblin. Actually, I should have enough iron ingots to make a watermelon knife. But I don't know how to forge. I can forge, but I don't have enough manpower here. I'm too busy. I have no time to make iron tools." "Hey, you're missing the point. In this chaotic situation, weapons should be kept for personal use. Who would sell them?" Yes, now on the market seeing bronze items is already incredible, yet someone actually brought out an iron watermelon knife. That's too extravagant. The appearance of iron weapons on the World Channel caused a stir, and was also seen by many in the CNN. On the regional channel, a group of people were exclaiming, "Wow, someone was selling iron watermelon knives on the World Channel just now." Watermelon knife. Is it the kind used for cutting people? Yes, that one, the same as Lu Huaqiang's. I also saw it. They say it can kill corrupted pig men. Wow, that's so amazing. I want that watermelon knife. If I have this thing, wouldn't robbing become even easier? I don't know who's so impressive to have forged iron weapons so quickly. CNNS 1111, it's me. When Jiang Tian said this, the people in the regional channel felt a bit confused. Wow, 1111, how come it's you again? Earlier 1111 collected so much metal, it's not surprising he made it. During the day he was dealing in pigmen and gathering young laborers, and at night he started selling knives. You wouldn't be capturing them to forge, would you? Boss, do you still have knives for sale? I urgently need this knife to cut people. I want one too. If those air thieves dare to come looking for trouble, I'll cut them down. Seeing these messages requesting weapons, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He had just instructed the cook to slice the roasted ducks. Then he sat in the room waiting for the cook to bring over the slice. With nothing to do, he opened the regional channel to pass the time. Unexpectedly, he happened to catch others discussing his watermelon knife and casually replied. He originally planned to shout in the channel to drum up some business for himself. Unexpectedly, they started discussing it. Taking this opportunity, he replied, "There's nothing strange about it. There's nothing I can't do that you can't. In the future, I will also sell other weapons. If you want them, message me. The highest bidder wins." Just as he finished this advertisement, someone knocked on the door. The cook walked in and nodded, saying, "My lord, the roasted ducks have been sliced. Take them out, and then tell everyone to stop. Oh, let's eat the roasted ducks together." After instructing the cook, Jiang Tian thought for a moment and added a line in the chat channel. "The cook just made more than a dozen roasted ducks, and I've sliced the skin. I need to go have a late-night snack now, or we'll talk about weapons tomorrow." "What the hell, roast duck? I've roasted ducks before. There's nothing remarkable about it. Haven't you heard? He's making Peking duck, which is entirely different from a duck roasted directly over a fire. My goodness, Peking duck. 1111 has even managed to make that now. He wouldn't have made a roasting of. After the hailstorm, many people haven't even repaired their houses, and this person has already made a roasting oven. Wait a minute, didn't you guys notice? 1111 roasted more than 10 ducks. What the hell, eating that many ducks in one night? Please be a human. What are you talking about, roast duck at this late hour? I'm so damn hungry." Many people in the regional chat had lost their composure. After Jiang Tian said this, he closed the chat channel and followed the chef leisurely outside. Not long after, various plates were laid out on the table outside. Slices of duck were placed on top with the dark red skin attached to the meat, emanating a fragrant aroma. There were also several bowls containing more than 10 cut duck carcasses. At that moment, everyone set down what they were doing and stood on either side of the table. Except for the two old men, Song Ingxing and Sun Ximiao, the others were all eyeing the duck meat with intense anticipation, secretly swallowing their saliva. Jiang Tian was the first to pick up chopsticks and taste a slice. Due to his unfamiliarity with the technique, the flavor was somewhat different from the authentic roast duck he had eaten before. However, it was still decent. He thought to have the chef practice more and prepare lotus leaf pancakes, green onions, and cucumbers. That should be about right. He then clapped his hands. All right, whether ancient or modern, domestic or foreign, let everyone dig in. And with this command, Li Xiaoning arranged for everyone to take their seats one by one. Some held chopsticks while others held forks, reaching towards the roast duck. Delicious. The meat is tender, the skin is crispy, and with one bite the juices burst forth. Oh my, this roast duck tastes pretty good. There's actually this way to prepare duck. So delicious. Oh woo. Why did it suddenly disappear? The group sat at their seats praising the roast duck endlessly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian smiled. He had Kai Wenji carry a plate of duck skin and meat back inside for them to savor slowly. Meanwhile, on a flying island, 2111 squatted on the ground looking at the two ducks in front of him and the duck eggs in their nest, continuously sighing. Perfect, I can eat 2 duck eggs every day. After saying this, he took the eggs out and handed them to his female subordinate to make fried rice. He then glanced at another sycophantic subordinate beside him. It was a burly middle-aged man with a goofy smile on his face, his latest acquisition. The man was squatting on the ground, not knowing what he was doing. Seeing this, subordinate 2111 recalled the General Hua Tsubing he had caught earlier. Why was it that he could catch subordinates like him, but not a renowned general? He could only trade 1 woman to get a somewhat famous Wang Ying and 2 ordinary people. He cast a fierce glance at the man and ordered, "You take care of these 2 ducks from now on. If they fail to lay 2 eggs in a day, they'll hold you accountable." Yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded. 2111 snorted coldly and returned to his own room. Although he was dissatisfied with his subordinate, he had still achieved quite a lot after a busy day. Today, while heading east, he had just passed through a large area of fog when he encountered an island. However, this island looked quite powerful and had archers, so he didn't dare approach. So he continued on. When encountering islands that seemed fierce, he simply avoided them. If he were to be killed or injured by them, there would be no one to reason with. One of the islands had only the bones of a survivor who had starved to death. Nothing else was there, and he didn't see if it seemed this fellow had just crossed over to the Sky Island and lost his fishing rod. This island made 2111 quite frustrated. Originally, he had thought to rob others' resources to exchange for a set of sails and a fan to increase. After all, in this environment, the faster he moved, the more islands he could encounter, thereby increasing his plunder. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat them, it would also be easier to escape. Unexpectedly, this place had no resources aside from a piece of land, and carrying this land affected his speed. After some thought, 2111 didn't rush to merge this unfortunate island, but instead left it be. He would collect it when his main force gathered, and he returned. Finally, 2 hours later, 2111 encountered another island. It had wooden houses and 3 people, looking like it was developing well, but not too strong. Seizing the moment, he went to the island to plunder. After a fierce battle, 2111 emerged victorious, killing one of the opponent's subordinates and recruiting another. That was the goofy middle-aged man from earlier. The 2 ducks were also spoils of his plunder. Moreover, there was even a fan on it. The only downside was that the damn survivor, before being sold, had thrown the fishing rod away when he was not paying. Thinking of this, 2111 felt utterly frustrated. By the way, when he had captured the survivor earlier, he unexpectedly found out that the survivor's number was 2156. What was going on? Had he flown dozens of island numbers away in one day? 2111 couldn't figure out the reason and didn't bother to think about it. What he needed to do now was to boast about his spoils in the chat channel. To show off properly. You should know that due to the hailstorm a few days ago, many people's chickens and ducks had been killed. And now he had obtained 2 live female ducks, allowing him to eat 2 duck eggs every day. How many people would be envious if this got out? Thinking of this, a hint of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of 2111's mouth as he opened the chat channel. Just as he was about to show off, he saw a message from 1111. More than 10 roast ducks. I've prepared slices of roast duck skin. I need to go have a late-night snack first. More than 10 roast ducks. 2111 was completely stunned. A surge of resentment surged from his heart. He angrily said, "Pa, what's so great about eating a slice of Peking duck? Show off. Can you even eat such greasy stuff? It's disgusting." After saying this, a woman came over holding a plate of fried rice. "Dear, the fried rice is ready. Come eat. Eat. Eat your ass." A night passed. The rooster in the cage raised its head with the slowly rising sun. Cock-a-doodle-doo. With this crowing, Jiang Tian slowly got out of bed. "Master, you're awake." "I'll go boil some water." Kai Wenji hurriedly ran out of the room, while Jiang Tian sat on the bed squinting for a while. After a short time, he stretched and opened the world chat channel. He wanted to see what was happening in the world today. As soon as he opened the chat system, a message suddenly popped up. Tip group chat function is now enabled. Survivors can form new chat channels with most survivors by adding IDs. This channel has no speaking limit. Currently, the number of channels that can be added, 1 tip alliance function is now enabled. A group chat. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Looking back at the chat system, indeed. Next to the options for the world channel and area channel, an additional sign. It seemed this was the option to create a new channel. Just as he was looking, Kai Wenji entered with a basin of hot water. "Master, the hot water is ready. Shall we start washing up now?" Thank you." Jiang Tian closed the interface and began to enjoy the services provided by Kai Wenji. Soon after, he finished washing up and pushed open the door. "Good morning, boss." Several strong men outside stood in a line and shouted in unison, leaving Jiang Tian momentarily stunned. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I'm not fond of this kind of face-saving project. Go set up the tools and come back for breakfast once you're ready." "Thanks, boss." Watching the strong men disperse, Jiang Tian felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Well, how should he put it? He felt like a manager in a sales company giving a morning speech, which made Jiang Tian extremely awkward. He needed to have a good talk with them. This couldn't continue. As his subordinates began to set up fishing rods and tools, Jiang Tian started to inspect the current development situation around the island. To the west of the island, Kai Wenji was feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese, while the leopard girl fed the cows, sheep, and pigs. While Kai Wenji scattered grain in the food troughs for the poultry, she occasionally glanced at the leopard girl's attire. Then she said, "Sister Leopard Girl, your outfit looks really nice." Nice? The leopard girl was taken aback, glancing at the leopard print fur on her body. She then replied, "If you like it when I catch some prey, I can make you one just like it." Just like it. Kai Wenji looked at the exposed belly under the leopard girl's top and the thighs below her short skirt. She then glanced down at her own figure, and her small face instantly flushed bright red. At that moment, Jiang Tian happened to walk up behind the two girls. Hearing their conversation, he was left speechless. "What are you two talking about?" Kai Wenji turned around abruptly, and upon seeing Jiang Tian, her eyes widened. Her face grew even redder. "Master, you're here." The leopard girl also turned around, looking a bit confused. Pointing at Kai Wenji, she said, "Just now Kai Wenji said about my..." Kai Wenji quickly raised her small hand, stood on her tiptoes, and hurriedly covered the leopard girl's mouth. Then she smiled sweetly at Jiang Tian and said, "Master, I was just asking Sister Leopard Girl how to make pigskin armor." The pig nearby looked completely bewildered. "Is it really okay for you two to talk about this in front of me?" Jiang Tian didn't expose them, pretending as if nothing had happened, and continued on his way. As he walked south, Jiang Tian's expression was somewhat peculiar. This wouldn't do. If Kai Wenji really learned to dress like the leopard girl in leopard print, it would feel too strange. He needed to have the leopard girl change into something more normal. He couldn't lead the child astray. Since he had collected a pile of clothes, next time, he would have the leopard girl look for something in there and change out of that outfit. While thinking about this, he arrived at the southern side. Tang Yin and a few assistants were busy in the blacksmith shop. Once Zhang Sanli Si and that Xuanzi learn to forge, they can build another blacksmith shop to increase tool production efficiency. Then he could accelerate the weapon trade exploit. Cough cough, no. Acquire more resources. Not far away there was also a table set up for the butcher. As for the butcher, he had gone to prepare breakfast. Then he turned to the east, where Wang Yun and Li Xiaoning were setting up fishing rods one by one. The fishing rods were neatly placed to one side. At this point, Jiang Tian thought for a moment. He walked over and copied another fishing rod. Now there were a total of 25 fishing rods. With more and more people, the efficiency of resource acquisition had to increase. He couldn't let the situation become one where expenses exceeded income. Finally, he turned to the north. Song Yingxing and Sun Ximiao, the two old men, were watching over the vegetable field. Upon seeing Jiang Tian approach, Song Yingxing stepped forward and nodded, saying, "My lord, these vegetables have all grown well. Please take a look." Jiang Tian nodded and leisurely inspected the vegetable field. Most of them were common vegetables: eggplants, leeks, various radishes, etc., as well as peppers, scallions, and cilantro, which were mainly used for seasoning. There were even a few winter melons. Although the vegetable field was small, only about 400 square meters, the variety was abundant with all sorts of colors. He wondered how the vegetables of others were doing. Could he trade for some different dishes to eat? Thinking of this, Jiang Tian opened the area channel. It was early morning, and the channel was bustling with exchanges of goods resembling a market. Frozen cabbage for pieces for one wooden board. Spinach on sale. Spinach, spinach. Spinach on sale. Sweet potatoes, frozen sweet potatoes. Mom, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Eat big pieces. Are 2 pieces enough? That's enough, thank you, Mom, you're so nice. Trading corn on the cob, frozen cobs, 2 sticks for 1 cob. If you buy 3 cobs, I'll give you 1 more.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Good heavens, are they really selling vegetables like this now? What about his own vegetables? Should he shout them out one by one? How exhausting. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, pondering how he should sell these vegetables. Just then, Tang Yin unexpectedly appeared from the blacksmith shop, standing beside Jiang Tian with his hands behind his back, both of them looking at the vegetables. Suddenly he started to sing. Cilantro, spicy green peppers, hay, scallions, and tender celery, come flat beans, eggplants, cucumbers, winter melons, selling big C eggplants. White radishes, carrots, tender scallions, and garlic, good leeks. At this point, Jiang Tian was stunned. This message was sent out just like that. When this message appeared in the area channel, the originally noisy channel suddenly froze. Soon after, it erupted in applause. Goody, goody. Although this is just a piece of text, I can hear the voice in my mind. 1111, that was amazing. By the way, wow, 1111, do you have that many vegetables? Damn it, I only have cabbage here, and it's all smashed. How do you have so many vegetables? Are you trying to make a whole farm just because your place is big? I have spinach here. Do you want some Big Shot? By the way, Big Shot, can we form a group chat now? Have you created a group? I want to join your group to buy things. On the other side, Jiang Tian stared blankly at Tang Yen. How? How did you sing that? Tang Yen chuckled. I don't know, I just couldn't help it when I saw these vegetables. Have you finished forging your weapons? Not yet. Then why aren't you hurrying to forge? Just as Jiang Tian managed to send Tang Yen off 0066 and 0888 simultaneously sent him private messages. 1111, are you there? Many survivors are starting to form alliances on the World Channel. Should we create alliance? What alliance? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and retorted. It's the group chat feature that was launched today. A friend of mine joined someone else's group chat, and he told me that after entering you can choose whether to join the Inviters Alliance. Once you join the alliance, a symbol will appear before your ID. Moreover, with the allies' consent, you can obtain. By the way, should we form an alliance? At the same time, 0066 sent a similar message elaborating on the alliance feature and urged Jiang Tian to establish an alliance and add her to it. Jiang Tian didn't rush to reply, but first opened the World Channel. The discussions there were all about the alliance. Everyone, the alliance feature has been launched today. We can unite more systematically to combat these thieves. My established alliance focuses on fighting against the thieves, and allies can share weapons with those in need. Everyone is welcome to join. As long as we join the alliance, we are like a loving family. Ha ha ha, alliance. Are you asking me to form a... Hey, I formed the Blackbeard Pirate crew. Hurry up and join my Mudleg crew. Huh. The name Straw Hat Pirates has already been taken. How outrageous. Who did this? Change it immediately. YellGL 7758. Hey, my good brothers, come join my alliance. It's all brothers in there. Messages were rolling in rapidly, and Jiang Tian took a closer look. Those who claimed to have created alliances indeed had a small symbol before their IDs. It was an inverted triangle resembling a flag with some small text on it. For instance, the ID YellGL 7758 had an inverted triangle in front. When he clicked on the triangle icon, it read Base Sword Club. Jiang Tian was speechless. Speaking of which, earlier in the regional channel, some people's names seemed to also carry symbols, but Jiang Tian didn't get a chance to look before being interrupted by Tang Yen. An alliance. Seems like I could also form one. After all, everyone else has created alliances. I should at least create one to explore its features. As for the members, it'll just be those two. After all, in this world, they are the only ones I am relatively familiar with. He then opened the chat channel. Clicking on the new icon, he created a group chat. As soon as he started creating the group chat, a window popped up. Please name this group chat. Name it. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and typed 2 characters. Business Alliance. Clicked to confirm. The name was available and did not conflict with any other alliances. Once this group chat was created, he entered Business Alliance channel. When he chose to enter, another message popped up. Would you like to create an alliance under this channel name? Yes. After making the selection, he successfully entered this group chat channel. This channel resembled the group interface of a certain social application. In the upper right corner was the group announcement, and in the lower right corner were the group members. At the very top right, there was a gear-shaped selection button labeled Settings. Clicking this gear, several options popped up. Add group members, remove group members, view locations. Additionally, there was an option to delete the group chat alliance. At the moment, these were the only options, but they might change later. Jiang Tian nodded, selected Add, and sent invitations to 0066 and 0888. Not long after, the Business Alliance channel had